On the evening of late spring, lamps were lit in the main hall of the Yun family's old residence in Ning County. A few coarse porcelain tea bowls sat on the long rosewood table, filled with aged tea of a reddish-murky hue. On the wall hung a central scroll that had been passed down for generations. The paper was yellowed and curled at the edges. The face in the painting long blurred, yet the inscription "Ancestor of the Yun clan" remained like a faded stamp pressed deep into the lifeblood of this hall. Yun Jinan sat in the host's seat, a letter resting by his hand. The letter had come from the commandery city. Its envelope was made of fine bamboo paper, and the fold was sealed with a small vermilion stamp bearing the words Nanhuang Commandery Yun Clan. This letter had traveled over 300 li from Nanhuang Commandery City to Ning County, passing through 2 post stations carried by 3 horses and 4 pairs of hands, finally resting in Yun Zenin's calloused palm. He had read it no less than 10 times. The hall was utterly quiet, so quiet that one could hear the cricket outside sharpening its wings in the brick crevice beneath the corridor. Yun Jinan did not speak in haste. He was waiting for people. His eldest son's family and his second son's family had all been summoned. This was a family matter, a major one. It could only be discussed when everyone had arrived. He raised his tea bowl and took a sip. The tea was cool, its astringency lingering on his tongue. The Ning County branch of the Yun clan was in fact a collateral line of the commandery city Yun clan. Going back several generations, his great-grandfather had been a cousin to the head of the commandery Yun household. But how many years ago was that? 5 generations of time were enough to dilute blood relations into a soup watered down 10 times over. Only the name remained with no flavor left to taste. But this year was different. This year the letter had arrived. The Yun clan martial hall was expanding enrollment, and the main hall remembered the scattered branches, allotting 1 quota to each collateral line. Yun Jinan took another sip of tea. His hands were steady. At 50, his body was still robust. He had practiced some rough boxing in his youth. Nothing accomplished, but the foundation remained. He had spent his whole life in Ning County looking after these 100 acres of land, praying for rain in drought years, paying taxes in bumper ones, never once setting foot beyond its borders. Yet he knew exactly what the Yun clan martial hall meant. 3 great clans dominated the commandery city, and the Yun clan stood first. The Yun clan martial hall was the very foundation of their power. The martial arts techniques, cultivation, resources, and master guidance, they were 100 times superior to any ordinary training hall. This quota was too precious. Precious enough that he had to be extremely careful. "Father," a voice came from outside the door carrying a deliberately lowered eagerness. Yun Qinghui pushed open the door, followed by his wife, Shui Xiaoqiao, and son Yun Bai. Yun Qinghui was in his early 30s, fair-skinned with a restless, clever glint in his brows and eyes. He ran a grain shop on Ning County's main street, a modest business, but he always carried himself with a merchant's air, a smile for everyone, and plenty of talk laced with exaggeration. Now he walked briskly into the hall and respectfully bowed to Yun Jinan. Shui Xiaoqiao followed, holding Yun Bai's hand. She was half a head shorter than her husband, plump of figure with a round face, where her features seemed squeezed together. The corners of her mouth naturally drooped slightly, as if perpetually ready to haggle. She glanced around the room the moment she entered, noticed that the second branch had not yet arrived, pursed her lips even tighter, said nothing, and pulled Yun Bai to sit down on the side. Yun Bai was 12, took after his mother in his round face, but his disposition was half like his father's, obedient, understanding, taking whatever the adults said as truth. He called out "grandfather" properly, then sat quietly beside his mother, both hands placed flat on his knees. Yun Jinan acknowledged his gaze, passing over Yun Qinghui's shoulder toward the door. Outside, dusk deepened. The shadow of the old locust tree in the courtyard stretched long, like an ink stain bleeding into the ground. After waiting another quarter, Yun Qingping's family arrived. Yun Qingping had walked quickly, a fine layer of sweat beaded on his forehead. He was an honest man, having inherited most of the family farmland. Later he learned a bit of accounting from an old hand in the village and helped manage land rents for the clan, the most thankless of tasks. He was tall and big-boned, but his brows carried a gentle, dull earnestness like firewood that never properly catches, warm but unable to burst into flame. "Father, I'm late. Just finished watering the fields," Yun Qingping explained, rubbing his hands together, his voice low, as if afraid of disturbing something. Yun Jinan did not reproach him, merely lifted his chin to signal him to sit. Yun Qingping's wife, Yun Linling, followed behind. Yun Linling was a native of Ning County. There were 2 branches of the Yun surname in Ning County. One was the collateral line of the commandery Yun clan, Yun Zenin's branch, which had moved here a century ago. The other had nothing to do with the commandery Yun clan, having been rooted here since the county's founding. The 2 Yun surnames shared the same character, but different origins. To distinguish them, the people of Ning County called the former Jun Yun and the latter Ning Yun. Yun Linling came from the Ning Yun lineage. Her family tree had no connection to Yun Zenin's household beyond the shared surname. She was 27, a year younger than her husband, but she was a dozen times more capable than him in everything she did. Her maiden family was a minor branch of the Ningyun of modest means, but families with a long history in the county always carried a certain toughness, familiar with the land, well-connected, confident in word and deed. Since marrying into the Yun family, she had taken charge of everything inside and out, never willing to suffer the slightest loss. She was not exactly pretty, but her brows were sharply arched, her chin slightly raised, giving her a rare aggressive energy among village women. Like a wild caltrop growing on Ning County's soil, unremarkable at first glance, but certain to prick whoever stepped on it. Now she held Yunmo's hand as she entered the hall at an unhurried pace, but her gaze swept the room swiftly. She spotted the elder branch already there, and Shue Qiaoqiu's eyes shifting toward her. Her heart gave a slight jolt, but she showed nothing on her face, leading Yun Mo to sit on the other side. Yun Mo was 10 years old. He was a quiet child, thin, not tall, with delicate features that were not particularly striking. What drew the most attention were his eyes, black and deep, like two wells absorbing all light without a sound. He sat next to his mother, neither noisy nor restless, nor sitting rigidly upright like his cousin Yunbai. He just lowered his head slightly, as if looking at his own toes, or perhaps at nothing at all. But he was listening. From the moment he stepped into the hall, he had been listening. He listened to his grandfather's breathing, deep and slow like a deep pool, to his uncle's footsteps, light and quick like a cat treading on cotton, to the slight tightening of his mother's fingertips when she held his hand. That was her nervous habit. Piece by piece he assembled these sounds into a vague outline. Tonight, something was up. Seeing that everyone had assembled, Yun Jinan gently set his tea bowl down on the table. All here now, he said, his voice neither loud nor low, carrying the steady authority of a family head. I called you tonight because I have something to tell you. He did not immediately bring up the letter. Instead, he first glanced at Yun Qingping. Qingping, didn't you go to the White Crane Martial Hall a while back? Yun Qingping, caught off guard by the sudden question, froze for a moment, then nodded with a simple, delighted grin. Yes, father. White Crane Martial Hall plans to accept several inner disciples this year. I begged several people and finally managed to secure one spot. He spoke with a raw, unabashed pride. A spot at White Crane Martial Hall was indeed hard to come by. Ning County was not large, 3 or 4 training halls in total, but only White Crane was truly reputable. The head of the hall was surnamed Zhou, known as Zhou Baiha. He was one of the few true profound realm martial artists in Ning County, and his White Crane sword technique was unmatched, earning him the reputation of being Ning County's finest. A disciple who completed training at White Crane Martial Hall could face down demonic beasts in battle. Just last month, a disciple who had been an inner student for only 3 years had single-handedly hunted a low-level demonic beast, a horned rhino, a feat that spread through Ning County streets for days, envied by everyone. For a farmer who tilled the land to secure an inner disciple spot for his son at the county's most famous martial hall was no easy feat. He had made more than 10 trips, begged 3 intermediaries, and spent dozens of taels of silver, his entire life savings. Is it for Yun Mo? Yun Jinan asked again. Yes, father. The boy is 10, the perfect age to start martial training. Yun Qingping turned to look at his son, his eyes full of hope. He had not amounted to much in his own life, but his son could not follow the same path, scratching a living from the earth forever. Ning County might be small, but the path of a martial artist was always better than farming. Yun Mo felt his father's gaze, lifted his head slightly, moved his lips, said nothing, and simply gave a slight nod. He understood in his heart. He knew exactly how much his father had sacrificed for this spot. Those days his father left early and returned late, wore through 2 pairs of shoes, and still sat under the lamp, twisting hemp rope to supplement the family income at night. His mother said nothing, but at night, when she pricked the blisters on his father's feet with a needle, her hands trembled. He did not want to let their hopes down, but he was naturally poor with words, 1,000 thoughts at the tip of his tongue condensed into that single tiny nod. Yun Jinan said, and took another sip of tea as if making casual conversation, then turned to Yun Qinghui. Qinghui, Yunbai is 12 this year, isn't he? Yun Qinghui's eyes lit up and his back straightened involuntarily. Yes, father. Bai is 12. 12, Yun Jinan nodded. 2 years older than Mo. In martial arts practice, age waits for no one. Every year counts. This made Yun Qingping's heart warm, thinking his father was concerned about Yun Mo's right age. He was about to respond when Yun Jinan shifted his tone. Qingping, since you've secured a spot at White Crane Martial Hall for Yun Mo, then for Yun Bai. He paused, his gaze sweeping slowly across his 2 sons, finally resting on Yun Qingping. Let that spot go to Yun Bai first. The hall suddenly fell silent. So quiet one could hear the cricket outside fold its wings, so quiet one could hear the aged tea leaf flip over in the bowl. Yun Qingping's smile froze on his face. He thought he had misheard, opened his mouth, but no sound came out, then closed it again, his Adam's apple bobbing, as if swallowing a burning coal. Father. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping across wood. That spot was for Mo. I know. But Yun Bai is 2 years older. He cannot afford to delay. Mo is only 10. He still has time next year or the year after. Well, find another way then. Another way. Yun Qingping wanted to say something, but he was slow of speech. 1,000 words stuck in his throat, squeezing out only a few broken syllables. But, father, I worked so hard. He could not continue. The grievance of an honest man does not explode, it accumulates. At that moment a film of red welled up in Yun Qingping's eyes. It was not the red of anger. It was the red of being drenched in ice water cold to the bone yet. He understood who the anger was meant for. He turned his gaze toward Yunemo. Yunemo still had his head lowered, staring at his own toes. The 10-year-old child's face was expressionless, as quiet as a stone. But his hand, the one hidden inside his sleeve, was clenched tight. His fingernails dug into his palm, carving out 4 small crescent-shaped imprints one after another slowly. He said nothing. He never spoke in moments like this, because he knew that when adults were talking, children had no right to speak. This was the rule of the Yun family in Ning County and the rule of this world. But deep in his heart something had been gently snapped. Like a tender twig not yet grown, casually broken off by someone's hand. Not intentional, even carried a sense of it's for your own good. You're young, given you'll have another chance. But who knows what next year will bring? Or the year after. The inner disciple slot at the White Crane Martial Academy. His father had begged for it through dozens of visits, worn out his tongue, and spent dozens of taels of silver. That was not like a crop in the field that could be harvested again and again. It was everything a simple man could give to his son. And at this moment that everything was gone. Yun Linling reacted much faster than her husband. The moment Yun Jinan finished speaking, she shot to her feet, the chair legs scraping the floor with a harsh sound. Father, this is not right. Her voice was not loud, but every word seemed squeezed between her teeth, carrying a cold, hard edge. She stood there, not tall in stature, but her back was ramrod straight, like a short sword thrust into the ground. Not sharp, but stubborn. Yun Mo's spot was earned by Qingping through tremendous hardship. How many trips did he make? How many people did he beg? Do you know, father? Yun Linling's gaze fixed directly on Yun Jinan, without flinching or retreating. If the eldest uncle wants a slot, let him find his own way. Why take our mowers? When she said, our mower, her enunciation was remarkably heavy, as if stamping a seal on those words. This is ours, no one touches it. Shui Qiao was displeased. She had been sitting to the side watching the show, the corners of her mouth puckered with a hint of schadenfreude. But when Yun Linling's words came out, the smirk on her face vanished like a candle flame snuffed out by the wind, gone in an instant. Oh, well said, sister-in-law. Shui Qiao drawled, her voice high and thin like fingernails scraping porcelain. What do you mean by our mower? The Yun family hasn't been divided yet. We're all one household. Everything belongs to everyone. Yun Bai is the eldest son, Yun Mo is the younger brother. What's wrong with the elder brother using his younger brother's slot for a while? Return it. Yun Linling let out a cold laugh. Tell me, eldest sister-in-law, how? We don't even know if the White Crane Academy will have spots next year. What will you use to repay? You. Shui Qiao was choked, her face trembling with fat, her voice rising higher. Why are you so calculating? We're family. Why separate what's yours and mine? Yun Bai is 2 years older than Yun Mo. He can't afford to wait. Isn't that obvious? Can't you, as his aunt, show some magnanimity? I have no magnanimity, Yun Linling replied flatly. I can't match you, eldest sister-in-law, whose magnanimity is so vast that it can swallow up what belongs to others. You. Shui Qiao stood up in fury, her round face flushed crimson, pointing at Yun Linling, her lips quivering. She struggled for a moment to find a retort. Yun Qing quickly pulled his wife back, signaling her with his eyes as he chuckled, smoothing things over. Don't be angry, sister-in-law. She doesn't know how to speak. That's not what she meant. We're family. We can discuss everything. When he said discuss, his tone was airy, as if the matter was already settled, and the rest were just insignificant details. Yun Qingping finally spoke. Brother. His voice was very low, almost a whisper. That slot. I really begged for it for a long time. I know. Yun Qinghui patted his younger brother's shoulder, his face full of sincerity. Qingping, I know you've worked hard. But think about it, Bayer is already 12. If he waits another year, he'll be 13. His best age for martial arts training will have passed. Mower is only 10, he still has plenty of time. Just do me this favor, brother, okay? He spoke with genuine emotion, even managing to squeeze a hint of pleading into his eyes. But his fingers, those resting on Yun Qingping's shoulder, were relaxed, his posture composed like a chess player who already had the winning move, and politely asked his opponent, are you sure you want to keep playing? Yun Qingping opened his mouth, but could not speak. He was never one for arguments. When in disputes as a child, he always yielded first. When doing business as an adult, he always gave in first. Not because he had no temper, but because his anger came too slowly. So slow that by the time his fury reached his throat, others had already taken everything away. This was exactly such a moment. His chest felt stifled, as if stuffed with a wet cotton lump, suffocating and swollen, but without an outlet. He wanted to say no, wanted to say this is mine, wanted to refuse loudly and forcefully, just once. But when the words reached his lips, they softened. He turned to look at Yunimo. Yunimo finally raised his head. The 10-year-old child looked at his father, his eyes holding no grievance, no anger, not even disappointment. Only a quiet, precocious understanding. That kind of understanding that is not growth, but compromise. It is the first lesson a child learns after being repeatedly schooled by life. Let it go. He gave his father a slight nod. That nod was so light, like a falling leaf. But Yun Qingping saw it, and Yun Linling saw it too. A fresh wave of fury like oil splashed on a fire erupted in Yun Linling. Yunimo, what are you nodding for? She grabbed her son's arm, her voice suddenly sharp. You listen to me. This is your slot. No one is taking it away. Your father wore out his legs begging for it, and you are just going to hand it over. She suddenly turned to Yun Jinan, her eyes like knives. Father, I'll say it now. No one touches this slot. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became taut. Yun Jinan still said nothing. He sat in the seat of honor watching his second daughter-in-law's aggressiveness, his second son's bowed head, his eldest son's surface-level peacemaking, while yielding nothing, his eldest daughter-in-law's flailing outburst. His expression remained largely unchanged, like a statue half eroded by wind, showing neither joy nor anger. But he was listening, calculating. In his mind, he was working on an abacus he had been figuring for a long time. At that moment, he lifted his tea bowl and took another sip. The tea had long gone cold, the astringent taste thick and bitter. He held the bitter tea in his mouth, swallowing it slowly. Then he spoke. Enough. 2 words, not heavy, but like 2 stones thrown into a pond, sinking all the noise. Yun Linling fell silent, but her chest still heaved violently, her fury unabated. Xue Qiao also quieted down, slumping back into her chair, mumbling something inaudible under her breath. Yun Qinghui released his brother's shoulder and stepped back. The earnest expression on his face had not yet fully withdrawn, half hanging there, looking somewhat comical. Yun Jinan glanced at his eldest son. Qinghui, he said, this slot is given to Yunbai. What do you say? Yun Qinghui immediately declared, Father, thank you, father. Bayer will train hard. He won't bring shame to the Yun family. That's not what I'm asking. Yun Jinan waved his hand. I'm asking you. This time you took your younger brother's slot. If another opportunity comes up in the future, will you give it to Yun Mo? Yun Qinghui was caught off guard. The question came suddenly, but to him it seemed like mere courtesy. The slot was already in hand, saying some cheap words cost nothing. After all, next time. Who knew if there would be a next time? He immediately thumped his chest. Father, rest assured. This time Bayer has put his younger brother at a disadvantage. I'm aware. Next time any opportunity comes up without you asking, I'll be the first to give the slot to Yun Mo. Xue Qiao nodded vigorously beside him. Yes, next time it will definitely go to Yun Mo. She spoke rapidly, as if afraid her words would fly away and the slot would be lost. Yun Jinan uttered an nodded, seeming satisfied with his eldest son and daughter-in-law's attitude. Then he turned to Yun Qingping. Qingping, did you hear? Yun Qingping let out a muffled without lifting his head. Your eldest brother said that next time the opportunity will go to Yun Mo. We're family. We give and take, don't hurt the harmony. Yun Linling let out a cold laugh, about to speak, but was silenced by a single glance from Yun Jinan. All right, Yun Jinan set his tea bowl down with a dull thud. It's decided then. The White Crane Academy slot goes to Yun Bai. His tone brooked no argument. Yun Qinghui and Xue Qiao exchanged a glance, their eyes full of undisguised joy. Xue Qiao even reached out to pull Yun Bai, whispering, Bayer, quickly thank your grandfather. Yun Bai obediently stood up and bowed to Yun Jinan. Thank you, grandfather. Yun Qingping kept his head down, his shoulders slightly sagged. He said nothing and looked at no one. In his mind, he kept repeating one sentence, how am I going to explain this to Moer? Yun Linling gripped Yun Mo's hand, her fingertips white with pressure. She did not argue further because she knew that once her father-in-law had spoken, arguing was useless. In this household, Yun Zenin's word was absolute. The heavens could not fall, so her grievances would forever be buried deep in her heart. But in her mind, she kept a tally of this debt. Yun Linling was a woman who could bear anything except being taken advantage of. Today's debt, she would collect it sooner or later. Yun Mo felt his mother's grip, the sweat and trembling in her palm. He did not pull away or speak. He just sat quietly watching his cousin Yun Bai return triumphantly, watching the smiles on his uncle and aunt's faces, watching his father's slumped shoulders. In his heart, he remembered all of this. Not anger, not hatred. Just a clear, cold memory, like words carved into stone with a knife. Wind cannot blow them away, rain cannot wash them off. He knew what he had lost. Not the Martial Academy slot, but something more abstract. What it was he could not articulate, but his 10-year-old mind had already formed a vague answer. In this family, no one would fight for him. His father would not, because his father was tongue-tied. His mother would, but she could not win. In the end, it meant that his things could be taken away if someone else wanted them. Then he would fight for himself. He said this to himself in his heart. Very softly, very quietly, like a seed falling into the soil, making no sound, but taking root. Yun Jinan surveyed the hall, each person harboring their own thoughts, and fell silent for a moment. Then he reached out and picked up the letter on the table. All right, he said, the matter of the quota is settled. Now let's talk about another matter. All eyes were drawn to the letter. Yun Jinan slowly and deliberately opened the envelope, pulling out the neatly folded letter paper inside. The letter paper was made of fine bamboo pulp, thin yet tough, with delicate fibers visible under the lamplight. He unfolded the letter and glanced at its contents, though he had already memorized it long ago, then raised his head, his gaze sweeping across every face in the room. A letter has arrived from the main family in the county seat, he said, his voice as calm as a river without a ripple. The Yun Clan Martial Hall is expanding its enrollment this year. The main hall, considering the various branches, has allocated one quota to each. The hall fell silent for a breath. Then, like a stone crashing into still water, ripples burst outward violently. Yun Qinghui's eyes lit up, instantly blazing as if a lamp had been suddenly kindled in the dead of night. He unconsciously took half a step forward, his lips moving, but no sound came out. He was waiting for his father to finish speaking. Shui Qiaoqiu's reaction was more direct. She let out an ah. Not loud, but the joy within it was so thick it could not be dissolved, like a man starving for 3 days suddenly catching the scent of meat. She gripped Yun Bei's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into the child's flesh. Yun Qingping raised his head. His eyes were still red, but now a complex emotion mingled with the redness. Surprise, bewilderment, and a vague, unthinkable possibility. Yun Linling's pupils contracted slightly. Her hand still clutched Yun Mo, but the pressure in her fingertips had changed, from a trembling of anger to a tightening of vigilance. In an instant, she realized something. Her father-in-law's earlier arrangement, giving the White Crane Martial Hall quota to Yun Bai, might not have been favoritism, but a ploy. Her gaze shot toward Yun Jinan, as if trying to see through the 50-year-old man from the inside out. Yun Mo also raised his head. His eyes appeared exceptionally dark and deep under the lamplight. He saw the barely concealed greed on his eldest uncle's face, the ecstasy almost overflowing from his aunt's eyes, his father's bewildered and at a loss expression, and his mother's suddenly taut jawline. Then he looked at his grandfather. The old man sat in the seat of honor, his expression serene, his brows revealing no emotion. His hand held the letter steadily, like a player clutching a final decisive piece on the board. Yun Mo suddenly felt that this man he had called grandfather for 10 years he might never have truly known. Yun Jinan did not give anyone a chance to interrupt. The Yun Clan Martial Hall, he said, his voice a notch louder, as if reciting a proclamation, is the very foundation of the Yun family in the county seat. The martial arts techniques, cultivation, resources, and master guidance within the hall compared to ordinary martial schools, he paused, his gaze falling on Yun Qingping, are at least 100 times superior. One sentence struck like a drumstick against every heart. Yun Qingping shuddered violently. The White Crane Martial Hall he had secured for Yun Mo was already considered a reputable school in Ning County. But compared to the Yun Clan Martial Hall, it was like a firefly against the bright moon, a drop of water against the vast ocean. This thought exploded in his mind, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Yun Qinghui reacted faster. The moment Yun Jinan finished saying 100 times superior, he spoke, "Father, this quota." His voice was as eager as a hound spotting its prey, its tail already wagging ready to pounce. But Yun Jinan glanced at him. Just a single glance. That look was not heavy, yet Yun Qinghui's words were abruptly cut off, as if someone had clamped his throat. Yun Jinan withdrew his gaze and continued. The main family's letter states that the optimal age for martial training is 10. He looked at Yun Bai, then at Yun Mo. Yun Bai is 12, 2 years over. That doesn't mean he can't enter, but his foundation is already 2 years behind others. Catching up will be arduous. His gaze finally settled on Yun Mo and paused. Yun Mo is 10 this year, just right. These words were spoken softly, but every character landed like a precalculated piece on a chessboard, not one too many, not one too few. A deathly silence fell over the hall. Yun Qinghui's expression changed. His smile still lingered, but it had frozen like a painting torn in half. The left side still smiling, the right side a blank void. His mind raced, so fast he could almost hear the gears clicking. He had secured the White Crane Martial Hall quota. The Yun Clan Martial Hall quota had an optimal age of 10. Yun Mo was 10. Yun Bai was 12. What had he said earlier? He had pounded his chest and declared, next time there's any opportunity in the family, he'll be the first to yield it to Yun Mo. Next time. Wasn't this the next time? Yun Qinghui's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He opened his mouth to say something. Anything. To retract his earlier words, to argue that the Yun Clan Martial Hall quota was too precious to give away, to claim that Yun Bai, despite being 2 years older, had a solid foundation and could catch up, but the words would not come. Because that promise of yielding to Yun Mo next time had been made before the entire family. He had pounded his chest, spoken with heartfelt sincerity, and declared it with righteous conviction. If he went back on his word, now Yun Qinghui would never be able to hold his head high in this family again. Shui Qiaoqiu's reaction was far more direct than her husband's. She shot up from her seat, the chair scraping half a foot backward across the floor with a jarring screech. Father, her voice shrieked, nearly piercing the roof. This won't do. How can the Yun clan martial hall quota be? Why can't it? Yun Linling's voice cut in from across the room, cold as a draft in the depths of winter. Yun Linling stood up. She rose more slowly than Xue Xiaoqiao, but far more steadily. A faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Not a smile of joy, but one of, I've been waiting for this moment. Cold and sharp like a blade honed for ages, finally, finding its chance to leave its sheath. Didn't sister-in-law speak so well just now? Yun Linling enunciated each word deliberately. Next time I'll definitely give it to Yun Mo. Who said that? Should I repeat it for you? You. Xue Qiaoqiao's face flushed crimson, her lips trembling like a fish flung onto the shore. Stop your nonsense here. This is different. This is the Yun clan martial hall. How can it be compared to the White Crane martial hall? Oh, Yun Linling raised an eyebrow. So sister-in-law means the cheap little opportunities can go to us, but the big wonderful chances are for you to keep. That's some fine abacus work. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? The two women faced off across the long table, their gazes nearly sparking where they met. Yin Xinghui quickly pulled his wife back, lowering his voice. Stop arguing, let's talk this out properly. But his voice had lost its earlier composure. His hands trembled, his heart pounded so fast it felt like it would leap out of his throat. Only one thought filled his mind. Trapped. He had been trapped. He had been trapped by his own father. Yin Xinghui jerked his head up to look at Yun Jinan. The 50-year-old man sat in the seat of honor, his face as calm as an ancient well. He was not looking at anyone now. Instead, he lowered his head and slowly, methodically refolded the letter, slipping it back into the envelope with unhurried movements, as if performing a task utterly unrelated to himself. But Yin Xinghui saw it. In that moment when his father bowed his head, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It was not a smile. It was the near-cruel satisfaction of a hunter confirming his prey had fallen into the trap after the snare had closed. Yun Qinghui's heart sank to the depths. He finally understood. From beginning to end, this had been a scheme. The struggle over the White Crane martial hall quota was bait. His father had deliberately first proposed giving Yun Mo's quota to Yun by intentionally provoked the second branch's anger and maneuvered him and Xue Xiaoqiao into declaring during the quarrel, next time, well, yield it to Yun Mo, because only then, when the Yun clan martial hall quota was revealed, would they have no ground to contest it. If his father had presented the Yun clan martial hall quota from the start, he, Yun Xinghui, would certainly have fought for it. Though Yun Bai was 2 years older, 12 was not too old to train, so why should it go to Yun Mo? Then the two branches would have quarreled into chaos, leaving the household in turmoil, and no matter who received the quota, it would have torn an irreparable rift between the brothers. But his father had not done that. He first used the White Crane martial hall quota to let the eldest branch gain an advantage and the second branch suffer a loss. Then, amidst the second branch's anger and the eldest branch's guilt, he made the eldest branch personally vow to yield to Yun Mo next time. Only finally did he bring out the true treasure, the Yun clan martial hall quota, and smoothly pass it to Yun Mo. Thus, the eldest branch had nothing to say. The second branch was convinced the brothers did not become enemies, and the household remained peaceful. And the White Crane martial hall quota was merely a discarded pawn in this chess game. Using a discarded pawn to secure a true trump card. Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. Yin Xinghui stared at his father, suddenly finding this man frighteningly unfamiliar. He had known since childhood that his father was strict, steady, and unwavering, but he had never realized that his father's cunning could run so deep. He had maneuvered in the business world for over a decade, priding himself on his shrewdness, yet his own father, with a single letter, a few words, and a scheme, had effortlessly toyed with him. Yin Xinghui took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions. He knew he had lost, not in terms of principle, but in the chess game. His father had seen 3 steps ahead, no 5-10 steps. While he was still reveling in the White Crane martial hall quota, his father was already laying out the plan to make him willingly relinquish the Yun clan martial hall quota. Go back on his word now. Too late. Everyone in the family had heard his earlier speech. If he backtracked now, he would be seen as dishonest, greedy, and shameless, destroying his credibility before his father. He, Yin Xinghui, had made his way in Ning County for so many years, relying on that one word, trust. If that word shattered, he would be nothing in this family on these streets. He accepted it. Father is right. Yin Xinghui said, his voice hoarse as if his throat were being squeezed, each word forced out with difficulty. Yun Mo is 10, the optimal age for martial training. This quota, giving it to him, is the most fitting. After he spoke, it was as if his backbone had been pulled out, his shoulders slumped, and he seemed to shrink half an inch. Xue Qiaoqiao's eyes bulged as she stared at her husband in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? The Yun clan martial hall quota. Enough. Yin Xinghui growled, a rare harshness flashing in his eyes. I said give it to Yun Mo. Xue Xiaoqiao was stunned by her husband's roar. She opened her mouth to retort, but seeing the unprecedented, almost ferocious expression on his face, she swallowed her words. She plopped heavily back into her chair, which groaned under the weight, then turned her head away, refusing to look at anyone. Yunbai sat beside his mother, silent throughout. At 12, he could already understand the implications of the adult's words. He knew he had lost something very precious, something 100 times more valuable than the White Crane Marshall Hall. But he did not cry or throw a tantrum. He just sat there quietly gazing at his cousin Yunmo across the way. His eyes were complex. There was envy, resentment, a hint of jealousy, but more than anything, a bewildered, at a loss confusion. Why could the words of adults shift and change so? Yun Xingping was dumbfounded. He had been completely dazed from start to finish. Just moments ago, he was disheartened over losing the White Crane Marshall Hall quota, and now he was suddenly told Yunmo had received the Yun Clan Marshall Hall quota. The Yun Clan Marshall Hall, the Yun family of the county seat, 100 times stronger than a martial school. He spun his head to look at Yunmo, his eyes reddening again. This time not from grievance, but from excitement. He wanted to say something, but he was tongue-tied to 1,000 words jammed in his throat, finally squeezing out just 2 more. Yunmo looked at his father's reddened eyes, and the tender shoot that had been broken in his heart suddenly grew back. He did not cry. He never cried in front of others. He simply nodded firmly, much more forcefully than the resigned nod from before, as if carving that promise into his bones. He knew how this quota had come to him. It was not luck, not pity. It was his grandfather's meticulously crafted scheme, using a discarded pawn, using the greed of his eldest uncle's family step by calculated step. And he, Yunmo, was the ultimate beneficiary of this chess game. But he did not want to remain merely a beneficiary. He wanted to become a player. One day he would sit in that seat himself, not to scheme against others, but to ensure that no one could ever casually take away what belonged to him. Yun Jinan folded the letter and tucked it into his sleeve. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across his 2 sons' faces before finally settling on Yunmo. That 10-year-old child sat quietly beside his mother, his face showing no wild joy, no excitement, only a composure beyond his years. Those dark, deep eyes looked at him, not with the gaze of a grandson toward his grandfather, but with a scrutinizing, evaluating look, as if assessing an opponent. Yun Jinan felt a faint stir in his heart. This child was no ordinary one. But he did not show it. He simply nodded and said, "Then it's settled. Dismissed." After saying this, he picked up his teacup and drained the bitter cold tea at the bottom in one gulp. The tea was bitter, but the aftertaste arrived. He set down the cup and rose to walk toward the inner chamber. His silhouette stretched long under the lamplight, thin but straight. Like an old tree, its branches no longer so upright, but its roots still deeply anchored in the soil, not easily shaken by anyone. He knew that today's scheme had been his victory, but he also knew how much longer could he protect this family. One day he would age, die, and have to pass this family to the next generation. By then, with him no longer in the middle to suppress, calculate, and balance, could his 2 sons still coexist peacefully? Could the 2 branches still end things with dignity despite their disputes as they had today? He did not know, but he knew one thing. In today's chess game, he had paved a path for Yunmo. As for how far this quiet, taciturn child could go, that would be up to him. Yun Zenen's figure vanished behind the door. The hall was left with only a solitary lamp casting light on a floor full of shadows and a room full of unspoken thoughts. Yun Xinghui was the first to stand, pulling Yun by as he headed out. He did not greet anyone. His steps hurried, as if fleeing a place of sorrow. Xue Qiao followed behind, still mumbling complaints under her breath, but her voice was so low only she could hear it. Yun Xingping remained seated, as if he had not yet processed what had happened. He kept looking at Yunmo over and over again and again, until finally he reached out and gently pressed his rough, calloused hand on his son's head. "Mower," he said, "train well." 5 words as plain as a clod of earth. But Yunmo understood the full weight carried within those words. He replied. 1 word, also as plain as a clod of earth. Yun Linling took Yunmo's hand and walked out of the hall. When they reached the courtyard, she suddenly stopped. She crouched down to look her son in the eye. Under the moonlight, her eyes were rimmed with red, but the corners of her mouth were lifted. She was a woman who refused to suffer a loss today. She had argued, quarreled, and made a scene, but in the end, she had not lost. No, she had gained. Trading the White Crane Marshall Hall quota for the Yun Clan Marshall Hall quota was something she would have gladly done, even at the cost of her life. "Mower," she said in a low voice, the sharpness gone from her tone, replaced by a nearly gritted teeth earnestness. "Listen to me carefully. Your grandfather gave you this chance, but your eldest uncle's family took a loss today, and they won't be happy about it. When you go to the county seat, train hard, make a name for yourself, and show everyone that giving you this quota was the right choice." Yunmo looked into his mother's eyes. Those eyes held so much: resentment, expectation, tenacity, love. These elements churned together, brewing into a complex, scalding liquid that swirled in her eyes but never fell. Yun Linling was a woman who would swallow anything but a loss. Yet at this moment she was willing to endure all hardships as long as her son could leave Ning County, leave this patch of sky no bigger than a palm. Yun Imo reached out and wiped away the tear that had never fallen from his mother's eye. "Mother," he said, "I will." 3 words light as the wind. But Yun Linling heard the full weight within those words. She stood up, took her son's hand, and walked into the moonlight. The shadow of the old locust tree in the courtyard stirred in the wind like a giant hand, slowly closing and then slowly opening behind them. Thus passed this night in the Yun family of Ning County. But the seed planted this night would one day grow into a tree that no one could shake. The journey from Ning County to Nanhuang Prefectural City spanned over 300 li, neither too far nor too near. A lone traveler traveling light could cover the distance in 3 or 4 days if fleet of foot. Yet Yun Xingping dared not take his son along the wild paths. Though the official road south of Ning County was open, who could say for certain? A couple of years prior, rumors had spread of merchants encountering wandering low-grade demon beasts on the road. While not necessarily fatal injury and financial loss were inevitable, fortunately a trading firm in Ning County dispatched a shipment to the prefectural city every half-month. Steward Zhao, the convoy leader, was an old acquaintance of Yun Xingping and agreed to take the father and son along, charging only half a person's fare. With the convoy escorted by armed guards, safety was assured, and Yun Xingping accepted with profuse gratitude. For mule-drawn carts laden with Ning County's local produce, medicinal herbs, mountain fungi, animal hides, and coarse cloth, creaked along the official road. Slow they were, but steady. Yun Imo sat atop the cargo in the second cart, his back against a tightly bound sack, watching as the scenery on either side of the road grew increasingly unfamiliar with each passing day. The convoy traveled by day and rested by night, stopping at villages or inns. The guards spoke little but were sharp-eyed. At every halt one of them would patrol the perimeter, ensuring all was well before signaling the others to rest. Yun Imo followed his father quietly, neither fussing nor causing trouble, eating when it was time to eat and sleeping when it was time to sleep. Steward Zhao cast him several glances and remarked privately to Yun Xingping, "Your son is steady. My own little monkey would drive me to pieces on a single trip." Yun Xingping smiled, saying nothing, but a light shone in his eyes. On the afternoon of the 4th day, the convoy crested the final ridge, and the silhouette of Nanhuang Prefectural City finally appeared on the horizon. Yun Imo rose from the pile of cargo, shielding his eyes from the afternoon sun with his hand as he gazed into the distance. He had never seen a city so vast. In his mind, Ning County's city wall had seemed quite imposing, 2 zhang high, built of gray brick with 4 soldiers guarding the gate. But before him, this city's wall towered at least 4 or 5 zhang, its gray-black surface crawling with dark green moss and unknown vines like a coat of rusted iron. Every 100 paces along the wall stood a watchtower with soaring eaves and layered brackets, exuding an air of stern grandeur. The city gate was wide open, with streams of people flowing in and out from all directions. 2 rows of armored soldiers stood at the gate, long swords at their hips, their eyes fixed straight ahead. The iron plates of their armor glinted coldly in the sunlight. Further in the distance, the faint outline of a vast mansion could be discerned, its rooftops stretching layer upon layer, occupying nearly half the northern part of the city. Steward Zhao rode his mule up to the father and son, pointing with his whip toward the city. "We've arrived. Nanhuang Prefectural City, the foremost of the 36 counties. Is this your first time here?" Yun Xingping nodded, his eyes still fixed on the wall, unable to look away. "Follow my convoy, well, enter through the east gate, so you won't have to find your way," Steward Zhao said before urging his mule forward. The convoy entered the city through the east gate. As soon as they passed through the gate, a cacophony of noise washed over them. The cries of peddlers, the rumble of carts, the chatter of pedestrians, the clanging of hammers from blacksmith shops, all mingled into a boiling stew. Shops lined both sides of the street, with wine banners fluttering. Sellers of cloth, medicine, weapons, and talismans offered a dazzling array of goods. The air was thick with a medley of scents. The bitter aroma of herbs, the charred smell of baked flatbread, the stench of horse manure, the cloying sweetness of cosmetics, all twisted into an indescribable odor. Yun Xingping felt dazed. He stood by the street, looking left and right, unsure which direction to take. Steward Zhao's convoy had to head to the southern warehouse for delivery, which was not in the same direction as the Yun family's residence, so they parted ways upon entering the city. Yun Xingping clutched the slip of paper, turning it over and over. Yun Clan Mansion, North City. Just those few words, nothing more. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to ask for directions. Not far away stood a young man, well-dressed in a blue silk robe with a fine jade pendant at his waist. He was waiting for someone outside a shop, looking somewhat bored. Yun Xingping steeled himself, approached with a forced smile, and said, "Excuse me, young master, could you tell me how to get to the Yun residence?" The young man turned and looked him up and down. After 4 days on the road, Yun Xingping's clothes were wrinkled, his shoes caked with mud, and his bundle frayed at the edges. Clearly a stranger from the countryside. A faint look of impatience flickered across the young man's face. His gaze then shifted from Yun Qingping to the boy standing silently behind him. About 10 years old, thin, not tall, neither timid nor talkative, simply standing there in silence. The young man's eyes swept back and forth between the father and son, then glanced at the slip of paper in Yun Qingping's hand. The characters, Yun clan, barely visible. A boy of about 10 heading to the Yun residence. It was as if he suddenly understood something. The impatience on his face was wiped away like a smear replaced by a courteous, even cautious expression. Follow this main street straight ahead, take the third right turn, then keep going until you see a stone archway. That's where you'll be, he said, pointing in a direction, his tone much gentler than before. The Yun residence is easy to find, the largest vermilion gate on the entire street. Yun Qingping thanked him profusely. The young man waved his hand saying, "You're welcome," then cast another appraising glance at Yun Mo before turning and walking away, his steps lighter than before. Yun Mo stood still watching the young man's retreating figure. He had asked nothing, but simply seeing the age and destination, he had figured it out on his own. The expansion of the Yun clan martial hall's enrollment was evidently no secret in the prefectural city. He said nothing but filed this detail away in his mind. Following the directions, the father and son traversed most of the prefectural city, walking for nearly an hour, before finally spotting the stone archway. The archway was made of white marble with 3 bays and 4 pillars standing about 3 zhang high. Carved into it were the 2 large characters, Yun clan, the strokes powerful and deeply incised into the stone. Beyond the archway lay a wide avenue paved with blue stone lined with neatly planted locust trees whose canopies formed a verdant canopy that blocked out the sun. At the end of the avenue stood an imposing mansion gate, a vermilion gate more than 3 zhang high, studded with closely arranged bronze nails arrayed like a formation. Above the lintel hung a jet-black plaque bearing the gilded characters, Yun Mansion, gleaming in the sunlight. Before the gate crouched 2 stone lions, each as tall as 2 men, exquisitely carved with bristling manes so lifelike they seemed ready to spring. For guards stood at the entrance clad in black iron armor, long swords at their hips, their postures as straight and still as pines. Yun Qingping's legs felt weak as he stood before the gate. He had spent his life tilling the soil, and the most impressive building he had ever seen was the Ning County Government Office. But compared to this mansion, it was like a chicken coop next to a palace. Yun Mo also looked up, his gaze moving from the vermilion gate to the stone lions, then to the plaque, and finally to the 4 guards at the entrance. The 4 men breathed in long, even breaths, their chests rising and falling with minimal movement. They stood there like 4 iron stakes driven into the ground. Martial artists. And not the kind of novices who had just begun. Even the gatekeepers of the Yun residence were of this caliber. He filed this observation away in his mind. After a long hesitation, Yun Qingping gathered his courage, approached a guard, and stated his purpose. The guard listened, looked the father and son up and down, nodded expressionlessly, then turned and went inside to report. Before long, an older guard emerged, clasped his hands, and said, "Please follow me." He did not lead them through the main gate. Instead, the guard guided them around the tall screen wall, walking dozens of paces along the perimeter wall until they reached a side door. The side door was small, just wide enough for 2 people to walk abreast, but it was also lacquered black with bronze studs meticulously crafted. The guard stopped here, spoke a few words to a waiting servant inside, then turned and went back. The servant was a middle-aged man dressed in gray short jacket with a cloth belt. He looked ordinary but moved with brisk efficiency. He gave a slight bow, neither obsequious nor arrogant. "Are you 2 here to register for the martial hall? Please follow me." Yun Qingping nodded hastily, taking Yun Mo's hand and following. Once through the side door, the view opened up before them. Yun Mo's first thought was vast. Too vast. He had thought the old Yun residence in Ning County was already large, 3 connected courtyards plus east and west wings, taking the time it took to burn an incense stick to walk through. But upon entering the Yun clan mansion, he understood what a deep mansion and great courtyard truly meant. The path before them was wide and smooth, paved with neat blue stone slabs. On both sides stretched wall after wall of varying heights, layer upon layer, extending as far as the eye could see. At intervals, moon gates or festooned gates appeared, each leading to another courtyard like nested boxes. Open one, and there was always another. The roads were bustling with servants, all wearing uniform gray or blue short jackets, moving with purpose. Some carried food boxes, others held clothing, and still others shouldered wooden buckets, their steps light and orderly. Occasionally, a patrol of martial artists passed by, their steps perfectly synchronized the iron of their armor, clanking rhythmically with each stride. The weapons at their waists varied: blades, swords, spears, staffs, but each exuded an aura of condensed, restrained power. Their eyes were like lightning, and wherever their gaze swept, the very air seemed to tighten. Yun Qingping dared not look around. He kept his head down, following the servant, his footsteps light. Yun Mo, however, looked up silently, observing everything, committing every detail to memory. He was counting. He counted the frequency of the patrols, approximately one every half incense stick each group of 5. He counted the servants' attire. Those in gray outnumbered those in blue, and those in blue appeared to be stewards. He counted the height of the walls. The further they went, the taller the walls became, some embedded with broken porcelain and caltrops. After walking for nearly 2 incense sticks, passing through countless gates and courtyards, the servant finally stopped before a 2-story blue brick building. The building was not tall, only 2 stories, but solidly constructed. Above the lintel hung a wooden sign bearing the words, Marshall Hall Registration Office. "We've arrived," the servant said, then stepped aside. Yun Qingping took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Inside was a spacious, bright hall, simply but tastefully furnished. Several long rosewood desks, a few armchairs, calligraphy scrolls on the walls, and a bronze incense burner in the corner emitting wisps of sandalwood smoke. Several people were already seated in the hall, their attire suggesting they had come from various branches, some old, some young, some well-dressed, and others like Yun Qingping travel-worn. All sat quietly in their chairs waiting. Yun Qingping and his son were led to a long desk. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man around 40 with a gaunt face and neatly trimmed short beard. He wore a half-worn gray-blue robe, the fabric not expensive, but spotlessly clean. His posture was upright, but not rigid, his gaze warm and focused, exuding an air of competence tempered with approachability. On the desk before him lay a stack of registers and several letters, each opened and arranged in a certain order. Yun Qingping carefully handed over the letter, the one Yun Jinan had given him from the main hall of the prefectural city. The middle-aged man took the letter, unfolded it, perused it, then compared it against the roster at his side before nodding. His movements were unhurried, each step executed with meticulous care, yet without any sense of delay. The Ning County branch of the Yun clan lineage of Yun Jinan. He read from the roster, his voice, neither loud nor low, clear and steady. 1 quota, Yun Mo, age 10. He lifted his head, his gaze falling upon Yun Mo, and offered a gentle smile. "I am Yun Mo," Yun Mo spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was very clear. The middle-aged man nodded, made a mark on the roster, then stood up and clasped his hands towards Yun Qingping. "I am Yun Shirliu, responsible for the reception of new students. Yun Mo's qualifications have been verified without error. From this day forth, he is a student of the Yun clan Marshall Hall." Yun Qingping froze for a moment, then clumsily returned the gesture, repeatedly saying, "Thank you, thank you." His movements were somewhat awkward, his etiquette imperfect, but Yun Shirliu showed no sign of displeasure, his smile remaining warm. "I have already assigned dedicated personnel to handle Yun Mo's daily affairs," Yun Shirliu said, beckoning behind him. Xiaoqing, a young woman, emerged from the inner chamber. She was in her early 20s, of medium build, dressed in a pale blue gown. The fabric was of a notably higher quality than a servant's coarse gray or brown attire, yet not luxurious, clean and neat. Her features were not stunningly beautiful, but rather delicately pleasing and easy on the eyes. Her brows arched gently, carrying an inherent hint of a smile that made one feel instantly at ease. She walked to Yun Shilia's side and gave a slight bow to the father and son, her movements graceful and proper. "This is Yun Xiaoqing. From today, she will be responsible for Yun Mo's daily affairs during his time at the Marshall Hall," Yun Shirliu introduced. Yun Xiaoqing smiled at Yun Mo, her gaze warm, as if looking at a younger brother in need of care. "Young Master Yun Mo, if you need anything, please just tell me." Yun Mo looked at her and gave a slight nod. He did not speak, but in his heart he was appraising this person. In her early 20s, working as an attendant in a place like the Yun clan, responsible for the daily needs of Marshall Hall students. This was no task for an ordinary maid. Her steps were light, her footfalls almost silent. Her breathing was long and even. Her stance appeared casual, yet her center of gravity was firmly balanced between her feet, ready to exert force at any moment. Trained, and not weak. He rendered this judgment internally, but his face revealed nothing. Yun Qingping stood there suddenly at a loss for words. The procedures were done. The quota was verified. The attendant was arranged. Now it was time to leave. He looked down at Yun Mo, opened his mouth, then closed it again. When he spoke once more, his voice was already hoarse. "Mower." Yun Mo looked up at his father. Yun Qingping's eyes were red. All along the journey, he had told himself that when they arrived, he must not disgrace himself, must not shed tears in front of his son. But when the moment truly came, he still could not hold back. This honest, simple farmer had never ventured far from home in his life. The longest journey he had ever taken was this 300-li trek accompanying his son. Now the journey was over. He had to return alone, leaving his son in this dauntingly vast estate, in this world utterly foreign to him. "Study hard." Yun Qingping crouched down, his rough, calloused hand pressing firmly on his son's shoulder. "Listen to the teacher, don't cause trouble, eat your fill, don't skimp." He could not continue. He just repeated these few phrases as if afraid that saying more would make his son forget, or perhaps knowing that he was incapable of saying more. Yun Mo looked at his father's reddened eyes, was silent for a moment, then reached out and gently pressed his hand against his father's. "Father, I understand. 5 words calm as a still pool of water. Yun Qingping stood up, bowed deeply to both Yun Shilu and Yun Xiaoqing, then turned and strode out with large steps. He walked very fast, so fast that he did not look back. But Yun Mo saw his father's shoulders tremble violently as he crossed the threshold. The door was not closed. A servant would follow and escort him out. Yun Mo stood where he was, gazing at the open door, silent for a long time. Yun Xiaoqing did not urge him, merely stood quietly to the side waiting. After a while, Yun Mo withdrew his gaze, and the expression on his face reverted to that nearly indifferent calm. "Let's go," he said. Yun Xiaoqing nodded and led Yun Mo out of the registration building. Exiting the door, they headed north, traversed a long corridor, and passed through 2 moon gates. The scenery before them gradually became more tranquil and secluded. The buildings lining the road were no longer the densely packed courtyards and halls they had seen before, but rather a scattering of well-arranged, independent small residences. The courtyards were not large, but each was meticulously clean. The walls were whitewashed, and in the corners grew a few stalks of green bamboo, or a clump of plantain, elegant without being vulgar. Every student of the Yun clan martial hall has their own private courtyard. Yun Xiaoqing walked beside Yun Mo, introducing things in a leisurely manner, her voice clear, gentle, and melodic, as if stating something entirely ordinary. Yun Mo turned his head slightly to glance at her. A private courtyard. Living alone. Back in Ning County, he had shared a single room with his parents for 10 years. Here he was to live in a courtyard by himself. He said nothing and continued listening. The martial hall's program lasts 2 years. Yun Xiaoqing raised 2 fingers to illustrate. During these 2 years, your food, clothing, lodging, cultivation techniques, elixirs, weapons, and herbal baths are all provided by the hall, costing you not a single coin. After 2 years, the hall will assess each person's cultivation progress and innate potential to decide the next step. Whether to stay at the main headquarters for advanced study, be assigned to a branch in another region, or be used elsewhere. Yun Mo nodded to show he had heard. Meals are taken in the dedicated dining hall. Yun Xiaoqing said, pointing towards the east. The dining hall is over there, about a quarter-hour walk. The food in the dining hall is made from spirit rice and low-grade beast meat, which greatly benefits cultivation and helps you build a solid foundation. Spirit rice, beast meat. Yun Mo chewed on these 2 terms in his mind. In Ning County, spirit rice was something he had only heard of, a food only the wealthy and martial artists could afford. As for beast meat, in all of Ning County, those who could eat it were few and far between. The inner disciple of the White Crane Martial Hall, who had hunted a sharp-horned rhinoceros, had been the talk of the county for months, the envy of everyone. Here in the Yun clan, this was an ordinary meal available every day. This was what 100 times stronger meant. Not just techniques 100 times stronger, not just a master 100 times better, but a starting point 100 times higher than others. The first floor of the martial pavilion is open to all, Yun Xiaoqing continued. It houses ungraded martial arts and techniques. Though ungraded, they are all selected by the martial hall. Proper and foundation solid in roots suitable for beginners. The martial pavilion has a dedicated keeper. It is open daily from the Chun hour to the Yu hour. Just bring your student token when you go. Ungraded. Yun Mo understood this concept. Martial arts had grades. Graded martial arts were incredibly precious, each one worth a fortune, treasured by various powers and rarely revealed to others. I will handle your laundry and room cleaning. Don't worry about these trivial matters, Yun Xiaoqing said with a smile. The hall provides elixir supplies every 7 days. I will fetch them on time and give them to you. And there is the daily herbal bath. She paused as if observing Yun Mo's reaction. The herbal bath is a rule of the martial hall. You must take it every day. The formula for the bath is a secret of the hall. The herbs used are all high quality, capable of clearing meridians, strengthening bones and muscles, and expelling impurities from the body. For someone just starting martial training, this is more effective than any miraculous pill. Yun Mo's steps faltered slightly. Daily herbal baths. Elixirs every 7 days. Unlimited spirit rice and beast meat. What he had learned about the White Crane Martial Hall in Ning County was, its disciples only got to eat beast meat 3 days a month. Elixirs were distributed quarterly, and herbal baths were a privilege reserved solely for inner disciples, and not even daily at that. Here it was standard issue. A voice in his heart said, "You've hit the jackpot." But another voice immediately followed, "Nothing comes for free. The Yun clan gives you all this expecting something in return." What? The assessment in 2 years. Your own value. He did not voice these thoughts, merely silently stored all the information in his heart. Also, Yun Xiaoqing's voice lowered slightly, as if choosing her words carefully. If you have any personal matters to attend to, like buying something, sending a letter home, or anything else, you can tell me to do it. The martial hall assigns attendance to students, so you can focus entirely on cultivation without being distracted by chores. Yun Mo glanced at her. The implication of these words was, "You can order me around." A young woman in her 20s with considerable cultivation telling a 10-year-old child, "You can order me around." Not because of status, but because of the rules. The rules of the Yun clan. Understood, Yun Imo said. He was neither polite, nor did he accept it as his due. He simply spoke these 3 words. Yun Xiaoqing smiled, and said nothing more. They walked a bit further, and stopped before a small, exquisite courtyard. The courtyard was not large, but it had everything needed. 3 main rooms with 1 central hall, and 2 side chambers, a small kitchen, and a lush pomegranate tree in the center of the yard under which sat a stone table and stools. The courtyard walls were whitewashed with several orchids planted in the corner, and a faint refreshing scent of grass and wood hung in the air. This is it. Yun Xiaoqing pushed open the courtyard gate. Yun Imo walked in. He stood in the center of the yard and looked around. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the pomegranate tree, scattering patches of golden light on the ground. It was very quiet, so quiet he could hear the rustling of the wind through the leaves. This was his courtyard. From today, he would live here alone. No father's snoring, no mother's clatter of early morning cooking, no heavy silence of his grandfather sipping tea in the main hall. Only himself. He sat down on the stone stool, placing his bundle on his knees. Inside the bundle were the dry provisions his mother had baked, now hard as stone, but he had not thrown them away. Yun Xiaoqing stood at the entrance of the courtyard, not entering. She simply watched this silent boy sitting beneath the pomegranate tree, clutching an old bundle, utterly, still, not speaking, not moving. She had been responsible for the daily needs of several new students, and had seen all kinds of children. Those who ran around the yard in excitement, those too nervous to utter a single word, those who cried from homesickness, and those who pretended to be mature and put on airs. But one like Yun Imo she had never seen before. Not crying, not fussing, not flustered, not humble, not arrogant. Quiet as a well so deep one could not see the bottom. She gently pulled the courtyard gate closed and turned to leave. Before she left, she looked back once. The boy was still sitting under the pomegranate tree, the sunlight casting a long shadow that stretched across the white wall like a painting with the ink still wet. Yun Imo sat in the courtyard and looked up at the sky. The sky over the county seat was higher than Ning County's, and the blue was purer. No cooking smoke, no crowing of roosters or barking of dogs, only the faint sound of patrolling martial artists' footsteps in the distance and the rustle of wind through the pomegranate leaves. In his mind, he methodically reviewed the events of the day from beginning to end. 3 days are enough for a 10-year-old child to explore every corner of a courtyard. Yunmo's courtyard is small, but he has already figured out which stone slab under the pomegranate tree has been lifted by the roots where the first ray of morning sunlight will shine through the eastern window, and how many geckos will come out at night to catch insects under the eaves. He also knows Yun Xiaoqing's daily routine. Every day at the 3rd watch, the courtyard door will be gently pushed open, a basin of hot water and a clean towel will appear on the table in the outer room, followed by a gentle reminder, young master Yun Imo, it's time to get up. However, during these 3 days, he hasn't been cooped up in the courtyard the entire time. On the first day, he ventured alone to the dining hall. The dining hall is located to the east, about a tea time walk away. It is a tall wooden structure that can accommodate over 100 people for meals. When Yun Imo arrived, it was meal time, and there were already quite a few people inside. Some were new martial hall students like him, while others were slightly older boys and girls wearing standardized training uniforms. He found a corner to sit down with his tray, bowing his head to eat. The spiritual rice grains were distinct with a light sweet aroma. The beast meat was sliced thin, stewed until tender, melting in his mouth with an indescribable rich flavor. He ate slower than usual, not because it was unappetizing, but because he wanted to remember this taste. The next day, he went to the Wugu. The Wugu was deeper within the estate, a 3-story blue brick pavilion with 2 old men in gray robes standing at the entrance, eyes closed as if napping. However, when Yun Imo approached, one of them slightly lifted his eyelid, revealing a glint of sharpness. He handed over his student token to the old man, took a look, and returned it to him, closing his eyes again. First floor. Those 3 words came out in a dry voice like the wind rustling through withered branches. The first floor of the Wugu was much larger than he had imagined. Rows of bookshelves were neatly arranged, filled with various books, some on cultivation techniques, some on martial skills, some illustrated beast guides, and some on herb identification. The aisles between the bookshelves were narrow, allowing only one person to pass through, and the air was filled with the scent of aged paper and ink. Yun Imo randomly pulled out a book and flipped through it. It was a set of palm techniques illustrated with small figures demonstrating each move with dense annotations beside them. He switched to another book, which was a set of footwork techniques, then to another one, which was a set of fist techniques. He flipped through for half an hour, but found no martial arts of any rank. Of course, there wouldn't be. However, he noticed that even these non-ranked martial skills had a summary page at the beginning of each book explaining the principles of the technique, key points for exerting force, and common mistakes. It was written in great detail, as if a very patient person were teaching him step by step. He didn't rush to choose. He simply flipped through, gaining a general understanding of what was on the first floor of the Wugu before leaving. It was also on the afternoon of the second day that he met Yun Feihu. At the time, he was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard flipping through the introduction to martial arts book borrowed from the Wugu, just as he was reading the body tempering chapter when a rustling sound suddenly came from outside the courtyard wall. He looked up, and before he could react, a round head popped up from the top of the wall. It was a round face with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a slightly large nose and thick lips, as if the entire face had been drawn with a compass filled with curves. However, the body connected to this round face was surprisingly large, shoulders as wide as a door panel, arms as thick as an ordinary adult's, thighs, the entire person perched on the wall, like a small bear clinging to a tree trunk. Hey! The mouth on that round face opened wide, revealing a row of white teeth. You're new here, right? Yunimo looked at him and nodded slightly. My name is Yun Feihu, from Qingshi Town. And you? Yunimo. Ning County. Ning County. I know it, the one 300 miles to the north. As Yun Feihu said this, one leg was already swinging over the wall. When he said him coming in, he had already landed on the ground. He didn't jump down, he dropped down, landing with a thud that sounded like a sack of flour rolling off a cart. But he seemed oblivious, brushing off his pants and standing up, striding over to Yunimo and plopping down on the stone bench opposite him. The stone bench groaned under the weight. Are you here today? No, you came yesterday. I got here the day before yesterday. Let me tell you, this place is so big. I almost got lost on the first day and wandered around for 2 hours before finding my way back. He started talking like a faucet turned on, gushing out words. He talked about the iron mine in Qingshi Town, about his father's blacksmith shop, about the custom weapons from the Yun family, and even about a 2-headed wild chicken he saw on the way. Yunimo later realized that it probably wasn't a wild chicken, but some kind of low-level beast. As he spoke, he gestured wildly, his eyebrows dancing like a roaring fire, splattering sparks all around. Yunimo sat across from him initially, just listening and occasionally nodding. But it seemed that Yun Feihu didn't need his responses at all. He could keep talking by himself. Later, Yunimo realized that this person's enthusiasm was not feigned, nor was it the kind of insincere friendliness. He was simply like this, treating everyone the same, like the sun shining on the earth without distinction. You've eaten in the dining hall, right? The spiritual rice is delicious, isn't it? Let me tell you, I've never eaten anything this good in Qingshi Town. The beast meat is also tasty, but too little. Ooh, I can eat 3 servings at once. Yunmo's mouth twitched slightly. You smiled. Yun Feihu pointed at his face, as if discovering a new continent. You look pretty good when you smile. Why do you always keep a straight face? Yunimo pulled back his smile, but didn't completely suppress it. Later, Yun Feihu took him out for a stroll, wandering through the nearby alleys to familiarize himself with the area. Although Yun Feihu had only arrived 2 days earlier, he had already explored the area thoroughly. Where the dining hall is, where the Wugu is, where the training ground is, and he even remembered which stone slab in which alley had a patch of moss growing on it. He talked while walking, and Yunimo followed behind, quietly listening. When they parted, Yun Feihu patted his shoulder. His hand was as large as a fan, and the slap nearly knocked Yunimo off balance. From now on, we are brothers. If you need anything, just find me. After saying that, he strode away, leaving Yunimo standing there, his shoulders still a bit numb. On the 3rd day, they had lunch together again, and then went to the Wugu. Yun Feihu wasn't very interested in reading. After flipping through a few books, he couldn't sit still. But seeing Yunimo quietly sitting in the corner flipping through books, he felt embarrassed to urge him. So, he just aimlessly walked in circles on the first floor, eventually sitting down on the ground, engrossed in a book filled with beast illustrations. Thus 3 days passed. On the morning of the 4th day, at the 3rd watch, Yun Xiaoqing came to knock on the door on time. This time she didn't take him to the dining hall, but led him south. Classes start today, she said in classroom ding. Yunimo followed her, passing through 2 moon gates, walking through a bamboo forest, and turning around a couple of corners until a row of neat bungalows appeared before him. The bungalows were made of blue bricks with gray tiles, each one hanging a wooden plaque with the characters Jia Yi Bing Ding. Yun Xiaoqing stopped at the last one. This is it. He'll come to pick you up at noon. Yunimo nodded and pushed the door open to enter. The classroom was not small, with 4 rows of desks, each with 5 seats, totaling 20 seats. The desks and chairs were made of dark hardwood, polished smooth, with numbers carved on the tabletops. In front was a black stone board with a white stone pin resting on the shelf. On the wall hung a diagram of human meridians with red and blue lines intricately intertwined. Several people had already arrived. Sitting in the front row was a boy whose attire looked quite special. A moon-white brocade robe with silver thread cloud patterns at the cuffs, and a waistband set with a piece of high-quality white jade. He was sitting there with his legs crossed, fiddling with a jade pendant, his chin slightly raised. From a prominent family. Yunimo made a mental note and didn't look further, scanning his gaze towards the back. In the middle row by the window, a boy who was excessively robust was waving at him. Yunimo, over here, over here. His voice was loud like thunder, shaking the entire classroom. Yunimo walked over and sat down beside him. You are just in time. Yun Feihu leaned over, lowering his voice, but that lowering was merely a reduction from thunder To rein his volume, still considerable, look at the one in front, the one in white clothes from a prominent family, called Yun Fifan. Yesterday, I ran into him on the road. He asked me where I was from. I said Qingshi Town, and guess what he said? Yunimo looked at him. He said, Qingshi Town. Oh, that place that specializes in forging for our family. Then he said, you must have seen quite a few of our family's weapons, right? They're all non-ranked, nothing special. I have a low-grade treasured sword at home. I'll let you see it later. Yun Feihu chuckled as he recounted this person speaks unpleasantly, but later he did take me to his courtyard, pulled out a sword to show me, and even taught me to recognize the inscription on it. I asked him what the inscription meant, and he said, how do you not even know this? Then he rambled on for quite a while, explaining it more thoroughly than anyone else. Yun Imo listened, his mouth twitching slightly. He may not be kind with his words, but he isn't bad at heart. And that one, Yun Feihu pointed at another direction in the front row, that girl named Yun Fei, she's from Baya Town, also a branch family. I heard she's pretty and has a good personality. Many people greeted her yesterday, and she smiled sweetly at everyone. Yun Imo glanced at her in the direction he pointed. A girl's back with a simple ponytail, sitting upright. He didn't look too long, and withdrew his gaze. He said. Yun Feihu pointed to a seat near the door in the front row, that one Yun Moa's father is a guard of the Yun family, who earned merit and was allowed to enter as an exception. I heard he's already at the second level of Qi training, has some foundation. Just look at his build, it's obvious he is trained. A tall and sturdy boy sat there, his back straight, hands resting on his knees, his gaze unwavering. He indeed has some foundation. A few people continued to enter, filling most of the classroom. At the hour of Chin, a man in his 30s walked in. He wore a deep blue robe with tight cuffs and a black belt tied around his waist. Of medium build, neither fat nor thin, his appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. He walked to the front, placed a scroll on the table, and turned around. The classroom fell silent. My name is Yun Qingshan. He began, his voice neither loud nor soft, but every word was clear. From today onwards, I will teach you the fundamentals of martial arts. I am not your master, merely an instructor. You may call me Instructor Yun, or simply by my name, it's up to you. He paused, scanning the faces of everyone present. The fact that you are sitting here indicates that you have all obtained a spot in the Yun family martial hall. How you obtained this spot is clear to you. Some are direct descendants, some recommended by branches, and others are special exceptions. How you came to be here is not important. What matters is that from today onwards, all of you start at the same starting point. His gaze fell on Yun Malua, then on Yun Fifan before returning. At the martial hall, we do not consider family background or connections. We only look at one thing: ability. After 2 years, those with skill will remain, those without will pack their things and leave. Did you understand? Understood, came the scattered responses. Yun Qingshan frowned louder. Understood. This time the response was more uniform, with Yun Feihu's voice being the loudest. Yun Qingshan glanced at him, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. Good. For today's first lesson, I will explain how a martial artist's path is walked. The cultivation of a martial artist can be roughly divided into several stages. The first hurdle you must overcome is body tempering and Qi refining. Body tempering involves using various methods to forge the body, refining the muscles, bones, and skin to the limit, laying a solid foundation for the upcoming Qi refining. In simple terms, this process is about transforming your body from a piece of raw iron into fine steel. The stronger the foundation you build, the further you can go later. After body tempering comes the intake of Qi. The world is filled with spiritual energy. You should have heard that the cultivation of a martial artist involves absorbing this spiritual energy into the body, converting it for personal use. Once the spiritual energy enters the body, it flows, settles, and accumulates within the meridians, forming Qi. From the first sensation of the spiritual energy to the fullness of Qi in the body, one must pass through 10 levels. This is the 10 levels of Qi refining. He paused, fixing his gaze on Yun Maluo. Yun Maluo, can you explain how the 10 levels of Qi refining are divided? Yun Maluo stood up straight, his voice steady. Instructor, the 10 levels of Qi refining can be roughly divided into 3 stages. The first 3 levels focus on body tempering, nurturing the muscles, bones, and flesh with spiritual energy to lay a foundation for the future. The middle 3 levels see the spiritual energy gradually fill, allowing it to be released at the surface of the body to injure others from a distance. At this stage, a martial artist can begin to study entry-level martial arts. The last 4 levels require continuous compression of the spiritual energy and expansion of the meridians to prepare for breaking into the true profound realm. From the 7th to the 10th level, each level presents a greater challenge than the one before. Yun Qingshan nodded, indicating for him to sit down. Well said. It seems your father has taught you well. He picked up a stone pen and wrote the words 10 levels of Qi refining on the blackboard, drawing a few lines beside it. But you must remember one thing. The 10 levels of Qi refining are just the foundation. What truly transforms a martial artist is the true profound realm. He drew a circle in the upper half of the vertical line, writing the words true profound. In the 10 levels of qi refining, the energy circulating within the body is thin and scattered, at most extending one zhang in front of you before dissipating into nothing. However, when true energy accumulates to its limit and compresses, the spiritual energy transforms into liquid, becoming true energy. This step is called condensing qi into reality. Upon entering the true profound realm, true energy condenses and does not dissipate, allowing one to kill enemies from 10 zhang away with ease. He set down the stone pen and turned around. What you hear now may seem distant. But I tell you, at the Yun family martial hall, stepping into the 4th level of qi refining within 2 years is not uncommon. For those with outstanding talent, breaking through to the 7th level within 2 years is not unheard of. A low murmur of astonishment spread through the classroom. Yun Fei's eyes widened. Yun Qingshan did not stop, continuing to point upward. Above the true profound realm is the embracing Dan realm. He wrote the words embracing Dan. True energy transforms into Dan, sustaining life endlessly. Upon entering the embracing Dan realm, one can soar through the sky, traveling hundreds of miles without exhausting true energy. Martial artists of this level are esteemed guests in the Yun family, and anywhere else they could easily attain the position of elder in any major sect. After saying this, he paused. The classroom fell silent. The embracing Dan realm. This realm seemed too far away for a group of 10-year-old children. Yet among Yun Qingshan's words, Yun Mo captured one piece of information perfectly: the position of elder in a major sect. He did not think much of it, simply storing this information in his mind. Yun Qingshan did not elaborate further. He picked up the stone pen and wrote a few more words above the embracing Dan realm, Tianyi Shinyo, in the life and death profound realm, but did not elaborate, only saying lightly, "There is more above, but knowing this is enough for you now. The path must be walked step by step, and food must be eaten bite by bite." He set down the stone pen and leaned on the table. What I just discussed was the martial artist's path. Now let's talk about how quickly you can progress at the Yun family martial hall. This sentence acted like a magnet, drawing everyone's attention. The Tianyun post is a top-tier body tempering technique passed down in the Yun family. He wrote the words Tianyun post on the blackboard. From today onward, you will officially practice this technique along with herbal baths. The herbal bath formula includes the blood of a blackheart tiger, a type of low-level demonic beast with the most vigorous blood and energy, which can greatly stimulate human potential and accelerate body tempering. The purpose of the Tianyun post is to absorb the medicinal power of the herbal bath and the energy of the tiger's blood to the greatest extent, transforming it into your own strength. He extended one hand, spreading his 5 fingers. An ordinary body tempering martial artist at the 1st level of qi refining can deliver a punch of about 300 jin at full strength. This is not an exact figure as it varies from person to person, but it is approximately so. However, students at the Yun family martial hall, after the refinement of the Tianyun post and herbal baths, can deliver a punch of 600 jin at the 1st level of qi refining, twice that of ordinary martial artists. The astonishment grew even louder. Yun Fei unconsciously clenched his fist. And this is just the beginning. Yin Qingshan continued, the Tianyun post combined with herbal baths can achieve 3 things. First, speed up the body tempering process, reducing the time to refine your body by at least 30%. Second, expand the meridians, allowing you to accommodate more spiritual energy and circulate it faster. Third, comprehensively improve your physical fitness. Improvement in physical fitness means that your cultivation speed will be faster than others. Let me give you an example. An ordinary martial artist takes about 12 years to progress from the 1st to the 10th level of qi refining. This is assuming there is sufficient medicinal support. However, at the Yun family martial hall, the foundation laid through the Tianyun post and herbal baths under the same medicinal supply can shorten this time to 10 years. 10 years. 2 years faster than outside. Do not underestimate these 2 years on the path of martial arts. A single step faster means faster steps ahead. Entering the true profound realm 2 years earlier means you have 2 more years of accumulation compared to others, and this gap will only grow larger. Yun Mo silently calculated in his heart. 10 years from the 1st to the 10th level. He is 10 years old this year, which means at the normal pace, he wouldn't reach the 10th level of qi refining until he is 20. But at the Yun family martial hall, this time will be shortened. How much it shortens depends on him. Speaking of medicinal pills, during the body tempering stage, every 7 days you can receive 10 blood cleansing pills, 10 bone tempering pills, and 10 strengthening pills. The medicinal pills for the body tempering stage are all non-grade, and while they are non-grade, they are perfectly suitable for your current realm. Once you step into the 1st level of qi refining, the pills will change to qi nourishing pills, also given in a bottle of 10 every 7 days. Although qi nourishing pills are not considered top tier among low-grade pills, any object that has entered a grade, even if low-grade, is extremely precious, typically only available to those who have reached the true profound realm. Being able to use them during the qi refining stage is already a testament to the Yun family martial hall's foundation. After saying this, he closed the scroll in his hand and placed it on the table. In the following time, Yun Qingshan continuously explained the knowledge of martial arts. After finishing the content he prepared to teach, Yun Qingshan picked up the scroll and strode out of the classroom. The classroom buzzed with excitement once more. Yun Feihu was the first to jump up from his chair, slamming his fist on the table. 600 Jin. A punch of 600 Jin. My father has been forging iron his whole life, and even he can only manage that with one strike. I'm only 10 years old. Yun Mo watched his excited, flushed face, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Yun Feifan walked over from the front row, his chin slightly raised, but a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. He glanced at Yun Feihu, then at Yun Mo, scoffing. You got this excited over 600 Jin. Being able to learn entry-level martial arts after reaching the 4th level of chi refining. That's real skill. Do you know the difference between entry-level martial arts and those that are not? Yun Feihu shook his head. Yun Feifan's lips curled up. The difference is, forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. You'll know once you learn it later. After saying this, he turned to leave, only to turn back after a couple of steps and added, if you don't understand, feel free to ask me, do I know more than you? Yun Feihu watched his departing back, chuckling and shaking his head, saying to Yun Mo, this guy is really, but he's not a bad person. Yun Mo responded with an The two walked out of the classroom together. Sunlight spilled through the cracks of the eaves, laying a layer of fractured gold on the bluestone pavement. Yun Feihu walked beside Yun Mo, towering over him by half a head, striding with a gust of wind. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yun Shaoqing was waiting at the entrance. She held a bowl of soup and handed it over. Drink some soup and take a break. There's not much to do before afternoon classes. You can take a look at the martial pavilion or rest in the courtyard. Yun Mo took the soup, took a sip. It was bone broth, rich and white, and after drinking it, he felt a slight warmth in his lower abdomen. Thank you, he said. Yun Shaoqing smiled and turned to leave. In the afternoon, during the hour of Shun at the Bingshi Martial Arts Arena. This is an indoor martial arts arena, slightly smaller than the outdoor ones, yet more organized. The ground is covered with thick bluestone slabs polished to a mirror-like finish. In the copper stoves at the corners, herbs for repelling insects smolder, releasing a faint bitter scent. The ceiling is high with several everlasting lamps hanging from the beams. Light pours down from above, illuminating the entire arena as bright as day. 35 students stand at the center of the arena, arranged in 5 rows and 7 columns. The number of students is slightly more than in the morning session. Yun Mo later learned that the Ding classroom was just one of the rooms. This cohort of Martial Hall newcomers consists of 35 students split between 2 classrooms, but everyone learns the Tianyun posture together. Yun Mo stands in the middle of the 3rd row with Yun Feihu to his right, who is nearly a head taller than him. To his left is a boy he does not recognize, thin and small, appearing even more fragile. Yun Fei stands in the front row, positioned to the left, her ponytail neatly tied. Yun Feifan stands in the 1st row, arms crossed, chin slightly raised. Yun Maluo stands at the far right of the line, his posture upright and gaze unwavering. Yun Qingshan stands at the front of the line, hands clasped behind his back. He has already changed into short attire with the cuffs and pant legs secured tightly. On his feet are a pair of thin-soled cloth shoes. His expression is more serious than it was in the classroom, his gaze slowly sweeping over each student's face. Tianyun posture, he began, his voice echoing in the spacious arena, is the top-level body refining technique passed down by the Yun clan. You are able to learn this posture because you are students of the Yun Martial Hall. Once you leave this door, none of you are permitted to divulge the techniques of the Tianyun posture, not even to your biological parents or siblings. Do you understand? Yes, the voices of 35 students merge together, much more orderly than in the morning. The Tianyun posture is suitable for body refining, and the first 3 levels of Qi practice Yin Qingshan continued, which means that starting today until you reach the 4th level of Qi practice, this posture will accompany you throughout your training. The practice of this posture is divided into 4 stages: introduction, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Each stage has a different effect on the body. In the introduction stage, as long as you stand in the correct posture and learn the breathing technique, you can achieve the effects of body refining. Ordinary people might take half a month to master the basics, while those with high comprehension can do it in 3 days. After mastering the basics, if you practice diligently, every day you can reach the 1st level of Qi practice in about 3 months. Some students murmured softly among themselves. 3 months from 0 to the 1st level of Qi practice is already extremely fast outside. Yin Qingshan paid them no mind and continued. The minor achievement stage is more difficult than the introduction. Ordinary people need 3 months, but those with exceptional comprehension can achieve it in half a month. After achieving minor achievement, the body refining effect of the Tianyun posture significantly increases. After 1 month, one can break through to the 1st level of Qi practice from 0. He cast a glance, seemingly unintentionally, over a few individuals in the front row. In the major achievement stage, his voice deepened. Ordinary people need over a year. Many never reach major achievement, peaking at the third level of chi practice due to the accumulation of resources, making those who achieve major achievement extremely rare. However, those with exceptional comprehension can achieve major achievement in 2 months. Coupled with elixirs and medicinal baths, one can reach the peak of the third level of chi practice in 3 months. He concluded this statement, stopping in his tracks and turning to face everyone. You don't need to compare yourself to others, just compare yourself to who you were yesterday. Each day stand a bit more steadily and breathe a bit more smoothly, and that is enough. Now, everyone spread out, maintaining an arm's length distance between each other. 35 students dispersed sparsely. Yun Mo stepped back 2 paces, extending his arms to ensure he wouldn't bump into anyone in front or beside him. Watch closely. Yun Qingshan moved to the front of the line, legs apart at shoulder width, knees slightly bent, slowly raising his hands to rest in front of his abdomen. His movements were extremely slow, so much so that every joint's rotation and every muscle's contraction were clearly visible. The Tianyun posture consists of 24 movements. His voice emanated from his still body, still clear, each movement paired with a specific breathing technique. Movement is form, breathing is spirit. Only with the unity of form and spirit can one truly practice the posture. He began to demonstrate. The first movement. His hands slowly rose from in front of his abdomen, palms facing each other, as if cradling a ball. At the same time, he inhaled deep, and even the airflow passing through his nostrils, throat, and chest settling into the dantian. The second movement. His hands rose to chest-level, palms turning outward, slowly pushing forward. Exhaling slow and elongated, the breath rose from the dantian, passed through the chest, and gently flowed out through the nostrils. The third movement. His hands returned to his chest, palms facing inward, fingers meeting. Inhale. The fourth movement. His hands pressed down to the front of his abdomen, palms facing down. Exhale. One movement flowed into the next, the 24 movements interconnected like a slow dance, resembling a tree stretching its branches gently in the wind. Yun Qingshan's body moved, yet his center of gravity remained as steady as a rock, each breath long and profound, seamlessly integrated with his movements. Yun Mo stood in the line, watching intently. His eyes shone brightly, imprinting every detail of the movements in his mind. The height of the fingers, the angle of the knees, the curvature of the spine, the position of the shoulder blades. He was also listening to the breathing. When to inhale, when to exhale, how long to inhale, how slowly to exhale. After completing the 24 movements, Yun Qingshan collected his stance and turned around. Now everyone practice along with me. I will call out a movement, and you will perform it. First movement. He resumed the first movement, hands slowly rising from in front of his abdomen, as if cradling a ball. Inhale. 35 students followed his lead. The scene was significantly better than in the morning. At least no one was bending their knees into a squatting position, though they still varied in execution. Some raised their hands too high, others not enough, and some inhaled too shallowly, stopping at their chests. Yun Mo followed along. His movements were not quite standard. His fingers were half an inch too high, his knees not bent deep enough, and he still hadn't found that feeling of sinking into the dantian. But he remembered clearly, knowing where he was wrong, adjusting as he went. After completing the first round, just as Yun Qingshan began the second demonstration, a line of text suddenly appeared before Yun Mo's eyes. It was not an illusion, nor was it a distraction. It was a clear line of text floating in the air before him, pale gold, as if someone had written it, with an extremely fine pen dipped in light between his eyes and the world. Hard work pays off, a one certificate lasts forever. Tianyun posture, not yet initiated 1100. Yun Mo's movements paused for a moment, but he quickly reacted and continued. He did not panic, nor did he look more closely. This was not the time for that. He pushed that line of text to the corner of his vision and focused on Yun Qingshan's movements. Yun Qingshan led everyone through 3 rounds. After the third round, the number on the panel jumped to 18. The first round added 1, the second round added 7, and the third round added 10. Yun Mo silently calculated in his mind. It's not about how much one adds per practice, but rather how well one practices. He adjusted with each round, each one better than the last, so the numbers increased. Yun Qingshan stopped and sat down on a chair at the edge of the arena. Next, you will practice on your own while I watch. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Remember, you can slowly adjust your movements, but your breathing must not be chaotic. If your breathing gets out of control, stop, readjust, and then continue. After speaking, he picked up a teacup from the table, but his gaze never left the students in the arena. The students began to practice individually. Some earnestly started from the beginning, others stood still, recalling the movements, while some simply sat on the ground to rest. Yun Mo did not stop. He stood in his position, starting from the beginning, practicing movement by movement. First movement, hands raised as if cradling a ball. Inhale. He closed his eyes, feeling the airflow entering through his nostrils, traveling down his throat, sinking into his chest. No, it didn't sink all the way. The sinking into the Dantian Yun Qingshan mentioned only made his energy disperse at his chest. He paused to readjust his breathing and inhaled again. This time he deliberately slowed down his inhalation, imagining the breath as a droplet of water dripping down his throat, sinking into his chest, dripping into his abdomen. It felt like it sank down a little. Not enough. He opened his eyes and continued to the second movement. After completing the fourth round, the number on the panel jumped to 28. He did not rest and continued practicing. Fifth round. Sixth round. He became increasingly focused. The height of his fingers, the angle of his knees, the rhythm of his breathing. He recalled every detail from Yun Qingshan's demonstration and gradually incorporated them into himself. After completing the seventh round, the panel displayed a number of 62. He took a breath and was about to start the eighth round when he noticed Yun Feihu practicing nearby. The sturdy boy was drenched in sweat, and while his movements were not standard, he performed each one earnestly, gritting his teeth and remaining silent. Eighth round. Yun Mo's movements began to show some continuity, no longer disconnected, but flowing smoothly from one to the next like a stream, without pauses. The number on the panel jumped to Tianyun posture, not yet initiated, 73,100. Just then Yun Qingshan stood up. He walked to the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and nodded slightly. Today's posture training ends here. After returning, soak in medicinal baths and rest well. Tomorrow we continue. You are dismissed. After he finished speaking, he picked up the outer robe from the chair and strode out. The students dispersed in small groups. Some walked while rubbing their sore legs, some helped each other out, and a mix of complaints and laughter echoed in the air. Yun Feihu did not leave. He stood in place, breathing heavily, sweat dripping from his chin and splashing small watermarks on the bluestone slabs. You also completed 8 rounds? He asked Yun Mo. Yeah, me too. Yun Feihu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. My legs are all weak now. How about you? Tired, Yun Mo replied. Then why are you still standing here? Go on, let's eat. You go first, Yun Mo said. I'll practice a bit longer. Yun Feihu glanced at him. There was no surprise or discouragement, just a moment of silence before he said, then I won't leave either. He'll practice 2 more rounds. Yun Mo looked at him. Don't mind me, Yun Feihu shrugged, shaking out his arms and moving his shoulders. You've practiced 8 rounds, why can't I practice 9? All right, let's do it together. After saying that, he returned to his position and stood firm in the posture. Yun Mo withdrew his gaze and returned to his spot. 9th round. Yun Mo took a deep breath and started from the beginning. First movement, hands raised, inhale. This time the breath seemed to sink a bit deeper. It did not disperse at the chest, but continued downward, sinking into the abdomen. That feeling was fleeting, just a moment, but he felt it. He did not stop and continued with the next movements. 3rd movement. 7th movement. 11th movement. His movements became increasingly fluid and the coordination between breathing and movement grew in harmony. The numbers on the panel flickered. 73, 79, 84. After finishing the 9th round, the panel stopped at 84. He took a breath and turned to look at Yun Feihu. The sturdy boy was practicing the 16th movement, his face flushed, veins bulging, his movements starting to deform, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. Yun Mo remained silent, turned back, and began the 10th round. This time his body seemed to find a rhythm. Each movement no longer required deliberate thought. His body instinctively knew where the hands should be raised and how much the knees should bend. His breathing also became smooth. As he inhaled, the breath naturally sank into the abdomen, and as he exhaled, it flowed out slowly and evenly. There was a faint warmth in his abdomen, as if a small lamp had been lit there. He did not dwell on this feeling and continued onward. After completing the 10th round, the number on the panel jumped to Tianyun posture, not yet initiated, 96,100. Only 4 left. Yun Mo took a deep breath, did not rest, and directly started the 11th round. First movement. Inhale, the breath sank down. This time it wasn't just a fleeting moment, but lasted an entire breath. He felt that energy entering through his nose, traveling down his throat, settling in his chest, and then sinking into his abdomen like a droplet of water falling into a pond. The small lamp in his abdomen lit up a bit more. Second movement. Exhale. His movements were smoother than in any previous round. His shoulders sank, his arms relaxed, his knees bent naturally, and his center of gravity firmly grounded. Third movement. Fourth movement. The more he practiced, the smoother it became. His movements and breathing were strung together by an invisible thread flowing seamlessly. The warmth in his abdomen spread out like a droplet of ink on rice paper, slowly and gently diffusing to his waist and back. It was not a burning sensation, but a warm and comfortable feeling. 15th movement. 19th movement. 22nd movement. His legs trembled, but his posture remained intact. His arms grew sore, but his fingers stayed steady. His breathing quickened, yet he remained calm. 23rd movement. 24th movement. He pressed his hands to his abdomen, palms facing down, and slowly exhaled the last breath. The text on the panel flickered. Hard work pays off, a one certificate lasts forever. Tianyun posture initiated 0200. Yun Mo stood still, his chest heaving, sweat trickling down from his forehead onto the bluestone slabs. He stared at that line of text waiting. The words on the panel changed. Hard work pays off, a one certificate lasts forever. Tianyun posture initiated 0200. Just as the words initiated appeared, a surge of heat suddenly rose from his abdomen, as if that small lamp had been lit up. The warmth transformed into a current traveling up his spine, reaching between his shoulder blades, then splitting into two paths flowing down the inner sides of his arms, all the way to his fingertips. Wherever the warm current passed, the soreness in his muscles faded like stains washed away by water. His arms felt no longer sore, his legs stopped trembling, and his body felt as if it had been re-oiled, much lighter. This feeling lasted only for a few breaths. The warm current gradually receded, returning to his abdomen, becoming that stable little lamp again. Yun Mo stood still, looking down at his hands. He moved his fingers. No more soreness. The arms that had been too heavy to lift just moments ago now felt as agile as if he had never trained. Finished practicing. Yun Fei's voice came from nearby. He had just completed his 10th round, leaning on his knees and panting heavily, sweat completely covering his face. He looked up at Yun Mo, suddenly stunned. How come? You look like you're not tired at all. Yun Mo glanced at his hands, then looked back at Yun Fei. He wasn't sure how to explain the warm current or the panel. After a moment's thought, he said, maybe practicing more just helps. Yun Fei stared at him for a while, then shook his head and straightened up. You're really something. Let's go, the cafeteria is about to close or I'm starving. The two of them walked out together. Yun Fei's legs were still weak, causing him to limp, yet his smile remained. One hand draped over Yun Mo's shoulder, pressing down with most of his weight. How many rounds did you practice? I did 10 rounds, and my legs feel like they're not mine anymore. 11 rounds, Yun Mo replied. 11 rounds. Yun Fei's eyes widened, but this time he did not say, are you crazy? Instead, he fell silent for a moment before saying, all right, tomorrow I'll practice 11 rounds too. Yun Mo said nothing more, merely responding with an hum. The two of them exited the martial arts arena, and night had already fallen. The cafeteria in the distance was still lit, with warm yellow lights spilling from the windows. The air was filled with the aroma of food mixed with the scent of herbs from the medicinal bath and the bitter fragrance of the insect-repelling herbs in the copper stoves. From the training ground to the dining hall, Yun Mo's steps were much lighter than when he had come. The small lamp in his abdomen still burned faintly, not bright, but steady, like a seed buried deep within his body that had just pushed through the soil, revealing a tender sprout. Yun Fei walked beside him, his legs still weak and his gait uneven, but his mouth never stopped. Tell me, for that 23rd stance, how much should the knee bend? I always feel like I'm about to fall. He rambled on while Yun Mo occasionally grunted in acknowledgement or nodded. He had grown accustomed to this way of interacting. Yun Fei talked, and he listened without needing to search for topics or feeling awkward. There were few people left in the dining hall. Each ordered a portion of food and sat in a corner to eat. The spirit rice tasted the same, and the demon beast meat was unchanged, but Yun Mo ate a bit faster than the previous 2 days. It wasn't that he valued it less, his body was telling him it needed this sustenance. After the meal, they parted at a fork in the road. Yun Fei's dwelling lay to the east, while Yun Mo's courtyard was to the west. See you tomorrow, Yun Fei said, waving at him. See you tomorrow. Yun Mo turned and walked west. The moon had already risen, not quite full, but very bright, casting a silvery white glow on the bluestone path. From the courtyards on either side of the road came the occasional chirp of insects, while the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling martial artists sounded in the distance, unhurried. As he reached the entrance to his own courtyard, he saw Yun Shaoqing standing before the door. In her hands, she held a wooden tray bearing several porcelain bottles and a roll of clean cloth. Under the moonlight, her shadow stretched long and silent at the threshold, as if she were waiting for someone. Back, she asked. Mm. Yun Shaoqing pushed open the courtyard gate and walked inside. Yun Mo followed her and saw a large wooden tub already set in the middle of the main room, filled with water of a reddish-brown hue. A strong scent of medicinal herbs mingled with a faint fishy odor permeated the air. Beside the tub sat a small stove on which rested a copper kettle with steam rising from its spout, maintaining the water's temperature. The medicinal bath starts today, Yun Shaoqing said, setting the tray on the table and turning around. From now on, you must soak in it every day after your stance training. First, take off your clothes and get in. Don't let the water get too hot, he added gradually. Yun Mo nodded. Having said this, Yun Shaoqing turned and walked out, closing the door behind her. He undressed and stepped into the wooden tub. The water rose past his waist, chest, and shoulders. The temperature was just right, slightly warmer than his body heat, but not scalding. The scent of herbs enveloped him, and the faint fishy odor grew stronger. At first, he only felt the heat. The hot water soaked through his skin, opening his pores, as if his entire being was wrapped in a warm, misty cocoon. He leaned against the tub's wall, relaxed, and closed his eyes. Then he felt it. It wasn't the heat of the water, but a warmth surging from within his body. The small lamp in his abdomen suddenly brightened, as if someone had added a log to the fire. That warmth rose from his dantian, flowing slowly beneath his skin, merging with the hot water outside, like two streams converging into a single river. He opened his eyes, and the panel appeared before him. Heaven rewards diligence, O one proof, eternal proof. Body tempering, 1100. Heavenly cloud stance, beginner 0200. Body tempering. He silently recited the 2 words. Before the panel only showed the heavenly cloud stance. Now there was an additional line. Was it because he had reached the beginner level? Or was it because of the medicinal bath? He didn't know, but he knew one thing. The number was moving. 1100. He didn't know what would happen after 100, but 1 was already there, and that was better than 0. He leaned against the tub's wall, feeling the warmth flow through his body. The number on the panel didn't change, but the sensation within him did. Every muscle and every bone the warmth passed through felt as if something were gently wiping them, erasing invisible impurities and replenishing them with things he couldn't perceive. He wasn't impatient. He simply soaked quietly, waiting. After about the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, the water began to cool. Yun Shaoqing knocked on the door from outside. That's enough. Come out. Yun Mo climbed out of the tub, dried himself, and put on clean clothes. Yun Shaoqing entered with the tray on which 3 small porcelain bottles were now arranged in a row. She sat down at the table and pushed the bottles toward Yun Mo. These are your 3 pills for today, she said, picking up the first bottle, uncorking it, and pouring out a pale red pill into her palm. Blood-washing pill. Yun Mo took it and examined it between his fingers. The pill was small, slightly larger than a soybean, with a smooth surface and a faint luster. He brought it close to his nose and sniffed. It had an indescribably bitter, clean scent. The blood-washing pill purifies the blood, Yun Shaoqing explained. It expels impurities from the bloodstream, making the qi and blood purer. But, she paused, looking into Yun Mo's eyes. During this process, your entire body will feel intensely itchy. Not ordinary itching. It's an itch that emanates from within the blood itself, impossible to scratch or stop. It's hard even for adults to endure, and for a child your age. She didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. Yun Mo looked at her without speaking. So it'll help you, Yun Shaoqing said, handing him the pill. It'll use a specialized massage technique combined with spiritual energy to regulate the flow of your qi and blood, guiding the medicinal power where it needs to go, and at the same time. A slight curve touched her lips. Alleviate most of the itching, so you don't end up tearing your own skin off. Yun Mo took the pill, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed. The moment it entered his throat, it dissolved, spreading a bitter, clean taste from his throat to his chest. Then the itching came. It started at his fingertips like countless tiny ants crawling beneath his nails. Then his palms, wrists, and forearms. Within just a few breaths, both arms were itching. That itch wasn't on the surface of his skin, it erupted from within his bones and blood, as if 10,000 feathers were gently brushing the insides of his veins. His fingers involuntarily curled, his nails nearly digging into his palms. Stretch out your hands. Yun Ziqing's voice came from beside him, unhurried. Yun Mo extended his hands. Yun Shaoqing grasped his wrist, turning it over, so his palm faced upward. Her fingers began to move along his arm, starting from the wrist, following the inner forearm upward, passing the elbow, all the way to the shoulder. It wasn't random kneading, but a methodical, rhythmic pressing. Each press landed on a specific point with a force that wasn't strong, but went deep, as if something was penetrating through skin and muscle to press directly on the blood vessels. At the same time, a warm current seeped in from her fingertips. It wasn't the diffuse warmth of the medicinal bath, but a thin, concentrated stream of heat, like a red-hot wire slowly advancing along the path she pressed. The itchiness seemed to be seized by a hand, then gradually squeezed out from the blood vessels. Yun Mo's breathing slowly steadied. His fingers relaxed, the curled knuckles straightening one by one. The itch was still there, but no longer intense. It had become a tolerable, faint, prickling sensation. Yun Ziqing's fingers moved from his shoulder back to his wrist, beginning a second round. This time it was faster, and the heat stream flowed more smoothly like a dredged river channel, allowing the water to run swiftly. By the end of the second round, the itch in his arm had almost vanished. Yun Shaoqing released his wrist and said, the other hand. Yun Mo extended his other hand. The same technique, the same rhythm. This time he didn't curl his fingers, he just sat quietly, watching Yun Ziqing's fingers move along his arm. After both arms were done, Yun Shaoqing had him turn around and began pressing his back. Both sides of his shoulder blades, along his spine, his lower back. Every acupoint was pressed, every meridian was traced. The heat stream seeped from her fingertips into his body, merging with the warmth from the medicinal bath and flowing slowly along his back. The itch on his back was milder than on his arms, but harder to bear, because he couldn't reach it. Yun Mo gritted his teeth without making a sound. Yun Ziqing's hands were steady, her rhythm unchanged, pressing and guiding again and again. After about the time it takes to burn 1 incense stick, she withdrew her hands. Done, she said, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Yun turned around and found that the itch on his body had mostly disappeared, leaving only a faint, elusive prickling like scratching an itch through a layer of cloth, no longer bothersome. Yun Xiaoqing picked up the second porcelain bottle and poured out a pale white pill. Bone-tempering pill, she said. It tempers the bones. This one is more uncomfortable than the blood-washing pill, not itchy, but painful. Pain from the inside out, as if someone is dismantling your bones one by one and then reassembling them. She looked at Yun, a trace of subtle gentleness in her gaze. Same rule as before, I'll massage you. It can ease it a lot, but it will still hurt. Yun took the pill and swallowed it. This time it didn't start from his fingertips. It started from his spine. A violent pain exploded from a vertebra in his back, as if someone were holding a small hammer and knocking on his bones unhurriedly blow by blow. It wasn't the sharp pain of a broken bone, but a dull expanding pain from within, as if something was growing inside his bones, threatening to split them apart. Yunmo's back snapped straight, his teeth grinding audibly. Don't tense up. Yun Xiaoqing's hand had already pressed against his back. The more you tense, the more it hurts. Relax and lengthen your breath. Yun tried to relax, but the pain made his muscles contract involuntarily. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, then inhaled again, and exhaled slowly once more. On the third exhale, his shoulders sagged slightly. Yun Xiaoqing's fingers began to move. Unlike the previous technique, this time she didn't press along the meridians, but focused on the joints. Both sides of the spine, the junctions of ribs and sternum, the joints of shoulder blades and collarbone. Her fingers kneaded these areas repeatedly with greater force and deeper penetration than before. The heat stream was also more intense now. Not a thin thread, but a whole sheet of enveloping warmth, like a hot towel pressed against his bones. The pain wasn't eliminated, but it was wrapped in the heat stream, becoming less sharp. Yun could feel his bones aching, but the pain seemed to come through a layer no longer so direct. Yun Xiaoqing's hands pressed from his spine to his shoulder blades, then from his shoulder blades to his cervical spine, and then along the outside of his arm, all the way to his fingertips. At every joint she paused to knead a few more times, the heat stream gathering at that joint like a small, slow-burning fire. If it hurts, bite on this. Yun Xiaoqing produced a folded cloth from somewhere and offered it to his mouth. Yun shook his head and didn't bite. His teeth ground audibly, but he made no sound. Yun Xiaoqing said nothing more and continued pressing. Her movements were unhurried. Every acupoint was pressed, every bone crevice was traced. Sweat beaded on her forehead, but she didn't stop. After about the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, the pain began to recede. It didn't vanish suddenly, but faded bit by bit, like a tide retreating to reveal a washed shore. Yun Xiaoqing withdrew her hands and let out a long breath. Done. Her voice was hoarser than before. Yun turned around and found that the clothes on his back were soaked with sweat. His fingers were trembling, but he could still control them. He looked down at his hands. The fists that had been clenched so tightly from pain could now slowly open. Yun Xiaoqing didn't rest. She directly picked up the third porcelain bottle and poured out a pale green pill. Body strengthening pill, she said, handing it over. It strengthens the muscles and sinews. Now that the first 2 hurdles are passed, this one won't be uncomfortable. In fact, she smiled faintly. It will be very pleasant. Yun took the pill and swallowed it. Unlike the previous 2 times, the moment the pill entered his throat, a gentle warmth began to spread from his stomach, like a spring breeze blowing over a frozen river, thawing it layer by layer. That warmth flowed into his muscles, into his fascia, into every fiber. No itching, no pain. Only a dense, comfortable sensation of heat, as if his entire body were immersed in a hot spring, every pore slowly opening. The lingering pain from the bone-tempering pill was washed away by this warmth. The residual prickling from the blood-washing pill also vanished. Even the muscle soreness accumulated from practicing the heavenly cloud stance 11 times, the parts that the warm currents hadn't fully dispelled, was erased completely. Yun sat in the chair, feeling as if his body had been reassembled. Not with new parts, but the old ones had been repaired, and repaired better than before. He lowered his head to look at the panel. Heaven rewards diligence, 1 proof, eternal proof. Body tempering 3100. Heavenly cloud stance beginner 0-200. Body tempering had gone from 1 to 3. The medicinal bath had added 1 point of progress, followed by the blood-washing pill, bone-tempering pill, and body-strengthening pill. One of each pill adding 2 points total, making it 3. He didn't say much, merely committing the numbers on the panel to memory. That's all for today, Yun Xiaoqing said, standing up to gather the bottles and cloth on the table. We'll continue tomorrow. You need to take a medicinal bath every day. The pills are distributed once a week, and you take 3 each day, 1 blood-washing pill, 1 bone-tempering pill, and 1 body-strengthening pill. Don't mix up the order. Wash the blood first, then temper the bones, and finally strengthen the body. She paused and glanced at Yun. The first few days are the hardest. Once your foundation is laid, the sensations will become lighter and lighter. Just grit your teeth and get through it. Yun nodded. Rest early. Yun Xiaoqing said, then carried the tray out and gently closed the door. Yun Imo sat in the chair, not lying down immediately. He looked down at his hands. Something seemed to be flowing slowly beneath his skin. It wasn't a heat current, but a subtler, deeper sensation, like a long, dry riverbed finally receiving its first rain. He stood up, walked to the bed, and lay down. The bedding was clean with the scent of soap. He fluffed the pillow a little, rested his head on it, and closed his eyes. In his mind, he reviewed the numbers of the day. Heavenly Cloud stance 11 times. From 0 to beginner. After beginner came 200. Not 100 anymore, but 200. Body tempering 3 pills. From 0 to 3. Still 97 to go. He stored these numbers away, then thought of Yun Feihu. That guy said, "I'll practice 11 times tomorrow too." Did he also have a panel? Probably not. This panel was visible only to himself. He didn't know where this panel came from nor why it appeared. But he knew one thing. It was helping him. It told him how his training was going, what changes were happening in his body, and how far he was from the next stage. That was enough. He turned over and buried his face in the pillow. The footsteps of the patrolling martial artists faded into the distance. The courtyard was as quiet as a deep pool of water. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep, sound sleep. The next morning, Yun Mo was awakened by a warm sensation in his belly. It was not the residual heat from the medicinal bath, nor the warm current that followed taking the elixirs. It was a deeper, steadier warmth, as if the small lamp in his dantian had burned all night, its lingering heat seeping into his very organs and bones. He opened his eyes. Outside the window, the sky was just beginning to lighten. He lay still for a moment, then summoned his status panel for a glance. Heaven rewards diligence, once proven, forever proven. Body tempering 3,100. Heaven Cloud stance beginner 0-200. The numbers had not changed. He hadn't expected them to rise just from sleeping. He dismissed the panel, got up, dressed, washed, and pushed open the door. The morning air in the courtyard was crisp and clear, dewdrops clinging to the leaves of the pomegranate tree. He stretched his limbs and found that after practicing the stance 11 times yesterday, taking the medicinal bath, and consuming 3 elixirs, his body felt not a trace of fatigue, but was instead lighter and more agile than the day before. Every muscle in his arms, legs, waist, and back felt as if it had been meticulously honed, moving with a suppleness that seemed impossible for a body that had trained all day. He left the courtyard and headed towards the dining hall. On the way, he encountered several fellow trainees. Some were striding with long steps, others were flexing their wrists and ankles, all of them brimming with energy. The sight of people limping from yesterday was completely gone. The effects of the medicinal bath and elixirs were more potent than anything else. Overnight, everyone's body had recovered fully, feeling even better than the day before. The dining hall was still sparsely populated. Yun Mo got a portion of food and sat in a corner, spirit rice porridge, 2 steamed cakes, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Halfway through his meal, Yun Feihu came over with his tray, plopped down opposite him, looking much more energetic than yesterday. "My legs don't hurt today," were his first words, his face lit with surprise. "I practiced 10 times yesterday and thought I wouldn't be able to get up today. But when I opened my eyes this morning, my whole body felt light, not sore at all. The medicinal bath and elixirs are amazing." Yun Mo nodded. His feelings matched Yun Feihu's. "You practiced 11 times yesterday. How do you feel today?" Yun Feihu asked. "Very good. Very good again." Yun Feihu muttered, but didn't press further, lowering his head to eat. After a couple of bites, he looked up again, glanced around, and lowered his voice. "After you took the elixirs yesterday, did you feel anything special?" "My uncle said the first time's effect is the most noticeable." Yun Mo thought for a moment. There were indeed special sensations. The itch from the blood-washing pill, the pain from the bone-tempering pill, the soothing comfort of the body-strengthening pill, and the new line on his panel, body tempering 3,100. But he didn't know how to explain this to Yun Feihu, so he just gave a vague. Yun Feihu didn't press further and continued on his own. "Anyway, after I took them, I felt much lighter. This morning when I got up, I felt like I was walking on air." As he spoke, Yun Fei approached with her tray. "Good morning," she greeted with a bright smile, her gaze shifting between Yun Feihu and Yun Mo. "May I sit here?" Of course, of course." Yun Feihu scooted over. Yun Fei sat down beside Yun Feihu and set down her tray. She looked at Yun Feihu, then at Yun Mo. "You both look full of energy. How many times did you practice yesterday?" 10 times. Yun Feihu said. 8 times, Yun Fei said. "I practiced 8 times yesterday, took the bath and elixirs. I woke up this morning without any fatigue. And you?" She looked at Yun Mo. 11 times, Yun Feihu answered for him again. Yun Fei shot Yun Mo a glance, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. 11 times. That's 3 more than me. Yun Mo said. "He not only practiced more, but he's not even tired today," Yun Feihu added from the side. "He's acting like nothing happened." Yun Fei smiled. "Then you must have a good foundation." Yun Mo didn't reply. Yun Feihu jumped in quickly. "Foundation. He's just tough. Yesterday his legs were shaking after training, but he refused to stop. Yunfei glanced at Yunfei, her eyes lingering on his face for a moment before she looked away and lowered her head to eat her porridge. The three of them were quiet for a while. Then Yunfei looked up again as if remembering something. By the way, the elixirs you took yesterday, the blood-washing pill and the bone-tempering pill, were they terribly uncomfortable? I almost couldn't bear it. Me too. Yunfei jumped in immediately. The blood-washing pill itched so much I almost scratched my skin off, and the bone-tempering pill hurt so badly I was howling. Luckily Brother Yun helped massage me. What about you? Did anyone help you? Yes, Yunfei said. The senior sister who takes care of me also knows how to massage. It felt much better after she did it. That's good, Yunfei said. Yunfei smiled and said nothing more. The three finished breakfast together, left the dining hall, and walked towards the classroom. Yunfei walked beside Yunfei, chatting idly. Yunmo walked on the other side, listening quietly. When they reached the entrance to classroom, Ding Yunfei waved at them and returned to her seat in the front row. Yunfei and Yunmo sat in their usual spots. Hey. Yunfei leaned onto the desk and lowered his voice. Don't you think Yunfei is pretty nice? Yunmo said. She's nice to everyone, isn't she? Probably. Yunfei just said, oh, and didn't say anything more, lying there lost in thought. At the hour of Chun, Yun Qingshan pushed the door open and entered. He was wearing a dark gray robe today and looked in high spirits. He walked to the front, placed the booklet in his hand on the table, and swept his gaze across everyone. This morning he'll cover a few things. He sat down in a chair, unlike yesterday when he had stood. First, the medicinal baths and elixirs. Yesterday was your first time using them. You should all have felt the effects by now. Waking up this morning without any soreness, feeling even lighter and more agile. This is not your imagination, it's the medicinal baths and elixirs at work. Spirit, rice, demon, beast, meat, medicinal baths, elixirs. All these things together are necessary to build a solid foundation for your bodies. Relying solely on the stance training would cut the effectiveness by at least half. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. The first time's effect is the most significant. The medicinal power will penetrate your bodies to the greatest extent, expelling the impurities accumulated over the past decade and reforging your muscles, bones, and flesh. Some of you with good talent should have already felt the changes in your body after taking the 3 elixirs last night. Increased strength faster, running, the ability to hold the stance longer. This means you have entered the body tempering stage. Murmurs arose in the classroom. Yun Mo noticed the corner of Yun Fifan's mouth curl up slightly. The body tempering stage is not achieved overnight, Yun Qingshan continued. Elixirs, medicinal baths, and the stance. The combination of these 3 will gradually hone your bodies. Today you feel better than yesterday, tomorrow will be even better than today. This process will continue for a while. Don't rush, but don't slack off either. He stood up and picked up the booklet from the table. Second thing this morning, we won't be discussing cultivation. We'll talk about something else, herbal medicine. The medicinal baths you take and the elixirs you consume every day contain at least dozens of different herbs. What these herbs look like, their properties, how to combine them, how to process them. This is not knowledge exclusive to alchemists. You are martial artists. Martial artists are inseparable from elixirs and medicinal baths. You may not need to know how to refine them, but you should at least recognize a few commonly used herbs and know what they are for. As he spoke, he pulled a chart from the booklet, unfolded it, and hung it up front. The chart depicted several herbs with fine lines densely annotated with small text. Today we'll start with the most basic ones. No need to memorize everything, just get an impression. He began to lecture. His voice was moderate, his pace unhurried, occasionally pausing to gesture at the size and shape of the herbs. The classroom was silent, most people were listening. Yun Mo listened as well, filing each piece of information into his mind. He didn't think this knowledge would be useful immediately, but he knew it would be useful later. The class ended quickly. After finishing the last herb, Yun Qingshan put the chart away and dusted off his hands. That's all for today. Gather at the training ground at the hour of Shun this afternoon. Dismissed. With that he strode out. Yun Feihu stretched, herbal medicine. My head is spinning. Can't remember. Yun Mo asked. Not a single one, Yun Feihu said, unabashed. Yun Mo said nothing, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. After lunch, Yun Mo returned to his courtyard to rest. Before the hour of Shun arrived, Yun Feihu came knocking. The two walked to the training ground together. You practiced 11 times yesterday. How many times are you planning to practice today? Yun Feihu asked. We'll see. I'm doing at least 10. Maybe I can even do 11. Yun Feihu's tone carried a hint of rivalry, but more than that it was a kindled spirit of competition. When they arrived at training ground, most of the people were already there. Yun Fei was standing in the front row chatting with a few other girls. When she saw them enter, she smiled and waved at Yun Feihu. Yun Feihu waved back. Yun Fifan stood in the center of the field, arms crossed, surrounded by 3 or 4 people. His chin was slightly raised, a hint of a smile on his lips as he spoke. Yun Mo and Yun Feihu walked to their spots and stood. At the hour of Shun, Yun Qingshan appeared punctually. He had changed into a short training suit and walked to the front of the formation. Today we continue practicing the heaven cloud stance. Everyone spread out. The 35 people quickly dispersed, maintaining an arm's length distance from each other. Yun Imo stood in the middle of the third row with Yun Feihu on his right. First round will lead you. Pay attention to your breathing. Don't rush. Yun Qingshan assumed the first posture, and everyone followed. Yun Mo's movements unfolded naturally. The height of his fingers, the angle of his knees, the curve of his spine. Every detail seemed measured, falling precisely where it should. His breathing was also smooth. On the inhale, the breath sank into his abdomen. On the exhale, it was released slowly, perfectly synchronized with his movements. The 24 postures flowed in one seamless sequence. Yun Qingshan's gaze swept across the formation and stopped on Yun Imo. He observed very carefully. It wasn't just good, it was perfect. The movements, the breathing, the center of gravity. Every detail was impeccable. And more than that, as he performed the postures, there was a current of energy flowing within his body. Others might not have noticed, but Yun Qingshan was a martial artist at the true profound realm's midstage. He could sense that energy. Faint but present. He had entered the gate. In less than a day, Yun Qingshan's heart jolted. He had been an instructor at the Yun Clan Martial Hall for many years and had guided countless batches of new students. The fastest person to have ever entered the gate of the Heaven Cloud stance had taken 3 days. That person later entered the core circle of the Yun Clan and was now a powerhouse at the core formation realm. And this child before him had done it in just 1 day. He made no sound, didn't even let his gaze linger for an extra moment. He shifted his focus imperceptibly and continued, leading everyone through the practice. Second round. Third round. After 3 rounds, Yun Qingshan walked to the edge of the field and picked up his outer robe from the chair. Practice on your own. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Go back on your own when you're done. Don't slack off. With that, he strode away. The training ground fell silent for a moment, then the atmosphere relaxed like clouds scattered by the wind. Some began to chat, others sat on the ground to rest, while some lazily assumed their postures, practicing with distracted minds. Yun Imo paid no attention to others. He stood in his position, starting from the beginning, practicing one move after another. The first move, raising both hands as if holding a ball. Inhale. The breath sank into the dantian. The small light in his abdomen brightened slightly, warmth spreading from the dantian, flowing gently along his waist and back. His body was moving, yet his center of gravity remained as steady as a rock. While practicing, he began to observe his surroundings. After mastering the foundational stance, he could multitask. Without needing to focus all his attention on the movements and breathing, his body could maintain the state of unity of form and spirit, allowing his mind to be free to see, hear, and think. After completing the 4th round of practice, the numbers on the panel flickered. Tianyun stance entry level 17200. 4 rounds. He noted the number in his mind. He did not stop, continuing to practice the 5th round. His movements were smoother than the 4th round, and his breathing steadier. Upon finishing the 2nd round, the numbers on the panel changed to 22,200, an increase of 5. Next, Yun Imo practiced the Tianyun stance repeatedly. His movements became increasingly stable, and the warmth in his dantian grew more pronounced. The warmth no longer merely lingered in his abdomen, but began to ebb and flow with his breathing, as if something inside was gently pulsating. After completing the 10th round, the panel's numbers stopped at 45,200. He gasped for breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and without resting, directly commenced the 11th round. Fewer and fewer people remained in the arena. Some left after practicing 8 or 9 times, while others after 10 rounds could not hold on any longer and sat down to rest. Yun Feihu was still practicing, his movements already somewhat distorted, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Yun Fei was still there, her posture remaining standard, breathing steady. Yun Maluo stood in the corner, practicing repeatedly, calm and unhurried. Yun Imo did not look at them. His attention was focused inward. His legs began to feel a bit sore, and his arms felt heavy. But he did not stop. 16th round, 72,200. 17th round, 76,200. He took a deep breath and began the 18th round. The first move, raising both hands, inhaling. His breath sank into the dantian, and that warmth was more evident than in any previous round. It no longer merely stayed in the abdomen, but began to flow up along the spine, reaching between the shoulder blades, then dividing into 2 paths, flowing down the inner sides of his arms, all the way to his fingertips. Wherever the warm current passed, the muscle soreness faded like stains washed away by water. He did not stop to savor this feeling, but continued onward. 3rd move, 7th move, 11th move. His actions became increasingly fluid, as if his breathing and movements were strung together by an invisible thread, executed in one breath. The warm current circulated within his body, and with each cycle he felt lighter. After finishing the 18th round, he pressed his hands down to his abdomen, palms facing down, and slowly exhaled his last breath. The words on the panel flickered. Heaven rewards diligence. 1 certification leads to eternal recognition. Refining body 4100. Tianyun stance entry level 81200. Refining body changed from 3 to 4. Tianyun stance changed from 76 to 81. Yun Mo stood in place, his chest heaving, sweat trickling down from his brow, dripping onto the bluestone slab. He looked at the numbers on the panel, remaining silent. Few people were left in the training ground. Yun Feihu had left at some point, likely unable to hold on any longer. Yun Fei was also gone. Yun Maluo was still practicing in the corner, his movements still meticulous. In the distance, a few girls were packing their things, preparing to leave. Yun Mo stood still, took a deep breath, and glanced at the numbers on the panel. 81,200. Still 119 short. He flexed his wrists, preparing to start the 19th round. Not leaving yet. A voice came from nearby. Yun Mo turned to see Yun Maluo, standing not far away, holding a water bottle, looking at him. Practicing a bit longer, Yun Mo replied. Yun Maluo glanced at him, said nothing, nodded, and turned to leave. Only Yun Mo remained in the training ground. The pest-repellent herbs in the copper furnace had burned out, the smoke dissipating, and light streamed in through the high windows, casting slanted shadows on the bluestone slab. Yun Mo returned to his position and began the 19th round. After Yun Qingshan left the training ground, he passed through several moon gates and walked along a long corridor, arriving at the small brick building of the registration office. He pushed the door open, and there were not many people inside. Yun 16 was sitting behind a long table, a roster spread out before him, holding a pen, writing something. Hearing footsteps, Yun 16 looked up, saw it was Yun Qingshan, put down his pen, and stood up. Qingshan, instructor, what is the matter? Yun Qingshan walked up to the table, did not sit down, rested his hands on the edge of the table, and spoke in a low voice. There is a new student in this cohort named Yun Mo from Ning County. Yun 16's brow furrowed slightly. The quota for the Ning County branch was something he had personally verified. He had only written Yun Mo's name on the roster yesterday. He nodded slightly. I remember. What happened? He has entered the Tianyun stance. Yun 16's finger paused on the table. He practiced for the first time yesterday afternoon and had already mastered it by this afternoon. Yun Qingshan set his tone flat, yet there was a rare warmth in his gaze. I observed him 3 times. His movements, breathing, and center of gravity were all precise. Moreover, the qi within him is already in motion. Warmth is rising from the dantian, the kind that can be felt. It's not almost mastered, he has already mastered it. Yun 16 remained silent for a long time. He was not an instructor and did not directly teach martial arts, but he had managed the registration and logistics of the martial arts hall for many years, encountering too many students. He had a rough idea of how long it took to master the Tianyun stance. Ordinary individuals took half a month, those with good talent 7 to 8 days, and exceptionally outstanding ones 3 to 5 days. Over the years in the Yun clan's martial arts hall, the fastest he had seen was a child from a side branch of the main family, who mastered it in 3 days. That person later entered the core of the Yun family, and is now a powerful figure at the Golden Core stage. 3 days. Yet Yun Qingshan was saying, 1 day. Are you certain? Yun 16's voice unconsciously lowered, as if afraid of being overheard. I observed for an entire afternoon, I can't be mistaken, Yun Qingshan replied. Moreover, he practiced 11 times yesterday. Others could barely manage 7 or 8 rounds, but he managed 11, and when he came today, he was in better shape than anyone else. This indicates that the effects of the medicinal bath and elixirs on him are better than average. Yun 16 leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the edge of the table with his fingers. His breathing quickened slightly. This was a rare occurrence for a practitioner at the True Xian realm. 1 day to master it, he repeated softly, as if confirming this fact. In all the years of the Yun clan's martial arts hall, this has never happened. Never before, Yun Qingshan affirmed. The two exchanged glances. Yun 16 nodded, no longer asking further questions. He stood up, closed the roster on the table, and placed it at the corner. I understand. You may go about your business. Yun Qingshan turned and left. Yun 16 stood at the table, remaining silent for a while. His fingers continued to lightly tap the edge of the table, his mind turning over the same name repeatedly. Yun Mo. Ning County branch, Yun Zenin's lineage. A child from a small place 300 miles away, 10 years old, silent and unassuming. 1 day to master it. He repeated these 4 words in his heart, then took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked out. He did not walk toward the training ground, but instead passed through the corridor, went through the bamboo grove, and arrived at the entrance of Yun Mo's courtyard. The door was closed, and there was no one inside. He did not enter, merely paused at the door, then turned around and walked back along his path. After a few steps, he changed direction and walked toward another courtyard. Yun Ziaking's residence was not far from Yun Mo's courtyard, separated by 2 rows of houses. Yun 16 arrived at the door and knocked. The door opened. Yun Xiaoqing stood behind the door, momentarily stunned upon seeing him. Uncle 16. After Yun Mo returns, continue with the medicinal bath and elixirs. Yun 16 set his tone calm, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. After finishing the elixirs, bring him to see me. Understood, Yun Xiaoqing replied. Yun 16 nodded, turned, and left. He walked at a steady pace, but internally he was not as calm as he appeared. Back at the registration office's small building, he sat down again, opened the roster, and beside the line for Yun Mo, he wrote a few lines in tiny letters. Tianyun stance mastered in 1 day. The first case since the establishment of the Yun clan's martial arts hall. The previous fastest was 3 days. After finishing, he closed the roster, placed it at the corner of the table, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes for a moment. One day, he had seen too many gifted children. Some had talent that was immediately apparent, strong and robust with remarkable roots and an affinity for spiritual energy. But Yun Mo was not that kind of child. He was thin, not tall, silent, and unremarkable among the crowd. Yet it was this child who shattered the record of the Yun clan's martial arts hall in just 1 day. He repeated this name in his heart once more, then opened his eyes, picked up the pen, and continued writing what he had not finished before. But as the pen tip touched the paper, the corner of his mouth bent slightly. By the time he finished the 20th repetition, the sun had already sunk below the eaves. Yun Mo was the only one left in the training ground. Light slanted in through the high windows, casting a long shadow across the bluestone floor. He lowered his stance, stood still for a moment to catch his breath, then called up his interface to take a look. Heaven rewards diligence, once proven, eternally proven. Body tempering 4,100. Heavenly cloud stance initiate 91,200. He rolled his slightly sore shoulders, intending to practice a few more times. But the light had already dimmed. Continuing might cause his form to falter. After a moment's thought, he decided to call it a day. The training ground was utterly silent, only the echo of his own footsteps reverberating in the empty space. He picked up his water flask from the edge of the field, took a few gulps, then turned and walked out. At the doorway, he glanced back. The empty bluestone floor still bore the mark where he had stood all afternoon, a small patch darkened by sweat barely visible in the twilight. There were few people left in the dining hall. He took a portion of food and sat in a corner, eating slowly. The spirit rice porridge was a bit cold, but the beast meat was still warm, stewed until tender, melting in the mouth. As he ate, he calculated in his mind. Heavenly cloud stance 91200, still 109 short. If each repetition added 4 points, he needed 28 more times. If each repetition added 5 points, he would need 22 more. Perhaps in 3 or 4 days, he could reach 200. He finished his meal, put away his tray, and walked out of the dining hall. The sky was completely dark. The moon had risen, not quite full, but very bright. He walked along the bluestone path, the moonlight stretching his shadow long before him. From the courtyards on either side of the path came the occasional chirp of insects, while the rhythmic footsteps of patrolling martial artists sounded in the distance. When he returned to his own courtyard, Yun Xiaoqing was already waiting inside. A wooden tub was already prepared, filled with reddish-brown water that steamed gently. The air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs mingled with a faint fishy odor. On the table beside it sat 3 small porcelain bottles placed in a neat row. Back, Yun Xiaoqing said. The water's just been heated. Get in. Yun Mo nodded, took off his clothes, and stepped into the wooden tub. The hot water rose past his waist, chest, and shoulders. Just like yesterday, a gentle warmth seeped in through his skin, merging with the tiny lamp within his dantian. He leaned against the rim of the tub, closed his eyes, and felt the warmth flowing slowly through his body. After the time it takes 2 incense sticks to burn, the water began to cool. He climbed out of the tub, dried himself, put on clean clothes, and sat down at the table. Yun Xiaoqing had already opened the 3 porcelain bottles, pouring the pills into small saucers. 3 in total, pale red, pale white, and pale blue. Take the blood-washing pill first, Yun Xiaoqing said. Yun Mo picked up the pale red pill, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed. Just like yesterday, the moment the pill touched his throat, it dissolved. A bitter, clear taste spread from his throat to his chest, and then an itching began starting from his fingertips. But today the itch was slightly milder than yesterday. Not a drastic reduction, but a noticeable one, like it had dropped from a level 10 to an 8 or 9. Still uncomfortable, but no longer unbearable. Yun Xiaoqing grasped his wrist and began to press. Her fingers started from the inside of his wrist, moving up along his forearm past the elbow and pushing to the shoulder. A stream of heat seeped in from her fingertips, just like yesterday. Thin, warm like a red-hot iron wire, slowly advancing along a blood vessel. The itching was gradually squeezed out. Yun Mo sat still, not moving a muscle, his breathing steady. After the itch from the blood-washing pill subsided, it was time for the bone-tempering pill. He swallowed the pale white pill. A dull, distending pain began from his spine, a pain that swelled from within, as if something was growing inside his bones. Yun Mo's back tensed, but not as tightly as yesterday. Yun Xiaoqing's hands were already pressed against his back, kneading repeatedly along both sides of his spine, the junctions of his ribs and sternum, and the joints of his shoulder blades and collarbone. The heat enveloped his bones, and the pain became less sharp. He gritted his teeth, not uttering a single sound. After the time of 2 incense sticks, the pain subsided. Yun Xiaoqing withdrew her hands, a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. The last one, the body-strengthening pill. He swallowed the pale blue pill. A gentle warmth began to spread from his stomach, flowing into his muscles, his fascia, every single fiber. The lingering ache from the bone-tempering pill was washed away, and the residual prickling from the blood-washing pill vanished. His entire body felt as if it were soaking in a hot spring, every pore slowly opening. Yun Xiaoqing packed away the porcelain bottles on the table, stood up, and glanced at him. 16th uncle wants to see you, she said. Come along after you've finished taking the pills. Yunimo looked up. Yun Shirlu. He remembered this man. The one at the registration desk of the Marshall Hall. Around 40 years old, with a gaunt, handsome face, 3 short strands of beard, a gentle demeanor, and efficient movements. That day when he and his father came to register, it was Yun Shirlu who had checked the roster. He didn't ask why. He simply nodded, stood up, and followed Yun Xiaoqing out. The moonlight was bright, casting a silvery sheen on the bluestone path. Yun Xiaoqing walked ahead at a leisurely pace. Yun Imo followed behind, pondering why Yun Shirlu wanted to see him. Was it because he had practiced the stance too much today? Was it because someone knew about his initiation? Or was it something else? He didn't dwell on it for long. He would find out when he got there. They passed through 2 moon gates, crossed a bamboo grove, and traversed a long corridor until a small blue brick building appeared before them. A warm yellow light shone from the windows of the building. Yun Xiaoqing walked to the door and knocked. 16th uncle, he's here. Come in, a voice called from inside, neither high nor low, calm and steady. Yun Xiaoqing pushed open the door, stepped aside to let Yun Imo enter, and remained outside herself. The room was not large, and its furnishings were simple. A long table, a few chairs. On the table lay a stack of rosters, an oil lamp, and a teacup. In the corner stood a bronze incense burner from which a wisp of blue smoke from sandalwood rose. Yun Shirlu sat behind the table, a brush in his hand, a roster spread open before him, as if he were writing something. He looked up, saw Yun Imo, put down his brush, and pointed to the chair opposite him. Sit. Yun Imo walked over and sat down. The chair was a bit too high, his feet couldn't quite reach the ground, dangling in the air. He didn't swing his legs, just sat quietly looking at Yun Shirlu. Yun Shirlu took a sip of tea from his cup, set it down, and leaned back in his chair. He didn't rush to speak. He looked at Yun Imo, his gaze gentle, yet carrying a heavy weight. Not a scrutiny, nor an appraisal, but more like an adult earnestly observing a child, trying to discern what kind of person he was. Yun Imo looked back at him. Around 40, gaunt and handsome, his 3 short strands of beard neatly trimmed, wearing a half-worn blue-gray long robe. That day at the registration office, he had found this man gentle, efficient, neither humble nor arrogant. Sitting closer today, he noticed details he had missed before. His breathing was long, and even the rise and fall of his chest was minimal. His fingers were long and strong, with slightly prominent knuckles, and a thin callus marked the spot where he held his brush. A martial artist, and not a low-level one. He filed this piece of information away in his mind. How many times did you practice the stance today? Yun Shirlu began, his tone casual, as if asking about something very ordinary. 20 times, Yun Imo said. 20 times, Yun Shirlu repeated, nodding. Yesterday, it was 11. Today it's 20. Can your body handle it? It can. Yun Shirlu looked at him for a while, a certain indescribable look in his eyes. Not surprise nor admiration, but more like a confirmation, confirming a fact he already knew. Your heavenly cloud stance has reached initiate, he said, not a question, but a statement. You practiced it for the first time yesterday afternoon, and by this afternoon you had already reached initiate. In all the years of the Yun clan Marshall Hall, no one has ever reached initiate in a single day. Before you, the fastest was 3 days. He paused after saying this, watching for Yunmo's reaction. Yun Imo said nothing. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know how fast reaching initiate in 1 day was, nor what the 3-day record meant. He had just practiced 11 times, and the number on his interface reached 100, and then he had reached initiate. He hadn't thought much about it, nor was he particularly excited. Yun Shirlu watched his reaction, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Aren't you curious? He asked. I am, Yun Imo said. He was indeed curious. He was curious why Yun Shirlu wanted to see him, curious about the real reason behind the Yun clan Marshall Hall's expanded enrollment, curious about what lay hidden behind all these things. But he knew he didn't need to ask. Yun Shirlu would tell him. Yun Shirlu picked up his teacup for another sip, set it down, then leaned forward slightly, his hands clasped together on the table. First, let me tell you something, he said, about why the Yun clan Marshall Hall is expanding its enrollment. Yun Imo looked at him without moving. The Yun clan patriarch has a daughter named Yun Qingwei. She is 17 this year. Yun Shirlu said, his voice dropping lower, as if speaking of something very important. At the beginning of this year, she participated in the triennial Hidden Dragon ranking. He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. What is the Hidden Dragon ranking? It is a ranking of combat prowess for prodigies under 20 from the entire Eastern Domain, determined through a specific selection process. How vast is the Eastern Domain? It encompasses hundreds of dynasties, each with dozens of prefectures, like Nanwang Prefecture beneath it. The hidden dragon ranking gathers all prodigies under 20 from this entire domain and pits them against each other to determine who is stronger. He looked into Yun Mo's eyes. Yun Qinghua took first place. The room fell silent for a moment. The oil lamp's flame flickered, casting shifting shadows on the wall. First on the list. Yun Shilu repeated, his voice soft, but each word laden with weight. She is 17 this year, late stage of core formation. But her combat prowess can rival those who have just entered the heavenly unity realm. In the entire great Yin dynasty, only the 3 great sects and the patriarchs of the royal family can surpass her. He leaned back in his chair, picked up his teacup, and took a slow sip. Yun Mo sat there, absorbing every word into his mind. Late stage of core formation, combat prowess rivaling the heavenly unity realm. First on the hidden dragon list, the foremost among the prodigies of 100 nations in a single domain. 17 years old. He made no sound, but his heart skipped a beat. Yun Shilu set down his teacup and looked at him. After Yun Qinghua claimed the top spot on the hidden dragon list, the Yun family's status changed. From a leading power in a prefectural city, they ascended directly to become one of the top 5 powers in the great Yin dynasty. This wasn't earned through property connections or marriage alliances. It was won through sheer force. Across a domain among the prodigies of 100 nations, she is first. That title is harder than anything else. He paused. The family needs to expand. Expansion requires people. More loyal martial artists, more talented youths. That's why the Martial Hall expanded its recruitment. Your batch is part of that expansion. He fell silent for a moment after speaking, allowing Yun Mo to digest the information. Yun Mo sat there, connecting this information with what he had learned earlier. What Yin Qingshan said about core formation experts can be elders in great sects, and Yun Shilius' words about the Yun family becoming one of the top 5 powers in the dynasty. These were not casual remarks. They were a thread drawn from Yun Qinghua. One person changed a family's destiny. Now back to your matter. Yun Shilu pushed his teacup aside, folded his hands on the desk, and fixed his gaze on Yun Mo. You mastered the initial stage of the heavenly cloud stance in a single day. That speed is unprecedented in the Yun Martial Hall. This is not decent, not very good. It's something that has never happened in the Yun family for years. Your talent is extraordinary. At this stage, you have broken the Yun family's record. He looked into Yun Mo's eyes, his gaze holding a serious, unguarded quality. There is hope you could become the next pillar of the Yun family. The words were spoken flatly, lightly, but they carried immense weight. Yun Mo sat there, his feet dangling, saying nothing. He didn't know what the next pillar of the Yun family meant, but he knew Yun Shilu wouldn't say such words without reason. However, Yun Shilu shifted his tone. Talent is talent, whether it can be realized is another matter. The Yun family has seen too many who were brilliant in childhood but became ordinary as adults. Some are precocious, some bloom late, some start fast, but can't keep going. He paused as if recalling something. Yun Qinghua is an example of late blooming. She started martial training at 10, reached the 2nd layer of Qi refining at 12, and the 4th layer at 14. Among the direct descendants of the main branch, that pace was the slowest. But after 14, she suddenly had an epiphany, advanced by leaps and bounds, and now no one can catch up. He looked at Yun Mo, his gaze carrying a note of caution. You are different. You started fast. But running fast doesn't mean running far. The family is willing to invest in you, but not blindly. You have to prove you are not a flash in the pan. He picked up a piece of paper from the desk, unfolded it, and pushed it in front of Yun Mo. Several lines of text were written on the paper, the ink still fresh, as if just inscribed. These are the assessment standards set by the family for you. The more trials you pass, the more you receive. Yun Mo looked down at the paper. The oil lamp's light was dim, but the characters were clear, each stroke neat and orderly. Immediate reward, 200 taels of silver. Master the heavenly cloud stance, and break through to the 3rd layer of Qi refining within 3 months. 1,000 taels of silver, 10 Dragon Tiger Body Forging Pills. Dragon Tiger Body Forging Pills are low-grade pills. 10 can increase strength by 1,000 gene up to a limit of 2,000 gene. Break through to the 4th layer of Qi refining within 6 months. 5,000 taels of silver, 3 bottles of Clarity Spirit Pills, 10 pills per bottle. Clarity Spirit Pills can accelerate cultivation speed for those above the 4th layer of Qi refining, lasting 7 days, increasing speed by 50%. Break through to the 7th layer of Qi refining within 1 year. 200 Spirit Stones, 10 Soul Awakening Pills, 1 Earth Grade Upper Rank Cultivation Technique, and 2 Earth Grade Upper Rank Martial Skills. 1 Soul Awakening Pill every half month. Each pill can double the speed of Qi compression. Break through to the 10th layer of Qi refining within 2 years. 1,200 Spirit Stones, 1 Core Condensation Pill. The Core Condensation Pill can help a martial artist at the 10th layer of Qi refining break through to the true mystic realm. However, after the breakthrough, the true Qi will be somewhat unstable, requiring 3 months of consolidation to match a normal breakthrough. Additionally, reward 1 Earth Grade Supreme Rank Cultivation Technique and 3 Earth Grade Supreme Rank Martial Skills. After 2 years, you will be sent to the Qingyun sect, one of the 3 great sects, to study under an elder. Yun read the paper from beginning to end twice. Silver pills, cultivation techniques, martial skills, spirit stones, core condensation pill. He knew some of these things, and some he didn't, but each item told him the same thing: the family was willing to spend heavily on him provided he delivered results. His gaze lingered on the words spirit stones. Yun Shirlu seemed to notice his confusion and explained unhurriedly, spirit stones are crystallized spiritual energy. 1 low-grade spirit stone is enough for an ordinary, true mystic realm martial artist to cultivate for 10 days. Moreover, only those with a true mystic realm physique can absorb the spiritual power of low-grade spirit stones. You can't use them yet, but you will in the future. 1 low-grade spirit stone costs 100 taels of silver on the market. Yun nodded, committing the number to memory. 200 spirit stones meant 20,000 taels of silver. 1,200 meant 120,000 taels. These numbers were too large for him, too vast for him to grasp yet. But he knew one thing: what the family gave would not be inferior. The last condition, the Qingyun sect under an elder. He looked up at Yun Shirlu. Finished reading? Yun Shirlu asked. Yes. Any questions? Yun thought for a moment and asked, Dragon Tiger Body Forging Pills 10 can increase strength by 1,000 gene up to 2,000 gene. If my strength exceeds that later, will taking more still be effective? Yun Shirlu glanced at him, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. It wasn't a smile, but a sign of approval, as if to say you've hit the nail on the head. No. The effectiveness of such pills has a limit. Once reached, it stops. So you need to think carefully about when and how to take them. Yun nodded. Any other questions? No. Yun Shirlu leaned back in his chair, took a sip of tea, and looked at him over the rim of the cup. The 200 taels of silver will be given to you tomorrow by Yun Shaoqing. As for the subsequent rewards, that's up to you. 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. The time is fixed. Whether you can claim them depends on your own ability. He set down his teacup, his tone flat, as if discussing something trivial. Also, don't tell anyone about your mastery of the initial stage of the heavenly cloud stance for now. It's not that others shouldn't know, it's just unnecessary. What you need to do now is simple practice the stance, take herbal baths, consume pills, and build a solid foundation for your body. Don't overthink the rest. Yun nodded. All right, you can go back. Yun Shirlu picked up his brush, spread out the roster again, lowered his head, and continued writing what he had left unfinished. Yun slid off the chair, his feet touching the ground. He stood before the desk, glancing at Yun Shirlu. The middle-aged man was already immersed in the roster, the brush tip rustling across the paper. The oil lamp's light illuminated his face, casting the shadow of his brow bone over his eye sockets, making his expression unreadable. Yun turned and walked out. When he reached the door, he paused, looked back. Yun Shirlu didn't look up. He pushed open the door and stepped out. Yun Shaoqing was still waiting at the door. Seeing him emerge, she didn't ask anything, only said, "Let's go." The two walked back along the same path. The moon had risen to its zenith, its light flooding the entire courtyard. Yun walked on the bluestone path, his mind churning over the words on that paper. 3 months master the heavenly cloud stance, 3rd layer of chi refining. 6 months 4th layer of chi refining. 1 year 7th layer of chi refining. 2 years 10th layer of chi refining, core condensation, Pilching insect. He arranged these numbers one by one, storing them in his mind. Then he thought of Yun Qingwei. Started martial training at 10 2nd layer of chi refining, at 12 4th layer, at 14 the slowest among the direct descendants of the main branch. Then she had an epiphany, advanced by leaps and bounds, and became the first on the hidden dragon list at 17. He didn't know if he would have an epiphany, but he knew one thing. He didn't need to wait until he was 14. When they returned to the courtyard, Yun Shaoqing stopped at the door. "Rest early," she said. Yun nodded and pushed the door open. The room still held the herbal scent of the medicinal bath. The wooden tub had already been cleared away, and the table was clean. He walked to the bed, took off his shoes, and lay down. Outside the window, the wind rustled the leaves of the pomegranate tree. He went over the contents of the paper in his mind once more, then summoned the panel for a final look. Heaven rewards diligence, a once proven, eternally proven. Tempering body, I 5100. Heavenly cloud stance, initial stage 91200. He dismissed the panel, turned over, and buried his face in the pillow. 2 afternoons later, at the C-class martial arts ground. Sunlight slanted in from the high windows, carving neat bands of light across the blue stone floor. Yun stood in the middle of the 3rd row. He slowly raised his hands from his abdomen, palms facing each other, as if holding a ball. He inhaled, sinking the breath into his dantian. A warmth like a lamp being brightened rose from his abdomen, traveled up his spine to his shoulder blades, then flowed down the inside of his arms to his fingertips. This was his 4th repetition. His movements were completely different from 3 days ago. Not faster, not more powerful, but far smoother. Each transition between movements was seamless, like a river winding its course without ever breaking. Breath and motion were one indistinguishable as to which led the other. His center of gravity was firmly planted in his feet, as if rooted, yet his whole body was relaxed, alive, and ready to move. The 23rd posture. The 24th posture. He pressed his hands down to his abdomen, palms facing down, and slowly exhaled the last breath. The panel appeared before his eyes. Heaven rewards diligence, once proven, forever proven. Body tempering, 9,100. Heaven cloud stance minor completion, 1,500. White crane fist minor completion, 40300. Minor completion. Minor completion on the fourth day. Unmo stood still, his chest rising and falling slightly, looking at the words on the panel. He felt neither excitement nor surprise. Yesterday, when he finished training, the progress bar was already at 483, so he knew he would reach minor completion today. He simply accepted the fact calmly and began to calculate. It took 3 days to go from beginner to minor completion in Heaven Cloud stance. From minor completion to major completion at the current rate of 5 points per repetition, he needed 499 more points, 100 repetitions. If he practiced 20 times a day, 5 days. He committed this number to memory and dismissed the panel. The training ground was sparsely populated. Most people left after 5 or 6 repetitions, and the few remaining were packing up. Yun Feihu had practiced 12 times today and couldn't go on. He sat on the ground drinking water. Seeing Yun-mo finish his stance, he called out, "Leaving or not?" "He'll practice a bit more," Yun-mo said. Again. Yun Feihu put his canteen down. "How many times did you do yesterday?" 20. 22. 22. Yun Feihu muttered. He didn't say, "You're crazy," or "I'll wait for you." He stood up, dusted off his pants, and walked back to his spot. "Then he'll do 2 more. Yun-mo glanced at him, but said nothing. This had been Yun Feihu's way for the past 2 days. He never said, "I'll keep you company," or "I want to train that much too." He just silently did a few more repetitions. Yesterday, he did 15, the day before 13, and today it looked like he would manage 16 or 17. Every time his legs gave out afterward, and he limped away. But the next day, he was back full of energy, as if nothing had happened. Yun-mo averted his gaze and began another repetition. The first posture, raise hands, inhale. The breath sank into his dantian, warmth flowing. His body automatically fell into the rhythm. No thought, no adjustment needed. Each movement naturally found its place. As he practiced, he pondered the events of the past 2 days. During class, Yin Qingshan had covered many topics, some about pills, some about spirit beasts, and some about the basics of cultivation. Yun-mo listened and remembered, but nothing struck him as particularly important. What he found truly useful was something he had discovered himself in the scripture pavilion. Yesterday afternoon, he went to the scripture pavilion and chose a fist art. It was an ungraded technique called White Crane Fist. He had spent half an hour browsing the shelves, flipping through several books before settling on this one. Not because the name was appealing. The White Crane Martial Arts School in Ning County taught the same art. He had heard of it back in Ning County, but had never seen it. Seeing it now in the Yun family scripture pavilion, he flipped through a few pages and found it was just as he had imagined. A very ordinary fist art with simple movements and direct force application, nothing profound. But he borrowed it anyway. Not because the art was good, but because he needed something to practice. Stance training was static, focusing on bones and breath. He wanted to try something dynamic to see if his body could find that same smooth feeling in motion. He took the book back to his courtyard and spent an evening reading it. 24 movements combined with breathing techniques similar to Heaven Cloud stance, but more complex. Not just standing still, but dynamic, using both hands and feet with changes in footwork. Before practicing the stance yesterday afternoon, he did 2 rounds of White Crane Fist on the edge of the training ground. The first round was clumsy, the second smoother. 24 movements combined with breathing techniques similar to Heaven Cloud stance, but more complex. Not just standing still, but dynamic, using both hands and feet with changes in footwork. After the first round, the panel showed White Crane Fist beginner 25,100. After the second, it became 60,100. After the third round, it skipped past 100 and became White Crane Fist minor completion 0300. He stopped to look, realizing that going from beginner to minor completion only required mastering the movements. After minor completion, the progress bar began to increase, adding about 5 points per practice, just like Heaven Cloud stance. After finishing the fourth round, it was already at 40,300. An ordinary fist art mastered to minor completion in a day. He didn't think it was anything special. He had also reached beginner level in Heaven Cloud stance in a single day. He simply noted this fact and continued his stance practice. The crowd in the training ground thinned. Yun Maluo nodded at him as he left, and Yun-mo nodded back. Yun Feifan left with 2 people beside him talking as they walked, their voices fading. Yun Fei waved at Yun Feihu as she left, and he waved back before continuing his practice. Yun Fei had been coming to talk to them more often these past 2 days. Not in an intentional way, but casually, as if it were on her way or on a whim. She would bring her tray over to sit with them during meals, greet them before training, and wave goodbye when she left. She talked most with Yun Feihu and less with Yun Mo, but every word was natural and open, not giving the impression she was trying to get close to anyone or distance herself from anyone. Yun Mo didn't dwell on these matters. His mind was already full. The progress of Heaven Cloud stance body tempering White Crane Fist, the order for taking pills, the temperature for the medicinal bath, and all the names and properties of herbs Yun Qingshan had taught. He had no spare thoughts for anything else. After finishing the 18th repetition, the sun was already setting in the west. The numbers on the panel changed. Heaven Cloud stance minor completion 91500. Body tempering 12,100. Body tempering had increased. From 9 to 12, a gain of 3 points. He noticed that after reaching minor completion in Heaven Cloud stance, the body tempering progress increased faster than before. Previously taking 3 pills a day only increased body tempering by 1 point. He remembered clearly after the first day's pills it went from 0 to 1, the second day from 1 to 2, the third day from 2 to 3. 1 pill per day added 1 point, and the stance also added 1 point for a total of 2 points daily. But today, before even taking the pills, the stance alone had already added 3 points to body tempering, an effect of reaching minor completion. He did the math in his head. Body tempering from 0 to 100 would allow entry into Qi refining layer 1. Currently at 12100, with the post-minor completion speed, the stance adding 3 to 4 points daily, and the pills adding 1 point daily for a total of 4 to 5 points per day. 88 points, about 20 days. 20 days to Qi refining layer 1. He committed this number to memory and dismissed the panel. Only he and Yun Feihu remained in the training ground. Yun Feihu had just finished his last repetition and was catching his breath, hands on his knees. Sweat dripped onto the ground, forming a small dark patch. How many? Yun Mo asked. 16. Yun Feihu straightened up and wiped the sweat from his face. 22. 22. Yun Feihu looked at him with an indescribable expression. It wasn't envy or admiration, but more like a complex feeling of, you make me feel so lazy. Are you even human? Yun Mo didn't answer. He picked up his canteen, took a sip, and handed it to Yun Feihu. Yun Feihu took it, gulped down a large mouthful, and handed it back. Come on, let's eat, Yun Feihu said. They walked out together. Yun Feihu's legs were still weak and he limped slightly, but it was much better than a few days ago. His body was adapting, becoming more resilient each day. Hey, Yun Feihu suddenly spoke. Has Yun Fei been coming to talk to us more often lately? Yun Mo thought for a moment. She talks to you. But she talked to you too. A couple of words. So she's been talking to both of us. Yun Feihu concluded, then added, she's a nice person. Yun Mo hummed in agreement. Yun Feihu said nothing more, but his steps became a little lighter. When they returned to the courtyard, Yun Shaoqing was already waiting. The wooden tub was set up, filled with reddish-brown water, steam rising. 3 porcelain bottles were lined up on the table. Yun Mo took off his clothes and stepped into the tub. The hot water covered his body and warmth seeped through his skin, merging with the warm current in his dantian. After minor completion, the lamp in his dantian burned brighter, and the range of the warm current had expanded. It no longer just traveled along his spine and arms, but sometimes went down through his waist and hips, flowing to his legs and feet. He leaned back against the tub, eyes closed, feeling the warmth circulate slowly through his body. After 2 incense sticks time, the water cooled. He got out, dried himself, put on clean clothes, and sat at the table. The blood-washing pill. Itching. Yun Xiaqing's hand pressed against his wrist. A stream of heat seeped in, pushing the itch out bit by bit. The bone-tempering pill. Pain. Her hand pressed along his spine, kneading repeatedly along the bone gaps. The heat enveloped every bone, making the pain less sharp. The body-strengthening pill. Comfortable. Warmth spread from his stomach, flowing into every muscle and every sinew. The earlier itch and pain were washed away clean. He lowered his head and glanced at the panel. Heaven rewards diligence, once proven, forever proven. Body tempering 14,100. Heaven Cloud stance minor completion 91500. White Crane Fist minor completion 40300. Body tempering had gone from 12 to 14. The pills added 2 points, and the stance added 3 points today for a total of 5 points. He stared at the number for a moment. The pills had added 2 points, not 1. For the previous 3 days, each time he took the pills, body tempering only increased by 1 point. Today it increased by 2. He thought about it and understood. It wasn't that the pills had changed, his body had changed. After reaching minor completion in Heaven Cloud stance, his body absorbed the medicinal power more fully. The same pills now had double the effect. It was similar to what he had calculated before. At this rate, 3 to 4 points from the stance daily, 2 points from the pills daily, for a total of 5 to 6 points per day, 86 points, about 15 days. 15 days to Qi refining layer 1. He dismissed the panel and stood up. Yun Shaoqing was tidying up the porcelain bottles on the table without looking up. You're in good shape today. Get some rest early. Yun Mo nodded, walked to the bed, and lay down. Wind blew outside the window, rustling the leaves of the pomegranate tree. He reviewed the day's data in his mind. Heaven Cloud Stance minor completion. White Crane Fist minor completion. Body tempering 14100. Heaven Cloud Stance 91500. White Crane Fist 40300. In 5 days, Heaven Cloud Stance would reach major completion. In 18 days, Chi refining layer 1. This was without accounting for the effect of Heaven Cloud Stance reaching major completion. And his first goal within 3 months, achieve major completion in Heaven Cloud Stance and reach Chi refining layer 3, 1000 silver tails, and 10 dragon tiger body forging pills. On the 7th day since arriving at the Yun family martial hall, in the morning the classroom labeled Ding was packed. After several days of settling in, the 35 trainees had grown used to the rhythm of lessons in the morning and practice in the afternoon. Some still rubbed their eyes, some lay over their desks and yawned, but most sat upright waiting for Yun Qingshan to enter. Yun Imo sat in his usual seat. Yun Feihu beside him flipped through a bestiary borrowed from the armory, the pages rustling as he muttered what was the three-horned one called again. Yun Imo ignored him, bowed his head, and summoned his status panel to glance at it. Heaven rewards the diligent, one certificate endures forever. Body tempering, Suadi 24,100. Tianyun stake small accomplishment, 310,500. White Crane Fist great accomplishment, 200,1000. 3 days had passed. Tianyun stake rose from 91 to 310, gaining over 70 points a day with roughly 20 repetitions. Body tempering climbed from 14 to 24, gaining 3 or 4 points each day. He had already brought White Crane Fist to great accomplishment and practiced a few sets daily to keep the feel of it. At this rate, Tianyun's stake would reach completion in 3 or 4 days. Body tempering would still need about 20 days to hit 100. He could not rush that. Pills and stake exercises were doing their work, but the body kept its own pace. He withdrew the panel and looked up. Yun Feihu was still on the bestiary. He paused on a page, pointed at an illustration, and leaned over. Look at this. Iron-backed wolf. They say it can bite through armor. Do you think we'll have to fight things like this someday? Yun Imo glanced at the detailed drawing, each tooth carefully inked sharp and menacing. Maybe. Then we better train hard. Yun Feihu snapped the book shut, shoved it into the desk cubby, and straightened up. Footsteps sounded at the door as Yun Qingshan pushed it open and entered. Today he wore a deep blue robe and carried no booklet in his hands. His pace was a little slower than usual. He walked to the front, turned, and cast his gaze over everyone. This morning, weapons. He sat not leaning back as he usually did, but slightly forward, hands folded on the desk. You are training the stake, taking medicinal baths and pills every day to build your bodies. But a warrior cannot live by fists alone. Weapons will be indispensable to you. He paused and scanned the classroom. Let us first speak of mundane weapons. He extended his right hand, fingers spread as if holding something. Mundane knives, spears, swords, and staves are what you see in the market, forged at smithies or made in the Yun family workshops. Those are mundane pieces. Their quality depends largely on 3 things: material, craftsmanship, and forging technique. A good mundane weapon is sharp, sturdy, and well-balanced. A poor one will chip, break, or feel awkward in the hand. But good or bad, a mundane weapon is still only a shaped piece of iron, nothing more. He folded his fingers together, and his tone grew heavier. Spirit weapons are entirely different. The classroom fell silent. Yun Feihu stopped flipping pages. Even those who had been dozing sat up, all eyes fixed on Yun Qingshan. Spirit weapons are called lingqi. Even a low-grade lingqi differs from an ordinary weapon by a gulf. Where does that difference lie? In the material. He produced a small object from his sleeve and set it on the desk. It was a dark red metal, little larger than a thumb, its surface rough like an unpolished ore. In the sunlight it held a faint sheen, not mere metallic glint, but a subtle inner light that seemed to flow within. This is chiefing copper. Yun Qingshan weighed the piece in his hand. One of the materials used for low-grade spirit weapons. See its sheen? Not from surface polishing, but shining from within. He placed the chiefing copper on the desk so the light could catch it. The faint glow trembled in the sun, as if something inside moved slowly. In the metal's formation, a chance seam fused a strand of sword intent into it. Not something forged in by hand, but innate. A sword made of it carries a natural edge, sword chi. The same cut with ordinary iron is merely the force of iron. A sword forged from chiefing copper adds beyond iron's force a trace of sword chi, that extra sharpness and speed that can pierce an opponent's true chi. He set the chiefing copper down and looked around. This is only material for low-grade lingqi. Mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade spirit weapons use finer materials. The intent woven into them is deeper, purer, and stronger. Some spirit weapons can unleash their power without a wielder's command. Of course, such artifacts are beyond your concern for now. He leaned back and his tone eased. When a weapon reaches the spirit stage, there is no absolute superiority. Knives have their suited spirit materials, swords their spears theirs. Chiefing copper suits swords, but there are materials that favor knives and will bestow a knife chi. Which is better? There is no answer. It depends on the wielder. He let the sentence hang and fell silent to let them absorb it. The Yun family is famed for its swordsmanship. He resumed, more formally. The treasure repository houses the most diverse sword techniques from low to high human ranks, over a dozen schools. There are other weapon arts, but neither their quantity nor grade matches the sword. His gaze swept the room as if awaiting a reply. If any of you wish to learn another weapon, state it, and the martial hall will arrange it. Yet most choose the sword for resources are abundant, techniques complete, and the path smoother. Silence lingered. No hands rose. Yun Fifan sat in the front row with his chin slightly raised, wearing an expression that plainly declared, of course, choose the sword. Yun Maluo showed no expression and did not raise his hand either. Yun Feihu glanced at Yun Mo and whispered, what will you choose? Sword, Yun Mo replied. They'll take the sword, too, Yun Feihu said. No one requested other weapons. Yun Qingshan nodded and rose. So it is decided. At the Shin hour this afternoon, gather at the practice ground for sword lessons. A specialist instructor will teach you basic swordsmanship. Call him Instructor Yun. He finished, pocketed the chiefing copper, and strode out. The classroom buzzed with conversation. Yun Fifan stood and turned to address everyone, voice quiet, but confident. The sword is chief among weapons. The Yun family's swordsmanship is renowned throughout the great Yin dynasty. Choosing the sword is the right choice. A few agreed, murmured. Yun Fifan's mouth curled slightly, but he said no more and turned away. Yun Feihu leaned closer. Do you think this afternoon we'll even touch a real sword? Probably, Yun Mo said. After lunch at the mess hall, Yun Mo rested in the courtyard for a while. He did not sleep. He practiced 2 sets of white crane fist in the courtyard. At great accomplishment, the form no longer required thought. The body knew where to move and how to release power. After 24 movements, he broke a light, sweat his breath even. He settled under a pomegranate tree and summoned the panel to check his progress. After reaching great accomplishment in white crane fist, gains came slowly, so he paid it little heed. The form was for honing his hands, not for chasing a high realm. What truly mattered were Tianyun's stake and body tempering. Before the Shin hour arrived, Yun Feihu knocked on his door, and the two walked to the practice ground together. By the time they reached the type training field, most people had already come. Today's practice ground differed from usual. In front of the row of weapon racks against the wall, an extra row of racks stood neatly, holding dozens of swords. Their blades were narrow and unsharpened. The hilts were wrapped in dark cloth, plain and unadorned. Everyone's gaze was drawn to them. Yun Mo and Yun Feihu took their places. At the Shin hour, a young man entered from the side gate of the practice ground. He wore a white robe with tight cuffs and a silver-gray sash at his waist. Tall and lithe, his features were delicate. He seemed about 25. His hair was secured at the back with a wooden pin, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of very bright eyes. His walk was peculiar. Not Yun Qingshan's steady, forceful stride, but a lighter, more nimble step, like wind skimming water, without stirring a ripple. He halted before the line, swept his gaze across them, and said, "My name is Yun Qingsong. From today, I will teach you basic swordsmanship." He turned to the racks, casually picked up a sword, and returned to the center. The foundation of swordsmanship rests on 8 motions: cleave, thrust, lift, hook, point, snap, intercept, sweep. These 8 motions are the root of every sword art. Without mastering them, any sword technique is mere decoration. He held the sword horizontally before him and stood sideways. Watch closely. His movements were deliberate and slow, each detail distinct. The twist of the wrist, the reach of the arm, the twist of the hips, the shifting of the steps. Cleave. The sword falls from above in a straight line. Power issues from the shoulder through the elbow and wrist into the blade. When the cleave finishes, the point must not wobble. He raised the sword and cleaved. Clean and precise, the tip remained utterly still. Thrust. The point drives straight forward, arm, wrist, and blade form a single line. Power comes from the waist through shoulder, elbow, and wrist, delivered to the tip. When thrusting, the body must not lurch forward, the center of gravity must remain steady. He thrust, the tip held in the air as if nailed there. Lift. The sword rises from below along an arc. Power originates from the hips, travels along the bodice side into the blade. In a lift, the sword must trace a curve, not a straight line. He lifted from below, drawing a graceful arc, gentle but threaded with latent tension. Hook. The sword is drawn backward and down along a circular path. This is a defensive motion to redirect force. In a hook, the wrist must be loose. The sword must move in a circle, not be jerked back stiffly. The sword traced a rearward arc and settled steadily to the side. Point. The tip drops as a bird pecking. The wrist supplies the force. The motion is small in amplitude but quick in speed. The tip plunged and rebounded as swift as a dragonfly skimming water. Snap. The tip thrusts upward, the opposite of point. Also a wrist-driven small but rapid movement. The tip flicked upward, clean and sharp. Intercept. The blade comes across horizontally to block. Power comes from the waist, travels through the arm into the blade. When intercepting the blade, must be level, not tilted. He held the blade across his body as if stopping an imaginary attack. Sweep. The blade glides across horizontally like wiping a table. Power issues from the shoulder through elbow and wrist into the blade. In a sweep, the blade must stay close to the opponent's weapon or body, not stray away. He swept the blade flat. The movement was small, but carried a clinging force. Having demonstrated the 8 forms, he returned the sword to rest at his side, point angled toward the ground. Each of you will practice these 8 moves 100 times. Do not seek speed, seek stability. Perfect each motion before moving to the next. After 100 repetitions, link the 8 moves together and practice them over and over. He held the sword before him. Each take a sword and spread out. 35 students surged to the racks, and each took a blade. Unmo found his sword lighter than expected, but its balance was solid, and it did not feel flighty in his hand. The blade was unsharpened, but its profile matched a real sword, and its weight was comparable. Returning to his place, he stood sideways and began. Cleave. The sword fell from above. His form was not perfect, the tip wavered as the sword stopped. He adjusted wrist pressure and tried again. The second was better, the third better still. Thrust. The tip drove straight forward. Arm, wrist, and blade formed a line. He tested the motion a dozen times before finding the steady sensation, not forcing the sword to be nailed in midair, but allowing it to hold itself, wrist relaxed so the tip did not tremble. Lift. The sword rose from below. Initially he was too rigid, and the blade moved straight instead of arcing. He slowed, felt the wrist rotate and adjusted again and again until the arc became smooth. Hook. The sword is drawn back and down. He spent the longest on this. His wrist stayed too tight, and the circle would not form. He stopped, relaxed his wrist, gently swayed the blade to feel the alive motion, then tried again. Point, snap, intercept, sweep. He practiced each form dozens of times. Yun Qingsong moved through the ranks, occasionally stopping to correct someone's posture. When he passed Unmo, he glanced briefly, but said nothing and continued on. After each had done the 8 moves 100 times, Yun Qingsong returned to the front and applauded once. Stop. Now link the 8 moves. Cleave, thrust, lift, hook, point, snap, intercept, sweep. In that order, and practice them repeatedly. Do not be fast, be steady. Perfect each motion before the next. He stood in front and demonstrated the sequence himself. Cleave, thrust, lift, hook, point, snap, intercept, sweep. The 8 moves flowed into a coherent sword routine. His movements remained slow, yet a sense of flow ran along the blade, as if something traveled from his hand to the hilt along the blade to its tip. Unmo followed. Cleave, thrust, lift, hook, point, snap, intercept, sweep. Once, twice, 3 times. His motion smoothed. The transitions between the 8 moves grew seamless. They no longer felt like isolated actions, but threaded into a chain. On the 5th pass, he noticed the routine had a name. A line appeared on his panel: Qingsong's sword technique, not initiated 0-100. He did not stop and kept practicing. The routine arranged the 8 fundamentals into 64 sequences, steady, rhythmically clear like a pine that neither wind nor rain can sway. Mastering this routine would naturally cement the 8 basics. He practiced 10 or more extra times, each run smoother than the last. The sword obeyed him more and more. It ceased to be a chunk of iron to be forced, becoming an extension of his arm. When cleaving, power issued from the shoulder through elbow and wrist to the tip. In thrusts, power began at the waist, forming a straight line of arm, wrist, and blade. Lifts traced arcs that were supple yet forceful. Hooks relied on a loose wrist and circular motion. Points sunk with a wrist drop, and the tip plunged. Snaps flicked upward with a wrist snap. Intercepts held the blade flat and steady. Sweeps clung against the opponent with the adhesive quality. After the 18th pass, he sheathed the sword and stood sideways, the tip angled to the earth. The numbers on his panel flickered and jumped past the stages before small accomplishment. Qingsong's sword technique, small accomplishment, 20,300. He stood breathing slightly fast, staring at the panel. In one afternoon, he had gone from never touching a sword to bringing a routine to small accomplishment. He did not ponder it further and returned to practice. People thinned out across the practice ground. Some had practiced a few sets and left, others sat to rest. Yun Feihu persisted, sweat-drenched and still a little stiff in movement. Yun Feifan's motions were textbook. A good foundation made everything come quickly. Yun Fei's movements were graceful and open. The sword obeyed her. Yun Maoyuo's technique was the steadiest, with power, angle, and speed all well controlled. Unmo did not watch them. He practiced the new sequences a dozen more times until the motions were completely fluid, then sheathed the sword. He returned the sword to the rack and turned to leave. At the doorway, he glanced back. Yun Qingsong still stood in the center of the ground, white-robed and calm, watching the few who remained practicing. Unmo withdrew his gaze and walked out. The practice ground emptied. The last students departed in turn, leaving only Yun Qingsong alone. He stood without moving, his mind replaying what he had just seen. That youth starting from zero had raised the Qingsong sword technique to small accomplishment in a single afternoon. He had seen quick learners before, some children with good foundations and sharp comprehension learning twice as fast as others. But this boy was not twice as fast, he was 10 times as fast. In all the years he had taught swordsmanship, he had never witnessed such speed. He stood a moment longer before turning and leaving the practice ground. He did not depart straight away, but took a turn, passed through 2 moon gates, walked down a long corridor, and arrived at the small green brick building that housed the Marshall Hall registration desk. He pushed the door and found Yun Shirlu seated behind the desk with the registry open and a pen in hand. Qingsong, what is it? Yun Shirlu looked up. Yun Qingsong came to the desk, did not sit, and leaned both hands on the edge, his voice low. This afternoon, I taught swordsmanship. One trainee, Yun Mo from Nining County. Yun Shilia's pen hovered over the paper. His Qingsong sword technique reached small accomplishment. Yun Qingsong said, one afternoon, from zero to small accomplishment. I have taught sword for years and never seen such speed. Yun Shirlu said nothing. He leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers twice on the desk rim. I understand. Yun Shirlu replied. Yun Qingsong glanced at him, nodded, and left without further inquiry. His steps retained their lightness, but as he went out, the corner of his mouth curved faintly. Yun Shirlu sat a while in silence. He opened the registry and added a few lines beside Yun Mo's entry: Qingsong sword technique. Small accomplishment in one afternoon. Never before touched a sword. After writing, he closed the registry, set it at the corner of the desk, leaned back, and closed his eyes for a moment. On the 11th morning since arriving at the Yun family Marshall Hall, the Ding-level classroom was already full. But today it wasn't Yun Qingshan standing at the front, the podium stood empty. Students chatted in small groups, some dozed with their heads on the desks, others flipped through books, and a few huddled together whispering. Yun Feihu lay on his desk, turning his head to look at Yun Mo. What do you think the lesson is today? Instructor Yun isn't here, and he didn't say where he was going. Wait, Yun Mo said. Wait for what? For someone to come and tell us. Yun Feihu muttered something and buried his head back in his arms. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yun Qingshan pushed the door open and walked in. He carried no books or charts, his hands empty. Dressed in a neat, dark, gray short outfit, he didn't look like he was about to give a lecture. No class today, he said, standing at the front, his gaze sweeping over everyone. I'm taking you to see something. Everyone get up and follow me. The classroom instantly buzzed with excitement. Some stood up eagerly, others curiously asked, where to? And a few had already started heading out. Without another word, Yun Qingshan turned and left, leading the group of 35 eastward along the corridor. The line stretched long, with Yun Mo in the middle and Yun Feihu beside him, walking faster than usual. What do you think we're going to see? Yun Feihu asked. Don't know. Could it be to see spirit beasts? Don't know. Can you say something other than don't know? Not sure. Yun Feihu glared at him, but couldn't help laughing. Those at the front suddenly quickened their pace, and a murmur rippled through the group. Yun Feifan was at the very front, flanked by 2 or 3 people, his voice carrying clearly. Today is the graduation assessment for the 2 senior cohorts, Yun Feifan said with an air of I knew it all along. Every year the new students are brought to observe. The senior cohorts. The ones 2 years older than us, someone asked. Yes. Back then the Marshall Hall hadn't expanded enrollment. Each cohort only had a dozen or so people. Not like us 35. What's their cultivation level? Another voice inquired. Yun Feifan lowered his voice slightly, but it was still audible. The weakest is at Qi refining layer 4. The best, there are 2 at Qi refining layer 6. Qi refining layer 6. At 12. The questioner's voice was tinged with envy. Yun Feifan said, his tone flat, but a slight smirk tugged at his lips, as if boasting about something remarkable. Yun Mo, walking behind, absorbed every word. 12 years old, Qi refining layer 6. He lowered his head to glance at his own panel. Body tempering 64100, not even at Qi refining layer 1 yet. 3 days left. He wasn't anxious, but he was listening. The procession passed through several moon gates, crossed a bamboo grove, and traversed a long corridor until a training ground much larger than the Clevel one appeared before them. A wooden plaque above the gate read, A-level training ground. Yun Qingshan pushed the door open and led everyone inside. The A-level training ground was at least 3 times larger than the Clevel one. The floor was paved with whole slabs of bluestone polished to a mirror-like smoothness. The surrounding walls were high, with several large windows letting in light that flooded the entire space, making it brilliantly bright. Against the walls stood weapon racks filled with swords, spears, halberds, and sabers, more than double what they had in the Clevel ground. White lines were drawn in the center of the field, marking out a huge assessment area. On the other side of the training ground, a row of people already stood. 14 individuals lined up in the center of the field. 7 boys and 7 girls, all around 12 or 13, dressed in uniform training suits, standing tall and poised with a calm demeanor. Their gazes were fixed forward, expressions serious, exuding a maturity beyond their years. Yun Mo's eyes swept from left to right, then stopped in the middle. It was a young girl. She stood at the very center of the 14, half a head taller than the boy beside her. Her jet-black long hair was tied back with a white ribbon revealing a smooth forehead and a face so delicate it seemed almost unreal. Features as exquisite as a painting with a straight nose, slightly pursed lips, and clean, sharp jawline. She wore the same training suit as everyone else, but on her the ordinary clothes seemed as if custom-tailored, fitting perfectly in every way. 12 years old. Yet her face looked like it had stepped out of a painting not meant for a training ground. The arena fell silent for a moment. Then whispers surged like a tide. Who was that? So beautiful. The one in the middle, do you see her? Yun Fei's mouth hung slightly open, his eyes fixed in that direction, unable to speak for a long time. Yun Fei, standing in the front row, also glanced at the girl, then looked away, her expression unchanged. Yun Mo looked at the girl once, then averted his gaze. His eyes moved from her to scan the people beside her. A burly boy with broad shoulders and thick arms, clearly a strength type. A tall, lean boy with slender fingers and a light stance, as if trained in swift swordsmanship. A short-haired girl with an heroic brow and a slightly raised chin, exuding a presence rivaling any boy. He noted them all, but didn't linger. Yun Fei's voice came from the front, louder now, as if deliberately seeking an audience. That's Yun Yao, one of the two at Chi Refining Layer 6 I told you about. Also the #1 beauty of the Yun family martial hall in the last 5 years. When he said #1 beauty, his tone carried a see for yourselves implication. Someone let out a wow, others murmured, truly beautiful, and some kept staring. Yun Mo didn't look again. He withdrew his gaze, standing quietly in the line, waiting for the assessment to begin. The other door of the training ground swung open. A group of people walked in. They were slightly older than their cohort, mostly 11-year-old boys and girls, 13 in total. Those at the front had already grown taller, while those at the back still bore childish features. They lined up on the other side of the arena, their curious gazes taking in everything. Their leader was a woman around 30, wearing a lilac long dress tightly cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender waist and full curves. Her features weren't exceptionally delicate, but she was fair-skinned with a charm unique to mature women in her brows and eyes. Her gait resembled Yun Qingshan's, light, quick, agile, but with an added softness. She walked up to Yun Qingshan, stopped, looked him up and down, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly. Qingshan, bringing the new students to observe again. Yun Qingshan's expression remained unchanged, and he replied with a faint, How many in this cohort? The woman asked. 35. 35. The woman raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying an indescribable nuance. Expanding enrollment really changes things, letting anyone in now. Yun Qingshan's gaze darkened slightly, but he didn't respond. The woman chuckled, turned, and walked to the front of her own group, clapping her hands. Everyone stand still. Don't move. Watch and learn properly. See how your seniors handle the assessment, so you don't embarrass yourselves when it's your turn. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the arena. As she finished, her gaze casually drifted toward Yun Qingshan. Yun Mo, standing in the line, took in the woman's expression and tone. She and Yun Qingshan don't get along. He made that judgment in his mind, but didn't dwell on it. Yun Qingshan didn't look at the woman again. He walked to the front of his own group, his voice moderate. Everyone stand at attention. The assessment is about to begin. Watch closely how your senior brothers and sisters do it. In 2 years you'll be standing here too. As his words faded, the 14 people in the center of the arena moved simultaneously. They dispersed, each taking their designated position, facing forward with steady gazes. Yun Yao stood at the very center, her posture as straight as a pine, her long hair gently swaying in the breeze. The assessor emerged from the side, a middle-aged man around 40 with a stern face holding a booklet. He walked to the front of the field, stopped, and swept his gaze over the 14. Assessment begins. First item, cultivation level test. Yun Mo stood quietly in the line watching. The examiner opened his ledger and let his gaze sweep across the 14 candidates. Cultivation test begins from the left. 1 by 1, step forward, stand before the spiritisting stone, and exert your chi to the utmost. At the center of the training ground stood a pale gray stele, about half a man in height, its surface smooth as a mirror. It was the spiritisting stone. Yun Mo had seen its illustration in the archive of techniques. When spiritual energy is poured into it, it emits colors indicating strength: white, yellow, red, cyan, purple, ranging from the faint white light of the first layer of chi refinement to the blazing purple of the 10th. The first youth stepped forward. Short and round-faced, he looked nervous. He drew a deep breath and pressed his palm against the stone. A faint white glow surfaced on the stone, steady rather than brilliant. 4th layer of chi refinement, the examiner noted expressionlessly in his ledger. The youth withdrew his hand and returned to the line, disappointment shading his face. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 4th, 5th. The spirit stone lit in succession with white and yellow. When the fifth youth approached, the glow was brighter than those before, yet still yellow. Fifth layer of chi refinement. The examiner's voice remained flat. Conversation rippled softly through the observing crowd. Yunimo stood among them, watching quietly. Fourth layer, fifth layer, 12 years old, 2 years older than him. He tallied silently. At the current pace, his body tempering would finish in 3 days. Within half a month, he could reach the threshold and enter the first layer of chi refinement. If the Tianyun steak proved perfect and he combined it with pills and medicinal baths, his cultivation would only accelerate. He felt confident he could break through to the 7th layer within a year. No, perhaps not a full year. Half a year. He considered it and thought half a year might be too eager, though not impossible. He folded the thought away and kept watching the arena. The 6th youth stepped forward. He differed from the others, tall and lithe with delicate features and a faint arrogance in his brows. His gait was unhurried, as if he was certain he would not disgrace himself. He reached the spirit stone, and without the deep preparatory breath the others took, casually laid his palm upon it. The stone flared. First white, then yellow, then red. The red rose steadily from the surface, not glaring, but pure and intense, far richer than any before it. 6th layer of chi refinement. For the first time, a trace of inflection entered the examiner's voice as he made his note and glanced up at the youth. Not bad. The youth drew back his hand and turned. He lifted his chin slightly, letting his gaze sweep across the observers, a barely perceptible curve forming at the corner of his mouth. It was not triumph, but a composed certainty of as it should be. Yun Feifan's voice drifted from the front, lower than before, as if speaking of something to be taken seriously. Yun Feiyu, son of Elder 6, 12 years old, 6th layer of chi refinement. He paused, arranging his words. He cultivates the Disui Ju Dishui technique, which among human-ear lower-grade methods is considered top tier. Its hallmark is spiritual energy refined as water, dense and enduring. In martial skills, Dailang sword technique, a human-ear lower-grade sword art, and a footwork called Tsuanbu, also human-ear lower-grade. As to how far he has mastered them, I cannot say. When he finished, silence fell for a moment. Human-tier techniques, sword, art, footwork, 12 years old, and already versed in 3 martial disciplines. Yun Mo stored the figures in his mind without comment. Yun Feihu clicked his tongue and murmured, "This one looks formidable." Yun Feiyu returned to the line and took his place. His expression remained proud, but a faint satisfied ease smoothed his features. Those beside him glanced his way, some with envy, some with resentment, yet no one spoke. The examiner closed the ledger and looked up. Next, Yun Yao stepped forward from the line. Her bearing was unlike any who had gone before. Not Yun Feiyu's composed certainty, but a lighter, more natural step, as if she walked upon flowing water, gliding without effort. She stood before the stone, hair drifting in the breeze. A hush fell over the arena, not the muted silence of stifled whispers, but the collective holding of breath. Observers forgot to close their mouths. Some leaned forward unconsciously. Yun Fei's lips parted slightly once more. Yun Yao pressed her hand to the spirit stone. White, yellow, red. The red swelled like a fire within the rock. Then above the red, a layer of cyan light kindled. Cyan, the 7th layer of chi refinement. The training ground erupted. Some in the observing ranks gasped, some whispered, some stared with wide eyes. Yun Feiyu's haughtiness softened into a complex, indescribable expression. The examiner lowered the ledger and regarded the steady cyan glow, nodding repeatedly. His voice rose noticeably. 7th layer of chi refinement. Yun Yao withdrew her hand and turned. Her face remained unchanged, neither pride nor excitement, not even the slightest tremor of feeling. She moved back to her position, hair resting at her shoulders, quiet as a poplar by the water. In truth, different complexions produce different effects. Fair-skinned practitioners look like white jade when they use it. He paused and added, so many female warriors prefer this method. She cultivates the Huangyu Gong yellow jade technique, a human-tier upper-grade method. This technique emphasizes defense and strength. When channeling it, the complexion alters. The founder's skin leaned yellow, and in practice one appears like yellow jade, hence the name. In truth, different complexions produce different effects. Fair-skinned practitioners look like white jade when they use it. He paused and added, so many female warriors prefer this method. After that he fell silent and said no more. Yun Feihu murmured, 7th layer at 12. His tone carried no envy or jealousy, only a stunned, reverent bewilderment. Yun Mo watched Yun Yao's departing figure and ran the numbers once more in his head. 7th layer, a human-tier upper-grade technique, 2 years his senior. By his family's assessment standard, to reach the 7th layer within a year, that meant he would have to attain what Yun Yao had at 12 by the time he was 11. The goal was not easy, but he had his attributes: the Tianyun steak, medicinal baths, and pills. He did not need to wait until 14 to open. He was already walking the path. 1 year. He repeated the number in his mind, not 2 years, but 1. After 1 year, 7th layer. He tucked the goal into his heart, his face unreadable. The remaining youths went up in turn. fourth layer, fifth layer, fifth layer. None surpassed Yun Feiyu, and none came close to Yun Yao. When all 14 had been tested, the examiner closed his ledger and waved to the side. Next item, practical combat assessment. Fight low-grade beasts. The side doors of the arena were pushed open. Gray-clad attendants filed in, each pushing a cart bearing an iron cage. The cages were welded from thick iron bars and draped in black cloth. The attendants set the carts along the arena's edge in a straight line. 1, 2, 3. They reached the end of the ground. 30 cages in total, arranged neatly in 3 rows of 10. A murmur of astonishment passed through the observers. 30 beasts. The number made many draw a sharp breath. The cloth on the first cage was lifted. Inside coiled a serpent. Its scales were blue-green, glinting coldly beneath the lamps. As thick as an adult's forearm, it lay wound in a coil, its triangular head raised and crimson tongue flicking. The cloth on the second cage rose. Another blue-scaled serpent appeared, slightly smaller, but equal in ferocity. The third, fourth, fifth, 10 cages opened in turn. 10 blue-scaled serpents swam within their cages, their tongue-sucking forming a continuous hiss that sent shivers down spines. The cloths on the second row were lifted at once. 10 gray-brown wolves were confined there, each larger than an ordinary wolf, limbs long and claws keen. Their muzzles were ringed in iron, yet low, mournful growls still rumbled from their throats. Yellow eyes flashed faintly in the dark. The cloths on the third row were then drawn aside. 10 black boars pressed against their cages, enormous and bristled thickly. Their backs bore a horned armor-like plate. They lay panting, nostrils steaming, E2 tusks jutted white and cold, glinting in the lamplight. 30 beasts, 3 species of 10, lined the arena's edge. The serpents hissing, the wolves' low howls, and the boars' heavy breaths mingled into a somber, ominous overture. Yun Mo watched from the observing line, his gaze sweeping the 3 groups of cages as the beast compendia he had studied in the archive of techniques rose before his mind's eye. Beasts were divided into 10 ranks, with the legendary king rank above them. Ranks 1 and 2 corresponded to the Qi refinement realm, 3 and 4 to the Jinchuan realm, 5 and 6 to the Baodan realm, 7 and 8 to the Tianyi realm, 9 and 10 to the Xinyu realm. King-ranked beasts corresponded to the life and death Xian realm, a domain as distant from him as the stars. The 3 species before them were all rank 2 beasts. The blue-scaled serpent, agile, able to coil and constrict, its fangs are poisonous. The bite turns the wound cyan and numb, and untreated the venom can spread throughout the body. The light-wind wolf, swift and skilled in ambush, its claws and teeth are exceedingly sharp. A lone wolf is manageable, but in a pack, even a 7th-layer Qi cultivator might not escape unscathed. The iron-backed bore, high defense and raw power. Its charge is like a war chariot. Ordinary iron swords will bounce off its shell. Only strikes to the belly, eyes, or throat, those thin places, can be instantly fatal. Among rank 2 beasts, they were not the very strongest, yet they were beyond beginners. Typically, cultivators of Qi refinement in the 6th to 8th layers were suited to contend with them. Yun Mo ran these facts through his mind and watched the field. The 14 candidates stood at the center, faces turned toward the cages, each expression different. Some went pale, some tightened their grips on sword hilts, some drew a steadying breath. Yun Feiyu stood with chin raised, scanning the 3 groups with a faint smile at his lips. Yun Yao stood in the middle, quietly watching the cages with an impassive face. The examiner walked to the arena's center and looked over the 14. Each of you will draw a beast at random, unknown. Spiritual implements are forbidden. You may use only ordinary iron swords. The objective is to kill the beast or render it unable to fight. His voice was not loud, yet every corner of the arena heard it clearly. The gray-clad attendants began rearranging the cages, grouping the 30 iron cages by species for the draw. The beasts seemed to sense fate. The serpents coiled tighter, tongues flicking faster. The wolves paced, yellow eyes fixed on the people. The boars rose and snorted, tusks bared. Yun Mo remained in the observing line, watching the cages, the 14 candidates' faces, and the ledger in the examiner's hand. The beasts had not yet been unleashed, but already he could imagine what would unfold next. The examiner stood in the center of the training ground, a ledger in hand, his gaze sweeping over the 14 disciples. The assessment order will be from the lowest cultivation level to the highest. The first, a round-faced youth, stepped forward. His complexion was still somewhat pale, but the hand gripping his sword was steady. He had drawn a green-scaled serpent. The iron cage was opened, and the green-scaled serpent slithered out. It moved swiftly across the ground, its triangular head raised high, its forked tongue flickering in and out. The youth raised his sword and advanced to meet it. From the observing group, Yun Fifin's voice rang out again, more relaxed now, as though he were commentating on a match whose outcome he already knew. Don't be fooled by their cultivation. Only Qi refinement layer 4 or 5. Those trained in the Yun family martial hall are nothing like the rogue cultivators outside. With the heavenly cloud stakes as their foundation and having consumed medicinal baths and pills since childhood, their physical constitution far exceeds that of others at the same level. A Chi Refinement Layer 4 fighter could easily match an outside cultivator at Layer 7. He paused then added, of course whether their mental fortitude holds up against a demonic beast for the first time is another matter. In the arena the round-faced youth had already engaged the green-scaled serpent. His swordsmanship was not exquisite, but his fundamentals were solid. Each chop, thrust, slash, and hook was executed with precision, clearly the result of having trained the green pine sword art until it was ingrained in his very bones. The green-scaled serpent attempted to coil around him several times, but he dodged each time. Yet the serpent was too fast. After a few exchanges the youth's rhythm began to falter. His breathing quickened and his steps were no longer as steady as before. Seizing an opening after one of his missed thrusts, the serpent lunged, coiling its body around his arm. The youth's face turned ashen. He shook his arm violently, nearly dropping his sword. A martial instructor stepped forward, swiftly decapitating the serpent and pulling the youth to safety. The youth's arm bore a bite wound that had already turned blue. The instructor applied medicine, patted him on the shoulder, and motioned for him to stand aside. First candidate not passed. Next, the second to step forward was also a youth at Chi Refinement Layer 4. He had drawn a swift wind wolf. His mental fortitude was better than the first. He didn't panic, but the swift wind wolf speed was too great for him to match. After enduring for the duration of an incense stick, a claw raked his shoulder, and the instructor intervened to save him. Third candidate Chi Refinement Layer 4 Ironback Boar. He played it smart, avoiding a direct confrontation and circling to find an opening. But the boar's defense was too high, his sword bounced off its back without leaving so much as a scratch. He lasted nearly an incense stick before exhaustion forced the instructor to rescue him. Fourth candidate Chi Refinement Layer 5 Green-Scaled Serpent. This youth was noticeably calmer than the previous ones. His swordsmanship was more decisive, his footwork more agile. After a prolonged struggle with the serpent, he finally pierced its vital spot and successfully killed it. As he left the arena his face was pale, but a faint smile played on his lips. Fifth candidate Chi Refinement Layer 5 Swift Wind Wolf. His luck was poor, he had drawn the fastest beast. Yet he fought with strategy, neither rushing nor panicking, using the width of the arena to maneuver against the wolf. Though he failed to kill it, he survived the incense stick's duration and was judged to have passed. Sixth, Yun Feiyu stepped forward. The murmurs around the arena subsided. Yun Feiyu walked to the center, took an ordinary iron sword from an attendant, casually weighed it in his hand, and then stood still. His opponent was a swift wind wolf. The iron cage opened, and a gray-brown wolf burst out. It was faster and larger than the previous one, its yellow eyes gleaming with ferocity. It circled the arena, then lunged at Yun Feiyu. Yun Feiyu moved. His steps were light and small, but each movement was perfectly timed. The wolf's attack grazed past his robes without touching a single thread. As he sidestepped, his sword was already in motion. Strike after strike, relentless as waves crashing against rocks, each one heavier than the last. With the first strike, the wolf retreated 2 steps. With the second, a gash opened on its flank. With the third, its throat was pierced. 3 strikes. Clean and decisive. The examiner standing at the edge of the arena nodded at the sight. His voice was loud enough for all to hear. Yun Feiyu Dripping Water Art Layer 4, Ripple Sword Art Grandmastery, Inch Step Minor Mastery. Not bad. Some in the audience applauded. Yun Feiyu sheathed his sword and returned to the ranks, his chin slightly raised, a faint smile on his lips. In the observing group, Yun Feifan remained silent, watching the arena with a serious expression. A lackey beside him whispered, "Brother Feifan, what level is the Dripping Water Art at Layer 4? Yun Feifan replied in a low voice, "The Dripping Water Art is among the top-tier mortal-grade low techniques, with 5 layers total. Layer 4 is already formidable. The spiritual energy is condensed like water, dense and enduring." The lackey nodded and asked no further. In the arena, the remaining disciples took their turns. The Chi Refinement Layer 5 candidates fought with some close calls. Some killed their beasts, others survived the incense stick. Among the Chi Refinement Layer 4 disciples, aside from the one bitten by the serpent, the rest managed to endure the incense stick and were deemed to have passed. The last, Yun Yao, stepped forward. The arena fell completely silent. Even the disciples who were bandaging their wounds stopped to watch. Yun Yao walked to the center and took a sword from the weapon rack. It was not an ordinary longsword, but a heavy blade. Its width and thickness double that of a normal sword, weighing at least 4 times as much. She gripped the hilt with one hand, the tip of the blade pointing diagonally at the ground. She stood there like a pine tree that had taken root for 1,000 years. Her opponent was an ironback boar. The iron cage opened, and a black boar charged out. It was larger than the previous ironback boars, its hooves pounding the ground, tusks pointing forward like an out-of-control war chariot hurtling toward her. The bluestone floor clattered under its hooves. Then everyone witnessed a strange sight. Yun Yao's skin began to change. From her face to her neck, from her wrists to her fingertips, a layer of lustrous radiance emanated from beneath her skin. It was not a pallid white, but an extremely faint soft white, like the finest white jade glowing faintly under moonlight. Her delicate features, illuminated by this jade-like glow, seemed even more unreal, as if she had stepped out of a painting or a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. The yellow jade art. A mortal-grade high technique. When activated, the skin takes on a jade-like hue. The creator had a yellowish complexion, so it appeared as yellow jade. Yunyao's skin was already snow-white, so upon activation it gleamed like white jade, her entire body radiating light. In that moment, everyone in the training ground was utterly captivated. That face, that jade-like glow, that heavy sword, that girl standing motionless before the boar, as if time and slaughter had nothing to do with her. She was merely standing there, and it was already a painting. Then she moved. 10 steps. 5. 3. She did not retreat or dodge. With a single step forward, the heavy sword swept upward in an arc. That strike was not a thrust nor a chop. It was a cleaving, as if splitting a mountain in two. The blade struck the ironback boar's head. It did not bounce off, nor was it stopped. The boar's hard shell split cleanly in two, the blade slicing along its spine all the way to the tail. The boar collapsed to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Its body split in two, fell to either side, entrails spilling out as the stench of blood filled the air. The jade-like radiance faded. Yunyao's complexion returned to its normal fair tone. The unreal celestial glow vanished, replaced by the face of a 12-year-old girl, calm and different, as if nothing had happened. She placed the heavy sword back on the rack, turned, and walked back to her position in the ranks. Her long hair swayed gently in the breeze, and not a single drop of blood stained her training uniform. The training ground was dead silent. After a long moment, the examiner made a note in his ledger. His voice was louder than before, but a tremor lingered at the end. Yunyao Yellow Jade Art Layer 3, Mountain Splitting Sword Art Grand Mastery. Excellent. The observing group erupted. Someone let out an ah. Others began to murmur. Some still had their mouths agape. Yun Feiyu stood in the ranks, his usual arrogance fading, replaced by a complex, indescribable expression. The lackey beside Yun Fifan leaned in, his voice low, but unable to hide his awe. Brother Fifan, which is stronger? Yellow Jade Art Layer 3 or Dripping Water Art Layer 4? When Yunyao activated her technique, just now she looked like. He trailed off, unable to find the right words. Yun Fifan was silent for a moment before speaking, his voice much lower than usual. The Yellow Jade Art is a mortal grade high technique, while the Dripping Water Art is mortal grade low. A technique 1 grade higher is about 30% stronger at each layer. Yellow Jade Art Layer 3 is even stronger than Dripping Water Art Layer 5. He paused, then added, moreover, higher grade techniques have more layers and a higher ceiling. The Dripping Water Art maxes out at 5 layers. The Yellow Jade Art has 6. The lackey let out an oh, nodding with a semblance of understanding, his gaze still fixed on where Yunyao stood. Yun Feihu whispered beside him, Chi Refinement Layer 7, splitting an ironback boar in half with 1 strike. His voice held neither envy nor jealousy, only a pure, stunned bewilderment. Then he added, when she activated her technique, just now she really did look like a celestial maiden. Yun Mo stared at Yun Yao's back, running the numbers through his mind once more. Chi Refinement Layer 7 Yellow Jade Art Layer 3 Mountain Splitting Sword Art at Grand Mastery. 2 years older than him. That face bathed in jade light, and that heavy sword that cleaved the ironback boar. 2 utterly contrasting images coexisting in a single person. The examiner closed his ledger and announced the end of the assessment. The 14 disciples filed out of the training ground. Yun Yao walked in the middle of the group, her long hair flowing in the wind, as if nothing had happened. Yun Qingshan walked to the front of his own group, his voice, neither loud nor soft. Finished watching. In 2 years that will be you standing there. Let's go. Back. He turned and walked out. The 35 followed, much quieter than when they had arrived. No one spoke. Even Yun Feihu was silent, head bowed, lost in thought. Yun Mo walked in the middle of the group, his mind replaying the 2 battles he had just witnessed. Yun Feiyu's 3 strikes, Yun Yao's single blow. The Ripple Sword Art at Grand Mastery, the Mountain Splitting Sword Art at Grand Mastery. The Dripping Water Art at Layer 4, the Yellow Jade Art at Layer 3. And that jade-like glow, from Celestial Maiden to Butcher, in the span of a single sword stroke. He organized this information piece by piece and stored it in his mind. Then he quickened his pace to catch up with the group. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. Yun Mo had been at the Yun family martial hall for an entire month. The pomegranate tree in the courtyard was in full bloom, its fiery red blossoms clustering on the branches like little flames. He had grown accustomed to the routine, leaving at dawn and returning at dusk, treading the same path from the courtyard to the dining hall, from the dining hall to the classroom, from the classroom to the training ground and back again. In 30 days he had walked this route hundreds of times, wearing smooth every single bluestone slab. During this month, everyone had made rapid progress. One by one they crossed the threshold of the heaven cloud stance. Half a month ago, all 35 had achieved initial mastery. Yun Fifan had reached minor success 20 days prior. That afternoon, he finished his stance on the training ground, straightened up, lifted his chin higher than usual, and announced in a voice loud enough for all to hear, Heaven Cloud stance minor success. A few people immediately gathered around him, offering congratulations, expressing awe, and asking how he had done it. Yun Fifan's lips curled upward as he said, "It's nothing, just a few extra rounds each day," but his expression clearly proclaimed, "You're all far behind." That evening, he hosted a feast in his courtyard with 2 tables inviting all the trainees. There was an abundance of spirit rice and beast meat along with several jars of special spirit water, reportedly brewed with various spiritual herbs. Drinking it caused a gentle warmth in the lower abdomen, beneficial for warming and nourishing the meridians of warriors below the 4th layer of chi refining. Yun Fei's face reddened after 2 cups. He slung an arm around Yun Mo's shoulder, slurring, "He'll reach minor success too. He'll host a feast too. He'll treat you to even better spirit water then." Yun Mo could barely breathe from the embrace, but did not push him away. Yun Maluo reached minor success 5 days later than Yun Fifan. He did not host a feast, did not boast, and did not even tell anyone. It was a female trainee who often spent time with him who casually mentioned during training, "Yun Maluo reached minor success in the Heaven Cloud stance yesterday," letting everyone know. When the news spread, Yun Fifan's expression flickered for an instant, but quickly returned to normal. He said nothing. As for Yun Feihu, his initial mastery of the Heaven Cloud stance came later than the others, and he was still a ways off from minor success. Yet he had something that put him ahead of everyone, his cultivation. Yesterday afternoon, after finishing his stance practice on the training ground, he suddenly froze as he stood up. He looked down at his hands, clenched them into fists, then opened them. His expression shifted from bewilderment to surprise, and from surprise to ecstasy. Then he turned to Yun Mo, his grin stretching from ear to ear. "I've reached the 1st layer of chi refining." His voice boomed like thunder, echoing across the entire training ground. Everyone crowded around. Yun Fei stood among them, beaming at him, and said, "Congratulations." Yun Fifan walked over from the front, glanced at him, and snorted, "1st layer of chi refining. I reached it 5 days ago." But as he spoke, the corners of his mouth lifted, not in mockery, but in a way that said, "Not bad, kid." Yun Feihu chuckled, not retorting, just scratching his head. Yun Mo stood nearby, watching Yun Feihu, surrounded by the crowd, feeling nothing in particular. He was happy for Yun Feihu, but he was also thinking about something else, his own progress. For the past month, he had practiced the Heaven Cloud stance 20 times daily without fail. After reaching perfection in the Heaven Cloud stance, its effects had more than doubled. He glanced down at his panel. Heaven rewards diligence, a once proven, forever proven. Chi refining layer 3, 322,800. Heaven Cloud stance perfected. Green pine sword art perfected. White crane fist perfected. Cloud shattering steps perfected. Cloud shattering steps was a footwork technique he had chosen from the archive pavilion ungraded, and he had perfected it after a few days of practice. For him, these ungraded martial arts no longer required much time. A few sessions for initial mastery, a few more for minor success, and a few more for major success. By the end of last month, he had gone through all the ungraded martial arts in the archive pavilion, selected a few useful ones, and perfected them. The perfected Heaven Cloud stance, combined with daily medicinal baths and pills, allowed the Yun Chi pill used after breaking through to the 1st layer of chi refining to contribute 6 points of progress per day, granting him a total of up to 30 points daily. From chi refining layer 3 to layer 4 required 800 points, and he was already on his way. The original assessment standard, achieve major success in Heaven Cloud stance, and break through to chi refining layer 3 within 3 months. He had accomplished in less than a month and a half. Today he was going to see Yun Shirlu. After the morning lessons ended, Yun Mo did not head to the dining hall, but returned to his courtyard. Yun Shaoqing was already waiting at the door. Seeing him, she nodded, "16th uncle is waiting for you." The two of them walked through the corridor past the bamboo grove and arrived at the blue brick building of the Martial Hall registration office. Yun Shaoqing knocked on the door, and Yun Shili's voice came from inside, "Come in." Yun Mo pushed the door open and entered while Yun Shaoqing remained outside. Yun Shirlu sat behind a desk, a register spread before him, a brush in hand. He looked up, saw Yun Mo set down the brush, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. "You're here." Yun Mo walked over to the desk and sat down. This time his feet did not dangle. Over the past month he had grown a bit taller, though not by much. "Major success in Heaven Cloud stance?" Yun Shirlu asked. It was not a question but a statement. Chi refining layer 3. Yun Shirlu nodded, pulled a wooden box from under the desk, placed it on the table, and opened it. Inside were 10 pale golden pills, neatly arranged, each the size of a longan, with smooth surfaces and a faint flowing luster. Beside them lay a banknote. Dragon Tiger Body Forging pills, 10 pieces. 1,000 taels of silver. Yun Shirlu pushed the wooden box toward Yun Mo. This is what you deserve. Yun Mo looked at the pills in the box, but did not reach for them. Any questions? Yun Shirlu leaned back in his chair watching him. Yun Mo thought for a moment and asked, I've earned this reward for achieving major success in Heaven Cloud Stance and reaching Qi Refining Layer 3 within 3 months. Will the subsequent rewards remain the same? The same, Yun Shirlu said. Qi Refining Layer 4 within 6 months, 5,000 taels of silver and 3 bottles of clear spirit pills. Qi Refining Layer 7 within a year, 200 spirit stones, 10 awakening spirit pills, 1 human-grade upper-rank cultivation technique, and 2 human-grade upper-rank martial skills. Qi Refining Layer 10 within 2 years, 1,200 spirit stones, 1 condensing true pill, 1 human-grade top-rank cultivation technique, and 3 human-grade top-rank martial skills. He paused, looking into Yun Mo's eyes. And, after 2 years you will be sent to Qin Yun's sect to become a disciple of an elder. Yun Mo nodded. He had known all this long ago, but simply wanted to confirm nothing had changed. Yun Shirlu took a sip of tea from his cup, set it down, leaned forward slightly, and clasped his hands on the desk. Do you know why Qin Yun's sect? Yun Mo did not answer. He caught the implication in Yun Shilia's words. Not, what is Qin Yun's sect? But, why Qin Yun's sect, and not the other sects? Originally, Yun Shirlu said unhurriedly, each batch of graduates from the Martial Hall was assigned to the 3 great sects based on their results. Landscape Pavilion, Flying Snow Manor, and Qin Yun Sect. Landscape Pavilion was the strongest, so the top students went there. Flying Snow Manor was next with mid-tier students. Qin Yun Sect was the weakest, taking the lower-performing ones. He looked at Yun Mo, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. But this year, the batch you saw graduate last month, the one with Yun Feiyu and Yun Yao, all of them entered Qin Yun Sect. Not the best going to the strongest and the worst to the weakest. Everyone went to Qin Yun Sect. He paused, took another sip of tea, as if waiting for Yun Mo to figure it out himself. Yun Mo sat there, turning those words over in his mind. The best students go to the strongest sect, the poor ones to the weakest. That was common sense. But now everyone went to the weakest regardless of their results. That was illogical, unless something had changed the rules. What could change the rules? One person came to mind. Yun Xingyue, Yun Mo said. Yun Shilia's hand holding the teacup paused, then he set it down, leaned back in his chair, and the curve of his lips widened. Go on. Her performance in the Martial Hall back then wasn't good, so she was assigned to Qin Yun Sect. Yun Mo's voice was low, but every word was clear. Now she's number 1 on the Hidden Dragon list, and because of her the Yun family has become one of the top 5 powers in the dynasty. Qin Yun Sect's status changed because of her too. So the Yun family has become more deeply tied to Qin Yun Sect. From now on all our children will be sent there. Yun Shirlu looked at him for a moment, an indescribable expression in his eyes. It was not surprise or admiration. It was a confirmation that said, I was right about you. Correct, he said, his voice lower than before. Miss Qingyu's performance in the Martial Hall was indeed unremarkable. No one back then expected she would achieve what she has today. She went to Qin Yun Sect, cultivated there, broke through there, and soared to the heavens from there. Now she is the supreme elder of Qin Yun Sect. Essentially, she has the final say there. He paused, looking at Yun Mo. So the relationship between the Yun family and Qin Yun Sect changed from the day she claimed the top spot on the Hidden Dragon list. It's not cooperation or friendship, it's a binding. This year's graduating batch all enter Qin Yun Sect. From now on, including your batch and every batch after, all will go to Qin Yun Sect. No assessments, no screening, direct entry. The corner of his mouth lifted. And you will receive better treatment than others. Not because you're strong, but because your surname is Yun. Miss Qingyue is a member of the Yun family. The higher her position in Qin Yun Sect, the greater the Yun family's say there. When you go, you won't have to claw your way up from the bottom like previous students. You'll start from a higher vantage point than others. He finished speaking, picked up his teacup, and took a slow sip, his gaze meeting Yun Mo's over the rim. Yun Mo sat there absorbing every word. Qin Yun Sect Supreme Elder Yun Qingyue. One person had changed the landscape of a sect and the destiny of a family. He didn't need to start from the very bottom, because someone had already paved the way for him. But he also knew that a paved road still had to be walked. Standing at a higher starting point didn't guarantee a longer journey. So Yun Shirlu set down his cup, his voice returning to its usual calm. Your task now isn't to dwell on this. Train, break through, and clear the assessments one by one. In 2 years you'll stand before the gates of Qin Yun Sect. How far you go from there depends on your own ability. He stood up, closed the wooden box, pushed it toward Yun Mo, then picked up the banknote from the desk, folded it, and placed it on top of the box. Take it. Go back and train well. Yun Mo rose, cradling the wooden box in his arms. It was not heavy, but he held it steadily. He turned and walked toward the door. Just as he reached it, Yun Shilia's voice came from behind, not loud, but clear, Yun Mo. He stopped and turned around. Yun Shirlu sat behind the desk, backlit, his expression unreadable. You're faster than I thought. Keep it up. Yun Mo nodded, pushed open the door, and stepped out. Yun Xiaoqing was still waiting at the door. She glanced at the box in his arms, but asked nothing, only saying, "Let's go." The two walked back along the same path. Sunlight poured down from above, casting a warm glow on the bluestone road. Yun Imo walked ahead, his pace unhurried. He pondered Yun's chilliest words. Landscape Pavilion, Flying Snow, Mannerchinian Sect. The best students go to the strongest sect, the poor ones to the weakest. But this year was different. Yun Feiyu's batch all entered Qinyan sect. From now on, his batch would join Qinyan sect too. Because of one person. Someone who had performed poorly in the martial hall and was assigned to the weakest sect. Now she was the supreme elder of Qinyan sect. Yun Imo glanced down at the box in his arms. 10 Dragon Tiger Body Forging Pills, granting 1,000 gene of strength. 1,000 taels of silver. This was his first reward. Ahead lay Qi Refining Layer 4, Layer 7, or Layer 10. Each tier offering greater and better rewards. He ran through these numbers in his mind, then quickened his pace. When they reached the courtyard, Yun Xiaoqing stopped at the gate. "It's noon. Go eat first. The medicinal bath and pills will proceed, as usual tonight." Yun Imo nodded, placed the wooden box on the table, turned, and headed out of the courtyard toward the dining hall. The sunlight was perfect, and the pomegranate blossoms were in full bloom. He walked along the bluestone path steps, light heart at peace. On the very night he obtained the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Pill, Yun Imo began to consume it. Yun Xiaoqing opened the wooden box, revealing 10 pale golden pills neatly arranged inside, each the size of a longan, smooth and faintly lustrous. She picked one up, examined it in her palm, and nodded. "This pill is potent," she said. "Far stronger than those ungraded pills you usually take. It will hurt when you take it. Not the bone-deep ache of a marrow-cleansing pill, but a pain within the flesh, as if someone is tearing your muscles apart and letting them regrow. Endure it, and it will pass." Yun Imo accepted the pill, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed. The moment it touched his throat, it dissolved, sending a scorching surge of energy straight into his chest, where it exploded. Not an explosive blast, but like a ball of fire hurled into his body, spreading from his chest to his limbs. His arms, shoulders, back, and thighs. Every muscle felt seared by red-hot iron, burning with intense pain. Yun Xiaoqing's hand was already on his shoulder. Her fingers pressed down along his shoulder blade, moving over his upper arm, forearm, all the way to his fingertips. A stream of heat seeped in from her fingertips, merging with the scorching current. The heat was not lessened, but it was guided. No longer darting aimlessly, but flowing along a fixed path from chest to shoulder, shoulder to arm, arm to fingertips, and then out through the fingertips. The principle of the Dragon Tiger Body Forging Pill is to tear muscle fibers, allowing them to regrow denser and stronger, Yun Xiaoqing said as she pressed her voice unhurried. "This process is inherently painful. There's no other way. All I can do is help channel the pill's power where it needs to go to keep it from running wild." Yun Imo gritted his teeth, silent. His fingers trembled, nails digging into his palms, but he made no sound. The pain lasted for about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, then began to subside. It didn't vanish abruptly, but receded bit by bit, like a tide withdrawing to reveal a washed shoreline. The scorching heat turned to warmth, and the warmth became a gentle heat that flowed slowly through his body like a river that had been dredged clear. Yun Xiaoqing withdrew her hands, a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. She looked at Yun Imo, a trace of imperceptible approval in her eyes. Not many can endure this pill's first dose without a sound. Yun Imo did not reply. He glanced down at the panel. Qi Refining Third Layer, 362,800. Before taking the pill, it was 322. The day's stance training and herbal bath added 30, plus the forging pills 10, bringing it to 362. The Dragon Tiger Body Forging Pill was a body-tempering elixir, and the first 3 layers of Qi Refining relied primarily on the body to nurture spiritual energy. Though the pill strengthened the physique, a stronger body naturally improved the efficiency of nurturing Qi. Continue tomorrow. Yun Xiaoqing closed the wooden box and put it away. The second, third, fourth, and fifth days followed. 1 pill each day, 1 incense stick's worth of burning and tearing, and 10 points of progress each day. After 5 days and 5 pills, the number on the panel became 482,800. His strength had also changed noticeably, not because the panel told him, but because his body did. When he clenched his fist, his knuckles cracked. When he walked, his steps were heavier. When he picked up his iron sword, it felt lighter. On the evening of the 6th day, he took his 6th Dragon Tiger Body Forging Pill. The scorching surge rushed from his throat into his chest and exploded, but this time it was different. The heat did not linger in his muscles for long. It dissipated quickly, like water pouring into an already full pond, spilling over with nowhere to go. The pain was still there, but much milder, and it faded in less than half an incense stick's time. Yun Xiaoqing frowned, pressing her fingers into his arm, and then his shoulder before letting go. "It's no longer effective," she said, her tone flat, as if stating the expected. Yun Imo looked down at the panel. Qi Refining Third Layer, 517,800. The day's stance training and herbal bath had already added 30. It should have added the forging pills 10A, but this time it only added 5. He stood up, walked to the stone table in the yard, grasped its edges with both hands, and tried to lift it. The table didn't budge, not because he lacked strength, but because he hadn't used his full force. He released his grip, understanding in his heart. 2,000 gene. The Dragon Tiger body forging pills limit was 2,000 gene. He had reached it. He put away the remaining 4 pills, storing them with the leftover blood cleansing pills, marrow cleansing pills, and body strengthening pills. The Marshall Hall issued 3 types of pills weekly, 10 of each, totaling 30. He took 3 daily, 21 a week, saving 9 each week. Over a month, he had amassed a large stash. He placed the Dragon Tiger body forging pills with the others neatly arranged in the wooden box by his bedside. On another new afternoon, he stood in the Bing number training ground. After finishing his stance practice, he glanced down at the panel. Heaven rewards diligence, once proven, forever proven. Chi refining 3rd layer, 541,800. Heaven's cloud stance perfected. Green pine sword art perfected. White crane fist technique perfected. Fragrant cloud steps perfected. Chi refining 3rd layer, 541,800. 259 points short of the 4th layer. At 30 points per day, 9 days. He dismissed the panel, picked up his iron sword, and began practicing the green pine sword art. Suddenly a commotion arose from the other side of the training ground. Yun Mo sheathed his sword and turned to look. On the open space to the east, 2 people stood facing each other less than a zhang apart. One was a round-faced boy named Yun Fu, stocky in build, legs slightly bent, fists clenched at his waist with cloth wrapped around his knuckles. The other was a tall, thin boy named Yun Hui, half a head taller than Yun Fu, with long arms. He stood with 1 foot forward and 1 back, his center of gravity low. Both had merely entered the Heaven's Cloud stance, not yet reaching minor mastery, and their cultivation hadn't reached Chi refining 1st layer. Yet their fist techniques had already achieved minor mastery. Yun Fu practiced the bull rush fist, emphasizing linear strikes with heavy force. Yun Hui practiced the black tiger fist, favoring speed and tricky angles. Both techniques were ungraded, chosen by themselves from the scripture depository. A crowd had gathered, some shouting, "Fight! Fight!" Others cheering, and a few stepping back to clear space. Yun Fifan stood at the front of the crowd, arms crossed, chin slightly raised, watching the two with a faint smile, as if enjoying an amusing performance. Yun Fu moved first. He stepped forward, his right fist shooting straight from his waist with a whoosh. Yun Hui sidestepped simultaneously, sweeping his left hand upward from below, fingers spread and slightly curled, aiming for Yun Fu's ribs. At first the exchanges were even. Yun Fu would throw a punch, Yun Hui would dodge, and follow with a claw aimed at Yun Fu's shoulder. Yun Fu would step back half a pace and throw another punch. The two fought with fervor, and the onlookers watched with equal excitement, some applauding, some commenting, some jeering. But as the fight wore on, the atmosphere shifted. Yun Fu threw a punch that missed. Unable to stop his momentum, he stumbled forward. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Hui clawed at Yun Fu's shoulder. It wasn't a restrained tap, he truly dug in. His 5 fingers pressing hard, nails embedding into Yun Fu's training uniform, leaving 5 shallow, bloody marks on his shoulder. Yun Fu's eyes reddened. With a low growl, he stopped holding back and drove a fist toward Yun Hu's chest. This punch was faster and heavier than all before, the wind howling with a ruthless, reckless ferocity. Yun Hui had no time to dodge, so he crossed his arms in front of his chest. The fist slammed into his forearms with a dull thud. Yun Hui stumbled back 3 steps, his face pale, arms hanging at his sides, trembling slightly. He didn't concede. His lips tightened, and a fire flared in his eyes. Both charged forward simultaneously. Yun Fifan's smile faded. He stepped forward, but someone was faster. A hand reached out from the side, grabbing Yun Fu's wrist. Another hand pressed down on Yun Hu's shoulder, freezing both in place. Yun Maluo stood between them, his left hand gripping Yun Fu's wrist, his right hand on Yun Hu's shoulder. His expression remained unchanged, still that indifferent look, but his fingers were like iron hoops. Yun Fu struggled twice, but couldn't budge. With Chi refining 2nd layer cultivation, he was unmatched among the 35. Yun Fifan walked over, glanced at Yun Maluo, then at Yun Fu and Yun Hui, and snorted. A spar is a spar. Losing your cool doesn't look good. Yun Maluo said nothing, simply releasing his grip and stepping back. Yun Fu and Yun Hui exchanged a glance and simultaneously eased their stances. Both looked displeased, one with bloody marks on his shoulder, the other with a swollen forearm, but neither made another move. "All right, disperse," Yun Fifan said, waving his hand. As the onlookers began to scatter, another voice came from behind the crowd. "Stop." Yun Qingshan entered from the side gate of the training ground. He wore a dark gray short robe, his expression gloomy, his gaze sweeping over Yun Fu and Yun Hui, then over the faces of the onlookers. No one dared to speak. "You two come with me." Yun Fu and Yun Hui lowered their heads and followed Yun Qingshan out. The training ground fell silent for a long time. No one spoke, no one practiced. Everyone stared at the closed door. After a while, Yun Fifan's voice rang out lower than usual, carrying a deliberately suppressed seriousness. The punishment hall. No one who enters it leaves without regret. Someone asked quietly, "What's the punishment hall like?" Yun Fifan glanced at the speaker and snorted. "Like, you'll know when you go in. But I've heard. People come out leaning against the walls." He paused, looked around, his gaze sweeping over every face. "If any of you want to try, go ahead." No one responded. Yun Fifan nodded with satisfaction, turned around, and resumed his stance practice. The people in the training ground gradually dispersed, each returning to their own spot to continue training. Yun Mo withdrew his gaze, picked up his sword again, and continued practicing the green pine sword art. The blade moved slowly in his hands, tracing smooth arcs, steady, quiet, as if nothing had happened. About half an hour later, Yun Qingshan returned. He stood in the center of the training ground, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Yun Fu and Yun Hui have been punished. Each will clean the training ground for 10 days plus a 7-day deduction of pills. His voice was low, but every word was clear. From now on, anyone who wants to spar should find me or another instructor to supervise. Private fights will be dealt with according to punishment hall rules. Understood. Understood, the 35 answered in unison. Continue training. Yun Qingshan finished speaking and turned to leave. The training ground returned to its usual order. The sounds of swords, fists, breathing, and footsteps mingled, chaotic but not disorderly. Yun Mo finished his final form, sheathed his sword, and rested at the edge of the ground. Yun Feihu approached, also carrying a sword drenched in sweat. "Why do you think they started fighting?" Yun Feihu asked while wiping his sweat. "They got hot-headed," Yun Mo said. "True." Yun Feihu thought for a moment and nodded. Good thing Yun Maluo was there, or they'd have been hurt for sure. Yun Mo didn't respond. He placed his sword back on the rack and took a sip of water. It was highly unusual among the 35 that the first conflict had taken nearly 2 months to erupt. He thought about it and figured there were 2 reasons. First, each person had an adult caretaker, and those adults had sharp eyes. They could easily spot and promptly soothe any discontent in the children. Second, there was Yun Fifan. Though he liked to show off and be surrounded by others, he genuinely managed his followers. Not by putting on airs, but by telling them you shouldn't do that or you should do this. With him around, the more unruly ones were kept in check, preventing major trouble. But when young martial artists train, their blood runs hot, and no one can stop them completely. Yun Fu and Yun Hui that day were a prime example. Yun Mo put his water flask back, picked up his sword, and continued training. As dusk fell, the training ground gradually emptied. Walking back to his courtyard, Yun Mo watched the setting sun paint the bluestone path orange-red. He thought about the day's events. The sight of Yun Fu and Yun Hu's readied fury the moment Yun Maluo stepped in to separate them, and Yun Qingshan's mention of the punishment hall. He didn't want to go there. Not out of fear, but because he didn't want to waste time. When he returned to his courtyard, Yun Shaoqing was already waiting. A wooden tub was set out the water, a brownish-red steam rising. On the table were 3 porcelain bottles: blood-cleansing pill, marrow-cleansing pill, and body-strengthening pill. "How was training today?" Yun Shaoqing asked. "Fine." Yun Shaoqing glanced at him, asked no further questions, and turned to leave. Yun Mo took off his clothes, stepped into the tub, leaned against its wall, and closed his eyes. The hot water enveloped his body, warmth seeping through his skin and merging with the gentle current in his dantian. He cleared the day's events from his mind, leaving only one number: Qi, refining 3rd layer, 547800. 253 points to the 4th layer. At 30 points per day, 9 days. He took a deep breath, sank into the water, and let himself completely relax. Another 9 days passed. During these 9 days, Yun Mo practiced the heaven cloud stance 20 times daily, without fail, soaked in medicinal baths at night, and took his pills, steadily advancing at a rate of 30 points per day. Since entering the 1st layer of Qi, refining the blood-washing pill, bone-forging pill, and body-strengthening pill were replaced with Qi-nourishing pills. 1 bottle per week, 10 pills per bottle, 1 pill per day, to nurture and strengthen the spiritual energy within his body. The Qi-nourishing pill was already a lower-grade pill, and pills that had entered the ranks were indeed different. After taking it, there was no itching like the blood-washing pill, nor the pain of the bone-forging pill. Only a gentle warmth rose from his dantian, slowly and unhurriedly nourishing the spiritual energy within his meridians. By the evening of the 9th day, the number on the panel had become Qi refining layer 3, 798,800. 2 points were still needed. He did not continue training in the martial arts field. After the afternoon group training ended, he sheathed his sword as usual, greeted Yun Feihu, and returned to his courtyard alone. Yun Feihu did not ask any questions. Over this period, Yun Mo followed this routine every day, leaving immediately after training, never lingering. Everyone assumed he simply preferred solitude. No one knew he was only 1 step away from the 4th layer of Qi refining. When he returned to the courtyard, the sun had not yet set. The pomegranate tree was in full bloom, its fiery red blossoms gilded by the setting sun. Yun Mo did not enter the house. He stood in the center of the yard, legs apart, hands slowly rising, and began to practice the heaven cloud stance. First form, hands lifting as if holding a ball. Inhale, his breath sank into the dantian. Now that the heaven cloud stance was perfected, it felt as natural as breathing. He didn't need to think, his body moved on its own. A warm current rose from his dantian, traveling up his spine to his shoulder blades, then flowing along the inner arms to his fingertips. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. The spiritual energy circulated within his body, steady and prolonged. After the first round, the number on the panel jumped. Chi refining layer 3, 799,800. 1 point remained. He did not stop and immediately began the second round. First form, hands lifting, inhale. His breath sank into the dantian. This time he was more focused than usual, concentrating all his attention on his dantian. The warm current rose from his dantian, no longer the sluggish, lazy flow of before. It was like a dragon awakened, lifting its head and surging upward through the meridians. Second form, third form, fourth form. His movements grew slower, not from fatigue, but because his body was slowing down on its own, as if walking through water. Each step met with resistance, but each step heavier and steadier. The warmth in his dantian grew more intense, like a pot of water brought to a rolling boil, bubbling and threatening to overflow at any moment. 21st form, 22nd form, 23rd form, 24th form. He pressed his hands down to his abdomen, palms facing downward, and slowly exhaled the last breath. The warmth in his dantian suddenly exploded. Not a painful explosion, but like a flower blooming within his body. The warm current surged in all directions, flooding every inch of his meridians, every channel, every acupoint. He could feel his meridians expanding, not forcibly stretched, but like a dry riverbed finally welcoming a flood. The water level rose, and the channel was scoured wider and deeper. Spiritual energy surged within him, no longer the sluggish passive flow of before, but active, powerful, like a river freed from its bonds. He tried to mobilize it with his will. The moment his mind stirred, the spiritual energy rushed along his arm to his palm, which grew warm, as if holding a ball of gentle fire. This feeling was completely different from before. At the third layer of chi refining, the spiritual energy was scattered and lazy, like a fish soaking in warm water. It moved only when driven and stayed put otherwise. Now it was different. The spiritual energy was like a horse he had tamed, obedient, powerful, ready to gallop at any moment. He lowered his head and glanced at the panel. Heaven rewards diligence, once proven, forever proven. Chi refining layer 40200. Heaven cloud stance perfected. Green pine sword art perfected. White crane fist art perfected. Fragrant cloud step perfected. Chi refining layer 4. He stood still, feeling the new power within him. Spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, dense, prolonged, and inexhaustible. He reached out a hand, and with a thought, spiritual energy surged to his fingertips, which glowed faintly. It wasn't light, but a natural phenomenon when spiritual energy condensed to a certain degree. Yun Xingshan had explained in class that after the fourth layer of qi, refining spiritual energy could be released externally on the boda's surface. Though it couldn't yet injure from a distance, it could already be attached to fists and feet, making their power more than double that of pure physical force. He withdrew his hand and practiced the heaven cloud stance once more. After completing the 24 movements, the number on the panel remained unchanged. Qi refining layer 40200. As expected, Yun Xingshan had covered this in class. The first 3 layers of qi refining relied on the physical body to nurture spiritual energy. The heaven cloud stance, medicinal baths, and qi nourishing pills. These things were meant to temper the body to its limits, allowing the flesh to nourish the spiritual energy, gradually cultivating it. But upon reaching the 4th layer of qi refining, this path was no longer viable. The body had reached its limit, relying on the physical form alone was insufficient for further growth of spiritual energy. A different method was needed. Actively absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing it into the body and making it one's own. And that method was a graded cultivation technique. He dismissed the panel, turned, and entered the house, changing into clean clothes. He pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped out. Yun Xiaoqing was not at the door. At this hour, she should be preparing his evening medicinal bath. He did not go to find her. Instead, he walked along the passageway toward the registration office of the Marshal Hall. The sun had already sunk below the eaves, leaving only a last trace of orangerd on the horizon. The flagstone path was dyed warm by the sunset glow. From the courtyards on either side, occasional chirps of insects could be heard. He walked unhurriedly, his steps steady, his heart calm. Arriving at the small blue brick building, he found the door open and the lights already on inside. He knocked on the doorframe. "Come in," Yun Shili's voice came from within. Yun Mo pushed the door open and entered. Yun Shirlu sat behind a desk, a register spread before him, a brush in hand, writing something. He looked up, saw Yun Mo, and the tip of his brush halted on the paper. "Coming at this hour, what's the matter?" I've reached the fourth layer of chi refining, Unmo said. Yun Shilia's fingers paused in midair. He looked at Unmo, his gaze shifting from surprise to scrutiny, from scrutiny to confirmation. Then he put down his brush, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. 2 months, he said, his voice lower than usual. From the beginning to the fourth layer of chi refining, 2 months. He did not ask really, or are you sure? He looked into Yunmo's eyes and knew it was true. This child would not lie or exaggerate. If he said he had reached the fourth layer of chi refining, then he had. Wait a moment. Yun Shirlu stood up, pushed open the door behind him, and walked out. The room was left with only Yunmo. He stood before the desk, waiting quietly. The flame of the oil lamp flickered, casting dancing shadows on the wall. He glanced down at the open register. The page before him bore his name, Unmo Ning, County Branch Line of Yunjinan. Beside it, dense lines of small characters were written, the ink varying in freshness. He couldn't make out the newest lines clearly, but he could recognize phrases like Heaven Cloud Stance mastered in 1 day, and Green Pine Sword Art achieved minor success in 1 afternoon. He did not stare for long and averted his gaze. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Yun Shirlu returned. His steps were quicker than when he had left, and his breathing was slightly rapid, a rare occurrence for a martial artist at the true profound realm. In his hands he carried a wooden box and a gray cloth bag. He sat back behind the desk, placed the box and bag on the table, and first opened the wooden box. Inside, 10 porcelain bottles were neatly arranged, each larger than the previous bottles of Clarity Spirit pills. Beside them lay a banknote. The original reward was 5,000 taels of silver and 3 bottles of Clarity Spirit pills, Yun Shirlu said, pushing the banknote toward Yunmo. The family head said that reaching the fourth layer of chi refining in 2 months deserves a bit more. 30,000 taels of silver and 10 bottles of Clarity Spirit pills. Yunmo looked at the banknote, but did not reach for it. 30,000 taels of silver was 30 times the 1,000 taels he had received before. This sum was enough to support a family in Ning County for several lifetimes. But he did not dwell on it. His gaze shifted to the gray cloth bag. Yun Shirlu picked up the bag and held it in his palm. The bag was small, slightly smaller than his fist, made of coarse gray cloth, and utterly unremarkable. But the way he held it differed from how he had held the wooden box, not cradling, but supporting it, as if holding something very precious. This, he said, pushing the bag toward Yunmo, is an additional reward for you. Yunmo took the bag and opened it. Inside was a ring. The ring's material was neither metal nor jade, a deep gray in color with a smooth surface and no ornamentation, appearing utterly plain. But when he held it, he sensed something unusual. Not weight, for the ring was very light, almost imperceptible. It was a more subtle sensation, as if something inside the ring pulsed, faintly resonating with his spiritual energy. A storage ring. Yun Shilia's voice came from across the desk. A lower-grade spiritual artifact. It can store inanimate objects with a space of 5 cubic meters inside. Just inject a wisp of spiritual energy, and it's ready to use. Yunmo looked up at Yun Shirlu. A lower-grade spiritual artifact. He had heard Yun Qingshan mention in class that even a lower-grade graded spiritual artifact was extremely precious, usually only qualified for use by experts at the true profound realm. And now at the fourth layer of chi refining, he wore a storage ring of lower-grade spiritual artifact quality on his finger. How much is this worth, he asked. Yun Shirlu glanced at him, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. Market price, 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. 1 lower-grade spirit stone was worth 100 taels of silver. 10,000 stones meant 1 million taels of silver. The 30,000 taels in his hand were a mere fraction of that. Yunmo held the ring in his palm and was silent for a moment. Then he offered the ring back. Yun Shirlu raised an eyebrow. It's too conspicuous, Yunmo said. Wearing it on my finger, everyone would see it. Yun Shirlu looked at him, the curve of his lips widening slightly. He did not take the ring back, but instead pulled a black string from a drawer under the desk and pushed it toward Yunmo. Smart, he said. This thing is for you to use, not to invite trouble. Thread it, hang it around your neck, and tuck it into your clothes. As long as you don't tell, no one will know you have it. Yunmo took the string, threaded it through the ring, tied a knot, and hung it around his neck. The ring slid beneath his collar, resting against his chest, completely hidden by his clothes. He looked down and could see nothing. That's fine, Yun Shirlu nodded. After you put things inside, don't take them out in front of others. When you need to find a secluded place. With a thought, Yunmo stored the wooden box and the banknote into the storage ring. Inside the 5 cubic meter space, the box and banknote lay quietly in a corner. He looked up at Yun Shirlu. About the cultivation technique, Yun Shirlu began, his voice returning to its usual steadiness. It was originally scheduled to be taught in the school a month from now. But your breakthrough came too quickly to wait that long. He leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the edge of the desk, as if organizing his thoughts. The higher the grade of a cultivation technique, the deeper its principles, and the harder it is to learn. For most ordinary martial artists starting from scratch with a mortal grade mid-grade technique, and training it to its peak realm takes 3 years. But if they first train a mortal grade low-grade technique to its peak realm, and then learn the mid-grade one, it takes only 2 years total. A full year faster than training the mid-grade directly. He looked at Unmo, a hint of caution in his gaze. Why? Because the principles of cultivation techniques are interconnected. What is taught in a low-grade technique is explored deeper, more detailed, and more complex in a mid-grade one. Mastering the low-grade first before learning the mid-grade is like learning to walk before you run. Naturally, it is faster than running right away. He paused. In fact, if a mortal grade low-grade technique and a mortal grade high-grade technique share similar principles, training the low-grade first before the high-grade yields a similar effect. The low-grade is the foundation. The more solid the foundation, the faster you can progress upward. He finished speaking, took a sip of tea, and looked at Unmo over the rim of his cup. Of course, your comprehension. We have all seen it. So you can directly choose a mortal grade mid-grade technique to practice without starting from a low-grade one. The time saved is more valuable than anything else. Unmo sat there absorbing every word into his mind. Using a low-grade technique as a foundation before training a mid-grade one was actually faster than training the mid-grade directly. He understood the logic. The more solid the foundation, the faster the progress. You can now go to the second floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Yunshirlu said, setting down his teacup. Both mortal grade, low-grade, and mid-grade techniques and martial skills are on the second floor. Choose a suitable cultivation technique and start practicing first. Martial skills can be chosen later, there's no rush. The sooner you settle on a cultivation technique, the better. He stood up, walked over to Unmo, and looked down at him. The light from the oil lamp struck him from the side, carving sharp, clear angles on his face. 2 months to reach the 4th layer of Qi refining. This speed has never been seen in the Yun clan martial hall. The family head said, keep training hard and the rewards in the future will only be greater than today's. Unmo stood up and nodded. He turned and walked out, pausing at the door to glance back. Yunshirlu had already returned to his seat, picked up his brush, opened the register, and began writing new entries. Unmo did not disturb him and pushed the door open to leave. The sky had grown completely dark. The moon had risen, not quite full, but very bright, casting a silvery white light on the flagstone path. He walked along the passageway, the ring on his chest cool against his skin, completely hidden by his clothes. 1,000,000 taels of silver, a lower-grade spiritual artifact, a storage ring. These items adorned a 10-year-old child, but no one knew. He did not dwell on it, and quickened his pace. When he returned to the courtyard, Yin Shaoqing was already waiting. The wooden tub was set out, the water a brownish-red, steaming hot. On the table lay a porcelain bottle, the Qi nourishing pill for tomorrow's use. When she saw Unmo enter, she asked no questions and turned to leave. Unmo removed his clothes, stepped into the tub, leaned against its edge, and closed his eyes. The hot water enveloped his body, its warmth seeping through his skin and merging with the warm current in his dantian. After reaching the 4th layer of Qi refining, the lamp in his dantian was more than twice as bright as before, and the flow of the warm current was also more powerful, no longer a small stream, but a river. He reviewed the day's events in his mind. The 4th layer of Qi refining, the storage ring, 30,000 taels of silver, 10 bottles of clarity spirit pills. Tomorrow he would go to the Sutra Pavilion and choose a mortal grade, mid-grade cultivation technique. The next morning, Unmo did not head to the dining hall. Instead, he made his way directly toward the Scripture Pavilion. The morning air was crisp and clear, and the bluestone path still bore the remnants of the previous night's dew, making each step slightly slippery. He walked unhurriedly, but his steps were steady. The storage ring against his chest was cool against his skin, hidden completely beneath his robes. The Scripture Pavilion lay deeper within the estate, a 3-story structure of blue-black bricks. The 2 gray-robed elders still sat in their usual spots by the entrance, their eyes closed as if dozing. As Unmo approached, one of them lifted an eyelid slightly, revealing a glint of sharp light. Second floor, Unmo said, handing over his disciple token. The elder's gaze lingered on his face for a moment before he took the token, examined it, and returned it. The second floor is upstairs. Go ahead. Unmo pushed open the door and ascended the creaking wooden stairs, which groaned underfoot but remained sturdy. The door to the second floor was smaller than the one on the first, with a wooden plaque hanging above it inscribed with human-grade lower middle quality. He pushed it open and stepped inside. The second floor was much smaller than the first, only half its size. The bookshelves were made of dark hardwood, polished spotlessly clean, with dozens of books arranged neatly upon them. Against the wall stood a low table holding an oil lamp and several paperweights. A window faced east, and the morning sunlight streamed in cutting golden ribbons across the shelves and the floor. Unmo stood before the shelves, his gaze sweeping across the spines of the books one by one. Water droplet art, 3 yang skill, withered wood art, white cloud force, star cloud art. Beneath each technique's name, a line of small script briefly described its characteristics and suitable applications. He pulled out one volume after another, flipping through them, then returning them to their places. The water droplet art was a human-grade lower-quality technique, the very one Yun Feiyu cultivated. He had heard Yun Feifan mention it during the assessment observation. Its trait was that the spiritual energy cultivated was as condensed as water, dense and enduring, striking like relentless waves in an unending assault. The three-yang skill was human-grade middle quality. Drawing from the concept of three yangs bringing fortune, the spiritual energy, it produced blazed like fire, possessing explosive power, but with slightly inferior endurance. The withered wood art was also human-grade middle quality. Inspired by withered wood meeting spring, the spiritual energy it cultivated brimmed with immense vitality. Recovery speed after injury was more than double the norm, and the energy itself nurtured the meridians, extending life and improving health. The white cloud force, a human-grade middle-quality technique, cultivated spiritual energy that was light and ethereal, granting bonuses to movement techniques. The energy itself was gentle, unlikely to harm one's own meridians. The star cloud art, also human-grade middle quality, took its meaning from rotating star cloud. The spiritual energy it produced bore a spiral quality, capable of piercing through an opponent's protective chi with devastating penetration. He browsed through 6 or 7 volumes. Each had its own strengths, each suited to a particular style of combat. Some emphasized burst power, others defense speed or recovery. Each excelled in 1 or 2 specific areas. Then he came across the refining origin art. The characters on its spine were smaller than those on other techniques, and the ink had somewhat faded, as if untouched for a very long time. He pulled it out and opened the first page. The general outline contained only a single sentence: if spiritual energy is impure, all endeavors are void. If spiritual energy is pure, all methods are accessible. He continued flipping through. The refining origin art comprised 5 rotations renowned for the purity of its spiritual energy. This technique did not pursue extreme attributes, not blazing heat, not biting cold, not spiraling force, not explosive power. It pursued only one thing: purity. The spiritual energy it cultivated was far purer, more condensed, and free of impurities compared to other techniques of the same grade. The advantage of pure spiritual energy was that it could be used for anything. It lent no mean power to fists and feet, no small sharpness to a sword, and was not slow when channeled into movement techniques. It had no weaknesses, but also no outstanding strengths. After the 5th rotation, the purity of the spiritual energy could reach several times that of cultivators at the same level. This number made him pause. Several times. Not 10 or 20%, but several times. He turned to the section on cultivation methods. The cultivation path for the 5 rotations was clearly laid out. The goals, methods, and precautions for each rotation were well organized and concisely written. The first rotation required compressing the spiritual energy within the body to 70% of its original volume while maintaining its vitality. This process demanded extremely high control over spiritual energy. The slightest mistake could undo all progress. The second rotation compressed it to 50%, the third to 30%, the fourth to 20%, and the fifth to 10%. The difficulty increased with each step. Among the dozens of human-grade middle-quality techniques in the Yun family, this one ranked in the top 3 for difficulty, requiring exceptional comprehension and patience. Many who tried spent months stuck on the first rotation before giving up. He closed the book and held it in his hand. This technique had no weaknesses, nor did it have any strengths. It did only one thing: refine spiritual energy to purity. But that very thing placed it among the top 3 in cultivation difficulty. He chose it. Made your choice. A voice came from behind him, dry and raspy, like wind rustling through dead branches. Yun Mo turned to see a gray-robed elder standing at the door. Not one of the 2 from downstairs, but another older man with a slightly hunched back and deep knife-like wrinkles etched into his face. Yun Mo had not sensed him coming up at all. I've made my choice. The refining origin art. He handed the book over. The elder took it, glanced at the cover, then raised his eyes to look at Yun Mo. Those eyes were clouded as if veiled by mist. Yet when they fixed on Yun Mo, he felt as though he were being seen through. From his clothes to his skin to his bones, nothing hidden. The refining origin art, the elder said, his voice dry. This technique has been in the Yun family for decades. Fewer than 10 have chosen it. Not one has succeeded. It's not that the technique is bad. It's too difficult. The first rotation alone requires compressing spiritual energy. Many trained for months without making progress and switched to something else. He looked at Yun Mo, and a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in his cloudy eyes. Are you sure you want this? I'm sure, Yun Mo said. The elder studied him for a moment, then nodded and handed the book back. The corner of his mouth twitched. Whether it was a smile or something else was unclear. You have good taste. Once the refining origin art is mastered, any other technique becomes easy to learn. With pure spiritual energy, you'll pick up everything quickly. He paused. I've heard about your comprehension. Give it a try. Perhaps you can succeed. Yun Mo took the book, nodded to the elder, and turned to descend the stairs. The morning lesson was taught by Yun Qingshan, covering knowledge about elixirs. Unmo sat in his usual seat, while Yun Feihu beside him flipped noisily through a bestiary. Unmo did not listen to the lecture. He placed the refining origin art in the compartment of his desk and read it page by page. The content of the first rotation was not extensive, but every word required repeated pondering. Concepts like spiritual energy compression, meridian circulation, and dantian nurturing. He had encountered them in the heavenly cloud stance and the green pine sword art, but the depth of this technique was entirely different. The heavenly cloud stance taught you how to stand, how to breathe, how to let spiritual energy flow within the body. The refining origin art taught you how to compress spiritual energy, how to purify it, how to condense scattered energy into a cohesive mass. He spent the entire morning thoroughly digesting the content of the first rotation. At noon, in the dining hall, Unmo carried his tray to a corner and sat down. Yun Feihu followed and sat beside him, his mouth full of spirit rice, as he mumbled, "What were you reading all morning? Weren't you listening to Instructor Yun?" "I listened to some of it," Unmo said. "Some," Yun Feihu muttered, but did not press further. He shoveled a few more mouthfuls of rice, then suddenly looked up. "Oh, by the way, this afternoon." He stopped mid-sentence as Yun Fei approached with her tray. Today she wore a pale green dress, her hair tied back in a ponytail, revealing a delicate face. She smiled at Yun Feihu, then glanced at Unmo. "May I sit here?" Of course. Yun Feihu scooted over. Unmo stood up and gathered his tray. "You two eat. He'll be going now." Yun Feihu was taken aback. "So soon? You've only eaten half." "I'm done," Unmo said. He nodded to Yun Fei and turned to leave. Yun Fei watched his retreating figure, a hint of curiosity in her eyes, but she did not ask. When he returned to his courtyard, Yun Shaoqing was airing a quilt in the yard. Seeing him enter, she put down her work and walked over. 16th uncle sent word," she said. "He said you would be cultivating in the courtyard this afternoon and told me not to disturb you. The medicinal bath and pills are as usual for tonight." Unmo nodded, went inside, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the bed, opening the refining origin art to the page on the first rotation. He read through the meridian circulation route and the method for compressing spiritual energy once more, then closed his eyes and sank his awareness into his dantian. The spiritual energy in his dantian was warm and lay quietly within. He tried to move it with his will, setting it into rotation. The spiritual energy stirred slowly like a tiny vortex, gradually taking shape in his dantian. He maintained that speed, letting the energy grow, accustomed to rotation, then gradually accelerated it. The spiritual energy spun faster and faster, the vortex growing denser. He could feel the energy compressing, not all at once, but slowly, bit by bit, being drawn toward the center, packed tighter and tighter. He paused to glance at the panel. Refining origin art, not started 0-100. He closed his eyes again and continued. The spiritual energy spun at high speed in his dantian, the humming growing steadier. He maintained that speed, letting the energy compress itself. An hour later, he checked the panel again. Refining origin art, not started 36100. Another hour passed. Refining origin art, not started 72100. The sun gradually slanted westward, and the light outside the window shifted from bright to hazy gold. He opened his eyes one last time. The number on the panel had jumped to 100. Refining origin art, not started 100100. Then the number changed. Refining origin art, first rotation 0200. He lowered his eyes to the panel and glanced at the cultivation level column. Chi refining fourth layer, 5100. After mastering the first rotation of the refining origin art, his cultivation had also increased by 5 points. His spiritual energy was purer, and his cultivation had advanced a small step. He stood up and stretched his stiff body. His knees were a bit sore and his lower back was stiff, but the feeling of the spiritual energy within him was entirely different, purer, more condensed, more obedient. He pushed open the door and headed out for dinner at the dining hall. Just as he reached the courtyard gate, he saw two people standing outside, Yun Feihu and Yun Fei. Yun Feihu leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, wearing an expression that said, "I knew you were hiding something from us." Yun Fei stood beside him holding a food container. When she saw him emerge, she smiled slightly. "You didn't come to the training ground this afternoon," Yun Feihu said. "After my practice, I came to check on you." "And she?" He jerked his chin toward Yun Fei. "She came too. I brought you dinner." Yun Fei handed him the container. Unmo took it and opened it. Inside were spirit rice and beast meat, still warm. He looked at the two of them, then stepped aside from the doorway. "Come in and sit." The three of them entered the courtyard and sat down at the stone table beneath the pomegranate tree. Unmo sat on the stone stool, opened the container, and began to eat. Yun Feihu sat across from him, arms propped on the stone table, staring at him without speaking. Yun Fei sat quietly beside him, waiting. Yun Feihu couldn't hold it in any longer. "What exactly were you doing this afternoon? You skipped the whole session. You've never missed before." Unmo swallowed a mouthful of rice and looked at him. "I broke through." "Broke through what?" Yun Feihu was taken aback. "Chi refining fourth layer." Yun Feihu's jaw dropped. Yunfei's chopsticks froze midair. Both of them stared at him with identical expressions. Qi refining fourth layer. Yunfei's voice shot up an octave. You're at Qi refining fourth layer. Since when? Yesterday. Yesterday. Yunfei sprang up from the stone stool, circled the table, once then sat back down. Didn't you just break through to Qi refining third layer not long ago? How did you reach Qi refining fourth layer? I was at Qi refining third layer half a month ago, Yunemo said. Yunfei opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Half a month. From Qi refining third layer to fourth layer, in just half a month. Yunfei remained silent for a long time before speaking. Her voice was softer than usual, but very steady. 2 months to reach Qi refining fourth layer. This speed. Has the Yun family martial hall ever seen it before? No, Yunemo said. He lowered his head and continued eating. The courtyard fell quiet for a while. The leaves of the pomegranate tree rustled in the wind, and the dying rays of sunset painted the stone table a deep orange. Suddenly, Yunfei laughed. He leaned back in his chair, clasped his hands behind his head, and looked up at the sky. Well done, you. Here I was thinking Qi refining first layer was pretty good, and you've gone straight to the fourth layer. He paused. At this speed, you deserve it. Yunfei looked at Yunemo, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. Congratulations. Yunemo finished the last bite of rice, closed the container, and set it on the stone table. Thank you. He looked at Yunfei, then at Yunfei. You'll both get there too. Yunfei snorted. Of course I will. Just you wait. It'll reach Qi refining fourth layer within half a year. 1 year, Yunemo said. Half a year. Yunfei slapped the stone table. Yunemo did not respond. He stood up and handed the container back to Yunfei. Here. Yunfei took it, rose to her feet, and gave him a look. Keep up the good work. She turned and walked out. Yunfei followed behind, stopping at the gate to call back, see you in class tomorrow. Yunemo nodded. The courtyard gate closed. He stood beneath the pomegranate tree and called up the panel to take a look. Heaven rewards diligence, a once proven, forever proven. Qi refining fourth layer, 5100. Refining origin art, first rotation 0200. Heavenly cloud stance perfected. Green pine sword art perfected. White crane fist art perfected. Shattered cloud steps perfected. He dismissed the panel and turned to go inside. Yun Shaoqing was already preparing the medicinal bath. The wooden tub was set in place, the water a murky reddish-brown and steaming. On the table sat a porcelain bottle, nourishing Qi pills. Finished with your cultivation? Yun Shaoqing asked. She glanced at him once, asked nothing more, and turned to leave. Yun Mo undressed, stepped into the wooden tub, and leaned back against its wall, closing his eyes. The hot water covered his body, warmth seeping through his skin to merge with the spiritual energy in his dantian. After the first rotation of the refining origin art, his spiritual energy was far purer than before, flowing much more smoothly. 2 days after learning the Yuan refinement technique, sunlight streamed through the window, casting bright beams on the desk. Yunemo sat in his usual spot, while Yunfei flipped through a monster guide beside him, the pages rustling. Yunemo ignored him, lowering his head to check the panel. The Heavenly Tao rewards diligence, a certificate for eternity. Qi cultivation level 4, 9100. Yuan refinement technique, first, turn 150200. Tianyan posture perfected. Qingsong sword technique perfected. Baihe fist technique perfected. Suifeng step perfected. He had already started taking the Qingling pill. 1 pill every 7 days can accelerate the cultivation speed for Qi level 4 and above by 50%. After taking the first pill, he clearly felt the speed of spiritual energy circulation within his body increase. Not a violent surge, but a steady acceleration, like a river changing from a gentle flow to a rapid current, yet still smooth. At the current speed, he would gain 2 points of cultivation every day. From Qi level 4 to Qi level 5 requires 100 points, which would take about a month and a half. However, he would soon master the second turn of the Yuan refinement technique. After completing the first turn, his cultivation increased by 5 points, and the effects of the second turn would only be better. By then, the cultivation speed would increase even further, potentially shortening the time to about a month. He retracted the panel and lifted his head. Most of the classroom was already seated, some were dozing on their desks, some were chatting softly, and others were flipping through books. Yun Fifan sat in the front row chatting with someone beside him, his chin slightly raised, a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Footsteps echoed from the door. Yun Qingshan pushed the door open and walked in, but instead of going to the podium, as usual, he stepped aside to allow another person to enter first. It was a young man around 20 years old. He was tall and dressed in a slightly faded green long robe with a knife hanging at his waist. The knife was not long, and its black sheath bore no decorations, looking quite ordinary. He walked casually, like someone used to being on the road, finally at ease, yet there was an air of composure that suggested he had seen the world. A moment of silence fell over the classroom. All eyes were on the young man. Yun Qingshan approached the podium, glanced at the young man, and then turned to everyone. His voice, neither loud nor soft. This morning's class will be taught by a new teacher. Everyone pay attention. After finishing, he walked to the back row of the classroom and found an empty chair to sit down. The young man approached the podium, placing both hands on the edge of the desk, scanning the room. A faint smile graced his lips, not an overt friendliness, but a natural, unpretentious ease. "My name is Yun Qinghai," he said, his voice soft, but every word clear. "I traveled outside for 2 years and just returned yesterday. Today we won't discuss techniques, combat skills, or alchemy. Rather, I'll share some experiences from my travels." Someone quietly murmured, but it was quickly silenced. Yun Qinghai straightened, removing his hands from the desk, and paced a few steps in front of the podium, seemingly organizing his thoughts. "The first lesson is about trust." His voice lowered slightly, and the classroom fell silent with the sound of the wind outside, clearly audible. "In the wilderness, do not easily expose yourself to others. You may consider yourself a good person, but others may not be. You might think you won't harm anyone, yet others might harm you. Sometimes what you expose is not just your position but your life. I have a friend," he said, his tone flat, as if recounting a tale unrelated to himself, who during his travels one day came across a girl by the roadside. The girl was in rags, covered in wounds, curled up in the grass by the road, looking like she was on the brink of death. When she saw my friend approach, her eyes were filled with fear, like a small beast hunted for 3 days and nights. My friend saved her. He gave her food, water, and bandaged her wounds. The girl said nothing, nor did she cry, merely following him quietly like a stray cat taken in. On the first day, she said nothing. On the second day, she began to glance at my friend occasionally, her fear diminishing a bit. On the third day, she spoke, calling him brother. Her voice was soft, timid, but very genuine. He paused. On the fourth night, my friend fell asleep by the campfire. When he woke, a dagger was plunged into his chest. The girl stood before him, still holding the hilt, her expression exactly as it had been 3 days prior in the grass by the road. Pitiful, fearful, helpless. The classroom was eerily silent. Some unconsciously touched their chests. The girl was an assassin sent by someone else. In 3 days, she played the perfect victim. My friend thought he was saving her, but in reality, he was delivering a knife to his own chest. Yun Qinghai fell silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. He survived, but that dagger was merely half an inch from his heart. He lay in bed for a month, and there is still a scar on his chest. He walked back to the podium, resting both hands on the edge of the desk. So the first lesson: in the wilderness, do not easily expose yourself to others. Do not engage in the hero-saving thebaity routine, especially with unfamiliar women. The person you save may very well be sent to kill you. He refrained from saying my friend again, but everyone understood that the friend was himself. Yun Mo sat in the back row, absorbing this lesson. He had seen wicked people before, but this kind of evil, using 3 days, a pitiful face, and a single brother, was sharper than swords. The second matter concerns enemies. Yun Qinghai's tone returned to its earlier casualness. When battling enemies, there can be no slackening whatsoever. You may think you have the upper hand, that your opponent has run out of tricks, that victory is assured, but that is often when you die. He extended a hand, fingers splayed. Various hidden weapons or unique secret techniques can drag you into the abyss. You never know what your opponent has in store. I once saw a disciple from a sect whose cultivation was not low and whose combat skills were impressive, ranking among the best of his peers. He engaged in a battle with someone who appeared significantly weaker than him, and he dominated the fight, forcing his opponent to retreat without any ability to counter. Feeling secure, he let his guard down. He withdrew his gaze, looking at everyone. But that person possessed a secret technique to conceal their cultivation. On the surface, he appeared to be at the early stage of the true profound realm, but in reality, he was at the mid-stage. He also had a unique martial art that allowed him to secretly bury his true energy underground and launch a surprise attack from beneath his opponent. While the sect disciple was engaged in battle, a surge of true energy suddenly erupted from underground, piercing through his dantian. He raised his hand, mimicking a downward stabbing motion. One strike. All previous advantages were erased in an instant. That disciple died. The one who killed him left no name behind, squatting beside his corpse, rummaging through his storage bag and pockets, extracting his valuables one by one, as if sifting through a pile of trash. The classroom was so quiet that one could hear breathing. Yun Fifan's face had paled somewhat. Yun Qinghai remained silent for a moment, choosing not to continue. But he thought, when that person squatted down to search the corpse, I was right beside him. He delivered a fatal blow from behind to that wicked person. When the villain fell, he still clutched the disciple's token in his hand. He refrained from voicing this thought. The third matter concerns greed. He started again, his tone lighter than before, as if recounting a story that was less heavy, yet still sufficiently cautionary. I once heard of a person who discovered a spiritual herb in a ruin. This herb was quite valuable due to its age. However, he did not directly harvest it because he noticed a venomous snake beside the herb. The snake was small and appeared harmless, but its venom was highly potent. A single bite without timely treatment within half an hour would mean certain death. He glanced at everyone. Thinking of a plan, he decided to use a stone to divert the snake. He threw a stone far away, and the snake was indeed attracted to it. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forward to harvest the herb, successfully obtained it, and turned to flee. The snake could not catch up, and he secured the herb. However, on his way back, he was intercepted by 3 individuals. Those 3 had been following him, watching him harvest the herb, observing him being chased by the snake, and witnessing his escape. With no effort at all, they snatched the herb from him. Not only did he fail to profit, but he also nearly lost his life. He was severely injured by those 3, and the herb was gone. He leaned against the podium, arms crossed. Therefore, the third lesson: the good things you see, others can see too. You may think you're clever, but others may be even cleverer. Obtaining the item is not the skill, safely bringing it back is the true skill. After finishing the story, the classroom fell silent for a moment before someone quietly spoke. Yun Qinghai paid no mind to it, and continued. The fourth matter concerns companions. His voice grew solemn. When traveling outside, going alone is entirely different from traveling with a group. When you go alone, you only need to take care of yourself. When you are part of a group, you must not only take care of yourself, but also manage others. Yet sometimes managing others is harder than managing yourself. I have a friend who teamed up with 2 others to hunt a monster. The 3 of them coordinated well, spending 3 days tracking, ambushing, and luring, ultimately guiding the monster into a trap. My friend was responsible for the final blow. When he charged in, the 2 teammates should have flanked the monster from the side. But at the moment he lunged, the 2 teammates simultaneously retreated. The monster's attention was entirely on my friend, who bore all of its attacks alone. He sustained serious injuries and nearly died on the spot. After he was injured, the 2 teammates rushed in and easily killed the monster, then took all the spoils for themselves. They claimed my friend was the bait, and bait doesn't deserve a share of the loot. He straightened up and clapped his hands. Therefore, the fourth lesson: choosing companions is more important than choosing opponents. Your opponents seek your life, while your companions seek your wealth. Sometimes the latter can be more fearsome than the former. After finishing this story, the classroom remained quiet for a long time. The fifth matter concerns delivering the final blow. Yun Qinghai's tone grew serious again, more than before. I once saw a person battling a monster, exerting great effort to finally bring the monster down. The monster lay still, drenched in blood, appearing dead. He sighed in relief and approached to gather materials from the monster. When he reached the monster, it suddenly opened its eyes and bit through his throat. He raised his hand, gesturing at his throat. The monster was not completely dead. It was merely severely injured and incapacitated, yet still alive. When that person got close, it used its last bit of strength to deliver a final strike. He lowered his hand, surveying everyone. That person died. The monster also died. But when the monster died, it was just dead. Oh, when that person died, he lost everything. So the fifth lesson: deliver the final blow. No matter if the enemy appears dead or alive, deliver a strike. Regardless of whether you think you have already won, deliver a strike. What you are striking is not just a blade, but your life. He finished, smiling lightly, the casual, unpretentious expression returning. All right, that's all for today. How much you take in depends on yourselves. He nodded towards Yun Qingshan in the back row and turned to leave. Yun Qingshan stood up and walked to the podium, scanning everyone. Did you all remember his words? Yes, came a sparse response. That's good. After saying this, Yun Qingshan also walked out. The classroom buzzed to life again, with some discussing the stories just recounted, others looking pale, and some unconsciously touching their throats. Yun Feihu closed the monster guide, turned to Yun Mo, opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed it back. Yun Mo remained still. He mentally reviewed those matters. The cost of saving, the cost of negligence, the cost of greed, the cost of choosing the wrong companions, and the importance of delivering the final blow. Then he stood up, preparing to leave. Yun Feifan walked over from the front row and blocked his path. Yun Mo, my uncle is looking for you. He paused, adding, that's him, Yun Qinghai. He's waiting for you outside. Yun Mo glanced at him, nodded, and followed him out. Yun Qinghai stood in the corridor outside the classroom, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, gazing into the distance. Hearing the footsteps, he turned and smiled upon seeing Yun Mo. Let's go, come sit with me. Yun Feifan did not follow. He waved to Yun Qinghai and turned to leave. Yun Mo followed Yun Qinghai down the corridor, passing through 2 moon gates and through a bamboo grove, arriving at a modest courtyard. The courtyard was about the same size as Yun Mo's, but simpler. No pomegranate trees, no flowers, only a few green bamboos in the corner and a stone table with stone stools. The courtyard was very clean, as if someone had just swept it. Yun Qinghai pushed open the courtyard gate, walked and sat down on a stone stool, and pointed to the stone stool opposite. Sit. Yun Mo sat down, looking at him. Yun Qinghai did not beat around the bush. He looked at Yun Mo, his gaze much more serious than it had been in the classroom, but not in an assessing or scrutinizing way. It was a more solemn kind of seriousness, as if he were about to discuss something very important. The family has appointed me as your mentor in the academy. He said, from today onwards, your cultivation will be under my guidance. Yun Mo looked at him, silent. Yun Qinghai's lips curved slightly. You don't need to think too much about it. It's not a big deal. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me. Techniques, martial skills, practical combat, all of it. He reached down to his waist, untying a small cloth bag and placing it on the stone table, pushing it towards Unmo. The bag was small, made of coarse gray fabric, looking unremarkable. This is a welcome gift for you. Unmo picked up the bag and opened it. Inside was a thin booklet with 3 characters on the cover, Songfeng technique. He opened the first page. A low-grade, earth-level secret technique with 3 layers. The first layer can conceal a small realm, making it impossible for opponents higher than 1 great realm to see through. The second layer can conceal 2 small realms, similarly preventing those higher than 1 great realm from seeing through. The third layer can conceal 3 small realms, making it impossible for those higher than 2 great realms to see through. However, if the opponent's realm reaches the God Travel realm, this secret technique will be ineffective. Unmo raised his head to look at Yun Qinghai, a low-grade, earth-level technique. Among everything he had learned in the Yun family's martial hall, the highest grade was only a mid-grade, human-level Yuan refinement technique. Yet Yun Qinghai had casually gifted him a low-grade, earth-level secret technique. No need to thank me. Yun Qinghai leaned back against the chair, his tone casual. It's the family's intention. Your current cultivation does not match your performance. 2 months at Qi level 4 would raise eyebrows if it got out. This secret technique can help you conceal your cultivation so others won't notice. He looked at Unmo, his gaze holding an indescribable quality. It was neither scrutinizing nor probing, but more like a confirmation. The first layer is not difficult to practice. You can get the hang of it in a few days. Once mastered, you can switch between Qi level 4 and Qi level 3. To others, you will appear as Qi level 3. Unmo retracted the booklet back into the bag and placed the bag in his embrace. Why? He asked. Yun Qinghai understood what he was asking. Why now? Because you deserve it. Yun Qinghai set his tone flat, as if stating an obvious fact. 2 months at Qi level 4 has never occurred in the Yun family martial hall. The family has invested considerable resources in you and doesn't want you to attract unwanted attention due to your rapid rise. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his robe. Regarding that Songfeng technique, do not tell others, including Fifen. He glanced at Unmo. All right, you can go back now. Come find me here tomorrow afternoon. Oh, I will teach you the first layer of that Songfeng technique. Unmo stood up, nodded at him, and turned to leave. When he reached the courtyard gate, he paused and glanced back. Yun Qinghai had already returned to the stone stool, holding the knife, slowly wiping its sheath with a cloth. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting a scattering of golden light on him. Unmo retracted his gaze and walked out. As he walked along the corridor, his fingers brushed over the bag in his embrace. A low-grade, earth-level secret technique. Such a thing, if publicly known, would incite fierce competition among small families. Yet Yun Qinghai had casually given it to him, his tone as calm as if he were handing over a piece of candy. When he returned to the courtyard, the sun had not yet reached its zenith. Yun Shaoqing was absent. At this hour, she was likely occupied with other matters. Unmo closed the courtyard gate, entered the house, and retrieved the tome titled Hidden Edge Art from his bosom. He sat on the bed and opened it. It was a profound rank, lower-grade secret art. Among everything he had learned at the Yun clan martial hall, this was the highest in grade. Yet its difficulty was not as formidable as he had imagined. The content of the first layer spanned only a few pages, detailing how to suppress the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the body, reducing one's cultivation by 1 realm. The principle was not complex. Spiritual energy was like water flowing naturally through the meridians and radiating fluctuations outward. The method of the hidden edge art involved enveloping the dantian in an exceedingly thin membrane of spiritual energy, sealing the fluctuations within. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to condense that spiritual membrane according to the instructions in the book. After the first rotation of the refining origin art, the spiritual energy in his dantian had become far more refined than before, and it was much more obedient to his control. He carefully drew out a strand of spiritual energy, guiding it with his will to slowly cover the surface of his dantian. Strand by strand, layer upon layer, like weaving cloth, he densely wrapped the entire dantian. A panel materialized before his eyes. Heaven rewards diligence, a once proven, forever proven. Hidden edge art not yet initiated 0-100. He glanced at it and continued weaving. The spiritual membrane grew denser, and the spiritual energy fluctuations that once emanated from the dantian were gradually sealed away. The numbers climbed: 13, 27, 41, 58, 72, 89. 2 hours later, the number on the panel reached 100. Heaven rewards diligence, a once proven, forever proven. Hidden edge art first layer 0-200. He opened his eyes, and with a thought, the spiritual membrane around his dantian tightened slightly, instantly, suppressing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within his body. He raised his hand and examined his palm. The spiritual energy was still there, but the aura emanating from him had changed. He attempted to sense his own cultivation with his mind, perceiving only the third layer of qi refining. With another thought, the spiritual membrane loosened, and his cultivation returned to the fourth layer of qi refining. The switch was seamless. He put away the hidden edge art, stood up, and stretched his stiff body. Outside the window, the sun had already shifted westward. Just as he was about to head to the dining hall, the courtyard gate was pushed open. Yun Shaoqing entered carrying a food box and laid out the meal on the table: spirit rice, demon beast meat, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. 16th uncle said you are to cultivate in the courtyard these afternoons and need not go to the training ground, she said, casting a glance at Yun Mo before turning and leaving without further questions. Yun Mo sat down to eat. After finishing, he did not rest, but instead sat cross-legged again and began cultivating the refining origin art. The second rotation of the refining origin art required compressing the spiritual energy to half its original volume while maintaining its vitality undiminished. The difficulty was greater than the first rotation. The purer the spiritual energy, the harder it was to compress. It was like kneading dough. The tighter the dough became, the more effort was needed to press it further. He sank his focus into his dantian. After the first rotation of the refining origin art, the spiritual energy had already become considerably refined and flowed much more smoothly. Following the method of the first rotation, he used his will to drive the spiritual energy into a high-speed spin within the dantian, faster and denser. 1 hour passed. 2 hours. 3 hours. The spiritual energy whirled at high speed within the dantian, emitting a faint hum. He could feel the spiritual energy compressing, not all at once, but slowly, bit by bit, being flung toward the center, growing denser and purer. The numbers on the panel climbed from 150 to 170, from 170 to 190, from 190 to 200. Late in the night, the number on the panel surpassed 200. Heaven rewards diligence, once proven, forever proven. Refining origin art, second rotation, 12400. Qi refining, fourth layer, 18,100. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The spiritual energy in his dantian was purer than before, flowing even more smoothly. He stood up, stretched his stiff body, and walked to the window. Outside, the moonlight was bright and the leaves of the pomegranate tree rustled in the night breeze. He stood by the window for a while, then returned to bed, lay down, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. The next afternoon, Yun Mo arrived punctually at the entrance of Yun Qinghai's courtyard. Yun Qinghai was seated on a stone stool, holding a blade and wiping the scabbard with a cloth. Seeing Yun Mo enter, he set down the blade, his gaze resting on Yun Mo for a moment, and then his brow twitched slightly. Third layer of qi refining. Yun Mo nodded. Yun Qinghai looked at him, and a slow smile spread across his lips. Not surprised, but a smile that said, "I knew I wasn't wrong about you. The secret art I gave you yesterday, you've mastered it already, eh?" Yun Qinghai leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and gave Yun Mo a thorough once-over. The first layer of the hidden edge art, a profound rank lower-grade secret art. It takes most people at least 5 or 6 days. You did it in 1. He shook his head. You really are. He didn't finish the sentence, but the expression on his face said it all. He straightened up, pushed the blade aside on the stone table, and pulled out a thin booklet from his bosom, identical to the one from yesterday with hidden edge art written on the cover, but when he opened it, the content was different. You've already mastered the first layer, he said. Today I'll teach you the second. The content of the second layer was significantly more extensive than the first. The first layer only required a single spiritual membrane to envelop the dantian, but the second layer demanded 2. One inside and one outside, with a tiny gap between them, allowing spiritual energy to flow slowly between the inner and outer layers, forming a dynamic equilibrium. This not only stabilized the suppression of cultivation, but also made it harder to detect. Yun Qinghai explained in great detail. He not only described the content from the book, but also demonstrated it with his own spiritual energy. Do you understand? He asked. Yes. Try it. Yun Mo sat cross-legged on the stone stool, closed his eyes, and began weaving the second membrane according to Yun Qinghai's instructions. The first layer was already in place. He just needed to add another layer on top. The gap between the two layers had to be even, neither too wide nor too narrow, and the flow of spiritual energy between the inner and outer layers had to be steady, neither too fast nor too slow. Yun Qinghai sat opposite him, watching quietly, occasionally offering a word of guidance. With Yun Qinghai's instruction, the pace of cultivation quickened considerably. 2.5 hours later, Yun Mo opened his eyes and glanced at the panel. Heaven rewards diligence, once proven, forever proven. Hidden edge art, first layer, 103200. That's enough for today, Yun Qinghai said, standing up and rolling his shoulders. Continue tomorrow. At this rate, you'll reach the second layer in 2 more days. Yun Mo stood up, nodded to him, and turned to leave. 3 more days passed. During these 3 days, Yun Mo spent every afternoon in Yun Qinghai's courtyard cultivating the hidden edge art, and every night in his own courtyard cultivating the refining origin art. After reaching the second layer of the hidden edge art, progress slowed. The second to third layer required 400 points, and he gained about 60 to 70 points each day, meaning it would take around 7 days. The second rotation of the refining origin art required 400 points with a daily gain of over 100 points, so he would reach the third rotation in another 2 days. On the morning of the fourth day, he woke up and habitually called up the panel to check. Heaven rewards diligence, a once proven, forever proven. Chi refining fourth layer, 28,100. Refining origin art second rotation, 263400. Hidden edge art second layer, 133400. Heavenly cloud stance perfected. Green pine sword art perfected. White crane fist art perfected. Shattered cloud steps perfected. After mastering the second layer of the hidden edge art, he tested it. He could suppress his cultivation from the fourth layer of Chi refining to the second layer, compressing it by 2 minor realms. He thought for a moment and decided to suppress his cultivation to the second layer of Chi refining. Having trained in martial arts for only a little over 2 months, reaching the second layer of Chi refining already indicated considerable talent. Being too high would arouse suspicion, while being too low would seem unnatural. The second layer of Chi refining was just right, neither too high nor too low. This was Yun Qinghai's advice mentioned yesterday, and Yun Mo found it reasonable. The second rotation of the refining origin art still needed just over 100 points to reach the third rotation, likely in 2 more days. Just as he was about to dismiss the panel, the courtyard gate was pushed open. Yun Shaoqing entered carrying a wooden tray on which lay a stack of clothes. They were not the gray training garments he usually wore, but a deep azure robe made of soft fabric with a tailored fit and simple cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs. Beside it were a pair of black cloth shoes and a belt of the same color. "Wear this today," Yun Shaoqing said, setting the tray on the table. "Young Master Qinghai said he will take you to a banquet today." Yunemo looked up. "A banquet? At Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, the most famous restaurant in the prefectural city." She paused. "Go to young Master Qinghai's courtyard before noon." Yunemo was taken aback. In the 2 months since arriving at the Yun clan martial hall, he had never left the Yun clan estate. He had never heard of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, but it didn't sound like a place belonging to the Yun family. Yun Shaoqing offered no further explanation and turned to leave. Yun Mo changed into the deep azure robe, fastened the belt, put on the new shoes, and stood before a bronze mirror to examine himself. In the mirror, he appeared taller than 2 months ago, with a serene composure settling between his delicate features. The deep azure robe accentuated his fair complexion, making him look less like a country boy from Ning County. He stepped out of the courtyard and walked along the path toward Yun Qinghai's courtyard. Along the way, he encountered several fellow disciples of the same batch. Some glanced at him, while others didn't recognize him until they had passed and turned back. As he neared Yun Qinghai's courtyard, he ran into Yun Fifan. Yun Fifan gave him a thorough once-over, his gaze pausing on the deep azure robe, then shifting to the shoes and belt before letting out a soft tsk. "Dressed like that, where are you off to?" "Senior Uncle Qinghai said he's taking me to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion." Yun Fifan's expression shifted, not jealousy or displeasure, but a more complex, indescribable look. He stared at Yun Mo for a moment, then muttered in a low voice, "Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. You're really lucky." There was a hint of envy in his tone, but not much, more a sense of regret for not being invited himself. He waved his hand, said no more, and turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, he glanced back and added, "Go and broaden your horizons." Then he walked away without looking back. Yun Mo watched his retreating figure, silently repeating the name, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, in his mind, then continued on his way. Yun Mo followed Yun Qinghai through several moon gates, traversing a long corridor and passing through a bamboo forest. This path was unfamiliar to him, unlike the routes to the training ground, the library, or the registration office for Yun Shirlu. The bamboo forest was denser than any he had seen before, with the bamboo leaves weaving together overhead to form a verdant dome, sunlight filtering through the gaps and casting specks of gold on the ground. "Where are we going now?" Yun Mo asked. "First, we are going to pick someone up," Yun Qinghai replied, walking ahead with a slightly slower pace than usual. "She is the main guest at the banquet in Tianxiang Tower. We are merely here as an accompaniment." He paused and glanced back at Yun Mo. "The place we are going to is called Qingxin Courtyard, which is the highest standard accommodation arranged by the Yun family for guests. Guests who can stay there are rare, perhaps only one a year in the entire Yun family." Yun Mo did not respond, but mentally noted the name Qingxin Courtyard. The fact that Yun Qinghai personally went to pick someone up, and that this person could stay in the highest standard courtyard of the Yun family, indicated that she was not ordinary. "How many years of schooling have you had?" Yun Qinghai suddenly asked. Yun Mo was taken aback, not expecting this question from him. 5 years, he replied. While in Ning County, his father had sent him to a private school in town for a few years, where he learned to read, study history, and grasp some basic classics. 5 years, Yun Qinghai nodded. Then you should have studied the literary competition between the two nations 8 years ago. Yun Imo flipped through his memories. 8 years ago. He was only 2 at the time, but he indeed learned about this historical event later in private school. The war between the Dian dynasty and the Qingxian dynasty lasted for 3 years with rivers of blood at the borders. Even the strong from the Tiani realm had intervened. The top combat forces of both sides were evenly matched, unable to overcome each other, and continuing to fight would only lead to mutual destruction. Thus, the two nations decided to end the war through another means, literary competition. A single match would determine the victor, wagering a region of land. In that battle, the representative from the Dian dynasty was a girl who was only 16. In poetry and prose, she outshone the 3 most renowned talents of the Qingxian dynasty. In 3 contests, the 3 heroes of Qingxian were left speechless. From then on, the Dian dynasty expanded from 35 to 36 counties. The name of that girl was inscribed in the history books of Dian and included in the textbooks of private schools. Yilingshuang, Yun Imo said. The corners of Yun Qinghai's mouth curved slightly. When I returned from my travels, just before reaching Nanhua County, I encountered her on the road. She happened to be coming to Nanhua County for business, so I invited her to stay at the Yun family. His tone was very calm, as if he were discussing something quite ordinary. However, Yun Imo noticed that when he mentioned inviting her to the Yun family, the curve of his lips was slightly more pronounced than before. They stopped in front of a courtyard gate. The gate was not large, made of black lacquered wood without a plaque, only adorned by 2 simple white lanterns. The door was ajar, and a faint sound of a zither could be heard from within, sporadic, as if someone were testing the sound. Yun Qinghai stood at the entrance, adjusted his robe, then gently pushed the door open. Yun Imo followed him inside, and then paused. He had never seen a courtyard like this. The courtyard he lived in could be considered clean and tidy. White walls, gray tiles, a pomegranate tree, stone tables, and stools, everything one would expect. But this courtyard was beyond mere clean and tidy. Upon entering was a narrow stone path with unfamiliar plants on either side, some blooming delicate white flowers, and others with silvery gray leaves that gently stirred in the wind, shimmering like fish scales in the sunlight. At the end of the path was a small hill made of taihu stones, not very tall but rugged and steep, each stone appearing to have been polished by water over millennia. Beside the hill stood a cluster of vibrant bamboo, thinner and denser than those outside, the leaves a deep green, as if they might fall. As they rounded the hill, the view suddenly opened up. A pavilion was built by the water, not a pond, but a stream of living water flowing in from beneath the courtyard walls and out underneath the opposite wall. The sound of water was gentle, crystal clear, revealing pebbles and a few serene red koi at the bottom. The pavilion was small, with upturned eaves, and a copper bell hung from the eaves, producing a delicate crisp sound when the wind blew. Inside the pavilion sat a person, dressed in white as pure as snow. She sat behind an ancient zither, her hands resting on the strings, turned slightly to face them. Her long hair was loosely tied with a plain white ribbon cascading over her shoulders, the ends resting on the zither. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, falling on her white clothing, her long hair, and her fingers resting on the zither strings. Her fingers were long and pale, resembling jade carvings, yet possessing an additional warmth beyond jade. Yun Imo stood on the gravel path, watching her. He didn't know how to describe her. He had never seen anyone like her in Ning County, nor in the Yun family. Yun Yao was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but her beauty was clean, neat, sharp like a sword. This person before him was different. Her beauty was not akin to a sword, but to water, moonlight, and the snow on distant mountain peaks, visible yet unreachable. Yun Qinghai stood beside him, equally unmoving. His expression was entirely different from usual. Absent was the composure of someone who had seen the world and the casualness that lacked arrogance. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, and his gaze held a light that was not sharp, but gentle and quiet, as if he were looking at something very precious. Yun Imo recognized this expression. Back in Ning County, when his cousin Yun Bai spoke of the tailor's daughter, he wore the same expression. He would say, "It's nothing special," yet the light in his eyes could not be concealed. The zither began to play. It was not a test sound, but a complete piece. Yun Imo did not understand music in Ning County. He had mostly heard his private school teacher's discordant voice and the village's festive suona. He did not know the name of the piece, nor what made it beautiful. He merely stood there listening. The music was not as he expected, intense or sorrowful. It was light and slow, like water flowing, like wind blowing, like someone speaking from afar, unclear, yet pleasant to the ears. His breathing unconsciously slowed, his shoulders relaxed, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The progress of refining Yuan Ju, the cultivation of Songfeng Ju, Yun Fifin's envy, the banquet at Tianxiang Tower, were gradually washed away by the zither sound, like water flowing over stone, taking away the dust, leaving only the clean stone. He did not know how long he stood there. Perhaps a cup of tea, perhaps a stick of incense, perhaps longer. He did not notice when the music ceased. He simply stood there feeling that everything around him had quieted down, even the sounds of water and wind chimes were inaudible, leaving only an indescribable empty silence. Qinghan. A voice floated from the pavilion, graceful and clear, echoing like the lingering notes of the zither. Yunmo came back to his senses, seeing the woman in white already standing facing them. She was slightly taller than when seated, her figure slender, and her white clothing billowed gently in the wind. Her features. Yunmo glanced at her and quickly averted his gaze. Not that she was unattractive, but she was so stunning that he felt it would be impolite to look too long. He had only read about the term extraordinarily beautiful in his private school textbooks. Today, he finally understood what it looked like. Yun Qinghai took a step forward, cupping his hands in salute. Miss Yi. Yi Lingshuang inclined her head slightly in return. Her gaze shifted from Yun Qinghai to Yunmo. Her gaze was light like the wind brushing over the surface of water. Not heavy, yet Yunmo felt she saw everything. His cultivation, his techniques, the things he had hidden. Who is this? As she asked. Yunmo, Yun Qinghai said, stepping aside. A junior from the clan. I brought him out to see the world. Yi Lingshuang looked at Yunmo, her gaze becoming slightly more serious. It was not scrutinizing, but rather a softer, more curious inspection, as if she were observing an intriguing little thing. She looked for a few breaths before speaking again, her voice still that gentle and clear tone. You have not practiced martial arts for long, yet you possess the cultivation of the second layer of qi refinement. Your future is boundless. Yunmo stood there not replying. He did not know what to say. His cultivation was suppressed by Tsongfeng Ju. His true cultivation was at the fourth layer of qi refinement. But she saw through his apparent cultivation in a glance. The second layer of qi refinement. 2 months, the second layer of qi refinement, in her words, was a future that is boundless. What would she say if she knew he was actually at the fourth layer? He did not ponder this question. He merely stood there quietly watching her. Dressed in white as snow, with hair as dark as ink, standing at the water's edge of the pavilion, surrounded by vibrant bamboo and flowing water. He recalled what Yin Qinghai had said. On the way back to Nanhua County, he encountered her, who was also coming to Nanhua County, and invited her to be a guest. When she said, your future is boundless, her voice was soft like the wind brushing over the surface of water. He withdrew his gaze and lowered his head. Miss Yi, you flatter me. Yi Lingshuang did not say anything further. She turned to Yun Qinghai and nodded slightly. Let's go. Yun Qinghai acknowledged and turned to leave. Yi Lingshuang stepped out of the pavilion, her white clothing fluttering gently in the wind. As she passed by Yunmo, she brought with her a faint fragrance. Not floral, not powdery, but a more refreshing scent like the aroma of pine needles after snow. Yunmo followed her, and Yun Qinghai, out of Qingxin courtyard. His steps were light, and he remained silent. Yun Qinghai led the way, Yi Lingshuang walked beside him, and Yunmo followed at the rear. The three of them proceeded along the corridor, through the bamboo grove, past the moon gate, in complete silence. Yi Lingshuang's white robes fluttered gently in the wind, her steps so light they were nearly soundless. When they emerged from the Yun family estate, a carriage was already waiting outside the gate. It was not the same carriage they had arrived in. This one was far larger, its body crafted from deep brown wood, intricately carved with cloud patterns and flora. Bronze bells hung from the 4 corners, and the curtains were made of deep cyan brocade embroidered with silver thread drifting clouds. The horse pulling the carriage was pure white, with a long, thick mane, slender legs, and hooves the size of bowls. Most striking were the 2 wisps of white whiskers by its mouth, long and soft, fluttering gently in the breeze. The horse stood tall, at least a head higher than ordinary steeds, like a small snow-covered mountain, exuding an extraordinary bearing. Yunmo had never seen such a horse in Ning County. Get in. Yun Qinghai lifted the curtain, boarded first, then turned and extended his hand. Yi Lingshuang took his hand and stepped up gracefully. Her white robes flashed for an instant before disappearing behind the curtain. Yun Qinghai jumped down, glanced at Yunmo, and a faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Stunned. What kind of horse is this? Yunmo asked. A white-whisked steed with the bloodline of a demonic beast. It can travel 1,000 li in a day without panting, 3 times faster than an ordinary horse. Yun Qinghai patted the horse's back. The Yun family has dozens of them, mostly for the personal use of the clan's high-ranking members. Not many are used to receive guests. He boarded the carriage, and Yunmo followed. The carriage interior was more than twice as spacious as the previous one, lined with thick felt. The seats were made of whole cushioned pads, and the backrests were equally soft, sinking one in upon sitting. A small window on each side was covered with bamboo blinds, letting in soft, non-glaring light. Yi Lingshuang sat by the window, holding a scroll and flipping through its pages. Yun Qinghai sat across from her, with Yunmo beside him. The carriage began to move. The white-whisked steed's gait was steady, barely any jolting felt, and the bronze bells chimed gently with the rhythm, a crisp, yet unobtrusive sound. How much do you know about the Southern Wilderness Prefecture? Yun Qinghai suddenly asked. Yunmo thought for a moment. Not much. Then let me tell you now. Yun Qinghai leaned back, arms crossed. The three great clans of the Southern Wilderness Prefecture, the Yun, Wu, and Wang families. Each has a martial artist at the late stage of core formation as its pillar, and each has over 10 direct members at the core formation stage. The Yun family openly has 13 core formation martial artists among its direct line. He looked at Yun Mo with a serious, solemn expression. Beyond the three clans, there are also martial arts academies and gangs with core formation martial artists. The Heavenly Tiger Martial Academy, the Shocking Cloud Martial Academy, and the Responding Heaven Gang. These places all have core formation martial artists. Their strength doesn't match the three clans, but they still hold their own in the Southern Wilderness Prefecture. He paused. Most of those attending today's gathering are from the younger generation of these core formation powers. Around 20 years old with cultivation, at least at the true profound realm. Yun Mo committed these numbers to memory. 20 years old, true profound realm. He was 10 at the fourth layer of Qi refining. In 10 years could he reach the true profound realm? Perhaps more. Yi Lingshuang set down her scroll, withdrew her gaze from the window, glanced at Yun Qinghai, then at Yun Mo. Her voice was unhurried, as if stating something ordinary. The Yun family rose over 100 years from nothing to standing equal with the Wu and Wang families. It wasn't built on heritage, but on having someone in every generation who could step forward. She paused. The Wu and Wang families have deep roots, tangled and intertwined, not easily shaken. But deep roots also bring difficulties. Many rules, many entanglements, making it hard to act freely. She looked out the window. The carriage was passing through a bustling street, light flickering through the gaps in the curtain. The Yun family is different. When you're on the rise, anything is possible. Her voice lowered, her gaze dropping slightly, as if in thought. After Miss Qingyue claimed the top spot on the Hidden Dragon list, the Yun family's momentum became unstoppable. When she spoke the words, Miss Qingyue, her tone shifted. It was no longer that calm, detached commentary, but carried something indefinable. Not jealousy, not envy, but a deeper, quieter emotion. Like someone standing at the foot of a mountain, gazing at the summit, knowing they can never climb it, yet unable to resist stealing one more glance. She is 17 at the late stage of core formation, with combat strength rivaling the Heavenly One. Yi Lingshuang's voice was very soft, as if speaking to herself. At that age, that cultivation level, the entire Great Yin dynasty hasn't seen such in centuries. She fell silent for a moment, her fingers gently stroking the spine of the scroll, her gaze fixed on a corner of the carriage, not looking at anyone. Sometimes I think if I had her talent and strength. She didn't finish, the corner of her mouth curving slightly. Not a smile, but something fainter, lighter, like a breeze brushing the water's surface, stirring ripples that quickly subsided. Yun Qinghai watched her, saying nothing. His hands rested on his knees, fingers tightening slightly, then relaxing. His lips moved as if to speak, but in the end he remained silent. Yun Mo sat nearby, quietly observing. He didn't fully grasp the meaning behind Yi Lingshuang's words, but he recognized that tone. Not complaint, not regret, but a quieter, deeper resignation. Like someone who has been in a cage for so long that they no longer beat against the bars, only occasionally glancing at the sky beyond. He recalled what Yun Qinghai had said. Counselor to the Crown Prince, overwhelming the nation's scholars single-handedly, 100 birds flocking to her, defeating a grandmaster at chess. These labels were affixed to her, each one shining brilliantly. But when she spoke of Yun Qingyue, those lights dimmed for an instant. Renowned wisdom, mastery of Qin chess, calligraphy, and painting. These could earn a prefecture, the Crown Prince's favor, the respect of all court officials. But they could not buy latest stage core formation, cultivation, combat strength rivaling the Heavenly One, or the qualification to overturn the chessboard and reset the pieces. She said no more. The carriage fell quiet for a while, the only sound the gentle chiming of the bells. Yi Lingshuang picked up her scroll again, opened it to the previous page, and resumed reading. Her expression returned to its earlier calm, as if nothing had happened. The carriage passed through the bustling market, turned into a quiet street, and made several more turns. Yun Mo lifted the bamboo blind to look outside. The buildings along the street grew increasingly refined, no longer ordinary shops, but delicately decorated pavilions with modest storefronts. There were shops selling paintings, antiques, and tea, with carriages parked outside, each more ornate than the last. The carriage stopped before a building. Yun Mo looked up. The building had 7 stories with upturned eaves and corners, each floor hung with lanterns that were unlit during the day, but clearly crafted with exquisite detail. Above the door hung a black wooden plaque inscribed with the golden characters, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, the brushwork forceful and imposing. Several young servants in blue stood before the building. Upon seeing the carriage stop, one immediately turned and went inside to announce their arrival. Yun Qinghai descended first, followed by Yi Lingshuang, and Yun Mo came last. A middle-aged man hurried out from the building. He was in his 40s with a round, smiling face, wearing a dark red robe, and a jade pendant of excellent quality hung from his belt. He walked up to Yi Lingshuang and respectfully bowed. Miss Yi graces us with your presence, bringing radiance to the heavenly fragrance pavilion. The Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion is prepared. Ooh, please follow me. Yi Lingshuang nodded slightly. Thank you for your trouble, Manager Lu. Lu Xiaolu guided them sideways, leading the three into the building. They passed through the main hall on the first floor, where over a dozen tables were filled with people drinking, chatting, or listening to music. When Yi Lingshuang entered, the hall fell silent for an instant, and all eyes turned toward her. Then a wave of whispers surged like a tide. Some craned their necks, others stood for a better view, and someone murmured, "That's Yi Lingshuang." Lu Xiaolu did not linger, but led the three through the hall, out the back door, and onto a path paved with blue stone. Green bamboo lined both sides of the path, their leaves intertwining overhead into a verdant canopy, sunlight filtering through to scatter fragments of gold on the ground. At the end of the path was a moon gate, its lintel carved with the words, Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. Beyond the gate lay a courtyard. The courtyard was modest in size, but exquisitely arranged. A stream of living water flowed in beneath the wall, gathering into a small pond at the center. Several red carp swam within, and a few unknown flowering trees by the pond were in full bloom, their pinkish-white petals drifting on the water's surface. Around the courtyard were several side rooms, and directly opposite was a main hall with its doors open, brightly lit inside. Yet the courtyard was utterly silent. No voices, no conversation, not even footsteps could be heard. Just as Yun Mo found this strange, Lu Xiaolu reached the main hall's entrance and pushed the door open. Sounds surged out like a flood. Someone was laughing loudly, others arguing, some urging others to drink, some agreeing. The voices of 7 or 8 people mingled together, noisy, but not chaotic, as if a lively gathering was underway. Yun Mo was taken aback. He had heard nothing at all in the courtyard just moments before. Soundproofing formation, Yun Qinghai said in a low voice. All private pavilions at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion have them. Those outside can't hear inside, and those inside can't hear outside. Yun Mo nodded. Inside the hall were several round tables laden with food and drink, already seating many people. The central seat of honor was empty, and several nearby tables were also largely vacant. Long tables against the wall held tea, snacks, and fruit. In a corner of the hall sat a qin table with an ancient zither, its body jet black and gleaming, its strings shimmering silver in the lamplight. The moment Yi Lingshuang entered, the noise in the hall subsided. Then, like clouds scattered by the wind, the crowd surged around her. Miss Yi has arrived. The Lingshan immortal graces us with her presence. 7 or 8 people spoke at once, some cupping their fists, some bowing, some raising their glasses as they approached, others standing on tiptoe to see from behind. Yi Lingshuang stood at the center, nodding slightly, a faint smile on her lips. Neither warm nor cold, neither distant nor close. She handled the situation with ease, giving each person a word or two in response, yet no one felt neglected. Yun Qinghai stood nearby, but no one greeted him. Someone passed by him, glanced over, nodded, and then continued pressing forward. Others didn't even notice him. He stood there like an old object forgotten in a corner. He didn't mind. As Yi Lingshuang was escorted toward the seat of honor, he patted Yun Mo on the shoulder and said quietly, "Come, let's sit over there." The two made their way through the crowd to a table by the wall. It was set with food and drink, the bowls and chopsticks neatly arranged, and a small Yun character carved into the tabletop. This was the Yun family's seat. Yun Qinghai sat down, and Yun Mo took the seat beside him. Yun Qinghai poured himself a cup of wine, took a sip, set it down, and watched the crowd around Yi Lingshuang with a faint smile. It was not a bitter smile nor self-mocking, but a calm expression that said, "I knew this would happen." The Yun family's roots in the southern wilderness prefecture are not deep. He spoke, his voice not loud, as if discussing something unrelated to himself. Among the 3 great clans, the Wu and Wang families each have centuries of heritage. The Yun family has only risen for a little over 100 years. He looked at Yun Mo. To secure a foothold, the Yun family established a rule. All direct line descendants must be sent to the 3 great sects at age 12 to learn martial arts. Before 30, most of their time is spent cultivating in the sects, rarely returning home. So at gatherings in the southern wilderness prefecture, few Yun family members attend. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the hall. Someone like me who didn't join a sect but apprenticed to a wandering master is a rare exception in the Yun family. I wander outside, returning once every year or two. Those who know me can be counted on one hand. He took another sip of wine. Yun Mo sat beside him, listening quietly. He didn't find Yun Qinghai pitiable, nor did he think being overlooked was shameful. The Yun family had risen for over 100 years, sending its direct descendants to the sects, with Yun Qinghai as the exception. These pieces of information formed a picture of family still on the rise, with shallow roots, but its own path. "Brother Qinghai." A voice came from the side. Yun Mo turned to see a young man in his early 20s approaching. He was of modest height, with a round, smiling face, wearing a sapphire blue robe, and a jade pendant of excellent quality hung from his waist. A wine cup in hand, he walked briskly like an old acquaintance. Yun Qinghai stood up and cupped his fists in greeting. "Brother Donglai." Wu Donglai reached the table, clinked cups with Yun Qinghai, and drained his drink. His gaze fell on Yun Mo, sizing him up. And this is a junior of the clan Yun Mo, Yun Qinghai said. Brought him out to see the world. Wu Donglai smiled, took a small porcelain bottle from his pocket, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Yun Mo. A small token for our first meeting. A Kai accumulating pill helpful for qi refining cultivation. Yun Mo glanced at Yun Qinghai. Yun Qinghai gave a slight nod. Thank you, young Master Wu. Yun Mo accepted the bottle and tucked it into his robe. Wu Donglai waved his hand, exchanged a few more words with Yun Qinghai, then walked away with his wine cup. He didn't walk fast, but his steps were steady, greeting several people along the way, calling each by name and receiving smiles in return. Yun Qinghai sat down, glanced at Yun Mo, and lowered his voice. A Kai accumulating pill isn't anything precious, but when you're out and about, it's always wise to be cautious with gifts from others. Have it checked by the clan's alchemist when we return. Use it only if it's fine. Yun Mo nodded, committing this advice to memory as well. Not long after Wu Donglai left, another person approached. This man was tall and lean, with a fair complexion and a naturally gentle smile that made him seem amiable. He wore a moon-white robe, and a long sword hung at his waist, its silver-white scabbard engraved with intricate patterns. He walked up to Yun Qinghai and raised his cup. Brother Qinghai, long time no see. Yun Qinghai stood and clinked cups with him. Brother Lintao. Wang Lintao smiled warmly like an old friend. Brother Qinghai has been traveling for over a year. How long do you plan to stay this time? Not sure. It depends. Then we should find a time to catch up properly. Wang Lintao smiled again, then turned and walked away. His steps were slow and steady. When he reached the middle of the crowd, someone greeted him, and he responded with a smile still just as warm. Yun Mo watched his retreating figure and noticed a detail. The moment Wang Lintao turned around, his smile vanished. Not gradually, but instantly, like a lamp being extinguished. His expression became very flat, almost devoid of emotion. When he reached the middle of the crowd, someone greeted him again, and his smile returned. Warm, friendly, perfectly appropriate. Yun Mo filed this detail away in his mind, saying nothing. Yun Qinghai sat down, picked up his cup, and took another sip. He watched Wang Lintao's back with an unreadable look in his eyes. Not wariness nor hostility, but a deeper, more complex understanding. A smiling tiger, he murmured so softly it seemed meant only for himself. Yun Mo did not respond. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea was excellent, sweet on the tongue, with a lingering aftertaste. He sat quietly beside Yun Qinghai, observing the crowd in the hall. Yiling Shuang sat in the seat of honor, surrounded by a throng, her white robes like snow, a faint smile on her face. The expression she had worn in the carriage when speaking of Yun Qinghai surfaced again in his mind. Her gaze lowered, her voice soft, as if looking at a place she could never reach. He lowered his head, took another sip of tea, and set the cup back on the table. The banquet had been underway for about half an hour, with rounds of drinks passed, and the atmosphere gradually warming. Yiling Shuang sat at the head of the table, her white attire as pure as snow, with an untouched cup of wine beside her. She occasionally exchanged a few words with those nearby, her voice low, yet each time she spoke the surroundings fell silent. She was like a magnet, effortlessly drawing everyone's attention without any deliberate effort. Yun Mo sat quietly at the Yun family seat against the wall, sipping tea and observing everything. He had already learned a skill, to be invisible amidst a lively crowd. He neither spoke nor looked around, making no move to attract attention. Someone passed by him, glanced over, and seeing he was merely a 10-year-old child, paid him no further heed. Yun Qinghai sat beside him, holding a cup of wine, without drinking, slowly rotating it in his hand. His gaze occasionally fell on Yiling Shuang, then quickly shifted away, as if restraining something. Brother Qinghai. A voice came from the crowd. Yun Qinghai looked up and saw Wang Lintao approaching with a wine cup, his smile warm and the curve of his lips perfectly measured. Beside him was another figure. A burly youth in his mid-20s, broad-shouldered and thick-armed, dressed in a dark brown short coat, with tightly bound cuffs revealing solid muscles on his forearms. His face was not handsome but sharp-featured, with a fierce spirit in his brows and eyes like a tiger caged too long, exuding an aura that screamed looking for a fight from head to toe. Yun Mo noticed that this person's gait differed from Yun Qinghai's and Yun Qingsong's. It was not a light, swift step ready to accelerate at any moment, but a heavier, steadier stride. Each step planted firmly, as if intending to crush the bluestone slabs beneath. Wang Lintao approached, Yun Qinghai raising his cup. Brother Qinghai, let me introduce a friend. He stepped aside, and the burly youth moved forward. Jiang Qiqiu, the personal disciple of the master of the Heavenly Tiger Martial Arts Hall. Mid-true profound realm, undefeated among peers in Nanhuang Prefecture. Jiang Qiqiu nodded at Yun Qinghai, his gaze sweeping over him from head to toe. Without pleasantries or courtesies, he spoke directly. Yun Qinghai. I heard you traveled outside for 2 years. Mid-true profound realm, decent with the blade. His voice was deep like stones hitting the ground, straightforward and unadorned. Yun Qinghai stood up, set down his cup, and cupped his hands toward him. Brother Zhang flatters me. No flattery, just hearsay. Zhang Qiqiu stared straight at him. I've been fighting in Nanwang Prefecture for 2 years, faced over a dozen opponents at the same level, but never encountered anyone from the Yun family. Today, since there's an opportunity, I'd like to seek some guidance. His words were so direct that they left no room for courtesy. The surrounding chatter gradually faded as people noticed the commotion and began to look their way. Wang Lintao stood nearby holding his wine cup with a warm smile, like an eager intermediary helping two friends connect. But Yun Imo noticed that his fingers tightened slightly around the cup and the curve of his lips had widened a fraction, not a laugh, but a subtler, more concealed smugness. Yun Qinghai glanced at Wang Lintao, then at Zhang Qiqiu, a slight bend at the corner of his mouth. How does Brother Zhang wish to seek guidance? A spar. To a point. Zhang Qiqiu took a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and placed it on the table. A profound heart pill, yours regardless of win or loss. Consider it a thank you gift for the guidance. Yun Imo glanced at the porcelain bottle. A profound heart pill. He had learned about it in the Martial Hall's pill class. It was a top-tier low-grade healing pill, highly effective against both internal and external injuries for true profound realm martial artists, worth hundreds of spirit stones on the market. Zhang Qiqiu wasn't being stingy. He paused, then added, of course, if you win, the prize can be changed. Name whatever you want. Yun Qinghai looked at the porcelain bottle on the table, but didn't reach for it. He was silent for a moment, then spoke, his voice low but steady. The Heavenly Tiger Martial Arts Hall has something called Heavenly Tiger Body Tempering Paste. I've heard it's excellent for body refinement. If I'm lucky enough to win, swap the profound heart pill for 3 portions of the paste. Zhang Qiqiu's eyes lit up, not with anger or displeasure, but with a glint of interesting. You know your stuff? The Heavenly Tiger Body Tempering Paste is scarce, even within the hall, impossible to buy outside. He sized up Yun Qinghai. Fine. 3 portions it is. If you win, I'll give it to you. If I win, you take the profound heart pill. With that, he turned and walked away, not toward the center of the hall, but toward the courtyard. The crowd hesitated for a moment, then surged after him. The attendants at Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion moved quickly, clearing away flower pots and stone benches from the courtyard center, leaving a large open space. The courtyard was several times larger than the hall, ample space for 2 true profound realm martial artists to maneuver. Lanterns were lit all around, illuminating the entire yard as bright as day. Yun Qinghai stood up, straightened his robe, and glanced at Yun Imo. Stay here. Don't wander off. Yun Imo nodded. Yun Qinghai walked to the center of the courtyard and stood opposite Zhang Qiqiu. The distance between them was over 2 zhang. Zhang Qiqiu unsheathed a short spear from his waist, not long, only about 4 qi, but with a thick shaft pitch black throughout, and a silvery white spear point gleaming coldly under the lantern light. He held the shaft with one hand, the spear point angled toward the ground, standing like an iron tower. Yun Qinghai unsheathed his black blade from his waist. The blade was short, its scabbard plain, with no ornamentation. He tossed the scabbard to a nearby attendant, gripped the blade with his right hand, held it horizontally before him, and gently stroked its back with his left hand. The blade was dark silver, devoid of patterns or inscriptions, as plain as a piece of iron. But the moment it left the scabbard, everyone nearby felt a faint chill. Not killing intent, but something more restrained and deeper, like a winter river, calm on the surface with currents flowing beneath. Yi Lingshuang, seated at the main seat by the hall entrance, set down her wine cup. Her gaze fell on the scene, her expression unchanged, but she seemed more attentive than before. Those around her also fell silent, some forgot to drink, others craned their necks to watch. Wang Lintao stood at the edge of the crowd, wine cup in hand, a warm smile on his lips. His expression seemed like that of someone watching an unrelated spectacle, but Yun Imo noticed that his eyes were fixed on Yun Qinghai, never straying for an instant. Begin. Zhang Qiqiu said. Begin. Yun Qinghai replied. Zhang Qiqiu moved first. His spear technique matched his personality, direct, fierce, leaving no room for mercy. With a single thrust, the spear point whistled through the air, aiming straight for Yun Qinghai's chest. Dense, true qi clung to the spear point, tracing a visible silver arc in the night sky. A low exclamation rose from the crowd. The 13 spears of the Heavenly Tiger. Zhang Qiqiu's signature move. A young man in a dark green robe beside him nodded, his tone carrying a hint of critique, his voice low, but audible to those nearby. The 13 spears of the Heavenly Tiger needs no introduction in Nanwang Prefecture. It's a top-tier human-grade martial technique, and few have mastered it. Zhang Qiqiu's opening stance already shows sufficient skill. Look at the true qi on his spear point, condensed without dispersing, meaning he's at least reached the 8th spear. I heard had already trained up to the 10th spear last year, another person chimed in. Not just that, the young man shook his head, his gaze fixed on the scene. From this posture, the 11th spear should be stable too. During the internal assessment at the Heavenly Tiger Martial Arts Hall at the end of last year, some said, had already touched the threshold of the 12th spear. Today's a good chance to see if it's true. The 1st spear, 2nd, 3rd. Jiang Qiqia's spear grew faster, the silver, true qi on its tip thickening. By the fifth spear, someone couldn't help but cheer. By the seventh spear, the spear point transformed into arcs of silver light, like lightning or serpent tongues, striking at Yun Qinghai from every angle. True qi surged from the spear point, carving shallow grooves into the courtyard's bluestone slabs. Excellent, the young man in the dark green robe exclaimed, his eyes brightening. The seventh spear has reached perfection. Jiang Qiqiu hasn't been idle these years. This spear has improved significantly from last year. Yun Qinghai was retreating. Not a retreat in defeat, but an active, methodical one. Each step back gave his blade more room, allowing the waves to gather momentum. His blade technique was unhurried. When Jiang Qiqia's spear was fast, his blade was slow. When the spear was heavy, the blade was light. Someone murmured, Yun Qinghai's blade technique is no simple matter. It doesn't seem like an ordinary martial skill. Wu Donglai, standing in the crowd with his wine cup, smiled at this. His voice was low but audible to those around him. The sea-overturning blade technique. His master is Su Sheng, the sea-overturning blade. This technique made Su Sheng famous. It's a top-tier human-grade skill, emphasizing overcoming hardness with softness and using the opponent's force. Yun Qinghai studied under Su Sheng for 2 years and has already mastered the essence of the technique. Su Sheng, the sea-overturning blade, someone gasped, that rogue cultivator at the core formation realm. Exactly him. Wu Donglai nodded, saying no more. Tens of moves passed. 100 moves passed. Jiang Qiqia's spear grew fiercer. The essence of the 13 spears of the heavenly tiger lay in momentum. Spear momentum like a tiger, descending a mountain, each spear heavier and faster than the last. By the 9th spear, the true qi on the spear point had solidified into a tangible silver glow, each thrust accompanied by a low tiger's roar. The lanterns on the courtyard walls swayed violently from the impact of true qi light and shadow flickering. The crowd's murmurs grew denser. The 9th spear. Jiang Qiqiu is getting serious. Can Yun Qinghai hold on? The 13 spears get fiercer as they progress. The 10th spear doubles the power of the 9th. If Jiang Qiqiu has mastered the 10th spear, Yun Qinghai is in trouble. The young man in the dark green robe shook his head, his gaze locked on the scene. Yun Qinghai hasn't shown his full hand yet. His blade technique has been purely defensive with no offensive moves. He's waiting for Jiang Qiqia's spear momentum to peak. The 13 spears are powerful, but they consume a lot of energy. If Jiang Qiqiu can't finish the fight within 30 to 50 moves, problems will arise later. 150th move. 200 moves. Jiang Qiqia's spear momentum had reached its peak. The silver true qi on the spear point blazed like a flame, each thrust accompanied by a piercing shriek as it tore through the air. Several bluestone slabs in the courtyard had been shattered, debris and dust flying everywhere under the impact of true qi. Yun Qinghai was forced back repeatedly, the pale green, true qi on his blade dimming under the suppression of the silver spear light. Wang Lintao stood at the edge of the crowd, the curve of his lips slightly wider than before. He held his wine cup, took a leisurely sip, and looked at Yun Qinghai over the rim like someone watching a play whose ending he already knew. His fingers tapped lightly on the cup twice, producing a faint, almost inaudible sound. 250th move. 300 moves. Jiang Qiqia's spear momentum began to wane. Not abruptly, but gradually, bit by bit. The silver light on the spear point no longer as dazzling, the tiger's roar not as deep and powerful. His breathing was heavier than at the start, fine sweat beading on his forehead. Meanwhile, Yun Qinghai's blade maintained the same rhythm from beginning to end. Neither fast nor slow like the tide. Effortless, whether rising or receding. The pale green true qi on his blade remained steady and consistent. Someone began to murmur. Jiang Qiqia's stamina is failing. The 13 spears consumed too much true qi. After 300 moves, anyone would struggle. Someone began to murmur. Jiang Qiqia's stamina is failing. The 13 spears consumed too much true qi. After 300 moves, anyone would struggle. As long as Jiang Qiqiu doesn't make a mistake, even with declining stamina, Yun Qinghai can't overcome him. The curve of Wang Lintao's lips widened further. He set down his cup, crossed his arms, and watched the scene. Though Jiang Qiqia's stamina was dropping, his spear technique remained steady, and Yun Qinghai was still on the defensive. As long as Jiang Qiqiu didn't air, this spar would end in a draw. No, it would favor Jiang Qiqiu. The reputation of being undefeated among peers in Nanhuang Prefecture wouldn't be erased by a draw. And Yun Qinghai pressed for 300 moves, even without losing would suffer a blow to his pride. 350th move. 400 moves. Jiang Qiqia's spear slowed. Not by much, just a fraction imperceptible to ordinary eyes, but everyone present was a martial artist and could see it. His stamina was declining, and the flow of true qi was no longer as abundant as at the start. The true qi light on his spear began to flicker, no longer as solid as before. The young man in the dark green robe frowned. Jiang Qiqiu can't drag this out any longer. The 13 spears rely on a single breath of momentum, push it to the end, and the enemy falls or break it, and hell be in trouble. As if hearing his words, Jiang Qiqiu abruptly withdrew his spear, stepped back several paces, and took a deep breath. Then a certain change occurred within him. Transformation, not a shift in aura but a tangible concrete metamorphosis. His muscles tensed, sinews surged visibly along his arms. The spear shaft bent ever so slightly in his grip, as though bearing an immense, invisible force. True chi surged wildly from his dantian, surging through his meridians into both arms and the spear tip. A voice rose from the crowd in astonishment. This is the 12th spear. Flying tiger soaring through heaven. Nas Jiang Qiqiu truly mastered the 12th spear. Last year he'd only reached the 11th. And no wonder he dared challenge Yun Qinghai directly. The power of the 12th spear surpassed that of the 11th by more than double. To perfect it was to stand unrivaled among peers of equal cultivation realm. Watch closely. The 12th spear of the heavenly tiger, 13 spears. Fewer than 3 practitioners in the entire Nanhuang prefecture have ever achieved it. And the young man in the dark green robes, eyes lit up, his voice edged with exhilaration. Jiang Qiqiu's mastery of this technique all but secures his succession as the next master of the Heavenly Tiger Martial Arts Hall. Wang Lintao lowered his crossed arms and leaned forward slightly, his smile widening more than at any point that night. Light gleamed in his eyes. Not the light of joy for Jiang Qiqiu, but the sharp, anticipatory glint of one who knows the long-awaited spectacle has finally begun. In Heavenly Tiger, 13 spears. 12th spear, flying tiger, soaring through heaven. Jiang Qiqiu thrust his spear forward. This strike bore no resemblance to any that had preceded it. It was neither swift nor ferocious, but embodied sheer presence. The spear tip pressed forward with an intangible weight, as if an entire mountain were descending upon its target. The air tore apart with a shrill, piercing shriek. Light, before the spear tip, warped and shimmered. Dense true chi erupted from the tip, coalescing into a silvery white column of light that shot straight toward Yun Qinghai. This thrust did not aim merely at his chest. It targeted his entire being, his blade, his body, his breath, the very space surrounding him. Yun Qinghai's gaze shifted, not with fear, but with something deeper, heavier, the quiet certainty of one who has waited patiently and unwaveringly for this very moment. His blade halted, and not withdrawn, not parried. Simply arrested, held horizontally before him, edge outward, utterly still. Then change rippled across his body. A faint lustrous sheen emanated from beneath his skin, not the radiant glow of externally projected chi, but something far more inward, more profound, the warm, mellow luminescence of jade bathed in lamplight. For an instant his muscles subtly swelled, his entire presence surged upward, not through martial technique, but through his body itself. Raw, primal physical strength erupted from within him, elevating his true chi to an entirely new height. The chi swirling along his blade deepened from pale azure to an almost ink-black indigo, so dense it seemed ready to drip. All present were martial cultivators, and all instantly recognized the significance of this transformation, a peerless body refinement art of the highest rank cultivated to extraordinary depth. The young man in the dark green robe drew a sharp breath and murmured to his companion, "This is what it looks like when a human rank's supreme body refinement art reaches its ultimate refinement." To cultivate even a human rank supreme art to such perfection, Yun Qinghai's true prowess runs far deeper than his outward display suggests. And those nearby nodded in silent agreement. None dared entertain the notion of a divine rank art. Such arts were exceedingly rare, possessed by only a handful of families in the entire Nanhuang prefecture, and jealously guarded within their innermost circles. Though Yun Qinghai was the 4th elder's son, he had spent years traveling abroad and apprenticed under wandering cultivators, making it highly improbable he had accessed his family's divine rank inheritances. Thus the conclusion remained he had simply pushed a human rank supreme body refinement art to its absolute zenith, achieving this extraordinary effect. But Yi Lingshuang was different. Seated at the head position, she gently cradled her wine cup, her gaze fixed upon Yun Qinghai. That jade-like luster, that profound bodily transformation upon unleashing strength. She had seen similar records before, and not in Nanhuang, but in the ancient archives of the royal capital. Regarding Yun Qinghua, the eldest daughter of the Yun family who claimed first place on the Hidden Dragon list at 17. When she first emerged onto the stage, eyewitnesses documented her battles, noting a peculiar body refinement art, her skin shimmering like polished jade, her strength surging by tens of thousands of jin. The original account was vague, no one knew its rank, only that it was a Yun family secret art. Nai Lingshuang watched the jade-like radiance fade from Yun Qinghai's skin, her gaze briefly sharpening. The same art. And she spoke not a word, her expression unchanged. Yet as she set down her wine cup, her fingers lingered for a fraction longer upon its rim. Yun Qinghai's blade moved. Not a thrust, not a cleave, but a flip. The blade rotated upward, its edge rising from below with brute, irresistible force. Fuhai saber technique, 7th form, appending rivers and overturning seas. In this strike, bore no finesse, no angle, no redirection of force, only raw power. Tens of thousands of jin surged from waist and hips to arms, then to blade, then collided Hedon with the spear tip. The deep azure chi upon his blade roared forth like a tidal wave, clashing directly with Jiang Qiqiu's silvery beam. And the spear tip met the blade edge. The sound was muted, not the sharp ring of metal striking metal, but a heavy resonant thud like two colossal boulders colliding, a low rolling thunder echoing across the courtyard. A visible shockwave rippled outward through the air, lifting gravel and dust into a perfect circular gust that spiraled away in all directions. Lanterns lining the courtyard walls swayed violently, light flickered erratically. Someone instinctively stepped back. Jiang Qiqiu's spear shattered, not snapped mid-shaft, but at the joint between tip and shaft. The force transmitted from the tip overwhelmed the wood, causing it to explode outward, splintering into shards. His body recoiled as if struck by an invisible giant's palm. He flew backward, feet lifting from the ground, chest constricting, a trace of blood welling at the corner of his mouth. A hush fell over the courtyard, brief, profound. Then came low murmurs of awe, not for Jiang Qiqiu's defeat, but for Yun Qinghai's saber stroke, that body refinement art, that explosive surge of strength, that hidden trump card revealed only at the final moment. No one had known he concealed such a technique. Wang Lintao's smile froze. His hand hung limply at his side, still clutching the wine cup, but he had forgotten to lift it. His expression remained gentle, but that gentleness now resembled a mirror struck hard from behind, its surface unbroken, yet fissured beyond repair. Yuan Imo sat rigid in his seat, fingers tightening around his teacup. Then he recalled Yun Qinghai's words in class. Words about combat: never let your guard fall, even for an instant. You believe you hold the advantage. You believe your foe has exhausted every option. You believe victory is assured. Often that is precisely the moment you die. The villain concealing his cultivation level. The hidden chi striking from beneath the earth. The sect disciple who perished without ever understanding how he lost. Now he witnessed it firsthand. Jiang Qiqiu's spear art and cultivation level surpassed Yun Qinghai's, and for 400 exchanges he had dominated the fight. Yet Yun Qinghai held one final reserve, and with that single reserve he turned the tide. Martial contests are never decided by cultivation alone. Jiang Qiqiu soared through the air for several zhang, on the verge of crashing into the courtyard wall, then stopped, and not of his own volition. A carpet caught him. The deep crimson carpet laid before the main hall in trance had somehow risen, like a vast weightless leaf, gliding softly beneath Jiang Qiqiu, cradling his back, dissipating all momentum, then settling gently and perfectly onto the ground. Jiang Qiqiu lay upon the carpet, chest heaving, breathing heavily, face pale, but unharmed. Naviri, eye in the courtyard, turned toward Yiling Shuang. She remained seated at the head position, and her wine remained untouched. Her right hand had just emerged from her sleeve. Fingers slightly splayed, a faint wisp of spiritual energy fading from her fingertips. The carpet rested beneath Jiang Qiqiu, perfectly smooth, without a single crease. Silence fell once more. Then someone drew a sharp, audible breath. Peak Shinchuan realm, and not merely an ordinary peak. True chi projected outward, objects manipulated at a distance, force controlled with exquisite precision, catching a man midair, several zhang away, without inflicting injury. Few among those present could match such control. Nai Lingshuang withdrew her hand, lifted her wine cup, and took a delicate sip. Her expression remained unchanged, composed, serene, as if she had performed nothing more remarkable than stirring tea. Niet Yun Imo noticed as she raised the cup, her gaze lingered upon Yun Qinghai for a fleeting moment. Jiang Qiqiu sat up from the carpet, pressed a hand to his chest, then examined the broken spear shaft still clutched in his hand. He looked up at Yun Qinghai, not with anger or resentment, but with something purer, more direct, genuine respect. An exceptional saber technique, he said, voice hoarse yet sincere. 3 jars of heavenly tiger body forging ointment will be delivered to the Yun residence tomorrow. Yun Qinghai sheathed his blade and offered a respectful bow. You are too kind. Jiang Qiqiu rose, gathered the broken spear, and turned to leave. At the moon gate, he paused and glanced back. Next time we meet, I hope to learn from you again. With that, he strode out decisively. In the courtyard's atmosphere relaxed. Applause broke out. People gathered to congratulate Yun Qinghai. Others whispered excitedly about that saber stroke and Yi Lingshuang's astonishing display. Wang Lintao stood at the edge of the crowd, holding his wine cup, his smile still gently affixed. But Yun Imo saw it, the knuckles of the hand gripping the cup whitening with tension. As the crowd dispersed, guests began approaching the Yun family's seating area, not with hurried nods, but deliberately smiling broadly, cups raised in earnest greeting. First among them was the young man in the dark green robe. He stepped before Yun Qinghai, raised his cup, and grinned warmly. Brother Qinghai, I am Baijian magistrate of the Nanhuang Prefecture branch of Zhiliao. That saber stroke just now was truly magnificent. In Zhiliao, Yun Qinghai lifted his cup and clinked it against Baijian's. Baijian smiled, withdrew a gold-embossed calling card from his sleeve, and presented it with both hands. We deal in intelligence. Daily updates on current affairs across every household in Nanhuang. Rain or shine. Even the latest Hidden Dragon list news originates with us. And he glanced at Yun Qinghai, his gaze keen and appraising. Your battle today will appear in Zhiliao's daily briefing tomorrow. All of Nanhuang Prefecture will know. The Yun family has produced a saber master capable of defeating Jiang Qiqiu. Yun Qinghai accepted the card, glanced at it, and tucked it into his robe. I've heard of Zhiliao's speed. En Baijian smiled again, said nothing more, and courteously withdrew. Yet before departing, his gaze lingered a beat longer upon Yun Qinghai. The same look Yun Mo had seen before, the focused professional intensity of a hunter sizing up prey, not malicious but instinctively acute. After Baijian left, others approached. In the first was the young lord of Ingtian Gang, broad-shouldered, booming-voiced, slapping Yun Qinghai's shoulder and declaring, you must visit Ingtian Gang soon. The second was the senior disciple of Jingyun Martial Arts Hall, refined, reserved, speaking little, yet offering his toast with unmistakable sincerity. Several others followed. Youths from major factions across Nanhuang Prefecture whose names Yun Mo couldn't recall. Men who had earlier ignored Yun Qinghai entirely, now greeting him like an old friend. Yun Qinghai responded with effortless poise, neither aloof nor effusive, drinking when appropriate, speaking when required, maintaining a balance of warmth and distance, impeccable and precise. He appeared accustomed to such scenes, unruffled by neglect, unswayed by acclaim. Yun Mo sat quietly beside him, observing it all. He committed Zhiliao and Baijian to memory, and the appearance of that gold-embossed card. An intelligence organization. Daily briefings. First-hand Hidden Dragon list reports. The world was vaster and far more intricate than he had imagined. Enwu Donglai also approached, wine cup in hand. He offered no formalities, merely sat beside Yun Qinghai, clinked cups, and murmured, after today your name is secured across Nanhuang Prefecture. Yun Qinghai smiled faintly, saying nothing. Enwu Donglai studied him a moment longer, his gaze warm with sincerity. Baijian possesses the sharpest nose of them all. His coming forward with a personal card means he sees real value in your reputation. A single mention in Zhiliao's daily briefing carries more weight than 3 years of fighting your way up on your own. Yun Qinghai lifted his cup and drank slowly. Reputation, sometimes a boon, sometimes a burden. Enwu Donglai smiled, said no more, and rose to leave. Yun Qinghai leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting past the crowd to rest upon Yiling Shuang. She conversed lightly with those nearby, white robes, immaculate smile, serene, as if nothing extraordinary had transpired. Yet as Yun Qinghai watched her profile, the corner of his mouth lifted, just slightly. Yun Mo lifted his teacup and sipped. The tea had cooled, but its lingering sweetness remained. He set the cup down and sat quietly beside Yun Qinghai, watching the ebb and flow of guests, observing Yun Qinghai's poised composure, and glancing toward Wang Lintao standing alone in the corner. Wine cup held steady, knuckles starkly white. He filed each image away one by one. He knew these things he witnessed today mattered more than any martial art taught within the Wutong Hall. By the time the banquet concluded, the night had grown deep. The lanterns of Tianxiang Pavilion still glowed, hanging one by one beneath the eaves, swaying gently in the night breeze, casting flickering light and shadow upon the bluestone path. The crowd dispersed in twos and threes, some still chatted and laughed loudly, others leaned on companions' shoulders as they walked, and a few waited at the entrance for their carriages. Wang Lintao departed without bidding anyone farewell, his head lowered, and steps hurried, soon vanishing into the darkness. Baijian, however, approached Yun Qinghai to exchange a few more words, promising to visit another day, before leaving with a cheerful smile. Yun Qinghai stood at the entrance of Tianxiang Pavilion, watching the crowd fade away, and let out a sigh. His face bore a faint flush from the wine, yet his eyes remained clear and alert. Yun Mo stood quietly beside him, waiting. The carriage rounded the side path. The hooves of the white-bearded steed clattered crisply against the bluestone, and the copper bells on the carriage chimed rhythmically. The driver leaped down and drew aside the curtain. Yiling Shuang emerged from the hall. Her steps were as light as ever, her white robes fluttering faintly in the night breeze. A delicate blush tinged her cheeks. She had drunk a few cups tonight, not many but enough for one unaccustomed to alcohol. That flush spread from her cheeks to the roots of her ears, glowing under the lantern light like a thin layer of rouge brushed upon white jade. Her features, already exquisitely refined, now softened by the wine's influence, gained a tenderness rarely seen, like a meticulous painting whose edges had been blurred with water, hazy and enchanting, almost unreal in its beauty. Yun Mo glanced at her, and thought her flushed face resembled the ripe red apples of Ning County in autumn. He had seen such fruits on the teacher's desk at the private school. Yun Qinghai also looked at her. Then his gaze lingered, unable to look away. His face, too, bore the marks of wine, even more pronounced than hers. His eyes were not as clear as usual, but veiled with a thin mist, their focus fixed upon Yi Lingshuang, as if glued in place. His Adam's apple moved. His fingers unconsciously tightened around the scabbard at his waist, then loosened, then tightened again. He stood there at a loss, like a performer stepping onto the stage for the first time, forgetting his lines, his movements, and what he was meant to do. Yunemo looked up at him. His clansman's expression was strange. Not the calm he had shown while sparring with Jiang Qiqiu in the courtyard, nor the ease he displayed while drinking with others. His lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. His hands clenched the scabbard, then relaxed, then clenched again. Yunemo did not understand. He simply thought his clansman had drunk too much tonight. Yi Lingshuang walked to the carriage, and with the driver's assistance climbed aboard. Yun Qinghai stood rooted in place, watching her retreating figure, forgetting to move. "Uncle!" Yunemo called out. Yun Qinghai snapped back to reality, glanced at Yunemo, and the flush on his face deepened. "Come get in." His voice was hoarse, as if something were lodged in his throat. The two boarded the carriage. Yi Lingshuang sat by the window, holding no book, simply gazing quietly outside. The dim lantern light inside the carriage cast soft shadows on her profile. Her eyelashes were long, slightly lowered, forming a small fan-shaped shadow on her cheeks. Yun Qinghai sat across from her, with Yun Emo beside him. The carriage began to move, the copper bells chimed, and the hoofbeats of the white-bearded steed echoed far into the night. Silence filled the carriage for a moment. Yi Lingshuang withdrew her gaze from the window and fixed it on Yun Emo. The corners of her mouth curved slightly, her smile appearing exceptionally gentle in the dim light. "Little Yun Emo," she began, her voice carrying a hint of languor from the lingering wine. "Did you find today's banquet interesting?" Yun Emo pondered. "Interesting? What did you gain?" Yun Emo thought again, his gaze shifting between Yi Lingshuang and Yun Qinghai, before replying earnestly. "Big Sister is very charming." Everyone was looking at Big Sister, including Uncle. The carriage fell silent for an instant. Yi Lingshuang paused, then laughed. It was not the faint smile she wore during the day, nor the one she offered to everyone with perfect politeness. It was a more genuine, more relaxed laugh. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, the blush on her cheeks deepening, and her entire being seemed to light up. When she laughed, even the carriage's lantern seemed to glow brighter. Yun Qinghai's Adam's apple moved again. His gaze was fixed on Yi Lingshuang's face, as if nailed there. His fingers gripped the fabric on his knees, his knuckles turning white. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but nothing came out. The flush on his face spread from his cheeks to his ears, then from his ears to his neck. Watching his clansman, Yun Emo thought he seemed far more nervous than when he had been fighting in the courtyard earlier. Yi Lingshuang finished laughing, glanced at Yun Qinghai, then at Yun Emo, a hint of mischief in her eyes. "Your uncle really did drink quite a bit today." Yun Qinghai finally spoke, his voice dry. "No. It's fine." His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Yun Emo had never heard his clansman speak in such a tone. In the classroom, when recounting adventure tales, his voice was steady and powerful. In the courtyard sparring with Jiang Qiqiu, it was calm and composed. When treated coldly, it was neither humble nor arrogant. But now his voice sounded as if someone had gripped his throat, thin and faint. Yi Lingshuang did not pursue the topic. She leaned back against the seat, her gaze falling into a corner of the carriage, her voice lowering, as if she were discussing something less lighthearted. Today Wang Lintao provoked Jiang Qiqiu to make a move because someone passed him information that my stay at the Yun residence was due to Yun Qinghai's invitation. She paused. The person who spread the news phrased it cleverly. Nothing was said incorrectly, but the meaning was completely twisted. What Wang Lintao heard was Yi Lingshuang came to Nanhuang Prefecture and need not have stayed with the Yun family. It was Yun Qinghai who met her on the road and casually invited her, so she came. The word casually is sharper than any blade. Yun Mo understood. Back in Ning County, the tailor's daughter was courted by several people, and among them a word too many or a glance too long could stir up trouble. He did not fully grasp matters between men and women, but he had heard plenty about such jealous rivalries. At its core, it's nothing more than jealousy over favor. Yi Lingshuang said this in a very light tone, as if discussing something unrelated to herself. Yun Qinghai's brow furrowed slightly, his lips moving, but saying nothing. Yi Lingshuang withdrew her gaze from the window, fixing it on a point in the middle of the carriage, her voice calm, as though she were discussing official matters. I did not come to Nanhuang Prefecture by chance. I came specifically. The Crown Prince sent me to win over the Yun family. She glanced at Yun Qinghai. So staying with the Yun family was inevitable. Your invitation was merely going with the flow. Without you, I would have come regardless, just in a different manner. Yun Qinghai's fingers stopped moving on his knees. His expression did not change, but Yun Mo sensed something in him relax. Not a release of tension, but something more complex, harder to define. Like waiting a long time for an answer, finally receiving it. Not the best one, but at least the truth. Yi Lingshuang continued, her tone growing more serious. The Yun family produced Yun Qinghua, first on the Hidden Dragon list, latest stage core formation at 17 combat power, rivaling Tianyi. With such talent, as long as she continues to grow, the first divine travel martial artist in the history of the Great Yin dynasty is not impossible. Her gaze fell on Yun Qinghai's face. So the Yun family is a target the crown prince must win over. The carriage fell silent for a moment. Yun Qinghai nodded without speaking. His expression regained its usual composure, but Yun Imo noticed his fingers still slightly clenched on his knees, not fully relaxed. Yi Lingshuang changed the subject, her tone lighter. Your blade technique today was excellent. The air of Su Sheng's sea-covering saber truly lives up to its reputation. She paused, her gaze lingering on Yun Qinghai for a moment longer. And that body tempering technique, to push a high-grade mortal-level art to such a level, is no small feat. Yun Qinghai was silent for a while. His eyes rested on a corner of the carriage, his voice low but steady. That was not a high-grade mortal-level technique. Yi Lingshuang showed no surprise, simply watching him quietly. 2 years ago at the family competition, Yun Qinghai said calmly, as if recounting something from long ago, Qinghua won first place. That year she was at the 10th level of Qi refining, fighting against true profound realm kin. No one expected it. Before she turned 14, she had always ranked at the bottom. But that year she suddenly awakened and fought her way through, defeating whoever stood in her path. He paused. After the competition, she gave me this technique. Earth grade lower rank, the jade tempering body art. His tone was very light as he spoke, but Yun Imo detected something beneath it. Not pride nor sentiment, something quieter, deeper. Like someone standing far away looking back at a distant time. Among the Yun family's direct line, Qinghua and I are closest, he continued. When she first started martial training, her performance was terrible. At 12, she was only at the second layer of Qi refining, ranking last among the main branch's direct descendants. Back then, no one wanted to talk to her. She practiced alone in the training ground, ate alone in the dining hall, and walked back to her courtyard alone in the dark. His voice was very soft, as if recounting something not meant for many years. Only I treated her normally, not out of kindness, because I wasn't in the family then either. I had just taken a master and only returned once or twice a year. I didn't know she was not supposed to be acknowledged. He smiled faintly. Later she won first place in the family competition. Everyone. Others had long forgotten how they once treated her. But Qinghua remembered. During the clan martial contest, she handed me this cultivation art saying, "Brother, you're traveling outside the clan, you'll need this." He fell silent for a moment after speaking. Inside the carriage, only the soft chime of bronze bells echoed, tinkling gently, carrying far into the night wind. Yi Lingshuang gazed at Yun Qinghai. Something stirred faintly in her eyes. Not pity, not nostalgia. Something deeper, quieter. She said nothing, only gave a gentle, quiet nod. Yun Qinghai leaned back against the cushion and smiled. A smile more genuine than the one before. Truth be told, among our generation in the clan, I wouldn't even rank among the top 5. Qing Xian and Qing Yuan train at the Shanshui Pavilion, both already in the late stage of the true profound realm. My own cultivation may pass muster elsewhere, but at home it falls short. He spoke lightly as if it held no weight. The Tiger Forger body refining ointment I won today will come in handy. It's a secret formula from the Tiger Forger Martial Hall, exceptionally beneficial for early-stage practice of the jade refining body strengthening art. Yi Lingshuang glanced at him, her lips curving faintly upward. You've planned well. 3 portions should last you quite some time. Yun Qinghai shook his head. Not for me. His gaze settled upon Yun Imo. Yi Lingshuang followed his line of sight, watching Yun Imo for a long moment. Her lips lifted, not with that earlier muted smile, but with the quiet certainty of someone who has just confirmed a long-held suspicion. I'd already guessed. Her voice was soft. The moment you exchanged the profound heart pill from Wang Lintao for the body refining ointment, I sensed you weren't claiming it for yourself. You're not the sort to make impulsive decisions about prizes. You'd already chosen those 3 portions, and were simply waiting for the right opportunity. She paused, glancing once more at Yun Imo. Ever since you brought him to the banquet, I knew you valued him. Yun Qinghai offered no denial. Leaning back, his eyes drifted toward the window outside. His voice remained low, but steady. The Tiger Forger body refining ointment is procured annually by our family from the Tiger Forger Martial Hall. Not much, but enough. Today's extra 3 portions. He paused. We'll save the family some expense. He spoke casually, but Yun Imo heard the unspoken truth beneath. Those 3 portions were meant for him. He sat in silence, saying nothing, but he filed the gesture away deep within his heart. Yi Lingshuang watched him for a while longer, then withdrew her gaze, a faint knowing smile lingering at the corner of her lips. This generation of the Yun clan has produced Qinghua, then you, and now this child. Fortune smiles upon you. Yun Qinghai made no reply. He leaned back, eyes fixed beyond the carriage window. Night wind slipped through the bamboo curtains' narrow gaps, cool and hushed. Shop doors along the street were shuttered. Only a few lanterns still burned, swaying faintly in the dark. The carriage halted before the Yun residence. The driver leapt down and drew aside the curtain. Yi Lingshuang alighted first, followed by Yun Qinghai. Yun Imo stepped down last. The three stood before the Yun residence gate, their shadows stretched long and slender by the lantern light. "Miss, ye please rest well," said Yun Qinghai. His voice had regained its usual composure. Yet Yun Imo noticed his gaze lingered on Yi Lingshuang's face for an extra heartbeat. She nodded in acknowledgement. "You've had a long day," she said, glancing at Yun Imo with a gentle smile. "Little Yun Imo, sleep well." He nodded. "Good night, elder sister." Yi Lingshuang turned and walked away. Her white robes fluttered softly in the night wind, light-foot, graceful, vanishing swiftly beyond the moon gate. Yun Qinghai remained rooted in place, watching the direction her figure had disappeared, motionless for a long while. "Clan uncle," Yun Imo called softly. Yun Qinghai stirred from his reverie and looked down at him. "Come, I'll walk you back." They began walking down the stone-paved path together. The moon hung full and luminous, bathing the bluestone pavement in silvery light. Bamboo groves rustled softly in the night breeze. In the distance, the measured tread of patrolling martial artists echoed rhythmically. "Clan uncle," Yun Imo suddenly asked, "do you like elder sister Yi?" Yun Qinghai's steps faltered, just slightly. He gave no answer, only placed a hand atop Yun Mo's head. "Don't ask such things, child." His voice was quiet, not angry but tinged with the flustered embarrassment of having one's innermost thoughts laid bare. Yun Imo smiled inwardly and asked no further. They stopped before the gate of Yun Mo's courtyard. Yun Qinghai looked at him once more. "Rest early. Tomorrow afternoon, we continue practicing the hidden edge art." "Yes." Yun Qinghai turned and walked away. His silhouette, elongated by the moonlight, moved swiftly, as though hastening towards some unseen purpose. Yun Imo pushed open the courtyard gate and entered. Yun Shaoqing was absent. She would have retired by now. The room lay in darkness, lit only by moonlight spilling through the window, casting a pool of silver upon the floor. He approached the bed, removed his shoes, and lay down. In his mind, he reviewed the day: Jiang Qiqio's spear, Yun Qinghai's blade, Yi Lingshuang's carpet, Bai Zhan's formal visiting card, Wang Lintao's cold sneer, Wu Donglai's wine, and the words spoken inside the carriage: the Crown Prince's overture, Yun Qingyue's past, the jade refining body strengthening art, the tiger forger body refining ointment, and Yi Lingshuang's expression when she said, "I'd already guessed." When her eyes met his, they held scrutiny, curiosity, and something else he couldn't name. Not kindness, not malice, a more complex, distant appraisal, as if observing a seed, wondering what kind of tree it might one day become. Qingxin Courtyard. Yi Lingshuang pushed open the gate and stepped inside. Gravel paths wound between moonlit flowers and shrubs. Itaihu stones cast jagged, dramatic shadows. The pavilion beside the water stood empty. Only wind chimes whispered softly in the night air. She did not go indoors, but paused at the water's edge, gazing at the moon's reflection shimmering across its surface. Crimson carp glided silently beneath, occasionally breaking the surface with a gentle ripple, shattering the moon's image, then letting it reform. "Lotus Granny," she murmured softly. From the shadow of the courtyard wall, a figure emerged. An elderly woman, 60 years or more, her hair streaked with gray, her face thin and weathered, clad in a plain dusty gray robe, appearing no different from any village elder. Yet her eyes gleamed, bright, piercing, unervingly youthful. She came to stand behind Yi Lingshuang and waited silent. Yi Lingshuang did not turn. Her voice remained calm, so detached it seemed to speak of another's affairs entirely. The words that reached Wang Lintao's ears today: that I visited the Yun residence at Yun Qinghai's invitation. It was you who added the word incidentally, wasn't it? Lotus Granny said nothing. Yi Lingshuang turned to face her. Moonlight bathed her face, the flush of wine long faded, replaced by a cool, penetrating gaze. "Why?" Lotus Granny remained silent for a breath, then spoke, her voice dry and rasping like wind through dead branches. "The Crown Prince's command." Yi Lingshuang held her gaze, saying nothing. "The Crown Prince said Miss Ye's visit to the Yun residence required a plausible pretext. That Yun Qinghai encountered you en route and extended the invitation. That pretext serves perfectly. Once spread, others will assume the Yun clan's ties to the Crown Prince run deeper than they truly do." Lotus Granny's tone remained flat, reciting lines long rehearsed. Yi Lingshuang's gaze turned icy. "So Wang Lintao's provocation of Jiang Qiqio today, was that also part of the Crown Prince's plan?" "The Crown Prince," said Yun Qinghai, "requires an opportunity to assert authority in the southern wastelands. He has lain low for 2 years. He needs a formidable opponent to prove himself. Jiang Qiqio was the ideal choice. And if Yun Qinghai had lost..." Lotus Granny paused, brief but telling. "The Crown Prince said he would not lose." Yi Lingshuang studied her for a long while. Moonlight illuminated her face, expressionless, unreadable. Then she turned again toward the water. You may go. Lotus Granny bowed deeply, then melted back into the shadows, her presence dissolving like a drop vanishing into the sea. Yi Lingshuang stood at the water's edge, watching the fractured moonlight tremble upon the surface. A crimson carp swam near her feet, circling once before slipping soundlessly into the depths. She recalled Yun Xinghai's words in the carriage. The earth-rank lower-tier body cultivation art the one person who treated Yun Xinghua with decency during her lowest hour. And the look he gave Yun Mo, serious solemn, as if beholding a sapling slowly unfurling its first leaves. She remembered the quiet certainty in his voice when he said, "Not for me," the glance he cast toward Yun Mo, and his silent confirmation when she deduced the true purpose of those 3 portions. A 10-year-old child, merely at the second layer of qi refinement, held such significance for Yun Xinghai. There must be something extraordinary about him, something she had yet to discern. A faint fleeting smile touched her lips, then vanished. Yin Zhuchuan. She repeated the name silently in her mind. Crown Prince of the great Yin dynasty, and her sovereign. 3 years ago he had personally visited her residence, inviting her to serve as strategist in the Eastern Palace. He granted her trust, authority, and the freedom to wield her talents. He honored her as a national sage, as she repaid him with statecraft worthy of a realm. Yet today's maneuver eluded her understanding. Spreading rumors to Wang Lintao, orchestrating Jiang Qiqiu's challenge. None of it bore the hallmark of the Crown Prince's style. It was too crude, too direct, too reminiscent of petty rivalry, more fitting for a man like Wang Lintao than for the calculating, far-sighted Crown Prince. But what if it was deliberate? What then was he testing? Yun Xinghai's hidden strength, the Yun clan stance. Or was he testing her? A night breeze swept across the water, shattering the moon's reflection into countless shards. Yi Lingshuang stood motionless, her white robes stirring in the wind, her expression veiled in shadow. Yin Zhuchuan, what truly are you thinking? She had no answer. She simply stood there watching the broken moonlight shimmer and fade, long into the night. A night without dreams. When Yun Mo awoke, the sky had already brightened. The pomegranate tree outside rustled in the morning breeze, and sunlight squeezed through the gaps in the window frame, casting slender golden lines on the floor. He lay in bed, mentally organizing the tasks for the day. Going to Yun Xinghai to practice the concealed edge technique, returning in the afternoon to practice the essence technique, and taking a medicinal bath in the evening. The day was just like the previous ones, neither hurried nor anxious. The courtyard door was pushed open and Yun Xiaoqing entered with a basin of hot water and a cloth. Today she wore a light blue dress, her hair pinned up with a silver hairpin revealing a section of her fair neck. She placed the basin on the shelf, wrung out the cloth, and handed it to Yun Mo. Young Master Qinghai said to come over after you finish breakfast. Yun Mo took the cloth and wiped his face. The cloth was warm, carrying a faint scent of soap. He returned the cloth, stood up, and walked to the table where breakfast was already laid out. Spiritual rice porridge, 2 steamed cakes, and a small dish of pickles. He sat down and ate slowly. The porridge was thick, the steamed cakes were fluffy, and the pickles were crunchy and perfectly seasoned. After finishing breakfast, he changed into a clean gray training outfit and pushed the door open to go outside. There were not many people in the corridor in the early morning. Only a few servants hurried by carrying food boxes or bundles of clothes. They saw Yun Mo and slightly turned to the side to make way, lowering their heads and saying nothing. Yun Mo had grown accustomed to this treatment. Within the Yun family, the status of martial hall disciples was higher than that of ordinary servants, but not because of their cultivation level, rather because they shared the Yun surname. The gate to Yun Xinghai's courtyard was open. Yun Mo walked in and saw Yun Xinghai sitting on a stone bench holding the black knife and slowly wiping the scabbard with a cloth. His movements were gentle and slow, as if caressing a precious object. Hearing the footsteps, he lifted his head, glanced at Yun Mo, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. You're here. MHM. Yun Xinghai placed the knife on the stone table and pointed to the stone bench across from him. Sit. Yun Mo sat down. On the stone table, a teapot and 2 teacups were already set. The tea was hot, with steam wafting upwards. Yun Xinghai poured 2 cups of tea, pushed one in front of Yun Mo, and took the other cup to sip slowly. How's your practice of the concealed edge technique going? Still at the second layer, Yun Mo replied. Yun Xinghai nodded, not probing further into the specifics of his progress. He set down the teacup, stood up, walked to the center of the courtyard, and turned around. Show me a practice session. Yun Mo stood up, walked opposite him, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. The spiritual energy membrane in his dantian was still there, 2 layers, one inside and one outside, with a very small gap between them, allowing the spiritual energy to flow slowly between the inner and outer layers. With a thought, the membrane tightened slightly, and his cultivation level dropped from the 4th layer of qi refinement to the 2nd layer. With another thought, he raised it back up. Going back and forth a few times, the movement was smooth and free. Yun Xinghai watched for a while and nodded. That's enough. The fire of the second layer is sufficient, but with a few more days of practice you'll reach the third layer. He returned to the stone bench, picked up the teacup, and took another sip. Yunmo opened his eyes, stood up, and returned to sit on the stone bench. He looked at Yun Qinghai, waiting for him to speak. He knew that today he was called over not just to check on the concealed edge technique. Yun Qinghai set down the teacup, pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket, and placed it on the stone table. The bag was small, made of gray coarse cloth identical to the one that had held the concealed edge technique last time. He pushed the bag towards Yunmo. Open it and take a look. Yunmo picked up the bag, untied the string, and poured out a thin booklet. The handwriting on the cover was fresh, as if just written, Essence Refinement Technique. He raised his head to look at Yun Qinghai. A low-grade, earth-level technique. Yun Qinghai set his tone flat, as if he were discussing something ordinary. The body refining technique that Qinghua sent me. Starting today, you will also practice it. Yunmo opened the first page. The handwriting was neat, every stroke was Yun Qinghai's style. He had seen Yun Qinghai write in class, and it looked just like this. The first page contained the general outline, just a few sentences stating that this technique refined the body, using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making the muscles, bones, and skin as tough as jade, with strength multiplied, divided into 7 layers. He continued to flip through. The second page detailed the first layer, the third page the second layer, and so on until the 7th page, which described the 7th layer. Each layer included the cultivation methods and expected effects. The first layer increases strength by 2,000 pounds. The second layer, 3,000 pounds. The third layer, 4,000 pounds. The fourth layer, 8,000 pounds, while simultaneously producing a layer of jade-colored blood membrane that can protect the skin and even the meridians. The fifth layer, 16,000 pounds. The sixth layer, 32,000 pounds. The seventh layer. Yunmo's gaze paused at the number on the 7th layer. 100,000 pounds. He looked up at Yun Qinghai. 100,000 pounds. That number was too large for him to comprehend. He only knew that a martial artist at the first layer of chi refinement could punch with 300 pounds of force. He had already far exceeded that number, but 100,000 pounds. He simply could not imagine it. Yun Qinghai observed his expression, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. 100,000 pounds. At that point you can contend with early-stage golden core martial artists with just your physical body. No need for true energy, no need for martial techniques. One punch is enough. He paused, took a sip of tea. But that is still far from you. What you need to focus on now is from the first layer to the 4th layer. He placed the teacup down, leaning slightly forward with his hands crossed on the stone table. Let me tell you a few things first. First, about your cultivation speed. He looked into Yunmo's eyes. Your comprehension is excellent and you cultivate techniques quickly. But with the resources of the Yun family, you will need at least a year to progress from the 4th layer of chi refinement to the 10th layer. Yunmo remained silent, listening quietly. Why 1 year? Yun Qinghai leaned back against the chair, his gaze directed towards the distant sky, as if recalling something. Because cultivation above the 4th layer of chi refinement is not so simple. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Yunmo. Martial artists at the 4th layer of chi refinement cannot directly absorb high-purity spiritual energy from spirit stones, nor can they withstand pills that rapidly enhance spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in spirit stones is too pure and concentrated. Direct absorption can damage the meridians. The same goes for pills that can quickly enhance cultivation. They are too potent for a chi refinement body to endure. He extended a hand, fingers spread. Therefore, the cultivation from the 4th layer to the 10th layer of chi refinement generally follows 2 paths, either relying on high-grade techniques or on pills that can accelerate chi absorption. The stronger the technique, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy, the better the pills, the quicker the cultivation progress. But no matter how fast, time is still required. He withdrew his hand and looked at Yunmo. Do you know who the most talented martial artist in the world has been for the past several thousand years? Yunmo thought for a moment and shook his head. The martial hall hasn't taught this yet. Yun Qinghai smiled with no hint of reproach. You've only been here for 2 months, it's normal not to have learned it yet. That martial artist is known as Heavenly Sovereign. He started practicing martial arts at 10, reached True Mystery Realm, at 11 Golden Core Realm, at 13 Celestial Realm, at 17 Xinyu, at 24, and the Death and Life Mystery Realm at 36. This speed is unmatched for thousands of years. He paused. From the start of his martial practice to breaking through to True Mystery Realm, it took him a total of 1 year and 3 months. Of that time, it took him 1 year to progress from the 4th layer of chi refinement to the 10th layer. He looked at Yunmo, his gaze serious and earnest. This is the fastest speed. It's not that he lacked talent, it's because the physical body during chi refinement has its limits. If it's too fast, the meridians cannot handle it. Yunmo absorbed these words into his mind. 1 year from the 4th layer of chi refinement to the 10th layer. That was the answer offered by the most talented martial artist of this age. But Yun Qinghai changed the subject, the corner of his mouth curving slightly, Do you know how long Qinghua took to go from the 4th layer of Qi refinement to the 10th layer? Yun Imo looked at him, waiting for him to continue. 6 months. Yun Qinghai's voice was not loud, but the number dropped in the courtyard like a stone thrown into a pond, creating ripples. 6 months. Twice as fast as the heavenly sovereign. He looked at Yun Imo, his gaze carrying an indescribable quality. Not boasting, not lamenting, but a quieter, deeper pride. The reason lies in this technique. His finger pointed at the essence refinement technique on the stone table. The 4th layer of the essence refinement technique will produce a layer of jade-colored blood membrane. That layer of membrane not only protects the skin, but also the meridians. With it, martial artists during Qi refinement can withstand the onslaught of spiritual energy from spirit stones. The high-purity spiritual energy from spirit stones can be used directly for cultivation without needing to slowly absorb it from the heavens and earth. He looked into Yun Mo's eyes. One piece of low-grade spirit stone is enough for a true mystery realm martial artist to cultivate for 10 days. But that relies on the natural absorption speed of the body. If one actively guides the spiritual energy from the spirit stone into the meridians, the speed will multiply. But without the protection of the blood membrane, the meridians will shatter. He took a sip of tea and set it down. Qinghua took 6 months to go from the 4th layer of Qi refinement to the 10th layer. It's not because her talent is higher than the heavenly sovereigns. It's because she practiced the essence refinement technique. After mastering the 4th layer, there would be plenty of spirit stones and pills, and the only thing left is time. He looked at Yun Imo, a hint of a smile in his eyes. You will be the same. Once you master the 4th layer of the essence refinement technique, the family will provide you with enough spirit stones and pills. Within 6 months, reaching the 10th layer of Qi refinement will not be a dream. He leaned back in his chair, his tone returning to its usual casualness. Of course, the prerequisite is that you first cultivate the essence refinement technique to the 4th layer. Yun Imo looked down at the booklet in his hands. The 4th layer, 8,000 pounds of strength, jade-colored blood membrane. Within 6 months, the 10th layer of Qi refinement. He ran those numbers through his mind, then looked up. Does practicing the body refining technique require resources? He asked. Yun Qinghai smiled. Not a faint smile, but a smile that said you hit the nail on the head. Smart. Body refining techniques are different from Qi refining techniques. Qi refining techniques rely on comprehension, with high comprehension cultivation is fast. Body refining techniques rely on resources, heavenly materials, beast blood, spiritual herbs, and ointments. With enough of these, body refining is quick. Without enough, it will be slow. They are largely unrelated to comprehension. He pulled out a sheet of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and pushed it in front of Yun Imo. The paper contained neatly written lines, the ink fresh in Yun Qinghai's handwriting. This is a resource list I applied for from the family. Tianhu body refining ointment, 1 serving each day, enough for a month. There are also some other heavenly materials that are helpful for body refining. He looked at Yun Imo. 1 month. Using 1 serving of Tianhu body refining ointment daily, combined with these resources plus your comprehension during cultivation, the 4th layer of the essence refinement technique should be achievable within a month. Yun Imo looked at the paper, densely filled with names of various materials. Most of them he did not recognize, but he knew these items must be expensive. Was the Tianhu body refining ointment 1 just yesterday? He asked. What was 1 yesterday was extra. Yun Qinghai leaned back in his chair, his tone casual. The family is able to trade for some each year from the Tianhu Martial Hall. Not much, but enough. The 3 servings from yesterday just saved the family some expenses. He spoke lightly, but Yun Imo understood that what he called saving some expenses might not mean much for the Yun family, but it was not trivial for Yun Qinghai himself. He could easily use them himself, applying the body refining ointment to the essence refinement technique to further enhance his own strength. But he did not. He saved them for Yun Imo. Yun Imo did not say thank you. He knew Yun Qinghai did not like to hear that. He simply packed the paper away, secured the essence refinement technique, and stood up. He glanced at Yun Imo, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. Get ready. It will hurt a lot. Yun Imo nodded, tucking the essence refinement technique into his clothes, and turned to walk out. After taking a few steps, he paused and looked back. Yun Qinghai had already returned to the stone bench, holding the black knife and slowly wiping the scabbard with a cloth. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting a shower of golden fragments on him. Yun Imo retracted his gaze and walked out. He walked steadily along the corridor. A new technique, a new beginning. 1 month, 4th layer, 8,000 pounds of strength, jade-colored blood membrane. Within 6 months, the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Then he quickened his pace, heading towards the courtyard. In the afternoon, he still needed to practice the concealed edge technique, and in the evening, he would practice the essence technique. The days were still the same, just with an additional subject. When he returned to the courtyard, Yin Shaoqing was already waiting at the door. She held a bowl of soup in her hands and handed it to Yun Imo upon seeing him return. Drink this. Young Master Qinghai said you were to start practicing the new technique in the afternoon. This bowl of soup will help regulate your qi and blood. Yun took the bowl and drank it in one go. The soup was hot, carrying a faint medicinal scent, and after drinking it his lower abdomen felt a slight warmth. Thank you, he said. Yun Shaoqing took the empty bowl, glancing at him. Are you still going to young Master Qinghai's this afternoon? Yes. Yun Shaoqing nodded, saying nothing further, and turned to leave. Yun pushed open the courtyard gate and walked in. The flowers on the pomegranate tree were in full bloom, bright red in the sunlight, resembling little flames. He stood under the tree, took a deep breath, then went inside, changed into a clean outfit, sat on the bed, and opened the Essence Refinement Technique to the first layer, beginning to read it carefully. Outside the window, the sunlight was just right. Yun sat cross-legged on the ground of his own yard, a small earthenware pot placed before him. Yun Shaoqing had already left. The pot contained the Tiger Heaven Body Tempering Paste, a dark brown paste that exuded a strong medicinal scent and a faint hint of blood. He took off his upper garment, scooped out a large portion with a wooden spatula, and evenly applied it to his shoulders, arms, and back. The moment the paste touched his skin, a searing heat, like fire, burrowed in from the surface. It wasn't the heat of a burn, but a deeper, more penetrating heat, as if it were cooking his muscles from the inside out. Gritting his teeth, he followed the incantation of the first layer of the Jade Tempering Body Forging Art, guiding the spiritual energy within his body to travel through his muscles. Wherever the spiritual energy went, the searing heat transformed into tearing. Muscle fibers were ripped apart under the combined effect of the medicine and spiritual energy, only to heal at an even faster rate. Pain surged in wave after wave. His fingers clenched, his knees, nails digging into his flesh, but he made no sound. He closed his eyes, ignoring the pain, focusing solely on the path of the spiritual energy. Once, twice, thrice. With each cycle, the tearing and healing happened faster than the last. The searing heat receded, not because the medicine's effect was fading, but because his body was adapting. A panel materialized before his eyes. Heaven rewards diligence. A single proof leads to eternal proof. Cultivation Qi Refining Layer 4, 30,100. Yuan Refining Art Second Turn 270400. Concealed Edge Art Second Layer 158400. Jade Tempering Body Forging Art, not yet started 38100. He glanced at it and continued. Spiritual energy shuttled through his muscles. After an unknown duration, the searing heat finally faded, leaving only a warm, tingling numbness. The sun had already moved westward. The paste on his body was completely absorbed by his skin, leaving only a thin, oily film. The next day, the same process. The paste was applied, the searing heat was milder than yesterday's, but still unbearable. Spiritual energy washed over his muscles again and again, tearing and repairing. The first layer was complete. Yun felt his strength increase from about 2,500 Jin to 4,500 Jin. He clenched his fist, his knuckles cracked. The muscles on his arms were noticeably harder than before. Day 3. The third turn of the Yuan Refining Art. Yun sat cross-legged on his bed. The spiritual energy in his dantian spun at high speed, its humming sound growing deeper and steadier. The spiritual energy was compressed bit by bit, becoming purer than before, and its circulation speed also increased considerably. Day 4. The third layer of the Concealed Edge Art. Yun sat on the stone stool in his yard, weaving the third layer of the spiritual energy membrane, according to the incantation. The 3 layers were nested within each other, with spiritual energy flowing slowly between the inner and outer layers, forming a stable, closed loop. With a thought, his cultivation base dropped from Qi Refining Layer 4 to Qi Refining Layer 1. With another thought, it rose back up. He suppressed his cultivation to Qi Refining Layer 3. He had been at the Martial Hall for almost 3 months, and the progress of Qi Refining Layer 3 was neither fast nor slow, perfectly fitting the image of a somewhat talented but unremarkable disciple. This technique was finally mastered. Below the first heaven realm, no one could see through his true cultivation. From that day on, he no longer needed to go to Yun Qinghai's yard daily to practice the Concealed Edge Art. Yun Qinghai would occasionally ask about his progress, and Yun would only say, almost there, and the other would not press further. Day 5. The second layer of the Jade Tempering Body Forging Art. The paste was applied, the searing heat had turned into warmth, and the tearing sensation was no longer so intense. Spiritual energy washed over his muscles again and again. The muscle fibers became denser and stronger in the cycle of tearing and repair. The second layer was complete. Yun felt his strength increase from 4,500 Jin to 7,500 Jin. Day 10. Yun sat in a private room at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. A table full of dishes was set before him, but he had little appetite. It wasn't because the food was bad, but because the 2 people opposite him made eating seem secondary. Yun Qinghai sat beside him, Yi Lingshuang sat opposite, and another woman sat next to Yi Lingshuang. That woman wore a moon-white training uniform with tightened cuffs and a light blue sash around her waist. Her features were not stunning, but delicate and clean. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, the kind gained from frequent outdoor training. Her eyebrows were thicker than most women's with slightly upturned ends. Her eyes held an undisguised sharpness. Sitting there, she was like a sheathed blade. Yun Qingxian, 22 years old, late, true, profound realm, core disciple of the Landscape Pavilion. She was firmly among the top 3 of the younger generation in the Yun family. She had returned to do a sect mission and visit her family. Yun Qinghai brought Yun Mo for a meal, and Yi Lingshuang was also invited. Before the dishes were served, Yun Qingxian began to speak. Brother, I heard you had a fight with Jiang Qiqiu at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion a while back. Her voice was not loud, but crisp like a blade scraping across glass. Yun Qinghai picked up his teacup and took a sip. Over 400 moves. And you only won thanks to the jade tempering body forging art. Yun Qinghai did not respond. Yun Qingxian leaned back in her chair, crossed her arms, and the curve of her mouth widened. Brother, you are at least at the mid-true profound realm. It took you over 400 moves to beat a disciple from the Tiger Heaven Martial Hall, and you had to rely on a body forging technique to turn the tide. She spoke unhurriedly, but every word seemed to prick Yun Qinghai like needles. You traveled outside for 2 years, and this is the level you've reached. Jiang Qiqiu can't even rank in the top 3 of the Southern Wilderness Commandery. If you struggle this much against him, should you encounter the young master of the Yingtian gang, or Wang Linhai of the Wang family, would you just lie down and concede? Yun Qinghai's teacup paused at his lips. He hesitated for a moment, then set it down. Jiang Qiqiu is not weak. He has trained the Tiger Heaven 13 spears to the 12th spear. The 12th spear? Yun Qingxian scoffed. The 12th spear is just so-so. The truly difficult part of the Tiger Heaven 13 spears is the 13th spear. Every generation of the Tiger Heaven Martial Hall has 3 to 5 who reach the 12th spear. If you can't even defeat someone like that, you might as well sell your saber and come learn the sword from me. Yun Qinghai said nothing. Yun Mo sat beside them, head down, sipping his tea, but his ears were perked up. He found it very interesting. Yun Qinghai was composed and calm in front of others, but before Yun Qingshuan, he seemed like a younger brother being lectured by his elder sister. Even though Yun Qingxian was younger, and Yun Qinghai was the older brother, Yun Qingxian did not stop. The 7th form of the sea overturning saber art, churning rivers and overturning seas. How long have you been practicing it? 2 years. 2 years, and your power delivery is still not smooth. I saw the news report from Cicada that day, which detailed your fight. Before you executed that move, your saber stopped. Why did it stop? Because there is a disconnect in the transmission of your power from your waist and hips to the saber blade. You need to pause to gather strength. Yun Qinghai's brow furrowed. A true master channels power from the soles of their feet to the tip of the blade in one seamless motion. There's no need to stop. That pause of yours was fine against Jiang Qiqiu because his reaction is slow enough. But if you faced a faster opponent, in the time it takes you to pause, their blade would already be at your throat. Oh no, sorry. You'd have been cut in 2 by then. She picked up her teacup, took a sip, set it down, and continued. Also, your saber momentum is too rigid. The sea overturning saber art overcomes hardness with softness, but you on the contrary meet hardness with hardness, clashing heat-in with Jiang Qiqiu for over 400 moves. Were you sparring or forging iron? If you like heat-in collisions so much, you might as well apprentice at a blacksmith shop. At least you could forge a few good blades. Yun Qinghai's expression stiffened, but he still did not retort. Yi Lingshuang set down her teacup and looked at Yun Qingxian. Qingxuan, your understanding of the saber art is profound. Yun Qingxian turned her head and smiled. That smile was completely different from the expression she had when speaking to Yun Qinghai just moments ago, much softer. Elder sister, Yi flatters me. Although I use the sword, I have seen many saber masters at the Landscape Pavilion and have some insights into the flaws of saber techniques. Especially those techniques that someone has practiced for 2 years and still can't master. Their flaws are particularly numerous. This last sentence was clearly directed at Yun Qinghai. Yun Qinghai picked up his teacup and took a large gulp as if trying to swallow something down. Brother, let's go to the training ground after the meal. We'll take a look for you. Yun Qingchuan's tone finally softened just a little. Yun Qinghai looked up at her. His expression held helplessness, reluctance, and a hint of the embarrassment of "Can you please save me some face?" But he did not refuse. All right. Yun Mo watched all this from the side, finding it very amusing. Yi Lingshuang looked at his expression, and the corner of her mouth curled up. Little Yun Mo, what do you think your uncle is thinking right now, eh? Yun Mo thought for a moment. He's thinking about how not to let Sister Qingxian make him look worse. Yun Qingxian was stunned for a moment, then laughed. It wasn't a faint smile, but a genuine, amused laugh. She glanced at Yun Mo. This kid is much sharper than you. The corner of Yun Qinghai's mouth twitched. After the meal, the four returned to the Yun residence. The training ground was the one designated sea where Yun Mo usually practiced. Yun Qinghai stood in the center of the ground, holding his black saber. Yun Qingxian stood opposite him, holding an ordinary iron sword. I will suppress my cultivation to the mid-true profound realm, Yun Qingxian said. For fairness. Yun Qinghai nodded. Come. Yun Qinghai moved. See overturning saber art, overcoming hardness with softness using the opponent's strength. The true qi on the saber blade condensed into a light cyan arc of light. As he struck out, the saber momentum was continuous. Yun Qingxian did not retreat. Her sword moved, not to block, but to thrust. The thrust was at a tricky angle, the sword tip aiming directly for the gap in Yun Qinghai's saber technique. Continuous momentum, but within the continuity there were gaps. Her sword stabbed right into that gap. Yun Qinghai's saber momentum was broken. He had to withdraw his saber and take a half step back. The first one, Yun Qingxian said flatly. For the second strike, he tightened his saber momentum. But Yun Qingchuan's sword found a new gap. As the true qi on the saber blade circulated, its distribution was uneven between the spine and the edge of the blade. With a thrust, the saber was broken again. The second one. Third strike. Yun Qinghai used the jade tempering body forging art. A jade-like light flowed beneath his skin and his strength surged. The seventh form of the sea overturning saber art, churning rivers and overturning seas, he struck out. Yun Qingxian did not meet it head-on. She sidestepped, and the tip of her sword touched the weakest point of the true qi on his saber blade. Yun Qinghai's saber was deflected, deviating by less than an inch. Then her sword rested against his neck. The third one. 3 strikes, and your saber technique has at least 3 major flaws. Yun Qingxian withdrew her sword, her tone reverting to that unhurried, venomous tone. Brother, if you took this saber technique to the landscape pavilion for assessment, you wouldn't even pass the first round. Yun Qinghai stood there, the sword already withdrawn, but his expression was still somewhat stiff. He didn't speak, simply listening quietly. Yun Qingxian walked up to him and looked him up and down. Your true qi circulation has a problem. The sea overturning saber art overcomes hardness with softness, but after 2 years of practice you are still too rigid. Softness is not weakness, it's smoothness. Your saber momentum isn't smooth, hence the gaps. You engage your waist and hips too early, your arms are too stiff, and your true qi is half a beat slow. 3 problems, all fundamentals. She walked to the weapon rack, picked up a saber similar to Yun Qinghai's. Holding it, she stood sideways. Watch closely. The 7th form of the sea overturning saber art, churning rivers and overturning seas. He'll only demonstrate it once. Whether you understand it or not is your concern. She struck. The saber blade flipped, the edge lifting from bottom to top. The movement was identical to Yun Qinghai's, but different. Her saber did not stop. Power traveled from the soles of her feet to her waist and hips, from her waist and hips to her arms, from her arms to the saber blade, all in one seamless motion. The true qi on the blade was a deep cyan, thick as ink. Where the blade edge passed, the air was torn, emitting a low whistling sound. With one strike, the saber stopped midair, perfectly still. Yun Qinghai's eyes lit up. He saw it. It wasn't that the saber technique was different, but the power generation was different. Try again. Yun Qingxian tossed the saber back to him. Yun Qinghai caught it, closed his eyes, and stood still for a moment. Then he struck. This time he did not stop. Power traveled from the soles of his feet to his waist and hips, from his waist and hips to his arms, from his arms to the saber blade. The true qi on the blade was slightly denser than before, and the saber momentum was also somewhat smoother. Yun Qingxian shook her head. Still not good. Waist and hips are still too early, arms are still too stiff. Again. Once, twice, thrice. Yun Qingxian stood by, pointing out flaws after each attempt. I said your waist and hips are turning too early. Can't you understand human speech? Lifting your arm that high, are you trying to hit a bird? Your true qi is slow again, haven't you eaten? Yun Qinghai said nothing, just practicing over and over, correcting over and over. Sweat dripped from his forehead, his clothes were soaked through, but his eyes grew brighter. 2 hours passed. The sun moved from overhead to the west. Yun Qinghai sheathed his saber, stood still, and panted heavily. Yun Qingxian walked up to him and looked him over. A tiny bit better than before. At least it's gone from appalling to barely watchable. Yun Qinghai smiled. Thank you. Yun Qingxian waved her hand, placing the sword back on the rack. All right, that's enough for today. I'm leaving now. Practice on your own. If it's still like this next time I'm back, I'll confiscate that saber of yours and make you fight with your bare hands. She turned, glanced at Yun Mo, then at Yiling Shuang. Elder sister, ye care for some tea? Yiling Shuang stood up and smiled. All right. The 3 walked out of the training ground. Yun Mo followed behind, looking at Yun Qinghai's back. He stood in the center of the training ground, still holding his saber, watching the direction. Yun Qingxian had left a helpless smile on his lips. Day 11. The 3rd layer of the jade tempering body forging art. The paste was applied, the warmth had become a comfortable heat. Spiritual energy washed over his muscles, which grew stronger in the cycle of tearing and repair. The 3rd layer was complete. Yun Mo felt his strength increase from 7,500 gene to 11,500 gene. He had broken the 10,000 gene mark. He looked down at his fist. A warm current surged beneath his skin. His blood and chi were as vigorous as a young demon beast's. Day 13. The fourth turn of the Yuan refining art. Yuan Imo sat cross-legged on his bed. The spiritual energy in his dantian spun at high speed, its humming growing deeper. Compress, compress again. The spiritual energy became purer. Then he looked inward at his cultivation. Chi refining layer 5. Advancing from Chi refining layer 4 to layer 5 was faster than expected. Although cultivating the jade tempering body forging art did not directly increase his cultivation base, his body had grown stronger, his meridians wider, and the speed of spiritual energy circulation naturally increased. He didn't tell anyone. The concealed edge art firmly suppressed his cultivation to Chi refining layer 3. From the outside, he was still the young disciple who had been training for 3 months and was at Chi refining layer 3. Day 25. Yuan Imo stood under the pomegranate tree in his own yard shirtless. His body had undergone a noticeable change in these 25 days, not becoming bulkier, but more compact and lean. The lines of his muscles were clearly defined, and the contours of his shoulders and back were broader than before. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Guided by his will, the spiritual energy in his dantian surged throughout his body. A faint luster emerged beneath his skin, not the light of externally released spiritual energy, but something more introverted and deeper, like the warm, gentle glow of jade under lamplight. The luster deepened and thickened, finally condensing on the surface of his skin into a visible jade-colored film. He opened his eyes and clenched his fist. Power surged within him. He estimated it to be about 20,000 jin. The fourth layer of the jade tempering body forging art was complete. He looked down at his arm. The jade-colored film trembled slightly. He poked his forearm with a finger. The touch was not the softness of skin, but a leather-like toughness with a slight elasticity. The blood and chi membrane could protect not only the skin, but also the meridians. From today onwards, he could use spirit stones for cultivation. He changed into clean clothes and went to Yun Qinghai's yard. Yun Qinghai was sitting on a stone stool holding his black saber, slowly polishing the scabbard with a cloth. Seeing Yuan Imo enter, he put down the saber and glanced at him. Here. Which layer of the jade tempering body forging art have you reached? The fourth layer, Yuan Imo said. Yun Qinghai's gaze paused on him for a moment, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. Faster than I expected. He bent down, picked up a gray cloth pouch from beside the stone stool, and placed it on the stone table. The pouch wasn't large, but it was bulging and heavy. He untied the opening, revealing neatly stacked gray-white stones, low-grade spirit stones. There are 200 here. Yun Qinghai pushed the pouch towards Yuan Imo. That should last you a while. Now that your blood and chi membrane is formed, the spiritual energy from the spirit stones won't harm your meridians anymore. Actively guiding the spiritual energy for cultivation will be much faster than before. Yuan Imo looked at the pouch of spirit stones, but did not reach for it. 200 low-grade spirit stones were worth 20,000 taels of silver on the market. He knew this was a family resource, but Yun Qinghai must have put in considerable effort to secure them. Thank you, uncle, he said. Yun Qinghai waved his hand, leaned back in his chair, and spoke casually. Don't thank me. You earned this yourself. Now that you've mastered the fourth layer of the jade tempering body forging art, it's time for cultivation with spirit stones. Within half a year, reaching chi refining layer 10 is not a dream. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, asking no further about his cultivation. The concealed edge art firmly suppressed Yun Mo's cultivation to chi refining layer 3. From the outside, he was still the young disciple who had been training for 3 months and was at chi refining layer 3. Yun Qinghai hadn't noticed a thing. Go back and train hard. Yuan Imo nodded and tucked the cloth pouch into his bosom. The 200 spirit stones were much heavier than they looked, pressing heavily against his chest. He turned and walked out. When he reached the yard's entrance, he paused and looked back. Yun Qinghai had already picked up his saber and was continuing to polish the scabbard with the cloth. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, scattering a patchwork of gold on him. Yuan Imo withdrew his gaze and walked out. He walked along the paved path, his step steady. He had been at the martial hall for 3 months now. The concealed edge art firmly suppressed his cultivation to chi refining layer 3. This pace was neither fast nor slow, perfectly fitting the image of a somewhat talented but unremarkable disciple. In reality, however, the fourth layer of the jade tempering body forging art was complete, granting him 20,000 jin of strength. The blood and chi membrane protected his body, 200 low-grade spirit stones were in his possession, and his cultivation had long since reached chi refining layer 5. He had achieved his 1-month goal 5 days early. Next up, chi refining layer 10. In the Yun family's main hall, the clan leader Yun Jintian sat in the main seat, holding a sealed letter made of fine bamboo paper with a small vermilion seal on the folded edge, an emblem of the Qingyun sect. This letter was dispatched from the Qingyun sect and took 3 days to reach him through the channels of the Zhiliao. He had read it no less than 10 times. Two people sat below the hall. On the left was the third elder Yun Jinshuan in the mid-phase of the pill consolidation realm, his face composed resembling Yun Fifan to some extent. On the right was the fourth elder Yun Jinshuan, also in the mid-phase of the pill consolidation realm, slender with sharp eyes. Both were the most trusted individuals by Yun Jintian. Yun Jintian placed the letter on the table, his voice low but heavy. Something has happened at the Qingyan sect. Yun Jinshuan and Yun Jinshuan exchanged glances, remaining silent. 7 days ago, a mysterious martial artist at the late stage of the Tianyi realm attacked the Qingyan sect. The Qingyan sect suffered severe losses with many casualties. Qingyue fought fiercely against the attacker and was gravely injured. She used a secret technique and has remained unconscious ever since. Yun Jintian lightly tapped the letter with his finger. The Grand Elder was also seriously injured, his combat strength reduced to less than 50%. Fortunately, a passing powerful figure intervened and saved the Qingyan sect. He paused. The attacker was not killed. He escaped heavily injured, and his whereabouts are unknown. The Qingyun sect has sealed its mountain and is temporarily hidden from the world. The sect master sent a message to the Yun family warning them to be cautious. Since the target of that martial artist is Qingyue, there are fears it may implicate the Yun family. The hall fell silent for a moment. Yun Jinshuan spoke up, his voice a bit dry. A martial artist at the late stage of the Tianyi realm. The Dian dynasty doesn't have anyone at that level. The strongest among us is merely at the early stage of Tianyi. This person must surely come from another dynasty, perhaps even a super sect in the eastern region with powerful figures guarding it. Yun Jinshuan nodded gravely. The gap between the Tianyi and pill consolidation realms cannot be bridged by mere numbers. If that person truly arrives, the Yun family cannot withstand it. Moreover, the force behind him is not something we can provoke. Yun Jintian remained silent. All three were acutely aware of this fact. The pill consolidation realm seemed like ants in front of the Tianyi realm. A single strike from a Tianyi realm martial artist could wipe out the entire Yun residence in the southern wilderness county. The pill consolidation late stage, and any formation restrictions would be mere jokes. Thus, we must send the talented young members of the family away. Yun Jinshuan suggested, it's not out of fear, but because staying here is of no use. Yun Jintian nodded. I had the same intention. The three fell into silence for a moment. Yun Jinshuan suddenly spoke up, that boy from Ning County Yunmo. Both Qinghai and Qingshan mentioned him, saying he has immense talent, having reached the 4th level of qi refinement in just 2 months. Such a seedling must not be lost in this turmoil. Yun Jintian glanced at him. Qinghai has informed me. The concealed edge technique has been mastered, and his cultivation is suppressed at the 3rd level of qi refinement. No one can see through it. This child is worth protecting. Yi Lingshuang is still visiting the Yun family, Yun Jinshuan added. She mentioned a few days ago that she will return to the royal city soon. The crown prince wants to draw the Yun family, and we can take this opportunity to let a few children accompany her to the royal city. The strength of the guards by the crown prince is not something the Yun family can compare with. Once we arrive in the royal city, even a Tianyi realm martial artist would not dare to act recklessly. Yun Jintian pondered for a moment. I will speak to Yi Lingshuang. You take Qinghai, Yun Mo, and Fifan with her. Once in the royal city, everything will follow Miss Yes arrangements. Yun Jinshuan nodded. When will we set off? The sooner the better. Yun Jintian stood up. Prepare today. Miss Yi will leave the Yun family early tomorrow morning. You will set off the day after tomorrow and meet her in Huan County. Be discreet and do not attract attention. 3 days later, after completing the 4th layer of the refined jade strengthening technique, Yun Mo's life returned to tranquility. Every morning he practiced in the courtyard using spirit stones, trained in the afternoon at the training ground, and took medicinal baths in the evening. His cultivation progress was much faster than before. The high-purity spiritual energy within the spirit stone flowed continuously into his meridians under the protection of the blood membrane, allowing him to gain 20 points of progress in a day, 5 times faster than before. He sat cross-legged on his bed, holding a low-grade spirit stone, guiding the spiritual energy inside into his dantian. The temperature of the spirit stone decreased, its luster gradually dimming until it became an ordinary gray-white stone. He tossed the useless stone into a wooden box beside his bed, replaced it with a new one, and continued. The panel appeared in front of him. Efforts are rewarded, a certificate is forever valid. Cultivation 5th level of Qi refinement, 122,200. Refining Yuan technique 4th, turn 240, 1200. Refined jade strengthening technique 4th layer, 51,600. Concealed edge technique, 3rd layer perfected. He stored the panel, placed the spirit stone properly, and stood up to stretch his body. In the cafeteria at noon, Yun Mo carried a tray to a corner where Yun Feihu was already seated, devouring 3 servings of food. Seeing Yun Mo, he mumbled, over here, and continued to eat. Yun Mo sat down, and just as he took a few bites, Yun Fei approached with her own tray. Can I sit here? She asked with a smile. Sure. Yun Feihu immediately swallowed his food, and scooted over his swift movements contrasting with his robust frame. Yunfei sat beside Yunfeihu, placing her tray down. Today she wore a light pink dress, her hair tied in a ponytail, revealing a delicate face. She glanced at the 3 empty plates in front of Yunfeihu and smirked. You've eaten so much again. Training consumes a lot. Yunfeihu scratched his head, chuckling softly. Yunfei picked a piece of monster meat from her tray and placed it into Yunfei's bowl. Eat more, she said, her tone natural, as if performing a common gesture. Yunfei's face turned slightly red as he lowered his head to eat, saying nothing. Yet the corners of his mouth curled upwards. Yunmo, sitting opposite, quietly ate, observing everything. He recalled a month ago when Yunfei would only occasionally greet him, speaking politely. Now it was different. She would serve dishes to Yunfeihu, and he would save her a seat, the distance between their shoulders growing closer when they walked together. He did not fully understand the matters between men and women, but he knew their relationship had improved compared to before. He lowered his head to sip his soup, saying nothing. As the 3 were eating, someone hurriedly approached. Yunfei, wearing a deep blue long robe, walked faster than usual, his expression more serious and solemn than his usual smug demeanor. He arrived at the table, glanced at Yunfeihu, and Yunfei then said to Yunmo, Yunmo, come over after you finish eating. I have something to discuss with you. Yunmo put down his chopsticks. What is it? We're going on a long trip. Yunfei did not elaborate. My clan uncle asked me to call you. After you finish, come to Qinghai clan uncle's courtyard. He nodded at Yunfeihu and Yunfei before turning and leaving quickly as if pressed for time. Yunfeihu watched his back, frowning. Going on a long trip. Where to? I don't know, Yunmo replied. When will you be back? I don't know. Yunfeihu mumbled, not asking further. Yunfei looked at Yunmo, her lips moving, wanting to say something, but ultimately only saying, be careful. Yunmo nodded, finished the remaining food, stood up, and took the tray. I'm leaving. Yunfeihu waved at him. Yunmo exited the cafeteria, walking along the corridor toward his courtyard. Upon opening the door, he found Yun Xiaoqing tidying up inside. On the bed lay a gray bundle filled with a few changes of clothes, a small bag of spirit stones, and several bottles of pills. Seeing Yunmo enter, she straightened up, folded the clothes in her hands, and placed them in the bundle. Young Master Qinghai sent word that you're going on a long trip. I've packed your things. She paused. Be careful on the road. Yunmo looked at the bundle, and then at Yun Xiaoqing. She had been taking care of him for 3 months, bringing him meals daily, preparing medicinal baths, and keeping everything in order. He had never asked where she came from, why she was doing this, or what her plans were for the future. He only knew that every time he returned from training late, she was waiting in the courtyard with a bowl of hot soup. Thank you, he said. Yun Xiaoqing smiled faintly, a gentle, yet genuine smile. Go ahead. Don't keep young Master Qinghai waiting. Yunmo picked up the bundle, slung it over his shoulder, and turned to leave. He walked quickly along the corridor. Yunfei was already waiting at the entrance of Yun Qinghai's courtyard. Upon seeing him, he nodded and pushed the door open. Yun Qinghai stood in the center of the courtyard, his sword already fastened at his waist, wearing a deep green long robe, unlike his usual casual attire. He glanced at the 2 and said nothing more, only stating, let's go. The 3 exited the Yun family's main gate, where a horse-drawn carriage was already waiting outside. The carriage was ordinary, with gray curtains and no markings of the Yun family, pulled by regular horses, not the Baisu steeds. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s with an ordinary appearance, dressed in a gray short robe, looking like an ordinary coachman. However, Yunmo noticed that his hands were steady and his breathing long, indicating he was a practitioner. The 3 climbed aboard. The carriage was small, just enough for 3 people. Yun Qinghai sat by the window, Yunmo in the middle, and Yunfei on the other side. The driver shouted, and the carriage began to move slowly. The interior of the carriage fell silent for a moment. Yunfei tried to speak several times, but swallowed his words. Yun Qinghai leaned back against the backrest, eyes closed as if resting. Yunmo lifted a corner of the bamboo curtain to look outside. The carriage did not head towards the southern city, but took a turn onto a path he had never traveled before, flanked by high courtyard walls, the road narrow enough for only 1 carriage to pass. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the carriage stopped at an intersection. The road appeared ordinary, with neatly laid blue stone slabs, not different from elsewhere. Yun Qinghai opened his eyes and glanced at the 2. Hold on tight. No matter what happens, do not make a sound. His right hand pressed against the floor of the carriage, palm against the wood, fingers exerting slight pressure. Yunmo felt a faint true qi from Yun Qinghai's palm entering the carriage, then traveling along the floor of the carriage to the ground. He could not see what was happening outside, but sensed the carriage tremble slightly. Then the floorboards beneath them silently split open, creating a square hole. Not a break, but sliding open like a door, revealing a dark space below. The opening was not large, just enough for a person to slip through. Below was not ground, but a dark passage with steps faintly visible. Yun Qinghai was the first to dive down. Yunmo followed behind, with Yunfei last. Just as the three entered the dark passage, the wooden boards above automatically closed seamlessly as if they had never opened. Meanwhile, the carriage continued moving forward without slowing down. The dark passage was very dim, illuminated only by a faint glow from the luminous pearl in Yun Qinghai's hand. The walls were damp and felt cold to the touch, the air filled with the scent of earth and mold. The steps were of stone, narrow enough to walk sideways. This is the escape passage of the Yun family. Yun Qinghai whispered, his voice echoing in the narrow space. The entrance can only be opened at the moment the carriage passes by using a special technique. Those not of the Yun family's direct line would not know the technique. Even if they knew where the entrance was, they could not enter. Yun Fifan, walking at the back, could not help but ask, "Why are we using the secret passage?" "To prevent anyone from knowing we left the county city," Yun Qinghai replied without looking back. After walking for about a teacup's worth of time, light appeared ahead. Yun Qinghai pushed aside a wooden board above him and climbed up. Yun Mo followed, emerging from the hole to find himself standing in a grove. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a ground of fragmented gold. The ground behind them was flat as normal, showing no signs of disturbance. The opening seemed to have never existed. A middle-aged man stood not far away, leaning against a large tree with arms crossed. He was in his 40s, with a face somewhat resembling Yun Fifan, but more composed and reserved. He wore a deep gray long robe with a long sword hanging at his waist, the scabbard plain and unadorned. His eyes were bright, different from Yun Qinghai's. Yun Qinghai's eyes reflected a calmness from worldly experience, while his eyes held a depth born from enduring storms. Yun Fifan hurried over, standing before him. "Grandfather." Yun Mo froze for a moment. This was Yun Fifan's grandfather, third elder Yun Jinshuan, in the mid-phase of the pill consolidation realm. He had heard this name in the martial hall, but had never seen him. Yun Jinshuan glanced at Yun Fifan, nodded, then turned his gaze to Yun Qinghai. "Have you all arrived?" "Yes," Yun Qinghai answered. "Let's go." Yun Jinshuan turned and walked deeper into the grove. Yun Qinghai followed while Yun Mo and Yun Fifan trailed behind. The grove was dense, sunlight unable to penetrate, with a thick layer of fallen leaves on the ground soft beneath their feet. After walking for about half an hour, a small path appeared ahead, leading to a main road. Two horse-drawn carriages were parked on the main road, larger than the previous one, their curtains made of deep green satin and pulled by Sioux steeds. Yun Jinshuan boarded the first carriage, followed by Yun Qinghai. Yun Mo and Yun Fifan boarded the second carriage. The driver called out, and the carriage began to move. The interior was spacious, with thick cushions on the seats, making it quite comfortable. Yun Fifan leaned back against the backrest, letting out a long sigh, as if he had been holding back for a long time and could finally speak. "Do you know where we are going?" he asked Yun Mo. "I don't know." "I don't know either," Yun Fifan frowned. "My grandfather only said we are going on a long trip, nothing more." Yun Mo did not respond. He lifted the bamboo curtain to look outside, the scenery flanking the official road retreating quickly behind. He recognized this road. It led east toward the neighboring Huan County. The carriage traveled for most of the day, and by evening they arrived at a town. The carriage did not enter the town, but stopped in front of a manor outside. The manor was small, with blue bricks and gray tiles, high walls, and two lanterns hanging at the entrance with the character Yun written on them. Yun Jinshuan disembarked and led them inside. Someone was already waiting inside the manor. A man resembling a steward approached and guided them to a few guest rooms. "We will stay here tonight and continue on our journey tomorrow," Yun Jinshuan stated. After dinner, Yun Jinshuan called the three together. The room was small, with a table, a few chairs, and a single oil lamp lit on the table. Yun Jinshuan sat at the head of the table, Yun Qinghai beside him, and Yun Mo and Yun Fifan across from them. Yun Jinshuan did not beat around the bush. He looked at Yun Mo and Yun Fifan, his voice low, but every word clear. "I called you here today because I have something to discuss with you." He paused. 7 days ago, the Qingyun sect was attacked. Yun Mo's fingers twitched slightly. The Qingyun sect? That was the sect they were to join in 2 years, and where Yun Qingwei was located. The attacker was a mysterious martial artist at the late stage of the Tianyi realm. The Dian dynasty does not have power at that level. The strongest domestically is merely at the early stage of Tianyi. This person must have come from another dynasty, possibly even a super sect in the eastern region with powerful figures stationed. The room was quiet enough to hear the oil lamp burning. Yun Fifan's face turned pale, his lips moved, but no words came out. The Qingyun sect suffered heavy losses with many dead. Qingwei fought fiercely against the attacker and was injured. She employed a secret technique and has remained unconscious ever since. The Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect was also severely wounded, with his combat strength reduced to less than 50%. Fortunately, a passing powerful figure came to their aid and saved the Qingyun sect. However, the attacker was not killed, only heavily injured, and has since escaped, whereabouts unknown. His target was clearly Qingwei. The Qingyun sect has sealed its mountain and is in hiding. The sect master sent a message to the Yun family warning us to be cautious. fearing that the martial artist may implicate the Yun family. He glanced at Yun Qinghai, who nodded. Therefore the family has made arrangements. You few along with Miss Yi Lingshuang will head to the royal city together. The crown prince will protect you. Yun Mo absorbed these words. The Qingyun sect had been attacked, Yun Qingwei gravely injured and unconscious, the attacker from outside possibly backed by a large force. The Yun family could not withstand it at all and could only send them to the royal city to seek the crown prince's protection. He recalled what Yi Lingshuang had said in the carriage. The crown prince wanted to draw in the Yun family. It seemed that this drawing in had already progressed. Miss Yi left the Yun family 2 days ago. Yun Jinshuan continued. She is waiting for us in Huan County. Tomorrow we will rush to Huan County to meet her, then head north to the royal city together. He stood up, glancing at Yun Mo and Yun Fifen. Rest early tonight. We will depart early tomorrow. Yun Fifen stood following his grandfather out. Yun Qinghai remained seated. He held a teacup but did not drink, his gaze fixed on the table, lost in thought. Yun Mo stood up, preparing to return to his room. As he reached the doorway, Yun Qinghai suddenly spoke up. Yun Mo. He stopped and turned back. Yun Qinghai looked at him silent for a moment, then said, Qingwei will be fine. She is stronger than anyone. His voice was calm, but Yun Mo sensed something within it. Not comfort nor self-reassurance, but a deeper and more steadfast trust. It was like a person standing at the edge of a cliff looking into the abyss, yet believing that the ground beneath their feet was solid stone, not air. Yun Mo nodded and pushed the door open. The night wind blew and carrying the unique chill of autumn. He stood in the courtyard looking up at the sky. The moon was bright with few stars, and there were distant sounds of insects chirping intermittent. He mentally recounted the events of the day. The attack on the Qingyun sect, Yun Qingyu's severe injury, the attacker from outside the crown prince's protection, and heading north to the royal city. These pieces of information weighed heavily in his mind like stones. He took a deep breath, turned back to his room, closed the door, and lay down on the bed. The bed was somewhat hard, the bedding carrying a faint scent of camphor. He closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. The carriage departed from the manor, heading east along the official road. Yun Jinshuan and Yun Qinghai sat in the first carriage while Yun Mo and Yun Fifen occupied the second. The seats within the carriage were cushioned with thick cotton pads, yet the bumpy journey still left one's back and waist aching after prolonged sitting. Yun Fifen leaned back against the seat, alternately lifting the bamboo curtain to gaze outside, extending his hand out the window to feel the wind's velocity, and fidgeting with the jade pendant at his waist, as restless as if he had ants in his pants, unable to sit still for a moment. Aren't you bored? He asked, glancing at Yun Mo. Yun Mo held a low-grade spirit stone in his hand, guiding the spiritual energy within it into his meridians. The luster of the spirit stone gradually dimmed while his breathing remained steady and deep, as if he were not on a jostling carriage, but in a tranquil meditation chamber. Hearing Yun Fifen's words, he opened his eyes and looked at him. Not bored. You're something else, Yun Fifen muttered, then lifted the bamboo curtain to look outside again. Flanking the official road were vast stretches of farmland. The crops had already been harvested, leaving only bare ridges and scattered distant villages. Occasional passers-by would approach the carriage, cast a curious glance, and then hurry on their way. The carriage traveled for an entire day, arriving at the borders of Huan County by dusk. Huan County was larger than Ning County, and its county seat was considerably more imposing, yet it still paled in comparison to Nanhuang Prefecture City. The carriage did not enter the county seat, but stopped before a courier station outside the city. The station was modest, built of gray bricks and tiles, with several carriages parked in the yard, and a few men in official garb chatting over tea under the eaves. Yun Jinshuan alighted, exchanged a few words with the station manager, then turned to Yun Qinghai and said, Miss Yi is waiting ahead. We won't stay here tonight, we'll press on. Yun Fifen jumped down from the carriage, stretched his limbs, and a series of cracks echoed from his joints. Still traveling. It's almost dark. It's not far ahead. Yun Jinshuan replied, his tone flat, but Yun Fifen immediately fell silent. The carriage resumed its journey, and after about half an hour turned onto a side path. Tall locust trees lined both sides of the path, their branches intertwining overhead to form an arched canopy. The setting sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, scattering fragments of gold upon the ground. At the end of the path lay a modest manor, clean and tidy, with ivy climbing over its walls and 2 plain white lanterns hanging by the gate. Yi Lingshuang stood at the entrance. She wore a pale green dress draped in a plain white cloak, her long hair pinned up with a silver hairpin, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of serene eyes. After several days apart, she appeared somewhat thinner than when she was at the Yun residence, yet her complexion remained fair. Beside her stood an elderly woman, seemingly in her 60s, with graying hair and a gaunt face. Clad in a dusty gray robe, she stood with her hands at her sides behind Yi Lingshuang, as still as a withered log. Yun Jinshuan descended from the carriage and clasped his hands in greeting toward Yi Lingshuang. Miss Yi, sorry to have kept you waiting. Yi Lingshuang nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping past him to settle on Yun Qinghai and the two children behind him. The journey has been arduous. A meal has been prepared inside. Let us eat first, then discuss matters of import. The manor was small, but well-appointed. In the main hall stood an octagonal table upon which were placed several hot dishes, a pot of soup, and 2 plates of pickled vegetables. The fare was not lavish, but to enjoy a warm meal during the journey was a rare luxury. Starving Yun Fifan buried his head in his food as soon as he sat down. Yun Mo, seated beside him, ate more slowly, but did not pause. Yun Qinghai sat opposite Yi Lingshuang, occasionally picking up a bite with his chopsticks, occasionally glancing at her, his gaze quickly shifting away. Granny Lian did not join them at the table. She stood behind, Yi Lingshuang motionless as a withered log. Yun Mo noticed that her breathing was nearly inaudible, her chest showed no visible rise and fall, and she seemed to blend into the shadows of the wall as she stood there. He had seen such a degree of restrained aura only in Yun Shirlu and Yun Qingshan, but Granny Lian was even more thorough. It was not restraint, but erasure. After the meal, Yun Jinshuan gathered everyone. The octagonal table in the main hall was cleared and replaced with a teapot and several cups. Yi Lingshuang took the seat of honor with Yun Jinshuan opposite her, Yun Qinghai on one side, and Yun Mo and Yun Fifan on the other. Granny Lian still stood behind, Yi Lingshuang never taking a seat. Yi Lingshuang lifted her teacup, took a sip, set it down, and fixed her gaze on Yun Jinshuan. The crown prince has already learned of the Qing Yun sect's news and of the Yun family's willingness to cooperate. He has dispatched 2 imperial advisors to receive us, and they are waiting in Nanyao County of Nanjing Prefecture. She paused. Nanyao County is adjacent to Nanhuang Prefecture, about 2,000 li from here. I have arranged for blood crimson horse carriages. We can arrive in 5 days. Blood crimson horses. Yun Fifan's eyes lit up. Those semi-beast blood-lean horses? Yi Lingshuang glanced at him, a faint smile curving her lips. Yes. They can travel 800 li a day, but pulling a carriage will be slower, about 400 li. 5 days will be sufficient to reach Nanyao County. Yun Fifan let out an "oh," and wanted to ask more, but a look from his grandfather made him swallow his words. Yi Lingshuang continued, after arriving in Nanyao County and rendezvousing with the 2 imperial advisors, we will journey north together to the royal city. The road will not be peaceful, but both advisors are body-forging realm martial artists. With them our safety is assured. Yun Jinshuan nodded. I shall follow Miss Yes arrangements. After the meeting, Yun Fifan dragged Yun Mo on a circuit of the courtyard, hoping to find something interesting, but the manor was too small, nothing beyond a few old locust trees and a row of guest rooms. Disheartened, he returned to his room, lay on the bed tossing and turning, muttering, boring, under his breath. Yun Mo paid him no mind. He sat cross-legged on the bed, took a spirit stone from his bundle, held it in his palm, closed his eyes, and began guiding the spiritual energy into his meridians. Under the protection of the blood-chi membrane, the spiritual energy from the stone flowed steadily into his dantian. A warm current coursed through his meridians, advancing at a measured pace of 20 points per day. His cultivation had already reached the 6th layer of chi refinement, yet the concealed edge art suppressed everything tightly. From the outside, he still appeared as that junior disciple who had been practicing martial arts for just over 3 months and was at the 3rd layer of chi refinement. 5 days. The carriage journeyed north along the official road, traversing plains, hills, streams, and villages. The blood crimson horses were taller and more robust than ordinary horses, their coats gleaming with a dark red luster under the sun. Their limbs were long, and their hooves landed silently. They ran swiftly yet smoothly, the carriage barely jolting. The 2 coachmen were taciturn middle-aged men who spoke hardly a word except when changing horses or offering water. On the first day, Yun Fifan was full of excitement, pressing his face to the window to watch the scenery. By the 2nd day, he began complaining of boredom. On the 3rd day, he simply lay on the seat and slept. Yun Mo was different. He adhered to his cultivation regimen unwaveringly, using spirit stones during the day and practicing the refining origin art at the courier stations each night. Throughout the 5-day journey, he did not waste a single hour. On the evening of the 5th day, the carriage entered the borders of Nanyao County. Nanyao County was a major county in Nanjing Prefecture, far more prosperous than Ning County. The county seat was surrounded by high city walls, its gates wide open with a constant flow of people. The carriage did not enter the city, but stopped before a manor outside the walls. The manor was not large, but it exuded an air of grandeur. 2 stone lions crouched by the gate, and a plaque above the lintel bore the characters, Fong Manor. Yun Mo alighted from the carriage and stretched his stiff body. After 5 days of minimal movement, his limbs felt sore. He called up his panel and glanced at it. Heaven rewards diligence, a once proven, forever proven. Cultivation Chi Refinement 6th Layer, 11,400. Refining Origin Art 4th, turn 470, 1200. Concealed Edge Art 3rd Layer. J Body Tempering Art 4th Layer 121600. The effect of cultivation with spirit stones was even better than anticipated. In 5 days his cultivation had advanced from 122 points at the 5th layer of chi refinement to 11 points at the 6th layer, crossing a minor realm. He dismissed the panel, and the concealed edge art steadily suppressed his cultivation to the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Yun Fifan jumped down from the carriage, stretched, and yawned. Finally here. These 5 days have bored me to death. Yun Jinshuan cast him a glance, but said nothing. Yun Qinghai stood nearby, his hand on his blade, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings of the manor. Yi Lingshuang descended from her carriage with Granny Lien following behind. She walked to the manor gate. A young servant on duty saw her and immediately turned to announce their arrival. Before long, 2 figures emerged from within the manor. The first was a middle-aged scholar. He appeared to be around 40, dressed in a gray-blue robe, a square cloth cap on his head, and a folding fan in his hand. His face was fair and clean-shaven, with 3 long strands of beard meticulously trimmed, giving him the air of a private tutor. His gait was unhurried and steady, his gaze gentle, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. But Yun Imo noticed that his fingers were long, his knuckles slightly prominent, and the way he held the fan was less like fanning oneself and more like gripping a sword. The second man was his complete opposite. He was burly, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, dressed in a black short jacket, a white cloth wrapped around his head revealing a sharply defined face. His eyes were large and piercing, as if they could see through a person's bones. On his back he carried a long spear with a jet-black shaft and a silver-white tip that gleamed coldly in the setting sun. His steps were heavy, each one causing the bluestone slabs to vibrate slightly. Upon seeing the 2 men, Yi Lingshuang gave a slight nod and spoke first. Mr. Feng, Mr. Shui, you have traveled far. Thank you for your trouble. Feng Rushu clasped his hands and smiled. Miss Yi is too kind. His Highness the Crown Prince ordered us to come and receive you. We dare not speak of hardship. Xuexing also nodded at Yi Lingshuang, but remained silent. Yi Lingshuang turned sideways, facing Yun Jinshuan and the others, and gestured with her hand. This is Feng Rushu, Imperial Advisor Feng, and this is Xuexing, Imperial Advisor Xue. Both are masters in His Highness' service. She then looked toward Feng Rushu and Xuexing. This is 3rd Elder Yun Jinshuan of the Yun family, his clan nephew Yun Qinghai, and the 2 children Yun Fifan and Yun Imo. Feng Rushu clasped his hands toward Yun Jinshuan. I have long heard of the Yun family's renown. Elder Yun, you have had a difficult journey. Yun Jinshuan returned the greeting. Mr. Feng is too kind. With the 2 imperial advisors here to receive us, I can rest assured on this journey. Feng Rushu smiled, twirling his folding fan in his hand. Let us first go inside and rest. You have been traveling for days. Tonight we shall rest well, and tomorrow we will discuss the itinerary. The group entered the manor. The interior was larger than it appeared from outside, with 3 courtyards in succession, lush flowers and trees, and pavilions and towers exuding elegance everywhere. Feng Rushu led them to the guest rooms, saw to their comfort, and then invited Yi Lingshuang and Yun Jinshuan to the main hall for a discussion. Yun Qinghai followed, while Yun Imo and Yun Fifan were left in the guest room. As soon as Yun Fifan entered the room, he flung himself onto the bed, sprawling out like a dried frog. Finally, I can lie flat. These 5 days my bones are nearly falling apart. Yun Imo ignored him. He sat at the table, took a spirit stone from his bundle, held it in his palm, and closed his eyes. The luster of the spirit stone gradually dimmed as the spiritual energy flowed into his meridians, and under the protection of the blood chi membrane slowly streamed into his dantian. Yun Fifan turned his head to look at him and sighed. Aren't you tired? 5 days without stopping, and you're still training even now. Not tired, Yun Imo said. You're something else. Yun Fifan rolled over, buried his face in the pillow, and soon his breathing became even. About an hour later, Yun Qinghai returned. He pushed open the door, glanced at Yun Imo, then at the soundly sleeping Yun Fifan, and a faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Done training. Yun Imo put away the spirit stone and stood up. Go to the main hall. Miss Yi has something to say. Yun Imo followed Yun Qinghai to the main hall. Yi Lingshuang sat in the seat of honor with Yun Jinshuan opposite her, and Feng Rushu and Xuexing on one side. Feng Rushu held a teacup, sipping slowly and deliberately, while Xuexing sat with his arms crossed, leaning back in his chair, eyes closed as if resting. Granny Lien stood behind, Yi Lingshuang still as ever. Yun Imo sat down beside Yun Qinghai. Yi Lingshuang glanced at him, her gaze lingering on him for a moment, then she looked away and turned to Feng Rushu. Mr. Feng, what are our arrangements for tomorrow? Feng Rushu set down his teacup and twirled his folding fan in his hand. Miss Yi, there is a matter to address first. His tone was unhurried, as if discussing something quite ordinary. Recently, a demonic cultivator has appeared in Nanyao County practicing a blood art. Several hundred people have already fallen victim. My companion Xue and I came here not only to receive Miss Yi, but also to carry out another task, to root out this demonic cultivator and rid the people of this scourge. He paused, his gaze sweeping across those present. We have already found some clues. It will not take long. At most 2 or 3 days, and it will be resolved. Yiling Shuang tapped her finger lightly on her teacup, but said nothing. Yun Jinshuan looked at Fong Rushu, something flickering briefly in his eyes before vanishing. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, set it down, and spoke in a calm tone. Since it is to rid the people of a scourge, I will naturally do my utmost. What does Mr. Fong require of Yun? Fong Rushu smiled. Elder Yun is willing to help. That would be excellent. Tonight we already have some leads, and are about to go out and investigate. If Elder Yun does not mind, you may join us. Yun Jinshuan nodded. Very well. Yi Lingshuang's brow furrowed slightly, but she said nothing. Yun Qinghai glanced at Yun Jinshuan, his lips moving, but he too remained silent. After the meeting dispersed, Yun Jinshuan returned to his room, changed into a set of night clothes strapped on his longsword, and left the manor with Fong Rushu and Xuexing. Their footsteps were light as they departed, quickly swallowed by the night. Yun Mo did not sleep. He sat cross-legged on the bed, a spirit stone in his hand, continuing his cultivation. The progress of the refining origin art's 4th turn was nearly halfway. Spiritual energy from the stone poured continuously into his dantian, each cycle of circulation pushing his cultivation forward by a small step. Yun Fifan had long since fallen into a deep sleep, sprawled across the bed, snoring softly. The night deepened. Yun Mo put away the spirit stone, stood up, and stretched his body. The moonlight outside the window was beautiful, illuminating the courtyard brightly. He pushed open the door and stepped out to get some fresh air. As he walked to the corridor, he saw that the lights in the main hall were still on. He walked over and found Yun Qinghai and Yi Lingshuang sitting inside. On the table were a plate of peanuts, a plate of sunflower seeds, and a pot of tea. Yun Qinghai held a peanut in his hand, not shelling it, just slowly turning it. Yi Lingshuang held her teacup, her gaze fixed on the tabletop, lost in thought. Granny Lian stood behind her, still as a withered log. Yun Mo walked in. Yun Qinghai looked up and saw him. Still awake. Can't sleep. Sit down. Yun Qinghai pointed to a nearby chair. Yun Mo sat down. Peanuts and sunflower seeds were laid out on the table. He grabbed a peanut and shelled it slowly. The three sat in silence, with only Yun Fifan's snores drifting intermittently from the adjacent room. Yi Lingshuang set down her teacup and looked at Yun Qinghai. Uncle Yun already sensed something amiss with those 2 imperial advisors, so why did he still accept the invitation to go? Even if that demonic cultivator does not exist, it still means placing himself in danger. Her voice was not loud, but every word was distinct. Yun Mo's hand shelling the peanut paused for a moment before continuing. Yun Qinghai did not answer. He placed the peanut he was holding on the table, picked up his teacup, took a sip, set it down, and looked at Yi Lingshuang. Is this the crown prince's intention? Yi Lingshuang's fingers tightened slightly. Her gaze did not waver. She looked straight at Yun Qinghai. I don't know, she said, her voice soft. I also cannot fathom what benefit the crown prince would gain from this. Yun Qinghai looked at her, silent for a moment. His expression was calm, but Yun Mo noticed that the knuckles of the fingers holding his teacup were turning white. The cooperation between the Yun family and the crown prince was arranged by Miss Yi. Yun Qinghai's voice was not loud, but carried weight. Does Miss Yi truly have no idea what the crown prince is plotting? Yi Lingshuang lowered her gaze, looking at the teacup on the table. The tea in the cup had gone cold. The leaves had settled at the bottom, layer upon layer, like withered leaves sunk in water. I don't know, she repeated. He wasn't like this before. Yun Qinghai asked no further. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze resting on the moonlight streaming through the window. The night breeze blew and causing the lanterns under the eaves to sway gently, their light flickering uncertainly. Yun Mo shelled the peanut, put the kernel into his mouth, and chewed slowly. The peanut was fragrant, roasted with a hint of burnt flavor. The three sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Granny Lian stood behind, Yi Lingshuang motionless like a true withered log. After an unknown span of time, footsteps sounded in the courtyard. The three looked up simultaneously. Yun Jinshuan walked in from the courtyard gate with Fong Rushu and Xuexing following behind. None of the three bore any injuries. Their robes were neat, their steps unhurried, and they were even chatting and laughing. Fong Rushu twirled his folding fan, remarking, "We've made considerable gains tonight." Xuexing for once opened his mouth to agree, his voice low, like stones striking the ground. Yun Jinshuan entered the main hall, looked at Yun Qinghai and Yi Lingshuang, then at Yun Mo, a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth. All still awake. Waiting for your return, Yun Qinghai said, rising to his feet. Yun Jinshuan nodded. It's nothing. Mr. Fong and Mr. Xue have found clues about the demonic cultivator. We can close the net tomorrow night. He'll go rest now. You should also get some sleep. With that, he turned and walked out. Fong Rushu and Xuexing clasped their hands in farewell to Yi Lingshuang and also returned to their respective rooms. The sound of footsteps gradually faded and the courtyard fell silent once more. Yun Qinghai let out a long breath, his shoulders relaxing. Yi Lingshuang lifted her teacup and took a sip. The tea had gone completely cold. Her brow furrowed slightly as she set the cup down. Granny Lien stood behind her motionless, but Yun Imo noticed that her expression was darker than before. It was not anger, not worry. It was something deeper, darker, like storm clouds pressing low before a tempest. Yun Qinghai also noticed. He glanced at Granny Lien, then at Yiling Shuang, but said nothing. Yiling Shuang stood up and smoothed her sleeves. It's late. Let's all rest. Matters of tomorrow night can wait until tomorrow. She turned and walked out, Granny Lien following behind her like a shadow disappearing into the darkness under the corridor. Yun Qinghai stood in place, gazing after her retreating figure, silent for a long time. Uncle, Yunimo called out. Yun Qinghai snapped back to reality and looked at him. Come on, let's go back to sleep. The two walked out of the main hall one after the other. The moonlight shone on the bluestone path, casting a silvery white glow. In the distance, the chirping of insects came in fits and starts. Yunimo walked behind Yun Qinghai, watching his back, feeling that his steps tonight were much slower than usual. The night had deepened. One by one, the lights in the manor were extinguished, leaving only a few lanterns under the eaves swaying gently in the night breeze, casting flickering shadows across the bluestone path. Old Madame Lien stood before Feng Rush's door. Her withered fingers tapped lightly 3 times upon the wooden panel. The door opened. Without a word, she slipped inside. Inside the room, Feng Rushu sat by the table, a teacup in his hand, his folding fan resting on the surface. Xuexing stood by the window, his back against the wall, arms crossed. The pitch-black long spear leaned against his side, its tip glinting coldly under the lamplight. Old Madame Lien withdrew a formation disc from her sleeve, palm-sized, pitch-black, covered with densely engraved patterns. She placed the disc on the table and lightly tapped its center with her index finger. An almost invisible halo of light spread from the formation disc, silently enveloping the entire room. It was a soundproofing formation. Even a martial artist at the core formation stage or below, standing outside the door, could not hear a single word within. Old Madame Lien raised her head, looking at Feng Rushu. Her eyes were very bright, too bright for someone of her age. But at this moment, there was no light in those eyes, only gloom. What happened? Her voice was hoarse like wind rustling through dead branches. Why didn't you act? Feng Rushu did not answer immediately. He picked up his teacup, took a deliberate sip, set it down, then raised his head to look at Old Madame Lien. A gentle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, but it did not reach his eyes. I wouldn't want to test the edge of the heavenly cloud sword, he said. Old Madame Lien's pupils contracted slightly. The heavenly cloud sword. Madame Gu of the scenic mountain pavilion. Feng Rushu neither nodded nor shook his head. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze falling into the darkness outside the window, as if recalling something. Last night we brought Yun Jinshuan to that residence. His voice was low, as if narrating something unrelated to himself. Before we could act, a chill rose from behind us. It wasn't killing intent, it was sword momentum. He paused. I turned my head. A woman in green stood under a locust tree, holding a gourd in one hand, the other resting on the sword at her waist. She wasn't looking at us, but I felt it. If we moved so much as a muscle, the sword would be drawn. Xuexing, standing by the window, spoke for the first time. I felt it too. That sword strike. It couldn't be blocked. Old Madame Lien's face grew increasingly somber. Of course, she knew who Madame Gugu Xianyan was. An intersect elder of the scenic mountain pavilion at the late core formation stage, famed throughout Dian for her heavenly cloud sword art. Among all the core formation martial artists in the entire Dian dynasty, not many could withstand a single strike from her, and Feng Rushu and Xuexing were clearly not among them. Even if they joined forces, let alone 2 of them, even with 2 more, they would be no match for her. So you retreated? Old Madame Lien's voice was very low, as if suppressing something. Feng Rushu glanced at her. Retreat. Or wait for death. Old Madame Lien fell silent. She stared at the formation disc on the table, its halo swirling faintly under the lamp, casting shifting light and shadow across her face. Her being there wasn't a coincidence, Feng Rushu said. The Yun family was already prepared. Old Madame Lien did not respond. She touched the formation disc, the halo dissipated, and the soundproofing formation was lifted. She retrieved the disc into her sleeve, turned, and walked toward the door. As she pulled it open, she paused without looking back. Don't tell Missy about tonight. The door closed. Feng Rushu picked up his teacup, found the tea had gone cold, frowned, and set it down. Xuexing walked from the window to the table, sat down, and looked at Feng Rushu. Will she cause trouble? Feng Rushu shook his head. No. She's the crown prince's woman, but she fears Miss Yi knowing more. He paused. Besides, she doesn't even know what the crown prince is really thinking. Xuexing asked no more. The two sat in silence as the lampwick sparked, emitting a faint crackling sound. At the same moment, on the other side of the manor, Yun Jinshuan sat in his room. An oil lamp burned on the table, its wick freshly trimmed, the flame steady. Before him sat a woman in green. She appeared to be in her early 20s, though her true age was unknown. She had a slender figure, wore a plain green dress with a matching thin outer robe, a silver-white sash at her waist, and a long sword hanging from it. The scabbard was a deep green devoid of any ornamentation, as simple as a piece of bluestone. Her features were clear and lovely with a cold, sharp quality in her brows and eyes. It wasn't the coldness that kept people at a distance but the cold of a mountain peak above the sea of clouds, visible yet unreachable. Her hair was casually pinned up with a wooden hairpin, a few stray strands hanging by her ears, adding a touch of casualness to her cold countenance. At this moment, she held a gourd in her hand, drinking wine. The gourd was small green skin tied with a red string. She took a sip, set it down, and looked at Yun Jinshuan. Third Uncle Yun, the trouble your Yun family has stirred up this time is no small matter. Yun Jinshuan gave a wry smile. Madame Gu flatters us. It's not that the Yun family seeks trouble. Trouble has come knocking on our door. Gu Xianyan, inner sect elder of the scenic mountain pavilion cultivation at the late core formation stage, renowned throughout Dian for her earth-grade lower-tier heavenly cloud sword art. Of course, most people simply called her Madame Gu. She had another identity. She was Yun Qingchuan's master. She set down her gourd and tapped the hilt of her sword twice. Qing Xian sent me a message a few days ago saying something had happened to the Yun family and asking me to keep an eye out. I didn't believe it at first until your elder brother's letter reached the scenic mountain pavilion. She looked at Yun Jinshuan, an attacker at the late Unity Heaven stage targeting Yun Qingwei. This isn't the work of the Dian dynasty. The person behind this comes from beyond the borders. Yun Jinshuan nodded. So we need time. Qingyue is unconscious in the Qing Yun sect. The attacker is at large, and the Yun family is utterly powerless to resist. We had no choice but to send the children away to protect them first. Gu Xianyan was silent for a moment. Have you looked into the crown prince? Yun Jinshuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and did not answer. Gu Xianyan studied his expression, and the corner of her mouth curved slightly. Not a smile, but an expression of understanding. I see. Your elder brother invited me here not just to escort you to the royal city, did he? Yeah. Yun Jinshuan set down his teacup and looked at Gu Xianyan. Madame Gu is perceptive. As soon as those two guardians arrived, I sensed something was wrong. They said they came to assist, but the way they looked at us wasn't right. Not the gaze of an ally, but that of a hunter eyeing its prey. He paused. So I wanted to test them. If they harbored ill intent toward the Yun family last night, would have been the perfect opportunity. I asked Madame Gu to follow in secret. If they made a move, you would deter them. If they didn't, then all the better. Gu Xianyan picked up her gourd and took another sip. Weren't you afraid they might actually strike? Yun Jinshuan looked at her, his gaze calm. With Madame Gu here, they wouldn't dare. Gu Xianyan did not respond. She leaned back in her chair, her gaze falling on the moonlight outside the window. In the end, they retreated, she said. They retreated, Yun Jinshuan confirmed with a nod. What does that mean? Yun Jinshuan was silent for a moment. It means they bear ill will toward the Yun family, but not with resolve. Someone sent them to probe, but not to risk their lives. Gu Xianyan turned to look at him. So now you're not sure whether this was the crown prince's intention or the guardian's own doing. Yun Jinshuan did not answer. Gu Xianyan looked at his expression and knew he already had an answer. He simply didn't want to say it. Regardless of whose intention it was, Yun Jinshuan finally spoke, his voice very low. We must prepare for the worst. Gu Xianyan picked up her gourd, finished the last sip, and stood up. All right, that's enough for tonight. I'll travel with you tomorrow, and we'll discuss matters once we reach the royal city. She walked to the door, pulled it open, and the night wind blew in, carrying the distinct coolness of autumn. She glanced back at Yun Jinshuan. Third Uncle Yun, your elder brother owes me a jug of wine. The door closed. Yun Jinshuan sat before the table, staring at the oil lamp, silent for a long time. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Yun Mo was awakened by the chirping of birds outside his window. He opened his eyes to find the sky just beginning to lighten the scent of dew in the courtyard. He sat up, stretched his shoulders, and called up his panel for a glance. Heaven rewards diligence. A 1 proof is eternal proof. Cultivation Chi Refining Layer 6, 16,400. Refining Origin Art 4th Turn 485, 1200. Concealed Edge Art 3rd Layer. Jade Tempering Body Forging Art 4th Layer, 121600. He dismissed the panel, got up to dress, and pushed open the door. The air in the courtyard was crisp and clear. The bluestone path was still slick with the previous night's dew. As he walked to the eaves, he saw a figure standing beneath the old locust tree in the center of the yard. Dressed in green. She had her back to him, her figure slender, wearing a plain green dress with a long sword at her waist. The morning breeze stirred her hem and strands of her hair. She did not move, simply standing there as if gazing at the distant mountains or listening to the sound of the wind. Yun Mo stopped in his tracks. Looking at that silhouette, a word suddenly surfaced in his mind: sword immortal. He had heard the term back in Ning County when storytellers recounted tales of wandering heroes, always mentioning 1 or 2 sword-wielding women in white, with sword light, like snow, killing unseen. He had always thought it was just the storyteller's fancy. But at this moment, gazing at that green-clad back, he felt the storytellers had seen too little. Awake! The voice came from beneath the locust tree, clear as a spring. The woman in green turned to face him. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the locust leaves, falling across her face in patches of light and shadow. Her features were clear and lovely, with a cold, sharp quality in her brows and eyes. But at this moment the corners of her mouth curved slightly, carrying a faint trace of a smile. Yun Emo nodded. You are Gu Xianyan. She set her tone flat, as if stating something ordinary. Of the scenic mountain pavilion. Your family and I have some connections. Yun Emo had never heard the name, but he had heard of the scenic mountain pavilion, one of the three great sects of the Dian dynasty where Yun Qingxian trained. Greetings, Senior Gu, he said. Gu Xianyan looked him over, her gaze pausing on him for a moment. Qi refining layer 3, she asked, a note of curiosity in her voice. Yun Emo nodded. The concealed edge art firmly suppressed his cultivation at Qi refining layer 3. As long as a martial artist wasn't at the divine travel stage, they couldn't see through it. Gu Xianyan at the late core formation stage could not see through it either. Your physical body is quite good, Gu Xianyan added, her gaze lingering a moment longer on his shoulders and arms. She seemed to sense something but did not press further. Footsteps sounded from behind. Yun Fifan burst out of his room, his hair uncombed, one button of his shirt misaligned, his eyes wide as he stared at Gu Xianyan, his mouth agape, unable to close for a long time. And Madame Gu. His voice trembled slightly. The heavenly cloud soared, Madame Gu. Of the scenic mountain pavilion. Gu Xianyan glanced at him, the corner of her mouth curving slightly. You're Yun Zingshuan's son. Yes, yes, yes. Yun Fifan nodded frantically. My name is Yun Fifan. I've heard of you. Sister Qingxian is your disciple. Gu Xianyan nodded. Qingxian has mentioned you. She said you talk a lot. Yun Fifan's face flushed slightly, but it was quickly overtaken by excitement. He sidled up to Yun Emo and lowered his voice, though his lowered voice was only a reduction from thunder to heavy rain, still quite loud. Do you know who Madame Gu is? On the beauty ranking of the Cicada, the list of the 100 most renowned beauties in the Dian dynasty, Madame Gu ranks 7th. Yun Emo looked at him. Beauty ranking? You don't even know the beauty ranking. Yun Fifan's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. It's a ranking compiled by the Cicada, updated yearly, listing the 100 most renowned beauties of the Dian dynasty. To be on the list, you need more than just good looks. You need fame, talent, and strength. He counted on his fingers. Madame Gu is 7th. He paused, lowering his voice a notch. Miss Yi was 3rd. She used to be 2nd, but a few months ago someone bumped her down. Yun Emo had already guessed. Yun Qinghua. Yun Fifan nodded. After Sister Qinghua took 1st place on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the Cicada moved her up to 2nd. Miss Yi dropped to 3rd. He glanced at Yun Emo. Guess who's 1st? Yun Emo thought for a moment. Someone more beautiful than Yiling Shuang. He couldn't imagine. Who? The Empress Dowager, Yun Fifan said. The Empress Dowager of the Dian dynasty, mother of the current emperor. She's one of the few Unity Heaven martial artists in the Dian dynasty. He paused. In terms of looks, Miss Yi is in a league of her own. The Empress Dowager being ranked 1st isn't just about her face. She's the protector of the Dian dynasty, a Unity Heaven martial artist. Her seniority and status are such that the Cicada wouldn't dare not put her 1st. Yun Emo stored this information away without further comment. Gu Xianyan stood beneath the locust tree, watching the two children exchange, the curve of her mouth deepening slightly. Her gaze lingered on Yun Emo for a few extra moments. Just then Yun Jinshuan emerged from his room. He had changed into a clean long robe, looking much better than the previous night. He walked up to Gu Xianyan and cupped his hands in greeting. Madame Gu, did you rest well last night? Gu Xianyan nodded. Well enough. Yun Jinshuan looked at Yun Emo and Yun Fifan, then at Gu Xianyan. He was about to speak when Gu Xianyan spoke first. 3rd Uncle Yun, this child. Her gaze fell on Yun Emo. Qi refining layer 3, an exceptional physical body, a solid foundation. I find him pleasing. Yun Zingshuan's brow twitched slightly. I would like to take him as my disciple. Gu Xianyan set her tone flat, but earnest. Come with me to the scenic mountain pavilion. It would be better for him than staying with the Yun family. Yun Emo was taken aback. An intersect elder of the scenic mountain pavilion at the late core formation stage with the heavenly cloud sword art mastered. A powerhouse of this caliber wanted to take him as a disciple. He had heard in the martial hall that the scenic mountain pavilion was one of the 3 great sects of the Dian dynasty, even stronger than the Qingyan sect. If he could become Gu Xianyan's disciple, his path of cultivation would be much smoother. He wanted to agree, but he didn't speak. He glanced at Yun Jinshuan. Yun Jinshuan was silent for a moment. He looked at Yun Emo, his gaze filled with relief, hesitation, and something else he couldn't name. Then he turned to look at Gu Xianyan. Madame Gu's kindness is deeply appreciated by the Yun family. His voice was low but steady. But the child is still young. Let him first lay a solid foundation with the Yun family. In 2 years we can decide where he should go. Gu Xianyan looked at him, then at Yun Emo. She seemed about to say something, but in the end she simply nodded. A pity, she murmured, then smiled. The Yun family produced Yun Qingyue, who is deeply tied to the Qingyun sect. Otherwise, if this child entered the scenic mountain pavilion, and I taught him personally, in 10 years the Dian dynasty would have another sword prodigy. She looked at Yun Mo. In 2 years, if you still wish to learn the sword, you can come find me. Yun Mo nodded. Thank you, Senior Gu. Gu Xianyan said no more. She turned and looked at the distant mountains. The morning breeze stirred her green dress and strands of her hair. Yun Mo stood behind her, watching her silhouette, and felt that she stood there like a sword thrust between heaven and earth. After breakfast, the group gathered in the main hall. Fang Rushu and Xue Xing sat on one side, their expressions as calm as the night before. Fang Rushu twirled his folding fan, a gentle smile on his lips. Xue Xing still sat with his arms crossed, leaning back in his chair, eyes closed. But when Gu Xianyan walked through the door, both their expressions flickered for an instant. Fang Rushu's fan paused, then resumed its rotation. Xue Xing opened his eyes, glanced at her, then closed them again. The reactions were subtle, but Yun Mo noticed. Their bodies had tensed slightly, like a bowstring drawn taut, ready to release at any moment. But that was all. No one dared make any extraneous move in Gu Xianyan's presence. Gu Xianyan did not look at them. She walked over to Yi Lingshuang, sat down beside her, picked up a teacup from the table, and took a sip. Yi Lingshuang glanced at her, the corner of her mouth curving slightly. Madam Gu, long time no see. Miss Yi. Gu Xianyan nodded. How is the crown prince these days? Yi Lingshuang tapped her finger lightly on the teacup. Well enough. The exchange was brief, but Yun Mo sensed what lay beneath. Not politeness, not small talk, but a deeper, more subtle probing. Yi Lingshuang did not ask why Gu Xianyan was there, and Gu Xianyan did not offer an explanation. Both knew the other was probing, but neither wished to be the first to call it out. Fang Rushu set down his teacup and cleared his throat. Miss Yi, regarding the matter of the demonic cultivator, progress was made last night. The net can be cast tonight. Yi Lingshuang looked at him. You have worked hard, Master Fang. Fang Rushu smiled. It is my duty. Yin Jinshuan sat across from them, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said nothing. His expression was calm, but Yun Mo noticed that he glanced at Gu Xianyan, who gave a slight nod. That night, Fang Rushu and Xue Xing escorted Yin Jinshuan out. In less than an hour, the three returned carrying a bundle containing a human head. Fang Rushu claimed it was the demonic cultivator who practiced blood arts, and they had struck him down. No one verified whether that head truly belonged to a demonic cultivator. Yi Lingshuang glanced at it and nodded. Yin Jinshuan looked at it and said nothing. Gu Xianyan sat in her chair holding her gourd, took a sip of wine, and didn't even look. The next morning, the group packed their belongings and resumed their journey. From Nanyao County to the Great Yin Imperial Capital, a distance of over 15,000 li. If a martial artist at the core condensation realm were to fly at full speed, they could arrive in less than a day. However, since the group included 2 children and a scholar like Yi Lingshuang, it was naturally impossible to expect them to fly. Fang Rushu proposed they ride golden condors. The golden condor was a flying spirit beast reared by the Great Yin royal family, a third-rank beast. Its entire body was a resplendent gold, its wingspan reaching several zhang. It could carry 4 or 5 people and travel 8,000 li a day. Departing from Nanyao County, they could reach the capital in just over 2 days. Yin Mo had never heard of flying spirit beasts capable of carrying people before. He stood in the open space of the manor, looking up as 2 massive golden condors swooped down from the clouds, the wind from their wings swirling the fallen leaves high into the air. The golden condors' feathers shimmered with a dazzling golden light under the sun, each one seeming plated with gold leaf. Their eyes were amber sharp and cold, and their hooked beaks were slightly open, revealing dark red tongues within. The coachman untied the reins of the carriages, leading the blood horses and white-beard steeds into the stables. Fang Rushu was the first to leap onto the back of a golden condor, sitting steadily near its neck, and waved for the others to come up. Come on up, just sit tight. Golden condors are intelligent and won't jostle you. Yun Fifan was the first to rush forward. He climbed up nimbly using both hands and feet, and sat behind Fang Rushu, his face flushed with excitement. Yun Mo, hurry up. It's so high. Yun Mo glanced at Yun Qinghai. Yun Qinghai smiled and gently pressed a hand on his shoulder. Go on. They'll be on the one behind. Yun Mo stepped onto the feathers at the base of the golden condor's wing and climbed up. The feathers were thicker and denser than they looked, soft underfoot, like walking on a thick carpet. He sat down behind Yun Fifan and gripped the leather rings fixed on either side. Yun Qinghai and Yi Lingshuang boarded the other golden condor, followed by Granny Lian, while Gu Xianyan strolled over and joined them. Fang Rushu patted the golden condor's neck. The condor let out a clear, long cry, flapped its wings once, and surged into the air. Yun Mo's stomach lurched as the ground before him suddenly fell away. The manor, the trees, the distant county town, all shrank into tiny patches of color. The wind roared into his ears, his hair whipped into a wild mess, and he could barely keep his eyes open. Yet he forced his eyes wide, looking down. Yun Fifan in front of him had already started shouting. So high, so fast. His voice was carried away by the wind, fragmented like a paper kite scattered by the breeze. Yunimo said nothing, but his heart raced. It wasn't fear, but a feeling he had never experienced before. His body suspended in midair, vast fields and rivers below his feet, and above him a cerulean sky and pristine white clouds. The wind surged from all directions, buoying him, pushing him, carrying him forward. He felt like a bird. The golden condor flew steadily, its wings beating rhythmically each stroke, gliding them forward a great distance. The earth receded slowly beneath them, villages were like scattered game pieces, rivers like silver ribbons, and mountains like slumbering behemoths. Yunimo, look over there. Yun Fifan called back, pointing at a distant mountain range. Such huge mountains. Yunimo followed his gaze. Peaks rose in layers, their summits capped with white snow that glistened in the sunlight. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. The wind rushed into his mouth, stifling his words. He gave up trying to talk, simply watching as the earth unfurled beneath him. Clouds churned at his side, and the sun rose in the east and set in the west. On the first evening they landed at a way station. Yun Fifan jumped off the golden condor, his legs a little weak, but the excitement on his face had yet to fade. Yunimo, did you see that? That eagle, flying higher than us. Yunimo slid down from the condor's back, his legs also a bit shaky, but his expression remained its usual indifferent cast. I saw it. Yun Fifan stared at him for a moment. Aren't you excited? Yunimo thought for a moment. I am. Then why didn't you shout? I couldn't. Yun Fifan didn't believe him. He shook his head and ran off to find his grandfather. Yun Qinghai dismounted from the other golden condor, walked over to Yunimo, and looked at him. First time flying. How does it feel? Yunimo looked up at the sky. The sunset clouds were burning bright red, and a few birds flew through the glow, their wings dyed a golden red. He was silent for a moment, then said, it's good. Yun Qinghai smiled, and asked no more questions. The next day they continued their flight. In the morning the golden condor flew over a vast lake. The lake water was a deep blue stretching beyond sight, dotted with white sails. Yun Fifan shouted again, pointing at the sailboats and asking endless questions. Yunimo sat quietly behind him watching, but his hands gripped the leather rings tightly, his knuckles slightly white, not from tension, but from suppressing an impulse. He wanted to spread his arms wide to feel the wind flow under his armpits like a bird, but he didn't. He just sat quietly watching quietly. In the afternoon the golden condor encountered a strong air current. The condor lurched violently, and Yun Fifan gasped, clutching his leather rings. Yunmo's body swayed, nearly tipping over. In that instant his heart leaped, not from fear, but from something indescribable, as if a string inside him had been plucked. He blurted out, wow. His voice was soft, but Yun Fifan heard him. He whipped his head around, eyes wide, staring at Yunimo. You shouted just now? Yunmo's face flushed slightly. No, I didn't. You did. I heard you. You said, wow. Yun Fifan, as if discovering a tremendous secret, laughed until his eyes narrowed into slits. So you can shout after all. Yunimo turned his head to look at the distant clouds, ignoring him. But the corner of his mouth curved up slightly. Fong Rushu, sitting at the front, didn't turn around, but the corner of his mouth also lifted. 2 days later the golden condor landed in Jiuxiao Prefecture City. Jiuxiao Prefecture City was less than 2,000 li from the Great Yin imperial capital, the last major city on the road to the capital. Its city walls were even taller than those of Nanhuang Prefecture City. The city gates stood wide open, bustling with traffic, and the streets were lined with shops, making it more than twice as prosperous as Nanhuang. Fong Rushu settled them in an official hostel within the city. The hostel was not large, but it was kept very clean, with 2 courtyards, one front and one back, adorned with lush flowers and trees. Yunimo and Yun Fifan were assigned to the same guest room. Yun Qinghai stayed next door, while Yun Zhenshuan and Yi Lingshuang each had their own separate courtyard. Granny Lian lodged in a side room of Yi Lingshuang's courtyard, and Fong Rushu and Xue Xing stayed in the front courtyard. After settling in, Yun Zhenshuan summoned Yun Qinghai to his room. The door closed. Yunimo didn't know what they were discussing, but he noticed that Yun Zhengshuan's expression was far more somber than usual. Yun Fifan lay on the bed, legs crossed, chewing a piece of candy he had bought on the road. Hey, when we get to the capital, do you think we'll get to see the crown prince? I don't know, said Yunimo. What does the crown prince look like? Is he very imposing? I don't know. Can you say something besides I don't know? Not sure. Yun Fifan glared at him, but couldn't help laughing himself. Night fell. The light was still on in Yun Zhengshuan's room. He sat at the table facing a man. The man was in his 40s, burly with a rugged face, dressed in a grayish-brown short jacket, a blade hanging at his waist. The blade was not long, its scabbard black and unadorned, much like Yun Qinghai's, but heavier and sturdier. His fingers were thick, knuckles prominent, and his tiger's mouth bore thick calluses, marks of long years gripping a blade. Su Sheng, the sea-covering blade, a mid-stitch core condensation realm martial artist among independent cultivators and Yun Qinghai's master. Upon receiving Yun Zhengshuan's letter, he had traveled day and night from the northern lands. He had arrived in Jiuxiao Prefecture City just this evening, disturbing no one. He slipped in from a dark spot on the city wall and infiltrated the hostel. Yun Jinshuan gave him a general account of the situation. Su Sheng listened silent for a long time, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. So you suspect the crown prince wants to move against the Yun family? His voice was low like stones rolling over an iron plate. Yun Jinshuan neither nodded nor shook his head. I don't know, but I dare not gamble. Once we're in the capital, that's the crown prince's territory. By his side is Overlord Blade Gu Jingyuan, a peak core condensation realm cultivator. He cultivates the Overlord Blade art and the Surging Waves blade technique, both Earth grade lower class. His Overlord Blade art amplifies his blade skills, giving him combat power comparable to Earth grade middle class. In the entire Great Yin dynasty, fewer than 10 core condensation realm martial artists can exchange blows with him. He paused. All of us combined aren't enough to fight him alone. Su Sheng nodded. So what do you plan to do? Yun Jinshuan looked at the oil lamp on the table. The flame flickered, casting shifting shadows on the wall. We want to enter the capital. We strike tonight. Lady Gu will act first, crippling Fong Rushu Xuexing and Granny Lian, rendering them incapable of fighting. Yun Zingshuan's voice dropped very low. Then you and I will take Qinghai and the 2 children and flee. As long as Lady Gu can finish quickly, we still have a chance. Su Sheng considered this. Can Lady Gu handle 3 at once? Fong Rushu and Xuexing are merely ordinary mid-stage core condensation, and Granny Lian is only at the early stage. Lady Gu's Heaven Cloud Sword Art. Fewer than 5 core condensation realm martial artists in the Great Yin dynasty can withstand even one of her strikes. Taking down those 3 will take just a few moves. Su Sheng nodded. Then let's do it. Late at night, the hostel was utterly silent save for the lanterns under the eaves, still burning, swaying gently in the night breeze. Yunemo was not asleep. He sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a low-grade spirit stone, guiding the spiritual energy within into his meridians. Yun Fifan was already fast asleep, sprawled out on the bed, snoring softly. The door was tapped 3 times. Yunemo put away the spirit stone and went to open it. Yun Qinghai stood outside, dressed in a dark nightrobe, his blade already at his waist. He glanced at Yunemo, then at Yun Fifan sleeping on the bed, and said in a low voice, "Wake him. We're leaving." Yunemo did not ask why. He walked to the bedside and pushed Yun Fifan. Yun Fifan mumbled, rolled over, and went back to sleep. Yunemo pushed him again, harder this time. "Wake up. We're leaving." Yun Fifan sat up, rubbed his eyes, saw Yun Qinghai standing at the door in a nightrobe, his expression far more serious than usual. He paused for a moment, then said nothing, grabbed his clothes, and pulled them on. The 3 of them left the room. The courtyard was very quiet. The lanterns under the eaves cast flickering light and shadow on the bluestone path. Yun Qinghai led the way, his steps swift, but light, almost silent. Yunemo followed behind with Yun Fifan at the rear, his steps a little clumsy, but he gritted his teeth and tried to be as quiet as possible. They crossed the courtyard and reached the back door. The door was ajar. Yun Qinghai pushed it open and stepped aside to let them out first. Beyond the back door was a narrow alley flanked by high walls where moonlight couldn't reach, pitch black. Just then a clear, resonant cry rang out from the direction of the front courtyard. It wasn't a human shout. It was the ring of a sword. Yunemo spun around sharply. A streak of cyan sword light shot up from the front courtyard of the hostel, illuminating half the night sky. The sword light was cold and sharp, like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the darkness. Yun Qinghai's steps came to an abrupt halt. He listened intently, his face flickering in the sword light's glow. He recognized that sword light. Gu Xianyan's Heaven Cloud Sword Art, Earth grade lower class, its sword momentum, like clouds appearing, gentle, yet fiercely unmatched. He had once heard Yun Qingxian say that once Lady Gu's sword was drawn, few in the core condensation realm could withstand 3 strikes. But then, another blade light flared up. It wasn't Fong Rush's folding fan, nor Xuexing's long spear, nor Granny Lian's short sword. That blade light was supremely overbearing, like a silvery white flood dragon rising from the ground, carrying an irresistible momentum, and it clashed with the cyan sword light. Boom! A thunderous crash shook the very ground. Yun Qinghai's expression completely changed. "Overlord Blade," he said, his voice hoarse. "Gu Jingyuan. He's here." He had once seen Gu Jingyuan in action from a distance during his travels. It was during an assassination attempt on the Crown Prince. The Overlord Blade had cleaved the assassin and half the street in 2 with a single stroke. That overbearing, unmatched blade momentum. He could never forget it. And now that same momentum was interweaving with Gu Xianyan's sword momentum, each collision like 2 mountains crashing together, shaking the entire hostel. The battle in the front courtyard had already begun. Gu Xianyan swept out from the side room, her green robes rustling in the night breeze. The long sword in her hand left its sheath, its blade like a pool of autumn water gleaming with a cold cyan light under the moonlight. Her targets were the quarters where Fong Rushu Xuexing and Granny Lian were staying. Fong Rushu was the first to react. He burst out of his room, his folding fan spread wide, true chi surging on its surface, forming a silver-white light shield before him. Xuexing followed closely, his long spear thrust forward, true chi condensing at its tip into a silvery flood dragon aimed at Gu Xianyan. Granny Lian also rushed over from the direction of Yi Lingshuang's courtyard, her short sword drawn grayish-black, true chi coiling around the blade as she attacked from the flank. The three moved in perfect coordination, clearly not their first time fighting together. But Gu Xianyan's sword was too fast. Her sword traced an arc through the air, its sword aura like a rainbow, striking Feng Rushu's light shield first. The shield shattered like paper, and Feng Rushu grunted, flying backward, crashing through the wall behind him and disappearing into the dust. Xuexing's spear was only halfway thrust when Gu Xianyan's sword had already changed direction, its tip meeting his spear point. An overwhelming force surged from the sword tip. Xuexing's tiger's mouth split open, and his spear flew from his grasp, embedding itself in a distant eave, its tail buzzing and vibrating. His body was also knocked back several steps, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Granny Lian's short sword had yet to strike when Gu Xianyan's sword was already pointed at her throat. The sword tip stopped an inch from her neck. The sword aura tore a gash in her collar, revealing her gaunt collarbone beneath. Granny Lian froze, not daring to move a muscle. 3 strikes. Yet within 3 sword strikes, 2 at the midstage of the embracing Dan realm, and 1 at the early stage, had been utterly routed. Gu Xianyan sheathed her sword and was about to subdue them completely when Gu Jinjiwan's blade arrived. The Overlord blade was drawn, its dark crimson radiance carrying earth-shattering might as it slashed straight toward Gu Xianyan's back. Without turning, she swept her sword behind her, the blade intercepting the light. With a thunderous crash, a massive crater erupted in the ground, rubble and dust scattering in all directions. Gu Xianyan's body swayed, and she took a step back. She turned to face the source of the blade's glow. Gu Jingyuan emerged from the darkness, broad-shouldered and robust, clad in black attire, his hair bound with an iron hairpin, his countenance cold and stern, his gaze as sharp as a knife. In his hands was the enormous blade, its body thick and wide, the back engraved with intricate patterns that glowed with a dark crimson light under the moonlight. "Lady Gu, practicing your swordplay here in the dead of night. Such refined leisure," he said, his voice deep and resonant, like a hammer striking an anvil. Gu Xianyan regarded him, her sword held steady and unmoving. The Overlord blade not guarding the Crown Prince's side, but instead enjoying the breeze in Jiuxiao Commandery, equally fine amusement. Gu Jingyuan did not reply. His blade rose slowly, the spiritual energy upon it thickening, its dark crimson radiance like a blazing flame. A cyan light also flared upon Gu Xianyan's sword. Their auras clashed in the night sky, the air itself seeming to congeal. In the next instant, they moved simultaneously. Blade light and sword light intertwined in the darkness, each collision like thunder shaking the entire inn. Gu Jinjiwan's blade technique was domineering and fierce, each strike carrying the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. Gu Xianyan's swordsmanship was ethereal and graceful, each thrust precisely targeting the flaws in the blade's glow. They fought from the ground to the rooftops, and from the rooftops to midair, the blade and sword light carving the night sky into countless fragments. Yun Xinghai stood at the back door, his face pale as he watched the sounds and flashes of battle from the front courtyard. He knew that Gu Xianyan was entangled by Gu Jingyuan, unable to settle the duel quickly. And though Feng Rushu, Xuexing, and Granny Lotus were injured, they still had strength to fight. True enough, Feng Rushu crawled out from the debris, blood at the corner of his mouth, his face deathly pale. Xuexing also rose, the tiger's mouth of his right hand split open, blood dripping down his fingers. Yet his left hand had already grasped the long spear embedded in the eaves, pulling it free with effort. Granny Lotus retreated to the side, her short sword held horizontally before her, watching the battlefield where Gu Xianyan and Gu Jingyuan clashed. Yun Zhenchuan and Su Xing stepped out from the shadows. Both wore grave expressions. "The Overlord blade has come," Su Sheng said in a low voice. "The plan has changed." Yun Zhenchuan nodded. "We must hold them off. Qinghai and the 2 children must leave." Without hesitation, Su Sheng drew the saber at his waist. The sea-covering saber left its sheath, its blade dark and somber like a pool of deep water. "Feng Rushu is mine. The spear wielder is yours. The old woman can be ignored for now, as she's badly injured." They exchanged a glance and struck simultaneously. Yun Zhengshuan's long sword left its sheath, the spiritual energy upon it forming a white ribbon that thrust straight at Xuexing. Though Xuexing's tiger's mouth was split, his fighting spirit undiminished, he shook his long spear, a silver light flickering at its tip as he met Yun Zhengshuan's sword. After several exchanges, their spiritual energy clashed, blasting a gap in the courtyard wall. Su Sheng's saber collided with Feng Rushu's folding fan. Though Feng Rushu had been wounded by Gu Xianyan, the spiritual energy on his folding fan remained fierce. As the fan opened and closed, hidden projectiles flew out like raindrops. Su Sheng's saber technique was as steady as a mountain, cleaving through the hidden projectile strike by strike as he advanced step by step. Granny Lotus stood still, making no move. She was the most severely injured, but her gaze was fixed on the direction of Yi Lingshuang's courtyard, as if waiting for something. Yun Qinghai heard his master Su Sheng's sabers cry, steady and heavy like waves crashing against rocks. The two sounds mingled, weaving together with the clash of spiritual energy from Feng Rushu and Xue Xing. The third elder and his master were in battle. They could have retreated unscathed, but now to buy time for Yun Qinghai, they had to stay and fight for their lives. Yun Qinghai's teeth ground together audibly. He wanted to turn back, to charge back, to draw his blade and stand alongside the third elder and his master. But he could not. He still held two children in his grasp. Only if he lived could they live. Go. He grabbed Yun Fifan by the arm, practically dragging him forward. Yun Mo followed behind. The three moved swiftly along the alleyway. The sounds of battle behind them grew fainter and more indistinct, but those thunderous crashes struck his heart like hammers. They passed through a narrow lane, turned into an even narrower one, and after several more turns finally reached the base of the city wall. Yun Qinghai found the entrance to a hidden passage, and the three of them crawled inside. The passage was dark and cramped. The night pearl in Yun Qinghai's hand emitted a faint glow, illuminating the path ahead. Yun Fifan's breathing was heavy, his steps unsteady, but he gritted his teeth and did not stop. Emerging from the passage, they found themselves on a stretch of wasteland outside the city. The moonlight was bright, casting a silvery white over the wilderness. In the distance, sporadic insect chirps could be heard. The wind blew, carrying the characteristic chill of autumn. Yun Fifan bent over, panting heavily. My grandfather. Can he make it out? Yun Qinghai did not answer. He turned his head to look back at the direction of the city wall, where faint echoes of battle could still be heard in the distance. The cyan sword light was still there, indicating that Gu Xianyan was still locked in struggle with the Overlord blade. The cry of Yun Zingshuan's sword also persisted, though it had grown somewhat urgent. It had not vanished. After a moment of silence, he said, he can. He's at the midstage of the embracing Dan realm. Feng Rushu and Xue Xing cannot overpower him. As long as Lady Gu keeps the Overlord blade occupied, they will have a chance to break free. He did not say what would happen if the Overlord blade freed himself. Yun Mo caught the reservation in his words, but did not press. Let's go, Yun Qinghai said. Well, take the wilderness, cross the mountains, and leave the great Yin dynasty. I know these roads well. The three had barely taken a few steps when they halted. An old woman stood before them 10 paces away. Her gaunt figure under the moonlight resembled a withered log. Her dusty gray robe fluttered slightly in the night breeze, her graying hair somewhat disheveled by the wind. Her eyes were remarkably bright, too bright for someone of her age. But now those eyes held no light, only coldness. Granny Lotus. Her robe was stained with dust, and on the left side of her chest was a shallow sword mark. The seeping blood had already dried. Yet she could still stand, and she had managed to catch up. The recovery ability of the early stage of the embracing Dan realm was beyond that of the true profound realm. Yun Qinghai's hand rested on the hilt of his blade. His body tensed like a drawn bow. He knew he was no match for Granny Lotus, but there was no retreat. Granny Lotus did not attack immediately. She looked at Yun Qinghai, then at the two children, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. Not a smile, but something colder. Young Master Yin, taking two children out of the city in the dead of night. Where are you off to? She did not wait for an answer. Slowly she drew a short sword from her sleeve, its narrow blade gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Her movements were slow and steady, as if performing an ordinary task. The Crown Prince requires your lives, she said, her voice hoarse like wind rustling dead branches. This old servant is merely following orders. She took a step forward. Then she stopped. Her expression changed. Not to anger, not to surprise, but to a deeper, heavier shock. Her fingers trembled, the tip of the short sword quivering slightly. She looked down at her hand, then up at Yun Qinghai, and for the first time fear appeared in her eyes. You. Her voice caught in her throat, unfinished. Yun Qinghai also sensed something amiss. The aura of Granny Lotus was plummeting, not being restrained, but dissipating. Her spiritual energy seemed to be drained by something leaking from her body, strand by strand. Her body trembled faintly, and she could barely hold the short sword. A voice came from the night, clear as a spring. Granny Lotus, stop now. Yi Lingshuang stepped out of the darkness. She wore a plain white dress, her long hair loose over her shoulders unbound. Moonlight fell upon her face, her expression inscrutable. She walked up to Granny Lotus, stopped, and looked into her eyes. Granny Lotus' lips moved as if to speak, but nothing came out. Her body continued to tremble, not from fear, but from the uncontrolled convulsion of her spiritual energy. She gazed at Yi Lingshuang, her eyes holding something indescribable, guilt, fear, and a deeper, more complex emotion. Miss Yi, the poison in your body was administered by me, Yi Lingshuang said calmly, as if stating a trivial fact. On the first day you came to protect me, I added an herb to that bowl of soup. Every day for 3 years. Harmless normally, but when it encounters a specific catalyst it activates. She paused. The catalyst is on Yun Qinghai and the two children. As long as you attempt to harm them, the poison will act swiftly. Granny Lotus' face was deathly pale. She stared at Yi Lingshuang, her lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Yi Lingshuang did not look at her again. She turned to Yun Qinghai. Come, follow me. Yun Qinghai did not ask why. He sheathed his blade, took Yun Fifan's hand, and walked toward Yi Lingshuang. Yun Mo followed behind. As the three passed by Granny Lotus, she stood motionless like a true withered log. Her short sword fell to the ground with a crisp sound that echoed far into the night. Yi Lingshuang led the way, her steps quick but steady. She did not look back or offer any explanation. Yun Qinghai followed her with Yun Mo and Yun Fifan at the rear. The four crossed the wasteland, took a small path, and at its end lay a forest. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, scattering fragments of silver on the ground. Once inside the forest, Yi Lingshuang stopped. She turned to face Yun Qinghai, then looked at the two children. Moonlight fell upon her face through the leaves, shifting between light and shadow. Her expression was calm, but in her eyes was something indescribable. Not weariness, not worry, but a deeper, quieter resolve. The catalyst is on you. The trigger for the poison in Granny Lotus' body is her attacking you. She repeated it, as if confirming something. Yun Qinghai looked at her and was silent for a long time. When did you administer the poison? On the first day she came to protect me, Yi Lingshuang said, meeting his gaze without flinching. It was a contingency I kept for myself. If one day the Crown Prince tried to use her to control me, or if she moved against me, I would have a countermeasure. I just never expected to use it in this situation. Yun Qinghai looked at her, the moonlight casting faint shadows on her face. He suddenly felt that he had never truly understood this woman. What will you do now? Yun Qinghai asked. You've helped us, the Crown Prince's sighed. Yi Lingshuang shook her head, the corner of her mouth curving slightly. Not a smile, but something fainter, lighter. I cannot go back. Yun Qinghai looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Granny Lotus will not forgive me. I poisoned her for 3 years and today I ruined her mission. She must harbor deep hatred for me. Yi Lingshuang's voice was calm, as if speaking of something unrelated to herself. As for the Crown Prince, I have sabotaged his grand plan. Oh, he will not tolerate me. She raised her head and looked at Yun Qinghai. I will go with you. Yun Qinghai did not hesitate. He nodded. Very well. Yun Fifan stood nearby, his face pale, his lips trembling. My grandfather. What about my grandfather? Yi Lingshuang glanced at him. Your grandfather is at the midstage of the embracing Dan realm. Feng Rushu and Xue Xing cannot overcome him. Lady Gu has the Overlord blade occupied, and Su Sheng is there as well. They will be fine. Yun Qinghai was about to say, well, head east, cross the mountains, and leave the Great Yin, but Yi Lingshuang spoke first. We cannot go east. She looked into the distance, her voice very soft. The Crown Prince will surely have men stationed at the border. With 2 children we won't get far. Yun Qinghai frowned. Then where do you suggest we go? Yi Lingshuang thought for a moment. Northeast. First to the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect. Yun Qinghai was taken aback. The Qingyun sect has already sealed its mountain. Sealing the mountain does not mean cutting off from the world, Yi Lingshuang said. Qingwei is there along with the sect leader and the elders. The attackers have fled. Though the sect is sealed, it still functions internally. Moreover, the Qingyun sect is bound to the Yun family. They will not harm us. She paused. Once we reach the Qingyun sect, we can decide the next step. Whether to stay and wait for the Yun family to send someone or continue east to the Qingxian dynasty. We'll see based on the situation. Yun Qinghai considered this and nodded. Then we head toward the Qingyun sect. Yi Lingshuang drew a token from her sleeve and handed it to Yun Qinghai. The token was made of bronze the size of a palm, engraved with the character Yi on the front and an orchid on the back. This is a credential. If we get separated on the road, or if something happens, take this token to a branch of the Xi organization. They will deliver a message for me. Yun Qinghai took the token and tucked it into his bosom. Involuntarily, his gaze drifted back toward the direction of the city wall. The sounds of battle there had become intermittent, and the cyan sword light was no longer as bright as it had been at the start. He did not know what was happening there, but he knew that the third elder, his master, and Gu Xianyan were still there, using their lives to buy him time. He said silently in his heart, Third elder master, Lady Gu, you must survive. Then he turned, took Yun Fifan's hand, and followed Yi Lingshuang deeper into the forest. Yun Mo brought up the rear. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, scattering like fragments of silver on the ground. Walking at the back, Yun Mo looked back once. Granny Lotus still stood in that wasteland, the moonlight stretching her shadow long and thin. She bent down, picked up the short sword from the ground, and then stood there motionless like a stone statue. From the direction of the inn in the distance, the sounds of battle had gradually subsided. The cyan sword light and the domineering blade light had both vanished. The night sky had returned to calm. Yun Mo did not know what had happened there, but he knew that Yun Jinshuan, Gu Xianyan, and Su Sheng were still there. They had used themselves to block the pursuers, buying time for Yun Qinghai and himself to escape. He withdrew his gaze and quickened his pace. To avoid detection, Yun Qinghai chose routes that were entirely in the wilderness, crossing mountains and forests, wading through streams, never approaching any inhabited areas. They bypassed official roads, villages, and post stations, entirely traveling only on beast trails and mountain ridges. Sometimes there was no path at all, and they had to hack through bushes with a blade, forging a way by sheer force. Yun Fifan was exhausted, his face pale, but he gritted his teeth and followed without a word. Yun Imo walked in the middle, his step steady and his breathing even. The fourth level of the Jade Tempering Body Art granted him a physique far surpassing his peers, with 20,000 gene of strength surging within him. A day and night of flight was merely a warm-up. Yun Qinghai led the way, holding a night pearl that cast a faint light on the path ahead. He walked not quickly but steadily, each step planted firmly on solid ground. Yi Lingshuang followed behind him. Her white robes were stained with mud and grass, her hair slightly disheveled, yet her steps remained light and her breathing steady, as if she felt no fatigue at all. On the evening of the second day, Yun Qinghai found a natural cave halfway up a mountain. The entrance was small, hidden by bushes, invisible unless one looked closely. He crawled in to inspect it, confirming no wild beasts dwelled there before beckoning the others inside. The cave was not deep but spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 4 people. The ground was dry with some withered grass in the corner, and the air held the scent of rock and earth. Yun Qinghai took several tents from his storage ring and set them up skillfully. He also brought out blankets, water skins, dried rations, and several animal hides, arranging them neatly. Yun Fifan laid down in the tent and fell into a deep sleep without even covering himself with a blanket. Sweat still clung to his face, his lips were slightly pale, and his breathing was heavy but even. Yun Qinghai glanced at him, draped the blanket over him, then turned and walked to the cave entrance. He took out several formation plates from his storage ring, buried them in the ground at specific positions, and planted a small flag in the center of the entrance. He formed hand seals and infused a thread of true qi. The formation plates glowed faintly before quickly dimming. The scene outside the entrance twisted slightly and then returned to normal. From the outside, it appeared as nothing more than a patch of bushes and rocks with no sign of a cave. A simple illusion formation, Yun Qinghai said, dusting off his hands. It can't be seen through by anyone below the core formation stage. Even if someone passes by the foot of the mountain, they won't find this place. He took several night pearls from his storage ring and placed them in various corners of the cave. Their gentle light spilled onto the stone walls, illuminating the entire cave softly and brightly. The light was not harsh, resembling moonlight or the hue of pre-dawn sky. Yun Imo sat on a flat rock, watching Yun Qinghai busy himself. His body was not tired, but his mind was filled with questions. About the Crown Prince, about Overlord Blade, about Granny Lien, and about the poison Yi Lingshuang had administered. He was only 10 years old, and many things eluded his understanding, yet he yearned to know. Yi Lingshuang sat down opposite him, poured a bowl of water from her water skin, and handed it to him. Yun Imo took it and drank. The water was cool with a faint, subtle sweetness. Little Yun Imo, Yi Lingshuang suddenly spoke, her voice low but clear. Do you have many questions you want to ask? Yun Imo looked up at her. The light of the night pearl fell upon her face. Her expression was calm, and a faint smile even played at the corners of her lips. But in her eyes there was something he could not decipher. Yun Imo nodded. Yi Lingshuang glanced at Yun Qinghai near the entrance, then at the sleeping Yun Fifan, before turning her gaze back to Yun Imo. The corners of her mouth curved slightly. Not a smile, but something more subtle and delicate. Do you know why your uncle has been listening to me all along this journey? Yun Imo thought for a moment. Because sister is clever. Yi Lingshuang shook her head. No. She paused, lowering her voice further. Because the lives of you 3 are all in my hands. Yun Mo's fingers tightened slightly. I could poison Granny Lien without her noticing so naturally. I could also poison the 3 of you without your knowledge. Yi Lingshuang's tone was flat, as if stating an ordinary fact. Your uncle is a wanderer. He's traveled far and wide for so many years. What hasn't he seen? He wouldn't dare to gamble with his life. Yun Imo looked at her, saying nothing. He remembered how Granny Lien had suddenly stopped outside the city, the trembling of her true qi gone wild, the fear in her eyes. That was poison. The poison Yi Lingshuang had administered. If she could do it to Granny Lien, she could certainly do it to others. Sister, Yun Imo spoke, his voice not loud. Did you really poison us? Yi Lingshuang looked at him for a moment, the curve of her lips widening slightly. If I said no, would you believe me? Yun Imo did not answer. If I said no, would your uncle dare to believe me? Yi Lingshuang glanced towards Yun Qinghai at the entrance. Yun Qinghai had his back to them, organizing items from his storage ring, but Yun Imo noticed his movements had slowed. He was listening. Yi Lingshuang withdrew her gaze and looked at Yun Imo. Honestly, I only gave you the catalyst that poisoned Granny Lien. But that catalyst itself is a kind of poison. Yun Qinghai's hand paused. Yunmo's heartbeat quickened as well. Yi Lingshuang watched their reactions and suddenly let out a soft laugh. But this poison won't kill anyone, and it's ineffective on children. She paused, the tips of her ears reddening slightly, but she didn't elaborate on the specific effects. In any case, the three of you are fine now, and that's enough. She took a sip from her water bowl, set it down, then turned her gaze to Yun Qinghai, a hint of mischievous amusement in her smile. However, your uncle is a different story. Having roamed the martial world for so many years, his skills are not to be underestimated. Her voice was very soft, but every word was clear. In the dried rations he handed me today, he slipped in a heart-eating goo. It made me quite heartbroken for a while. Yun Qinghai's back stiffened. Yun Mo looked at Yun Qinghai, then at Yi Lingshuang. Heart-eating goo. Yun Mo had seen this name in a book from the martial arts pavilion. It was an extremely insidious goo poison. When it activated, it felt like heartache. It wasn't lethal, but it could incapacitate a person. The one who administered the goo could control the time of its activation through special means. Yun Qinghai turned around, a wry smile on his face. He scratched his head like a child caught doing something wrong. It seems Miss Yi had already seen through my little tricks. Yi Lingshuang picked up her water bowl, took another sip, and did not reply. Yun Mo sat on the rock looking from Yun Qinghai to Yi Lingshuang with only one thought in his mind. These two people were both so treacherous. In Ning County, he had thought the martial world was all about fighting and killing where the biggest fist ruled. Now he knew that having the biggest fist didn't guarantee victory. Having more schemes was what mattered. He silently noted to himself, when he ventured into the martial world, he must be extremely cautious. Yun Qinghai walked over to the fire and sat down, taking a piece of jerky from his storage ring. He broke it into pieces, handing one to Yun Mo and another to Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang took it and chewed slowly. Yun Qinghai chewed a piece himself for a long time, as if lost in thought. Miss Yi, he began, his voice lower than usual. What do you think the Crown Prince is really trying to do? Yi Lingshuang finished chewing her jerky, took a sip of water, and leaned against the stone wall. The night pearl cast a faint shadow on her face, making her expression difficult to read. First, we can be certain of one thing. Her voice was low but steady. The Crown Prince values his life greatly. In the years I was by his side, Overlord Blade Gu Jingyuan never left his side beyond 10 paces. Even when the Crown Prince was handling extremely secretive matters, Overlord Blade was always there. Yun Qinghai frowned. So Overlord Blade appearing in Jiuxiao County City is abnormal. Abnormal, Yi Lingshuang said. Overlord Blade is the Crown Prince's greatest protection. If he leaves the Crown Prince is exposed to danger. Given the Crown Prince's nature, he would not allow this to happen. Yun Qinghai thought for a moment. Then is it possible the Crown Prince also came to Jiuxiao County City? Overlord Blade fights in front, and the Crown Prince follows behind. Yi Lingshuang shook her head. A clash at the peak of the core formation stage can be sensed by all the experts in the entire Jiuxiao County City. If the Crown Prince followed, he would be easily exposed. Once exposed with Overlord Blade pinned down by Madame Gu, the Crown Prince would be in danger. He wouldn't take that risk. So you're saying the Crown Prince has a new bodyguard, one whose strength is not inferior to Overlord Blade. If such a person existed, he would have sent the new bodyguard instead of dispatching Overlord Blade. Yi Lingshuang paused. Moreover, within the Great Yin Dynasty, there are no more than 3 core formation experts who can match Overlord Blade, and none of them would become the Crown Prince's bodyguard. Yun Qinghai was silent for a moment. Then there's only one possibility left. Yi Lingshuang nodded. The Crown Prince himself has already attained strength not inferior to Overlord Blade. Yun Mo absorbed these words into his mind. The Crown Prince had broken through to the initial core formation stage 4 years ago and was now 26 years old. From initial core formation to peak core formation in 4 years. Yun Qinghai shook his head. Impossible. Going from initial to late core formation in 4 years. That speed is only achievable by the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon list. The Crown Prince's talent. To be honest, he's considered decent among the Imperial clan. Breaking through to core formation at 22 is better than most. But compared to the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon list, he falls far short. With normal cultivation, going from initial to mid-stage in 4 years would be considered very good. To reach late stage, absolutely impossible. Yi Lingshuang did not answer immediately. She took a piece of paper from her bosom, unfolded it, and laid it on her lap. The paper was not large, densely covered in writing with fresh ink, as if just written. Do you remember the demonic cultivator of blood arts that Feng Russia mentioned in Nanyao County? She asked. Yun Qinghai nodded. In the end, they took a fugitive and hastily closed the case. Yi Lingshuang's voice dropped very low. I found it suspicious even then. The Crown Prince has always been very attentive to bloodthirsty demonic cultivators. In recent years, he has sent many of his retainers to investigate, and they have achieved considerable results. Feng Rushu and Xue Xing were sent by the Crown Prince. They should know his stance. Muddling through with a fugitive completely contradicts the Crown Prince's intentions. Yun Qinghai looked at her. So you investigated? After arriving at Jiuxiao County City, I spent a considerable number of spirit stones to buy recent intelligence on bloodthirsty demonic cultivators from the House of Knowing. Yi Lingshuang tapped the paper lightly with her finger. Demonic cultivators of blood arts have existed since ancient times. In the Great Yin Dynasty and the surrounding dynasties, over a dozen cases appear each year. In the last 4 years, the number has been slightly higher than usual. Of course, this could be a coincidence, as there are always fluctuations. She paused. But in the years I spent by the Crown Prince's side, I knew he was very diligent about bloodthirsty demonic cultivators. The retainers he sent out made many captures every year. But, she looked up at Yun Qinghai. Were those captured demonic cultivators truly demonic cultivators, or were they scapegoats? Yun Qinghai's expression changed. Are you saying? I'm not saying anything. Yi Lingshuang interrupted, her voice soft but firm. I'm just considering a possibility. A possibility that could explain everything. The cave fell silent. The light of the night pearl flickered faintly on the stone walls, and Yun Fifin's breathing was even and long. Yun Imo sat on the rock, committing every word Yi Lingshuang said to memory. Yi Lingshuang folded the paper and tucked it into her sleeve. She looked up at the rock, sealing her gaze, seeming to pierce through the stone and into the distant night sky. 4 years, over 100,000 people. Her voice was very light, as if talking to herself. If the blood energy of all these people was absorbed by one person, peak core formation is not impossible. Yun Qinghai said nothing. His fingers clenched the robe over his knees, his knuckles turning white. Yun Imo sat on the rock, watching Yi Lingshuang's profile. The night pearl's light illuminated her face. Her expression was calm, but in her eyes there was something he had never seen before. It was not fear, not anger, but something deeper and heavier, like a well. Calm on the surface, but with an unfathomable darkness at the bottom. He remembered the first time he had seen Yi Lingshuang. In the pure heart courtyard, robes white as snow, zither music like a whispered tale. She sat in a pavilion by the water, her long hair, like ink, her fingers gently stroking the zither strings like a celestial maiden. Yun Qinghai had stood beside him, looking at her, a light in his eyes. He hadn't understood what that light was then. Now he understood. But that celestial maiden was now sitting in a cave, her white robes stained with mud, her hair disheveled, chewing on jerky, while analyzing a bloodthirsty demonic cultivator who might have slaughtered 100,000 people. Yun Imo lowered his head and looked at his own hands. He was still young, only 10 years old, with a cultivation of merely the 6th layer of qi refining. But he knew the world he would have to face in the future was larger, darker, and more complex than he had ever imagined. He looked up at Yi Lingshuang, then at Yun Qinghai. Sister, he spoke, his voice not loud. Uncle, what do we do next? Yi Lingshuang glanced at him, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. First we reach the Qingyun sect. We'll decide when we get there. Yun Qinghai nodded, saying nothing. He took a blanket from his storage ring and handed it to Yun Imo. Sleep. We have to travel again tomorrow. Yun Imo took the blanket, wrapped it around himself, and leaned against the stone wall. The light of the night pearls gradually dimmed as Yun Qinghai adjusted the formation to make the glow softer. Yun Imo closed his eyes. He could hear Yun Qinghai and Yi Lingshuang still speaking in low voices, too soft to make out. He heard the wind blowing outside the cave entrance, the rustling of the bushes. He heard Yun Fifin's breathing, even and long. He reviewed the day's events in his mind. The Crown Prince, Overlord Blade, the bloodthirsty demonic cultivator, the blood energy of 100,000 people. These pieces of information pressed down on his mind like heavy boulders. He turned over, burying his face in the blanket. He thought of Ning County, of his father, his mother, his grandfather, and his cousin Yunbai. He thought of the Yun clan martial hall of Yun Feihu, and Yun Fei of Yun Xiaoqing, of Yun Qingshan, and Yun Shirlu. He thought of those simple days, training, eating, soaking in medicinal baths, sleeping. Back then he thought the martial world was about becoming strong enough that no one could take what belonged to him. Now he knew the martial world was far more complicated than that. He took a deep breath, pushed those thoughts down, and closed his eyes. There would be more traveling tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. He needed to conserve his strength until they reached the Qingyun sect. He soon fell asleep. The days of escape were far more tranquil than Yun Mo had anticipated. Yun Qinghai, true to his ranger origins, navigated the wilderness with the familiarity of his own backyard. His chosen routes never repeated. One day they traced the ridges, the next they traversed the valley floor, and the day after that they waded across streams. Sometimes a sheer cliff loomed before them, but with a turn he would uncover a hidden beast trail. Other times, when all paths seemed blocked, he would part a thicket to reveal a natural crevice. After a day and night of flight, they encountered no further traces of pursuers, or rather the pursuers could not find their trail. After the initial tense days, the group's atmosphere gradually relaxed. Traveling by day no longer felt like fleeing for their lives, but more like a wilderness hike. Yun Qinghai would occasionally point to distant peaks or rivers, regaling the two children with amusing tales from his travels. During breaks, Yi Lingshuang would bring out a map teaching Yun Mo and Yun Fifan to discern directions and terrain. At night, they would find caves or sheltered spots beneath cliffs to camp. After Yun Qinghai set up the tents and laid down an illusion array, Yi Lingshuang would gather the two children for supplementary lessons in martial arts knowledge. Her teachings were deeper and broader than those of the Yun clan's martial hall, covering the selection of cultivation techniques, the application of martial skills, the control of true qi, and even detailed explanations of meridians and acupoints. Yun Mo listened with great attention, and while Yun Fifan occasionally yawned, he persevered without falling asleep. That evening they found another cave. The cave entrance faced south, sheltered from the wind and dry, with a thick layer of dry moss on the floor, more comfortable than the previous places they had stayed. After setting up the tent, Yun Qinghai took a beast hide from his storage ring and spread it on the ground. Yi Lingshuang sat on it with Yun Mo and Yun Fifan sitting opposite her. The soft glow of the night pearl filled the cave, casting the shadows of the four people on the stone walls. Yun Mo habitually called up his panel for a glance. Heaven rewards diligence, a once proven, forever proven. Cultivation Qi Refining Layer 6, 121,400. Lian Yuan Ju 4th, Turn 980-1200. Song Feng Ju 3rd Layer. Chui Yu Changshin Ju 4th Layer 181600. The progress bar for the 4th layer of Chui Yu Changshin Ju was longer than before. It had taken him 25 days to go from the 1st to the 4th layer. From the 4th to the 5th layer required 1,600 points. At his current pace, it would take at least 2 months. He was not impatient. The path was to be walked step by step. 2 days prior, Yi Lingshuang had discovered his breakthrough to Qi Refining Layer 4. At that time, he had been circulating the Tsang Feng Ju, deliberately raising his cultivation from Layer 3 to Layer 4. Yi Lingshuang had glanced at him, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Qi Refining Layer 4. How long have you been practicing martial arts? Almost 4 months. Yun Mo replied. Yi Lingshuang nodded, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. Less than 4 months, Qi Refining Layer 4. I didn't misjudge you. Yun Mo did not respond. His true cultivation was Qi Refining Layer 6, tightly concealed by the Tsang Feng Ju. Even Gu Xinyan at the late nascent soul stage had not seen through it, so Yi Lingshuang at the peak of the true profound realm naturally could not either. He wondered what expression Yi Lingshuang would wear if she knew his true progress, but he knew this was not the time for revelation. Yun Fifan's transformation was even more pronounced. Ever since learning in the cave that Yun Mo had reached Qi Refining Layer 4 in less than 4 months, Yun Fifan's attitude had shifted. He no longer put on the airs of a main family scion before Yun Mo, nor did he use the tone of "Do you know who I am?" At every turn, he began to initiate conversations with Yun Mo, offer him the best jerky during meals, walk beside him instead of ahead, and even sit quietly by his side, without making a sound, when Yun Mo was meditating. Yun Mo was quite unaccustomed to it. Brother Fifan, you don't have to do this, Yun Mo finally said, unable to hold back, when Yun Fifan once again handed him the finest piece of jerky. Yun Fifan's face flushed slightly. I am not doing anything. You weren't like this before. Yun Fifan was silent for a moment, looking down at his hands. I was pretty insufferable before, wasn't I? Yun Mo did not reply. At the main residence, everyone surrounded me, because I was the third elder's grandson. Yun Fifan's voice was low. I thought it should be the same at the martial hall. Later my grandfather told me that you are more talented and harder working than me, that I can't compare to you. He lifted his head and looked at Yun Mo. I wasn't convinced at first, but later I realized you really are stronger than me. While I slept you cultivated, while I snacked you were still cultivating. You are at Qi Refining Layer 4, and I'm still at Layer 2. He paused, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. Not a smile, but something fainter, lighter. So I thought since I can't match you, I might as well be good to you. Maybe when you make it big, you'll give me a hand. Yun Mo looked at him, silent for a moment. You don't have to be good to me. They'll still give you a hand. Yun Fifan was stunned for a second, then he laughed. This time it was a genuine laugh, his eyes curving into crescent moons. All right then, I won't give you any more jerky. You can still give me the jerky. They exchanged a glance and both laughed. Yi Lingshuang sat nearby, watching the two children, a faint smile on her lips. Yun Qinghai fiddled with the formation plate at the cave entrance without turning back, but his shoulders relaxed slightly. All right, Yi Lingshuang clapped her hands, let's start the lesson. Today I'll teach something interesting. Yun Mo and Yun Fifan sat opposite her. Yi Lingshuang took a piece of silk from her sleeve and spread it on the ground, covered in lines and annotations. Do you know why among two martial artists at the late true profound realm, both cultivating peak human-grade techniques and martial skills, one can defeat an opponent in a single blow while the other cannot even withstand one? Yun Fifan thought for a moment. Is it because even though the grades of the techniques and skills are the same, the depth of cultivation differs? Yi Lingshuang nodded, then shook her head. Depth of cultivation is one aspect, but the deeper reason lies in grand momentum. Grand momentum? Yun Mo asked. Yi Lingshuang's finger lightly tapped the silk. A peak human-grade martial skill when cultivated to an extremely profound level generates a certain momentum. This momentum not only enhances the power of the skill, but also affects the opponent's mind, preventing them from unleashing their full strength. One increase and one decrease naturally create a crushing advantage. She glanced at Yun Qinghai, who was still adjusting the formation plate at the entrance with his back to them. The corners of Yi Lingshuang's mouth curved slightly. For instance, your clan uncle's overwhelming waves blade art. He's practiced it for years and has achieved some proficiency, but he's still far from grand momentum. That's why it took him over 400 exchanges to defeat Jiang Qiqiu last time. If his blade art contained momentum, 3 strikes would have sufficed. Yun Qinghai's hand paused, but he didn't turn around. His ears, however, were noticeably red. Yun Fifan couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly covered his mouth. Yi Lingshuang continued, her tone carrying a hint of mischief. Actually, you saw it when your cousin Yun Qingxian sparred with your clan uncle. 3 moves and her sword was at his throat. In those 3 moves, she didn't use a shred of grand momentum. It was purely a technical rout. This time Yun Fifan couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Even Yun Mo's lips twitched into a smile. Yun Qinghai's silhouette stood frozen like a stone statue. After a long while he resumed fiddling with the formation plate, his movements much quicker, as if he wanted to finish the task and hide away. Yi Lingshuang withdrew her gaze, her tone turning serious. Your cousin Yun Qingxian is the best example. She can defeat a renowned late true profound realm martial artist from the prefectural city in a single move. It's not because her true chi is far stronger, but because her sword art already possesses momentum. Before the opponent's sword is even drawn, their heart is already in disarray. Yun Fifan's eyes lit up. Doesn't that make her invincible? Of course not, Yi Lingshuang smiled. Grand momentum is powerful, but it's not unassailable. If a peak human-grade cultivation technique is cultivated to its highest realm, the true chi undergoes a qualitative change. Circulation speed increases dramatically, forming a sense of perfection. This sense of perfection can resist the impact of grand momentum. Thus, the battles between top true profound realm martial artists are not only a contest of the momentum in their martial skills, but also the perfection of their cultivation techniques. She paused, then cast another glance at Yun Qinghai. Of course, for some who haven't even perfected their techniques, there's even less to say. Yun Qinghai finally turned around, looking at her. His lips moved as if to say something, but in the end, he just snorted and turned back to the formation plate. This time his ears were even redder. Yun Fifan whispered to Yun Mo, clan uncle is getting roasted hard tonight. Yun Mo nodded in agreement. Yi Lingshuang didn't continue the teasing. If both sides possess grand momentum, they can cancel each other out. But momentum also has varying strengths. Not everyone cultivates the same kind of momentum. She extended her hands, lightly touching her fingertips together. Even for peak human-grade martial skills, there are differences between techniques. Some martial skills have deeper foundations and more complete lineages, thus cultivating a stronger momentum. It's like 2 swordsmen, one practices in ordinary sword art, while the other practices one simplified from an earth-grade sword art. Although the latter is also a peak human grade, its momentum originates from an earth-grade technique, naturally surpassing ordinary peak human-grade momentum. She glanced at Yun Qinghai's back this time, without teasing, her tone serious. Take your cousin Yun Qingxuan for example. The fine rain sword art she practices is actually a simplified version of the rain sword in earth-grade lower-rank technique from the Shanshui Pavilion. Although its rank has been reduced to peak human grade, the root of its sword momentum remains. Therefore, her momentum is far stronger than that of ordinary peak human grade sword arts. This is another reason she can defeat opponents of the same realm in a single move. Yun Fifan nodded thoughtfully. So choosing a martial skill isn't just about its grade, but also its lineage. Yi Lingshuang looked at him with satisfaction. Exactly. At the same grade, the better the lineage, the higher the ceiling. Of course, the difficulty of cultivation also increases. She paused, tapping the silk with her finger. Speaking of which, do you know why earth-grade martial skills are so difficult to cultivate? Both Yun Mo and Yun Fifan shook their heads. Cultivating an earth-grade lower-rank martial skill requires a preliminary grasp of grand momentum. Yi Lingshuang lowered her voice as if speaking of something serious. It's not that you can't cultivate it without momentum, you can force it, but it will be extremely difficult. It's like someone who hasn't even learned to walk wanting to run. It's not impossible, but they'll end up bruised and battered. She looked at the 2 children. Conversely, if you first master a peak human-grade martial skill to its great completion and cultivate grand momentum, then learning an earth-grade lower-rank skill becomes much easier. Because many of the power generation methods and true chi circulation paths in earth-grade skills are built upon the foundation of grand momentum. With that foundation, learning is twice as effective with half the effort. Yun Mo committed these words to memory. He recalled Yun Qinghai's earth-grade lower-rank body tempering technique, Shui Yu Chang Shinju, which didn't require grand momentum, as it was a body tempering technique, not an offensive martial skill. But for blade or sword techniques of earth grade, it would likely not be so easy. The same principle applies to cultivation techniques. Yi Lingshuang continued cultivating an earth-grade lower-rank technique also requires an extremely high level of control over true qi. If you first perfect a peak human-grade technique, causing a qualitative change in true qi, then transitioning to an earth-grade technique will also be much smoother. She glanced at Yun Qinghai, the corner of her mouth curving again. Of course your clan uncle hasn't even touched the grand momentum of a peak human grade, so earth-grade martial skills are out of the question. The only earth-grade lower-rank skill he can use now is that body tempering technique. Body tempering doesn't require grand momentum, it relies on piling up resources. So he can still manage it. Yun Qinghai's silhouette showed no reaction this time, but Yun Imo noticed his hands trembling slightly, not from anger, but from holding back. Yun Fifan whispered to Yun Imo, the damage clan uncle has taken tonight is worse than Jiang Kikia's spear thrust. Yun Imo couldn't help but smile. Yi Lingshuang put away the silk, her tone lightening. Alright, that's enough for today. Take some time to digest it. Yun Imo went over what he had learned today in his mind. Grand momentum, sense of perfection, depth of lineage, the relationship between earth-grade skills and momentum. This knowledge was deeper and more abstract than what he had learned at the martial hall, but he could grasp it. The night deepened. Yi Lingshuang put away the silk and Yun Qinghai returned from the cave entrance, adding a few dry branches to the fire. The firelight illuminated his face. His expression was more relaxed than in previous days, but a faint trace of red lingered at his earlobes. He didn't look at Yi Lingshuang, just said to himself, tomorrow, we continue northeast. The Qingyun sect is deep within the Kangmang mountain range. We've only just entered the mountains that will take at least 3 months. Yun Fifan was stunned. 3 months? That long? Yun Qinghai nodded. The straight-line distance isn't that far, but we can't take the official roads or get near towns. We have to travel over mountains and ridges, taking detours. Some places have no roads at all, but we have to cross several mountain ranges. 3 months is the fastest estimate. Yi Lingshuang took over, her tone calm. That's good. These 3 months can be used to solidify your foundations. The assessment for outer disciples at the Qingyun sect won't be easy. Yun Imo said nothing. 3 months. He could continue cultivating with spirit stones on the road, advancing both the Lian Yuan Ju and the Chui Yuchang Shin Ju to the next level. He committed this number to memory without further comment. Yun Fifan muttered something and curled into his blanket. Yun Qinghai added another branch to the fire. The flames leaped, casting his shadow on the stone wall, fluctuating in size. Yun Imo wrapped himself in his blanket, leaning against the stone wall, gazing at the firelight. He went over the day's lessons in his mind once more, then closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. 3 months, neither long nor short. Though Yun Qinghai had chosen a secluded route, the depths of the boundless mountains were never devoid of peril. Beasts were the true masters of this land. They were far more troublesome than pursuers. Pursuers could tire, retreat, and make mistakes, but beasts never did. In the first few days they encountered only low-level beasts, mostly of the first and second grades. They could not even approach before Yun Qinghai casually cleaved them in two with a blade of qi. Yun Fifan gradually turned from sheer panic to numbness, even calmly asking, can we eat beast meat tonight? After Yun Qinghai sheathed his blade. Yun Imo, however, diligently recorded the appearances and traits of these beasts. Iron-fanged wolves, azure-backed bears, venom-tailed scorpions, blood-eyed pythons. Some he had seen in the bestiary of the scripture pavilion, others he had not. He committed the unfamiliar ones to memory, intending to look them up when the opportunity arose. But as they ventured deeper, the beasts' ranks grew higher. 4th-grade beasts began to appear. That evening, as they traveled along a ridge, Yun Qinghai abruptly halted, raising his hand to signal everyone to stop. Yun Imo immediately crouched and held his breath. Yun Fifan was a beat slower, but Yi Lingshuang pressed his shoulder and forced him down. From behind a boulder less than 100 paces ahead, a low, guttural growl emanated. Not one but two. Yun Qinghai's expression shifted. Howling moon silver wolves, he whispered, his voice barely audible. 4th-grade combat power rivaling latestage, true profound realm. 2 of them. Yi Lingshuang's brow furrowed slightly, but she said nothing. She slowly drew a short sword from her sleeve, not the kind Lotus grandmother used, but her own. The blade was narrow and long, pure silver, glinting coldly in the twilight. Though she was not skilled in close combat, her cultivation base at the peak of the true profound realm granted her a depth of true qi far surpassing ordinary latestage true profound cultivators. You take the left, I'll take the right, Yun Qinghai said. All right. 2 massive silver-white wolves emerged from behind the rock. They were twice the size of ordinary wolves, their silver-white fur gleaming with a metallic sheen in the dusk. Their eyes were blood-red with vertical pupils that locked onto the 4 of them with murderous intent. One still had bloodstains at the corners of its mouth, having just fed, yet its killing intent showed no sign of waning. Yun Qinghai moved first. His blade left its scabbard, and pale green true qi coalesced into an arc of light, slashing toward the wolf on the left. The wolf agilely dodged, its claws gouging deep furrows into the ground before it lunged. The blade chi clashed with the wolf's claws, producing a grating metallic screech. Yi Lingshuang moved as well. Her sword lacked Yun Qinghai's fierce momentum, but her true chi was far more abundant. With a single thrust, the true chi at her sword tip condensed into a beam of silver light aimed straight at the other wolf's face. The wolf twisted its head aside, but the sword aura grazed its ear, shaving off a patch of fur. Stung by the pain, the wolf retreated 2 steps, a flicker of wariness appearing in its blood-red eyes. Yun Mo pulled Yun Fifan behind a massive boulder, peeking out with only half his head to watch the battle. Yun Fifan's hands trembled, his face pale, his lips quivering wordlessly. Yun Mo's hands also shook, but he clenched his jaw and stayed silent. The situation on Yun Qinghai's side was not favorable. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf surpassed him in both speed and strength. Each claw strike carried a wind-splitting force, forcing him to retreat step by step. His blade technique relied on subduing force with gentleness, but the wolf's attacks were too fast and too dense. The waves of his style were shattered before they could build. A bloody gash had already appeared on his arm, blood dripping down his wrist. On Yi Lingshuang's side, it was a completely different scene. Her swordsmanship was not exceptionally refined, but the sheer density of her peak, profound, true chi lent each strike overwhelming power. The wolf's repeated lunges were repelled by her sword aura, and several wounds had already been carved into its body. She had no need for momentum. Pure cultivation suppression forced the wolf into a steady retreat. But the battlefield was shifting. Yun Qinghai was being pushed back by the wolf, retreating directly toward the boulder where Yun Mo and Yun Fifan were hiding. Yun Fifan's face grew paler, his fingers clutched Yun Mo's sleeve, knuckles white. Yun Mo's heart pounded, but he did not retreat. Behind him was a cliff with no escape. "Uncle." Yun Fifan's voice was barely a whisper, thin as a mosquito's drone. Yun Qinghai heard it. His expression darkened and his blade technique suddenly changed, no longer defensive but a desperate, all-out assault. He swung his saber at the wolf's head, leaving his own chest wide open. The wolf did not retreat. One claw struck the back of his blade while the other swiped at his chest. Yun Qinghai's body was knocked half a step sideways, the wolf's claw grazing his chest, tearing his robe, and leaving 4 bloody streaks on his skin. But using the momentum, he spun and slashed his saber into the wolf's hind leg. The wolf let out a piercing howl, limping as its speed immediately faltered. On the other side, Yi Lingshuang had already cornered her wolf. She thrust her sword through its foreleg. The wolf collapsed with a scream, and she delivered a finishing blow, ending its life. Then she pulled out her sword and dashed toward Yun Qinghai. The remaining wolf was still locked in combat with him, but its injured hind leg had greatly reduced its speed, and it no longer held the upper hand. Yi Lingshuang drove her sword into its neck from the side. The wolf struggled a few times before going still. Yun Qinghai panted heavily, leaning against the boulder, wounds on his arm and chest still seeping blood. His blade was stuck in the ground, covered in wolf blood. "Are you all right?" Yi Lingshuang asked. "Won't die," Yun Qinghai replied hoarsely, but his eyes were on Yun Mo and Yun Fifan. "You too." Yun Fifan shook his head, unable to speak. Yun Mo also shook his head, but his legs were still trembling slightly. Yi Lingshuang took a vial of medicinal powder from her pocket and handed it to Yun Qinghai. "Apply it. We can't travel tonight. Find a place to rest." Yun Qinghai took the powder and nodded. That night, they set up camp on the leeward side of the ridge. Yun Qinghai dressed his wounds with medicine, wrapped them in cloth, and leaned against the rock wall to rest with his eyes closed. Yi Lingshuang set up a stronger illusion array at the cave entrance and scattered beast-repelling powder all around. Yun Fifan curled up in the tent, wrapped in a blanket, silent. Yun Mo sat beside him, also quiet. After a long while, Yun Fifan suddenly spoke. "Yun Mo, are you scared?" Yun Mo thought for a moment. "Yes." "Then why don't you cry?" "What use is crying?" Yun Fifan was silent for a while, then whispered, "I want to not be afraid too. But I can't." Yun Mo glanced at him, but did not reply. He shared half his blanket with Yun Fifan, and the 2 children leaned their shoulders together, seeking warmth from each other. But the real danger still lay ahead. 10 days later, they entered a dense forest. The trees were towering, blocking out the sky and sun, with almost no light penetrating. The ground was thick with decaying leaves, soft underfoot, exuding a damp, musty odor. Yun Qinghai led the way, holding a luminous pearl whose faint light illuminated the path ahead. "This place feels wrong," he murmured. Yi Lingshuang sensed it too. There was a faint, fishy stench in the air, not from the rotting leaves but the aura of a beast, and a very powerful one at that. Yun Qinghai stopped, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Then his expression turned utterly grim. "Mountain-leaning boar. 5th grade." Yun Mo's heart sank. A 5th-grade beast with combat power rivaling the early stage of the core formation realm. All of them combined would not be enough to withstand a single slap from it. "Run." Yun Qinghai did not hesitate. He grabbed Yun Mo and tucked him under his arm. Yi Lingshuang simultaneously hoisted Yun Fifan onto her back, and the four of them turned and fled. Behind them came a low rumbling roar echoing through the forest like a clap of thunder. The ground began to tremble, trees shook violently, and leaves rained down from above. Yun Imo glanced back. A massive black boar burst from the depths of the forest, 5 or 6 times larger than an ironback boar, its body covered in thick black bristles, 2 tusks jutting forward like spears. Each step it took left a deep crater in the earth. Yun Qinghai activated his true qi to its fullest, pushing his speed to the limit. Yi Lingshuang followed close behind, her steps light, but her breathing already ragged. Yun Fifan clung to Yi Lingshuang's back, his face ashen, his hands gripping her neck tightly. Yun Imo, tucked under Yun Qinghai's arm, was jolted so violently that his internal organs churned, but he clenched his teeth and remained silent. A full hour passed before they managed to shake off the mountain-leaning boar. Yun Qinghai stopped by a mountain stream, set Yun Imo down, and bent over, panting heavily. His face was pale, veins bulging on his forehead, his true qi almost completely depleted. Yi Lingshuang also set Yun Fifan down and leaned against a rock. Her complexion was slightly better than Yun Qinghai's, but she too was gasping for air. Yun Fifan's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, trembling all over, unable to utter a word. Yun Mo's legs were also shaking, but he braced himself on his knees and refused to sit. After resting a while, Yun Qinghai straightened up, walked to the stream to wash his face, then came back and sat down. He took out a water flask and dried rations from his storage ring and distributed them. "We can't travel today," he said. "My true qi is in chaos. I need at least a day to recuperate." Yi Lingshuang nodded without speaking. She took a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve, poured out a single pill, and handed it to Yun Qinghai. He took it, glanced at it, and popped it into his mouth. "You still have such good stuff?" he asked. "The last one," Yi Lingshuang said. "I was saving it for emergencies." Yun Qinghai did not reply. He closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. True qi circulated slowly within him, recovering bit by bit. Yi Lingshuang also closed her eyes to meditate, her breathing gradually steadying. Yun Imo sat beside Yun Fifan, watching Yun Qinghai and Yi Lingshuang. This was the first time he had seen both of them completely exhausted of true qi. He had already witnessed the capacity of true profound realm martial artists. They could slay enemies from 10 zhang away and fight for extended periods. But faced with a 5th-grade beast, they did not even entertain the thought of fighting back. They could only flee. After running for an hour, their true qi was spent. He lowered his head and looked at his own hands. The 4th layer of the Jade Tempering Body Forging Art, 20,000 gene of strength, qi, refining 6th layer. Before a true profound realm martial artist, he could still hold his ground for a moment. Before a core formation realm beast, he was less than an ant. Yun Fifan leaned against his shoulder, his voice very soft. "Yun Imo, are we going to die?" Yun Imo was silent for a moment. "No." "How do you know?" "Because uncle and sister Yi are still here," Yun Imo said. "They won't let us die." Yun Fifan asked no more. He rested his head on Yun Mo's shoulder and closed his eyes. After a while, his breathing evened out, and he actually fell asleep. Yun Imo did not sleep. He leaned against the rock, watching Yun Qinghai and Yi Lingshuang meditate, watching the stream water rush by, watching the leaves above sway gently in the wind. He replayed the day's events in his mind. The howling moon, silver wolves, the mountain-leaning boar, the limits of true profound realm martial artists. These experiences were more profound than anything he had learned in the martial hall. He lowered his head and buried his face in his knees. A day later, Yun Qinghai and Yi Lingshuang had recovered their true qi. The wounds on Yun Qinghai's arm and chest had scabbed over, and his movements were no longer hindered. They resumed their journey, continuing northeast. Yun Fifan had become much quieter since then. He no longer complained about the difficult road, no longer grumbled about the tasteless jerky, and no longer asked how much longer. He followed the group, silently walking when it was time to walk, and stopping when it was time to stop. Yun Imo noticed that during breaks, he had begun practicing the breathing technique. Yi Lingshuang had taught him, though with little effect. He was trying. Yun Imo also wasted no time. His nightly cultivation was unshakable, using spirit stones one after another. The progress of the Jade Tempering Body Forging art slowly advanced, and the primordial refining art steadily progressed as well. He did not know what else the road ahead would bring, but he knew he needed to become stronger. On the morning of the 3rd day, they traversed a parched riverbed. Yun Qinghai suddenly halted, crouched down, and gently brushed his fingers over the ground. He picked up a small scrap of cloth and scrutinized several marks on the earth, his brow furrowing. "Someone," he murmured, "a group of people. They rested here. The ashes of the campfire haven't been scattered by the wind yet. At most a day old." Yun Imo leaned in for a look. On the ground were indeed traces of a campfire and a jumble of footprints. Yun Qinghai rose, surveyed the surroundings, and then led them in a wide detour, avoiding the direction the group had taken. Yun Fifan asked in a low voice, "Why are we avoiding them?" "Maybe they're also heading for the Qingyun sect." Yiling Shuang shook her head, glanced at the two children, and spoke softly. People you meet in these mountains aren't necessarily friends. Humans can be more dangerous than demon beasts. As ferocious as a demon beast is, its actions have a pattern. A person's thoughts are hidden beneath their skin. You can't tell what they're thinking. With two children in tow, we look like the perfect target. Yun Fifan fell silent. After walking for roughly another 2 hours, Yun Qinghai stopped once more. This time his expression was even graver. He crouched under a large tree, his fingers tracing several marks on the trunk, not left by beast claws, but by swords and blades. There were also a few drops of dried blood on the ground. Another group, he said. Not the same as the one this morning. More recent, maybe only a few hours ago. Yiling Shuang approached, examined the marks, and her brow also knitted. There must be something in this area recently that has attracted so many people. We've found 2 groups, but the actual number could far exceed this. Yun Qinghai nodded. A treasure. Only a treasure could drive so many people into the mountains. He stood up, looking at the 2 children with an expression more serious than usual. From now on, walk without making a sound. Stepping on a twig or kicking a stone is not allowed. Try to step exactly where I step. Don't leave any obvious traces. Yun Mo nodded. Yun Fifan also nodded, his face somewhat pale. The 3 followed Yun Qinghai as they continued forward. Yun Qinghai led the way, each step landing on rock or bare earth, avoiding fallen leaves and dry twigs. Yiling Shuang followed behind him, her steps even lighter, almost silent. Yun Mo imitated them, moving with utmost care, touching the ground with his toes first, then slowly lowering his heel. Yun Fifan was the slowest, but he gritted his teeth and followed without a word. After about half an hour, Yun Qinghai suddenly raised his hand and made a fist, a signal to stop. He didn't speak, only signaled with his eyes for Yiling Shuang to take the 2 children back into the roadside grass. Yiling Shuang understood, taking Yun Mo with one hand and Yun Fifan with the other, gently retreating into the thicket. Yun Qinghai took a formation plate from his storage ring, palm-sized and jet black. He inserted the plate into the base of the grass, infused it with a wisp of true qi, and the plate glowed faintly before quickly dimming. A barely visible halo of light spread from the plate, enveloping the 4 of them. The view outside the grass twisted slightly, then returned to normal. From the outside, there was only a patch of dense shrubs and weeds with no sign of 4 people hiding within. Yun Fifan held his breath. Yun Mo also held his breath. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, footsteps came from the forest ahead. Not one person's footsteps, but several. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by low murmurs. 5 people emerged from the woods. 2 women and 3 men, all looking under 20 years old. They wore uniform pale blue robes with a white cloud pattern embroidered on the cuffs, and identical iron swords hung at their waists. At the lead was a tall, thin young man with a stern face and sharp eyes. He walked at the front, holding an unsheathed longsword. The 4 behind him fanned out, alertly scanning their surroundings. The 5 walked past the grass, less than 2 zhang from where Yun Mo was hiding. He could even make out the jade pendant hanging from the leading youth's belt. It was engraved with the character Fei. The 5 of them didn't discover them. They continued forward, their footsteps gradually fading away into the depths of the forest. Only when the sound was completely gone did Yun Qinghai put away the formation plate. He didn't speak, only glanced at Yiling Shuang. She nodded and said in a low voice, "Disciples of the Feilai sect. This mountain range isn't far from the Feilai sect, about 1,200 li. It's not surprising they're here." Feilai sect? Yun Fifan asked quietly. A second-rate sect of the Dian dynasty, far inferior to the 3 great sects. But in this region, there's still a power to be reckoned with. Yiling Shuang paused. Their presence here suggests the treasure nearby might have already attracted people from quite a few second-rate sects. Yun Qinghai didn't respond. He stowed the formation plate and led them onward. For the rest of the journey, he walked even slower, each step more cautious. In the afternoon, they encountered 2 more groups. The first was 4 burly men aged between 30 and 40, dressed in a motley assortment of clothes. They didn't seem to belong to any single faction, more like a makeshift band of rogue cultivators. The 4 men wore grim expressions. 2 of them were injured. One had a blood-soaked cloth wrapped around his arm, and the other walked with a limp. They didn't speak, only trudged along in silence, moving quickly. Yun Qinghai detected their trail in advance, and once again led Yun Mo and the others to hide behind some roadside rocks. He swiftly deployed the concealment formation plate, and the 4 held their breath. The 4 burly men passed in front of the rocks, the nearest less than a zhang away. Yun Mo could even smell the pungent mix of blood and sweat on them. The 4 men noticed nothing amiss and hurried on their way. When the second group appeared, Yun Qinghai's expression grew even more somber. From a distance, he saw a movement ahead. 4 elderly women carrying a sedan chair along the forest path. The sedan chair was small but exquisite, its deep red body carved with floral and bird patterns. Silver bells hung from its 4 corners, tinkling crisply as it moved. The curtain was made of white gauze through which a figure could be dimly seen sitting inside, a man in white robes. The four elderly women carrying the chair were all over 60 with gaunt faces, but their steps were remarkably steady. They wore uniform gray robes, their hair pinned up with silver hairpins, their faces expressionless, eyes fixed straight ahead. Each step fell in the same rhythm, like a well-trained army. Yun Qinghai didn't hesitate. He immediately led Yun Mo and the others deep into the roadside bushes. He once again took out the concealment formation plate and quickly set it up. This time he was even more careful than before. After inserting the plate at the base of the grass, he took out 2 small flags and planted them on either side, forming hand seals and infusing more true qi. The light from the plate was fainter than before, almost invisible, but the area it covered was larger, and its aura was hidden more completely. The four crouched in the bushes motionless, their breathing reduced to the barest minimum. The sedan chair passed before them. The man in white didn't lift the curtain, didn't even glance outside. The four elderly women's gazes swept over the bushes, pausing for a moment, but they found nothing. The sedan chair continued on, the sound of its bells gradually fading into the depths of the mountain forest. Only after it had gone far did Yun Qinghai let out a long breath and put away the formation plate. His back was drenched in cold sweat. The flower-shifting gentleman Duan Sanlang. Yiling Shuang said, her voice very soft, but every word clear. The senior disciple of the flower-shifting palace. Peak true profound realm cultivation. Yun Fifan asked quietly, is he very powerful? Powerful, Yiling Shuang replied, looking at him. It said he has cultivated the human-grade top-tier martial art, the flower-shifting needle, to its peak, and mastered the flower-shifting grand momentum. If you're hit by his flower-shifting needle, your whole body goes numb, your true qi stagnates, and you're at his mercy. She paused. The wounds on the 2 injured men from that group of 4 were clearly from the flower-shifting needle. They must have encountered Duan Sanlang. Being able to escape with their lives means they were lucky. Yun Fifan's face turned a shade paler. Yun Qinghai said nothing. He looked in the direction the sedan chair had gone, then at Yun Mo and Yun Fifan, and said in a low voice, let's go. The farther we stay from them, the better. The 4 continued forward. The route Yun Qinghai chose became even more remote, taking them along animal trails and through rocky crevices, sometimes even requiring them to climb over steep cliffs. The path grew more difficult, but Yun Mo knew this was the safest way. He didn't know what else they might encounter on their journey, but he understood that in these mountains humans were sometimes more worthy of caution than demon beasts. A full day had passed since the first traces of others were discovered. Throughout that day, Yun Qinghai led them past 6 groups of people. Each time he detected signs first. Footprints, ash from campfires, snapped branches, discarded scraps of clothing, and swiftly veered off course, finding a concealed spot to set up a concealment array, waiting until the coast was clear before moving on. The path grew increasingly remote, sometimes requiring a wide detour, but Yun Fifan never uttered a single complaint. Yun Mo committed the characteristics of each group to memory. Young disciples of the Phalai sect, burly rogue cultivators, the sedan chair of the flower-shifting gentleman, and 3 more groups encountered later. A band of blade wielders and black riders mounted on spirit beasts, and a taciturn old man traveling alone. 6 groups from 6 different directions, all converging on the same area. Each time they encountered people, Yiling Shuang would quietly inform the 2 children of the others' origins. Phalai sect, flower-shifting palace, Black Wind stronghold, Iron Cavalry Society. She was intimately familiar with the factions and characteristics of the various commanderies of the great Yin dynasty, able to discern 7 or 8 out of 10 details from just their attire and weapons. Yun Qinghai walked ahead, occasionally turning back to listen to her explanations, but never interjected. His years of wandering had taken him mostly beyond the great Yin dynasty's borders, to the Qingxian dynasty, the barbarian wilds of the southern frontier, and the myriad islands of the eastern sea. He was less familiar with these second- and third-rate sects and powers within the great Yin dynasty than Yiling Shuang was. In the afternoon, Yun Qinghai discovered corpses in a mountain hollow. 7 of them. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood, and flies buzzed around the bodies. The moment Yun Fifan caught the scent, he covered his nose, his face turning pale. Yun Mo frowned as well, but he did not cover his nose. He forced himself to smell it to remember that odor. This was the scent of death, one he would encounter many times again. Yun Qinghai crouched down, examining each corpse meticulously. He did not touch them with his hands, but instead he used the tip of his blade to lift clothing, inspecting the wounds and garments. After a moment, he looked up at Yiling Shuang. 5 are wearing red robes with flame patterns on the cuffs, he said. Which faction do you think they belong to? Yiling Shuang stepped closer, glanced down, and furrowed her brow slightly. The Firebird sect. It's not a large sect, only 3 martial artists at the core condensation stage. Their mountain gate is in Fire Maple Valley, 600 li to the south. She then looked at the other 2 corpses. Those 2 wore black clothes with a blue flower embroidered on their chests. Petals unfurled, the stamens stitched with silver, thread still vivid against the dark bloodstains. The Heart Orchid sect. Her voice softened slightly. Much stronger than the Firebird sect. These two should be inner disciples of the Heart Orchid sect. Yun Qinghai nodded without further questions. He rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. They've been looted. Nothing left. Yi Lingshuang also surveyed the area, then said in a low voice, "Let's go. This place isn't safe." They continued onward. Yun Qinghai moved even slower than before, each step more cautious. Yun Fifan followed behind him, his steps faltering slightly, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Yun Mo brought up the rear, the image of those 7 corpses still lingering in his mind. At dusk, Yun Qinghai discovered 2 people by a stream. They were leaning against a large boulder. One rested with eyes closed, the other was washing a wound on his arm with stream water. Both wore black clothes with blue orchids embroidered on their chests. The elder, around 25 or 26, had a stern face and a deep gash on his arm from which blood still seeped. The younger one, just over 20, bore a shallow saber scar on his face and was helping clean the wound. Both were injured, their auras somewhat disordered. They had clearly survived a fierce battle. Yun Qinghai crouched behind a bush and glanced back at Yi Lingshuang. Her gaze fell upon the two, and the corner of her mouth curled slightly. Not a smile, but something colder. Disciples of the Heart Orchid sect. She whispered, "A good opportunity." From her sleeve, she produced a small porcelain bottle, pouring out 3 pale white pills. She handed them to Yun Qinghai, Yun Mo, and Yun Fifan. "Place them under your tongues. Don't swallow. Keep them there until I say it's safe." Yun Mo took the pill and put it in his mouth. It had a cool herbal taste, slowly dissolving under his tongue, a chill spreading from the tip to his entire oral cavity. Yi Lingshuang then retrieved another small porcelain bottle from her sleeve and uncorked it. She did not pour anything out, merely held the bottle's mouth facing the wind. The wind blew from her direction toward the two by the stream. She tilted the bottle slightly, letting the powder within drift away on the breeze. The powder was colorless and odorless, completely invisible to the naked eye. Yun Mo did not know what Yi Lingshuang had done, but he saw the movements of the two by the stream gradually slow. The younger one stopped first, the cloth strip in his hand fell to the ground, his body swayed, and then he collapsed limply. The elder reacted more quickly, springing to his feet with his hand on his sword hilt, but after only 2 steps his knees gave way, and he too fell to the ground. Yi Lingshuang put away the bottle, waited a moment to confirm both had lost consciousness, then stood up. "Let's go." The 4 emerged from behind the bushes. Yun Qinghai walked up to the 2 Heart Orchid sect disciples, crouched down, and checked their breathing and pulse. Their breathing was steady, their pulses stable. They were merely unconscious. "Soul lost powder," Yi Lingshuang said. "Effective against martial artists at the true profound stage. Those who took the antidote are unaffected." From her sleeve, she produced a black cloth strip and handed it to Yun Qinghai. "Blindfold them." Yun Qinghai took the cloth and covered both their eyes. Yi Lingshuang then took out yet another small porcelain bottle, uncorked it, and waved it under the noses of the 2 Heart Orchid sect disciples. After a moment their bodies stirred slightly, their breathing becoming a bit more rapid, but with their eyes covered they could see nothing. "They're awake," Yi Lingshuang murmured. She cleared her throat, and when she spoke again her voice had transformed completely. No longer the clear spring-like voice of a young girl, but the hoarse raspy tone of an old woman, like wind rustling through withered branches. Yun Mo was taken aback. He glanced at Yun Qinghai, whose expression remained unchanged, clearly already aware of Yi Lingshuang's abilities. "Who are you?" Yi Lingshuang asked in the old woman's voice, her tone cold and devoid of emotion. The younger one struggled, but his body was still limp, unable to move. The elder was more composed, though blindfolded, his voice remained steady. "Senior, who are you? Why have you attacked us? Answer my question." Yi Lingshuang's voice grew even colder. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The elder was silent for a moment, seemingly formulating a response. The younger one, unable to contain himself, spoke first. "We are disciples of the Heart Orchid sect. We came here to seek treasure." "Shut up." The elder scolded, but it was too late. "What treasure?" Yi Lingshuang asked. The younger one hesitated, but Yi Lingshuang's voice carried an oppressive force that brooked no resistance, and with the lingering effects of the soul-lost powder his willpower was nearly depleted. "Someone discovered the place where a core condensation stage expert achieved transcendence. There are quite a few treasures inside. We got word and came to take a look." "What treasures?" "I heard there's a middle-grade precious saber and an earth-grade low-tier cultivation technique." The elder said nothing more. He knew it was futile to stop him, so he simply closed his mouth. Yi Lingshuang was silent for a moment before continuing. "Where is this place?" The younger one gave a general direction and distance. Yun Mo silently committed it to memory, roughly 300 li to the northeast. "How many others know?" "Any martial artist in the vicinity who heard the news knows. Those coming now are mostly locals. There aren't many at the core condensation stage. But more core condensation stage martial artists from various factions will arrive soon. After all, a middle-grade precious saber and an Earth-grade low-tier technique are enough to make even core condensation experts covetous. Yi Lingshuang asked no more. She glanced at Yun Qinghai, who nodded. She then took out another small porcelain bottle from her sleeve and waved it under the noses of the two Heart Orchid sect disciples. Their breathing gradually evened out, and they fell unconscious once more. Yi Lingshuang put the bottle away, her voice returning to normal. Finished questioning. Yun Qinghai stood up, looking at the two on the ground, silent for a moment. Then he drew his blade. Yun Mo turned his head away. He heard the sound of the blade cutting into flesh, soft, swift. Then utter silence. Yun Fifan did not turn. He stood still, his face pale, lips trembling, but he made no sound. Yun Qinghai sheathed his blade and retrieved a bottle of corpse-dissolving powder from his storage ring, sprinkling it over the two bodies. The bodies dissolved rapidly, turning into a pool of yellow liquid that seeped into the soil. Moments later, only two damp patches remained on the ground, revealing nothing. Let's go, Yun Qinghai said, his voice calm, as if discussing something ordinary. The four left the stream and continued on. Yun Mo walked at the rear, the two sounds of the blade cutting into flesh still echoing in his mind. He did not look back. After about half an hour, Yun Qinghai stopped beneath a cliff, took out a map from his storage ring, and spread it on a rock. Yi Lingshuang crouched beside him, tracing a line on the map with her finger. The place of transcendence is in this direction, about 300 li. Yi Lingshuang pointed to a spot on the map. Our current route will pass near here. The closest point to the transcendence site is less than 100 li. Yun Qinghai studied the map, silent for a moment. A core condensation stage expert's transcendence site, a middle-grade precious saber, an earth-grade low-tier technique. Once news of this spreads, nearby core condensation stage martial artists will all converge. The odds of us running into them are too high. Yi Lingshuang nodded. We can't go that way. Yun Qinghai traced a new route on the map with his finger, a wide detour that looped around the western side of the transcendence site. We'll go this way. It adds 4 days to the journey, but we want to encounter those people. Yi Lingshuang looked at the route and nodded. Let's take this path. Yun Qinghai folded the map and stood up, glancing at Yun Mo and Yun Fifan. Another detour. For extra days. Yun Mo nodded. Safety is paramount. Yun Fifan said nothing, simply falling in line. The four continued along the newly chosen route. Yun Mo walked at the rear, replaying the day's events in his mind. 7 corpses, 2 Heart Orchid sect disciples, a core condensation stage expert's transcendence site, a middle-grade precious saber, an earth-grade low-tier technique. And Yi Lingshuang's hoarse, raspy voice like whined through withered branches, a voice that felt alien to him, even a little frightening. He did not know what else the road ahead would bring, but he knew he needed to remember everything from today. After taking the detour, the first few days passed in relative calm. Yun Qinghai had chosen a far more secluded route, one traversing desolate, uninhabited mountains and wildlands where even demonic beasts were scarce. Yun Mo believed their luck had finally turned. Yet fortune, by its very nature, never lingers long upon a single soul. That evening, as they hurried along a narrow valley, fate tightened its grip. At the valley's bottom ran a dried-up stream bed strewn with smooth, palm-sized river stones of all sizes. Yun Qinghai led the way, treading lightly, until suddenly he froze, his body rigid as if pinned by an unseen force. Someone is near, he whispered, voice hushed, face pale. Yi Lingshuang felt it too. A perilous aura seeping from the far end of the valley, like a ravenous beast advancing slowly through darkness. The aura was overwhelming, so potent that even she, a peak, true, profound realm cultivator, felt her pulse quicken with dread. Foundation establishment realm, she murmured, voice barely audible. And one of the most vicious kind. Without hesitation, Yun Qinghai drew a formation disc from his spatial ring and swiftly activated a concealment array. The 4 of them retreated behind boulders beside the dry stream bed and held their breath. A soft, shimmering halo enveloped them, subtly warping the outer world back into seamless normalcy. Yun Feifan's hands trembled uncontrollably. Yun Mo's hands shook as well. They all sensed the aura drawing nearer, like a boulder rolling down a mountainside, crushing the air itself beneath its weight. A towering figure emerged from the valley's bend. He appeared to be in his 40s, broad-shouldered, powerfully built, clad in a dust-streaked crimson robe stained with dark, dried blood. His hair hung loose and unkempt, his face was rugged, his eyes a deep, unsettling crimson, as though steeped in gore. His stride was slow, deliberate, each footfall heavy and grounded, like a sated tiger strolling without haste, yet radiating the quiet certainty that it could strike at any moment. Yi Lingshuang's expression shifted utterly. She recognized him instantly. Shui Shourin too. Meng Zheng. She breathed, nearly inaudible. Foundation establishment realm, early stage. He cultivated the peerless human rank art of the pagoda, and his signature technique, the great pagoda palm, was forged in slaughter. Thousands of lives clung to his hands like rust. Yun Qinghai's face paled further. His illusion array could deceive true, profound realm cultivators, but against foundation establishment, He dared not be certain. Meng Zheng halted at the valley's center. His nostrils flared faintly, as if catching a scent. His crimson eyes slowly swiveled, and locked directly upon the spot where Yun Mo and the others hid. Yun Qinghai's heart sank into icy depths. The array still held, yet Meng Zheng's gaze had unmistakably fixed upon their location. It wasn't that the formation had been pierced, it was that he'd sensed the vital warmth of living beings. The pagoda art heightened perception of life force to terrifying acuity. To Meng Zheng, human qi burned like torches in midnight. A cruel predatory grin stretched across Meng Zheng's lips. Not mirth, but the grim delight of a predator who has cornered its prey. Why hide? Your voice is gravel grinding stone, he rasped. Come out. I'm feeling generous today. I won't kill you. No one moved. Yun Fei Fan's teeth chattered audibly. Yun Mo clenched his jaw so tightly his knuckles whitened, fingers digging into his own knees. Meng Zheng took a single step forward. A flash of resolve ignited in Yi Ling Shuang's eyes. From her sleeve, she withdrew two small spheres, one sapphire blue, the other obsidian black. She pressed the black sphere into Yun Mo's palm, whispering with urgent speed, hold this. If we fall, use it. Crush it, hurl it, then run. Run as if your soul depends on it. Yun Mo closed his fist around the sphere and nodded once firmly. The sphere was smaller than an egg, its surface flawlessly smooth-veined with faint pulsing lightning glyphs. He did not know its name, but he knew without doubt that this was among Yi Ling Shuang's most treasured safeguards. Yi Ling Shuang rose and stepped beyond the array's boundary. Yun Qinghai stared stunned. He reached out instinctively, but it was already too late. She stood before Meng Zheng, her white robes pristine, her long hair stirring softly in the twilight breeze. Dusk gilded her fair skin with a delicate amber light. Her features were exquisitely carved, brows like ink-brushed willow, lips like crushed cherry blossoms. She stood there not as a helpless maiden ambushed in the wilds, but as a celestial being who had momentarily strayed into the mortal realm. Meng Zheng's eyes gleamed. His crimson pupils dilated slightly, his throat bobbed as he swallowed. In all his years of slaughter and conquest, he had slain countless men and seen countless women, but none compared to the one before him. It was not mere beauty. It was awe incarnate, a splendor so profound it stole breath, silenced malice, and erased all thought. Unconsciously his grip slackened, the dark red qi swirling in his palms dimmed. Beauty, he said, voice no longer cold, now thick with hunger and amusement. I've known many women in my life, but never one like you. He advanced another step, not lunging, but pacing forward deliberately like a cat toying with its prey. His hands hung loosely at his sides, fingers slightly splayed, dark red qi coiling softly within his palms. He remained vigilant. No survivor of his caliber would ever lower his guard for a woman alone. Yi Ling Shuang stood motionless, unwavering. Her heart hammered fiercely, but her face betrayed nothing. She had gambled and won. For such monsters, only the freshly caught tasted sweet. He desired her alive. Slowly she raised her short sword, its tip aimed unflinchingly at Meng Zheng. Her posture resolute, her gaze glacial, like a celestial maiden choosing death over surrender. Take one more step, and I die before you. You shall gain nothing. Meng Zheng paused mid-stride. He glanced at her blade, then back at her face, and laughed. That laugh was more terrifying than his silence. How intriguing. At that instant Yun Qinghai stepped from the array. His saber was drawn, its blade wreathed in pale azure qi that curved like a crescent moon. His eyes never left Meng Zheng, not for an instant. He did not understand why Yi Ling Shuang had stepped forward, but he knew with absolute certainty that he could not let her face this horror alone. Meng Zheng flicked a glance between them, then scoffed. Ah, a young couple. Fine. I'll deal with the boy first, then savor you at leisure. In one fluid motion, he snatched for Yi Ling Shuang's wrist while driving a palm straight toward Yun Qinghai, the great pagoda palm, its wind thick with the coppery stench of old blood. He held back. 3/10 of his strength sufficed against a mid-stage true profound realm swordsman. Meanwhile, in Yi Ling Shuang's left hand, the sapphire sphere rested poised upon her fingertip. Her gaze remained locked on Meng Zheng's hand, waiting for the split second his focus would fracture the moment he struck. His hand moved. Yi Ling Shuang did not hesitate. As she crushed the blue sphere, her right arm flicked outward, and the black sphere slipped silently from her sleeve, gliding soundlessly toward Meng Zheng's feet. A brilliant cerulean dome erupted from her palm, instantly enveloping both herself and Yun Qinghai. Thin as cicada wings, yet impossibly resilient. Meng Zheng's palm slammed against the dome simultaneously. At contact, he sensed something alien. Not Kai-based, not spiritual energy, but a force entirely unknown to him. His palm force dissolved into the dome, which remained unshaken. What is this? His brow furrowed. He had never seen a true qi pearl, so rare that even the great Yin dynasty possessed only a handful. That a true profound realm woman carried such a treasure astonished him utterly. Before his words fully faded, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted at his feet. He glanced down. There lay the black sphere resting quietly beside his boot, its lightning veins blazing with furious intensity. A primal wave of dread surged up from his soles to his crown. Boom! A thunderous detonation tore through the valley, unleashing a colossal fireball. Blinding light, scorching heat, and shrapnel of stone and ash exploded outward in all directions. The cerulean dome quivered violently under the blast fissure's spiderwebbing across its surface, but it held unbroken. Yi Ling Shuang seized Yun Qinghai's arm and yanked him backward with desperate strength. Stunned by the shockwave, Yun Qinghai staggered backward, letting her drag him clear. As the echoes subsided, the valley's center revealed a crater over 3 meters deep, its floor littered with shattered rock and charred earth. Meng Zheng was gone. Only a blackened arm and scattered unrecognizable fragments remained. The blood-handed butcher had died in pieces. Yun Qinghai slowly regained his senses. He looked at Yi Ling Shuang, then at the crater, and opened his mouth speechless. Yi Ling Shuang released his arm, her voice hoarse. True Chi Pearl, capable of absorbing a single Foundation Establishment-level strike. Thunder Fire Blast Pellet, capable of gravely wounding a Foundation Establishment cultivator. If the target underestimates it, death is instantaneous. She paused. He underestimated it utterly. Yun Qinghai gazed silently at the smoldering ruin for a long moment. Then he rose, strode to the crater's edge, and swiftly retrieved Meng Zheng's spatial ring, the sole artifact untouched by the blast. After confirming no other valuables remained, he turned and hurried back. Go. The explosion was deafening. Cultivators within dozens of li will have heard it. Reinforcements will arrive soon. The four fled headlong down the valley. Yun Qinghai sprinted ahead. Yi Ling Shuang pulled Yun Fei Fan behind him. Yun Mo brought up the rear, still clutching the black sphere, his palms slick with sweat. He had not thrown it. When Yi Ling Shuang gave it to him, she said, "If we cannot hold them off," but she acted first, leaving him no chance to act at all. After fleeing over 10, Li Yun Qinghai finally halted. He found a concealed cave, ushered them inside, activated an illusion array, and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Yun Fei Fan slumped against the stone wall, pale and trembling. Yun Mo crouched in the corner and offered the black sphere back to Yi Ling Shuang. "Elder sister, this." She glanced at it, then shook her head. "Keep it. You may need it again." Yun Mo placed it carefully into his spatial ring. He did not know what trials lay ahead, but he knew with chilling certainty that without Yi Ling Shuang's swift resolve and those two small spheres, all four of them would now be dead. Yi Ling Shuang leaned against the wall, eyes closed, her breathing gradually steadying. Moments later, she opened them and fixed her gaze upon Yun Qinghai. "Why didn't you block his strike just now?" Her voice was calm, but Yun Mo detected a subtle, unfamiliar tension beneath it. Yun Qinghai blinked, startled. "I couldn't. So you simply chose not to. If blocking was impossible, why court certain deaths? But what if that blow had killed you? Then I'd have severed his head. If he killed me, I'd have killed him. No loss." Yi Ling Shuang studied him for a long moment, then turned away, refusing to meet his gaze again. A faint flush touched her earlobe, but vanished as swiftly as it came. Yun Mo sat in the corner, replaying the day's events in his mind. True Chi Pearl, Thunderfire Blast Pellet, Shueshou Rin Tu Meng Zheng, Foundation Establishment Realm Early Stage, reduced to ash and fragments by a single sphere. How many such treasures did Yi Ling Shuang still possess? He had no idea. But he knew this: today she had expended 2 irreplaceable lifelines. He lowered his gaze to his own hands. Before a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he hadn't even possessed the chance to throw that sphere, because Yi Ling Shuang had denied him the opportunity. She had stepped forward first, drawing the danger upon herself. The incident of the Bloody Butcher occurred during the day. That night, Yun Mo did not retire early as he usually did. The cave was utterly silent, the gentle glow of the night pearl casting a soft light upon the stone walls. Yun Feifan, wrapped in a blanket, had fallen into a deep slumber, his breathing even and prolonged. Yun Qinghai sat by the cave entrance, his eyes closed, appearing to keep watch while his mind seemed to wander. Yi Ling Shuang sat in a corner, a map in her hands, yet her gaze was not fixed upon it, but lost in the darkness, staring at something unseen. Yun Mo sat cross-legged in his place, holding a low-grade spirit stone. The stone's luster dimmed bit by bit as spiritual energy flowed into his meridians, gently streaming into his dantian under the protection of his chi and blood membrane. With his eyes closed, he felt the spiritual energy circulating within his meridians. The day's experiences lingered stubbornly in his mind. The Bloody Butcher Meng Zheng, at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, had been blown to pieces by a single Thunderfire explosive pellet. That small pellet had originally been in his hands, a gift from Yi Ling Shuang for self-defense. But in the end, she had not given him the chance to use it. She had stepped forward first, drawing the danger upon herself. Before a Golden Core realm martial artist, his strength of 20,000 gene and his cultivation at the 6th layer of chi refining did not even grant him the right to throw that small pellet. Pressure weighed on his chest like a stone, but he did not let that stone crush him. He twisted that pressure into a rope, pulling himself forward. Tonight his cultivation progress was slightly faster than usual. He wondered if it was due to good fortune or accumulated experience. The spiritual energy in his dantian grew increasingly full like a pool slowly being filled the water's surface just a finger's breadth from the brim. He opened his eyes and glanced at the panel. Heaven rewards diligence, a single proof eternal. Cultivation Chi refining 6th layer, 378,400. Refining Yuan art 5th turn. Concealed edge art 3rd layer. Jade tempering body art 4th layer, 421600. The refining Yuan art had reached its 5th turn over a dozen days ago, the pinnacle of this technique. The spiritual energy circulated freely within his dantian, its purity a notch higher than when he had just completed the 4th turn. His cultivation progress steadily advanced, only 22 points away from the 7th layer of Chi refining. He clasped the spirit stone in his palm and continued to cultivate. Spiritual energy surged into his meridians, and the Chi in his dantian grew ever fuller. He did not rush, maintaining a steady rhythm, cycling the refining Yuan art over and over, allowing the spiritual energy to circulate, settle, and condense within his body. The moment the spirit stone's luster completely faded, the spiritual energy in his dantian finally overflowed. Not spilling out, but reaching a critical point, like a full pool where the bank held firm, preventing the water from escaping. Yun Mo could sense a change occurring within his spiritual energy, not in quantity, but in quality. The energy became denser, its circulation speed faster, and its flow through the meridians smoother. He opened his eyes and glanced at the panel. Heaven rewards diligence, a single proof eternal. Cultivation Chi refining 7th layer, 3,800. Refining Yuan art 5th turn. Concealed edge art 3rd layer. Jade tempering body art 4th layer, 421600. The 7th layer of Chi refining. From the 4th layer to the 7th layer of Chi refining, it had taken less than 2 months. This speed was swift, yet he felt no elation, merely calmly putting away the spirit stone and dismissing the panel. He leaned against the stone wall and closed his eyes. His cultivation had broken through, but his heart was tranquil. The 7th layer of Chi refining. 3 more layers to the true profound realm. The golden core realm was even farther away. The level at which he could face danger on his own without relying on others was still a distant goal. But he was not impatient. The path must be taken step by step. At the same moment, 300 li away, at the site where a golden core realm expert had passed away, on the open ground outside the cave, the various factions had assembled. Fire-blazing bear, a martial artist at the initial golden core realm from the Firebird sect, stood on a rock with his arms crossed, his face dark with gloom. 5 of his disciples had died. Although they were not the sect's core strength, losing so many young disciples at once would make for a difficult report upon his return. Page Xiu from the Heart Orchid sect stood nearby, his expression equally grim. All his disciples had perished, some bodies had not even been found. The Flying Feather sect had sent 5 people. All 5 disciples were alive along with 2 leaders. They were a married couple, the woman named Lan Xiushi and the man Lu Datong, both initial golden core realm martial artists. Lan Xiushi had a delicate face, spoke softly, but possessed sharp eyes. Lu Datong was burly and taciturn, standing behind his wife like a wall. The palanquin of the flower-shifting young master rested at the edge of the clearing, 4 elderly women standing at its 4 corners, their faces expressionless. The curtain hung down, obscuring the figure within. But those around instinctively moved a little farther from the palanquin. 5 middle-aged men gathered together. They were a group quite renowned in the vicinity. Each of the 5 had cultivated a human-grade top-tier martial art or technique to a profound level. Some had grasped the grand momentum, others the essence of their art's perfection. In terms of individual strength, they were not inferior to the core disciples of ordinary sects, and when they fought together, their combined power was unstoppable. Their target was not the earth-grade low-tier technique, nor the mid-grade precious saber. Those were beyond their reach, the battlefield of golden core realm experts. Their aim was the other items in the cave. Even snatching a single pill bottle or an ordinary manual would make the trip worthwhile. Fire-blazing bear glanced at the sky, then at the faintly shimmering light screen at the cave entrance. The formation had loosened, though at most it would dissipate on its own within half an hour. A white-clad figure emerged from the woods. The man was dressed entirely in white, with a delicate face appearing to be in his early 30s. He held a folding fan in his hand and walked with light steps, as if treading upon clouds. He bore no insignia of any faction, yet everyone sensed the aura emanating from him. The midstage golden core realm. The clearing fell silent in an instant. The white-clad man walked to the center of the clearing, swept his gaze across the crowd, twirled his folding fan, and smiled. "I am Bayunka. I just came from over there. The traces of the Thunderfire explosive pellet. The residual true chi hasn't dissipated yet. The dead man, bloody butcher Meng Zheng." Fire-blazing bear's pupils contracted slightly. Pei Chio's expression darkened further. The flying feather sect couple exchanged a glance, and Lan Qushi's brow furrowed. The curtain of the flower-shifting young master's palanquin remained utterly still. But Bai Yun's tone was light, even tinged with a hint of disdain. Although the Thunderfire explosive pellet was terrifyingly powerful, it was often a life-saving trump card given to core disciples by major powers extremely precious. Those who could afford such an item were hardly simple, but conversely, if the user's own strength were sufficient, such means would be unnecessary. Using a Thunderfire explosive pellet against Meng Zheng indicated that the user's strength was far inferior, forcing them to rely on external tools for survival. Such a person having fled was not worth worrying about. He snapped his fan shut and looked toward the cave. The formation is about to disperse. Everyone, if we wait any longer, more will come. He glanced at the flower-shifting young master's palanquin. Let's make our move. No one objected. Bai Yunke was the highest in cultivation here. If he said to act, none dared to refuse. But before acting, everyone sized up the others. Fire-blazing bear and Pei Chio exchanged a look, both filled with wariness. Each had lost people, but neither could be sure the other was responsible. The flying feather sect couple stood together, Lan Qushi's hand on her sword hilt and Lu Datong's fists slightly clenched. They feared no single faction, but they dreaded a coalition against them. The flower-shifting young master's palanquin sat isolated at the edge, the four elderly women expressionless, yet everyone knew the person within was more troublesome than most initial Golden Core realm experts present. The five middle-aged men huddled together, warily eyeing everyone. They sought not the treasures, but to snatch something amid the chaos. The various factions held each other in check, none daring to strike first. The air congealed like stagnant water. Bai Yunke stood in the center, gently waving his fan. After a wait, and seeing no one move, the corner of his mouth curled slightly. No one moves. Then I'll take the lead. His form flickered as he dashed directly toward the cave entrance. This movement broke the deadlock. Fire-blazing bear charged second. Pei Chio followed closely behind. The flying feather sect couple acted simultaneously, a Lu Datong's fist and Lan Qushi's sword blasted toward the cave entrance. The curtain of the flower-shifting young master's palanquin lifted. A fair, slender hand emerged with a few silver needles pinched between its fingers. With a flick of the wrist, the needles flew out silently, embedding themselves into the light screen. The five middle-aged men did not rush toward the cave entrance. They waited behind, their eyes fixed on the stone shelves within. The light screen shattered. The crowd streamed in. The passage was short, and after only a few dozen steps they reached the end. The cave was small, just a single chamber. In the center, a skeleton sat cross-legged on a stone platform. On the skeleton's chest lay a manual with a yellow cover bearing 4 large characters: Barbaric Wild Fist. An Earth-grade low-tier martial technique. Everyone present held their breath for an instant. An Earth-grade low-tier technique. This level of martial art was one of the top inheritances in the entire Great Yin dynasty. An Earth-grade low-tier technique was considered core even within the 3 major sects, typically accessible only to core disciples and elders. Such a technique could elevate a Golden Core realm martial artist's combat power by an entire tier, enabling a family or sect to produce a true powerhouse. Beside the skeleton lay a saber. The blade was broad, the spine thick, radiating a faint yellow halo. A subtle pressure emanated from the blade. Martial artists below the Golden Core realm would feel discomfort upon approaching it. A mid-grade precious saber. Such a weapon was even rarer and more valuable than the technique. Techniques could be copied and passed down through generations, but a precious saber was unique. Throughout the Great Yin dynasty, there were not many mid-grade precious sabers. Most ordinary Golden Core realm martial artists still used low-grade spirit weapons. To possess a mid-grade precious saber was a privilege of either sect elders or long-renowned experts. This saber was enough to stir desire in anyone present. Fire-blazing bear's eyes reddened. Pei Chio's breathing grew heavy. The flying feather sect couple exchanged a glance. Lan Qushi's hand tightened on her sword hilt, and Lu Datong's fists clenched with audible cracks. Even the curtain of the flower-shifting young master's palanquin trembled slightly, the occupant's aura clearly fluctuating for an instant. Greed like a plague spread through every heart. The 5 middle-aged men also looked toward the manual and the saber. Greed flickered in their eyes as well. An Earth-grade low-tier technique, a mid-grade precious saber, things they dreamed of possessing. Yet they knew even more clearly that these items were beyond their reach. Bai Yunke, fire-blazing bear, Pei Chio, the flying feather sect, couple the flower-shifting young master. Each of them was stronger. Rushing to seize the prize would only hasten their deaths. The eldest of the 5 took a deep breath, suppressing the greed in his eyes, and whispered, "Let's go." The 5 turned simultaneously and dashed toward the stone shelves on one side of the cave wall. On the shelves lay a few manuals and several porcelain bottles. Though inferior to the Earth-grade technique and mid-grade precious saber, they were still valuable gains for true profound realm martial artists. With the 5 acting together, the others could not block them. Bai Yunke moved first. His form flickered, dashing directly toward the skeleton. The flying feather sect couple struck almost simultaneously. Olan Qushi's sword thrust toward Bai Yun's back, and Lu Datong's fist hammered at his side. Their coordinated attack forced Bai Yunka to turn and defend. The flower-shifting young master flew out of his palanquin, his white robes fluttering, diving straight for the skeleton. Peiqiu struck out with a palm. The flower-shifting young master flicked a finger, and a silver needle flew out silently, piercing through Peiqiu's palm wind and stabbing directly into his right arm. Peiqiu grunted. His right arm instantly numbed, his true qi stagnating, and his entire arm drooped. The flower-shifting needle. The flower-shifting young master had mastered this human-grade top-tier technique to its peak, grasping the grand momentum of flower-shifting, and with his perfected flower-shifting art, it now possessed the power to threaten Golden Core realm martial artists. Fire-blazing bear charged toward the skeleton, but was intercepted by a Golden Core realm rogue cultivator. Both were at the initial Golden Core realm. They exchanged several blows, their true chi colliding, shaking the cave walls, and sending stones raining down. The 5 middle-aged men rushed toward the stone shelves. Working together, they overwhelmed the true profound realm disciples and rogue cultivators from other factions. Some were sent flying with a palm strike, others staggered back from a punch, and some were pushed to the rear without even a chance to act. The 5 coordinated seamlessly. One took the manuals, another grabbed the porcelain bottles, 2 guarded the flanks, and 1 covered the rear. In mere moments, the shelves were swept clean. Chaos reigned in the cave. At that moment, a voice came from the entrance, neither loud nor low, yet it reached every ear with perfect clarity. Quite the lively scene. The voice was calm, even carrying a hint of amusement. But everyone froze simultaneously. An irresistible grand momentum surged from the cave entrance, pressing down on each person like a mountain. The true profound realm martial artists, including the 5 middle-aged men, stiffened their fingers, trembling, unable even to lift an arm. The initial Golden Core realm experts, Fire-blazing bear Peiqiu and the flying feather sect couple, could only turn around with difficulty, their faces pale. Only Bai Yunka and the flower-shifting young master could barely hold their ground under this overwhelming momentum. A man in a yellow robe slowly walked into the cave from the entrance. 300 li away. In the cave, Yiling Shuang suddenly opened her eyes. The night pearl's light fell upon her face, illuminating her delicate features and fair skin. Even in the midst of flight, even with her white robes soiled with mud and her hair slightly disheveled, her beauty remained breathtaking. Her brows like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, her nose straight and elegant, her lips naturally tinged with a faint red. The moment she opened her eyes, the clear irises reflected the light of the night pearl, like 2 cold stars falling to the mortal world. But now the light in those eyes had changed. Her pupils contracted slightly, her brows furrowed gently, and the faint calm on her face cracked like a wind-rippled lake's surface, a thin fissure appearing. Not fear, not surprise, something deeper, heavier, like one hearing a sound they should not hear, seeing something they should not see. Even with her sudden change in expression, her beauty did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, that momentary fragility added a touch of poignant charm that tugged at the heart. She sensed it. The means she had planted on the crown prince had never failed. As long as he acted, as long as the distance did not exceed 1,000 li, she would know. And now he was 300 li away. He had released his grand momentum. He was making his move. Her fingers clutched her robe, the knuckles turning white. Her complexion changed little by little. Yi Lingshuang's fingers clutched her robe, her knuckles turning white. The light of the luminous pearl fell upon her face, and her expression shifted from calm to solemn, then from solemn to something deeper, more resolute. The crown prince had arrived. He was 300 li away and moving in their direction, not directly toward them, but on a converging path. The site of the ascension was located near their route to Qinyan sect. If the crown prince lingered there too long or continued in this direction afterward, they would inevitably cross paths. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to calm down. The first question: why had the crown prince come here? Was it for the earth rank cultivation technique and the mid-grade treasure saber? Impossible. Those things were beneath the notice of the heir to the great Yin dynasty. He must have had another purpose for coming here. The second question: how many men had he brought? The overlord Blade Good Jingyuan was likely by his side. There might be other guardians as well. Knowing him as she did, he never placed himself in danger. If he had come here personally, it meant he was absolutely certain nothing would go wrong. The third question: how had he found this place? News of the ascension site had been circulating for some time. It wasn't surprising he had received word. But why now? Why precisely when they were passing through? A possibility occurred to her. Just as she had left a mark on the crown prince, he might have left one on her as well. She had examined herself countless times without finding anything unusual. But the crown prince had many capable and extraordinary people around him. Perhaps there was a secret technique she didn't know about, one that was undetectable. If that were the case, then her every move might be under the crown prince's control. Her heart sank. But this was not the time for such thoughts. She needed a plan. Her gaze fell upon Yun Mo. Yun Mo sat cross-legged in a corner, having just broken through to the 7th layer of chi refinement, his eyes closed in meditation. His expression was calm, his breathing even completely unaware of the danger approaching from outside. Yun Fifan was wrapped in a blanket, sleeping soundly, a strand of drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. Her eyes swept back and forth between the two children, and she quickly reached a decision. Yun Fifan's grandfather was 3rd elder Yun Jinshuan. If the crown prince wanted to strike at the Yun family, Yun Zhengshuan's son would be an important bargaining chip. But Yun Mo was different. He had come from Ning County and had been with the Yun family for less than half a year, having no foundation within it. Even if the crown prince investigated, he would only find an ordinary student selected from a branch line, talented, but not worth a major effort. He was likely not the crown prince's target. She couldn't keep both children by her side. They had to be separated. She took a formation disc from her storage ring. The same type Yun Qinghai had used, a concealment formation disc of considerable grade capable of deceiving the perception of martial artists below the core formation stage. She placed the formation disc beside Yun Mo, infused it with a wisp of true chi, and the disc glowed faintly before quickly dimming. A nearly invisible halo enveloped Yun Mo, and his aura vanished completely. She then took 2 secret manuals from her storage ring and placed them beside Yun Mo. One was a human rank upper grade fist technique, the other a human rank upper grade footwork. She also took out a piece of silk cloth, bit her fingertip, and hastily wrote a few lines in blood, folded it, and placed it under the manuals. Then she stuffed a map into Yun Mo's arms. It was the route map to Qing Yun's sect, marking the path they had already traveled and the planned route. Having done this, she stood up, walked to the cave entrance, and patted Yun Qinghai on the shoulder. Yun Qinghai was leaning against the rock wall, resting with his eyes closed. Feeling her hand, he opened his eyes. Yi Lingshuang crouched down to his level, her voice extremely low, but every word crystal clear. The crown prince has arrived. He's 300 li away. Yun Qinghai's pupils contracted sharply. His hand instinctively pressed on his saber hilt. From now on, follow my orders. Otherwise, none of us will escape. Yun Qinghai looked at her, was silent for a moment, then nodded. He didn't ask why, didn't question, just nodded once. Yi Lingshuang stood up, walked to the formation disc at the cave entrance, bent down, and retrieved it. The illusion array vanished, and the scene outside the cave returned to normal. Moonlight streamed in, falling upon her face. Her expression was calm, but Yun Qinghai noticed her hands were trembling slightly. She walked over to Yun Fifan, bent down, and picked up the sleeping child. Yun Fifan murmured, turned over, wrapped his arms around her neck, and fell back asleep. Let's go, she said. She didn't look in the direction where Yun Mo was hidden, didn't look back. Carrying Yun Fifan on her back, she walked swiftly out of the cave, heading in the opposite direction from where the crown prince was. Yun Qinghai followed behind her, his saber already drawn. He glanced back at the cave, but saw nothing. The concealment formation disc had hidden Yun Mo so thoroughly that not even his aura leaked out. He didn't know what Yi Lingshuang had done, but he knew she had left Yun Mo behind. He didn't ask why. He followed Yi Lingshuang and disappeared into the night. At the ascension site, the crown prince stood before the skeleton, holding the barbaric overlord fist manual. He flipped through it casually and tucked it into his sleeve. He then picked up the mid-grade treasure saber. The yellow light on the blade trembled in his hand, as if resisting like a living creature. His fingers tightened slightly, and the blade immediately fell silent. The light converged, and it became an ordinary saber. He put the saber into his storage ring as well. Then he turned around and looked at the people in the cave. No one moved. No one dared to move. The corner of the crown prince's mouth curved slightly, not a smile, but something colder. His oppressive aura surged from within him like an invisible giant hand pressing down on everyone. The true profound realm martial artists, including the 5 middle-aged men, couldn't even move a finger. They could only watch helplessly as he approached. The early core formation stage martial artists, the blazing bear Pei Chiu and the couple from Flying Immortal Sect, could only barely roll their eyes. Veins bulged on their foreheads as they desperately circulated their true chi to resist the oppressive aura. Bai Yunke and the flower-shifting gentleman were the last to fall. Bai Yunke's folding fan was held before him, true chi surging on its surface. But when the oppressive aura descended, the fan snapped with a crack. The fan surface shattered and fragments scattered all over the ground. His body swayed, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. The flower-shifting gentleman's silver needles trembled at his fingertips, true chi surging at their tips. They clashed with the crown prince's oppressive aura for a moment, then the needles snapped with a tinkling sound. The needle tips flew off and embedded themselves in the stone wall. The crown prince didn't look at them. His gaze swept over everyone in the cave, as if he were looking at a pile of already dead prey. Your blood energy, I will take. His right hand slowly rose, and a dark red vortex appeared in his palm. The vortex spun faster and faster, growing larger and larger. A suction force surged from the vortex, enveloping the entire cave. The first to fall was the blazing bear. His body stiffened abruptly, the color drained from his face, and his skin turned ashen gray, as if all moisture had been sucked out. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but no sound came out. His body collapsed limply, and when it hit the ground it was already a shriveled corpse. Then Pacho. Then the couple from Flying Immortal Sect. Then the 5 middle-aged men. Then the flower-shifting gentleman. His white robes fluttered noisily in the vortex. His body struggled for a moment, but the oppressive aura held him down. His true chi was being drained away, and he couldn't even stand steadily. There was no fear on his face, only unwillingness. He opened his mouth and his voice was very soft, but in the silent cave, everyone heard it clearly. Your Highness. Impressive methods. Then he too fell. Finally by Yunka. He was at the mid-core formation stage, stronger than the others, and held out longer. He knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands trembling all over. Veins bulged, but he never fell. He looked at the crown prince, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and smiled. Your Highness. Quite an appetite. The crown prince didn't look at him. The dark red vortex in his palm contracted abruptly. Bai Yunk's body seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, stiffened violently, and then went limp. His eyes were still open, but the light had gone out. The cave fell silent. A dozen shriveled corpses lay scattered on the ground, some kneeling, some lying, some curled up. Their clothes were still on their bodies, but their bodies were empty. Blood, true chi, life force, all drained away. The crown prince withdrew his hand, and the dark red vortex in his palm dissipated. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath as if savoring a delicacy. Then he opened his eyes and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. Still not enough. His gaze turned toward the cave entrance, looking into the distance. He was sensing that target. Not Yi Lingshuang, but another person. That person's aura had been exposed from the very beginning, though faint it had always been within his perception range. As for Yi Lingshuang, he couldn't sense her. She must have something on her that blocked his tracking. But he wasn't worried. Find that target and he would find her. He strode out of the cave. Yun Qinghai followed Yi Lingshuang as they raced through the forest. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, scattering silver fragments on the ground. Yi Lingshuang ran ahead with Yun Fifan on her back, her white robes flickering in and out of sight in the night. Yun Qinghai followed behind her. His saber had been sheathed, but his hand remained on the hilt. After running for about an hour, Yi Lingshuang suddenly stopped. She put Yun Fifan down, took another formation disc from her storage ring, and set it up beside him. The formation disc glowed faintly, and Yun Fifan's aura vanished. You're hiding him here? Yun Qinghai asked in a low voice. Carrying him we won't make it. Yi Lingshuang's voice was very calm. He's after me. If you follow me you'll die too. If we split up at least one of us can survive. She didn't give Yun Qinghai a chance to argue. She turned and continued running. Yun Qinghai glanced in the direction where Yun Fifan was hidden, gritted his teeth, and followed. The sky gradually brightened. Yi Lingshuang's pace slowed. Her steps became unsteady, her breathing rapid, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Yun Qinghai followed behind her. His true chi was also mostly depleted, but he gritted his teeth and didn't stop. He's almost caught up, Yi Lingshuang suddenly said. Yun Qinghai looked back. In the morning light, a yellow figure emerged from the depths of the forest. The crown prince of the great Yin dynasty, Yin Zhuchuan. His steps were slow and steady, as if he were taking a stroll, not pursuing someone. But with each step, he closed a distance of several zhang. In just a few breaths, he stood before them, less than 10 zhang away. Yun Qinghai saw the true face of Crown Prince Yin Zhuchuan for the first time. He appeared to be under 30 with handsome features and an innate nobility in his brow. A faint smile played at the corner of his mouth, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. His eyes were very cold, like a winter lake, calm on the surface, but with an unfathomable chill beneath. His yellow robe was damp with morning dew, but he was immaculate, not at all like someone who had been traveling all night. Crown Prince Yin Zhuchuan's gaze first fell on Yi Lingshuang, paused for a moment, then shifted to Yun Qinghai. The corner of his mouth curved slightly, and then his gaze returned to Yun Qinghai and the hand he was holding with Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang's hand was still gripping Yun Qinghai's arm. She had forgotten to let go. Yin Zhuchuan's smile didn't change, but Yun Qinghai felt an invisible pressure. It wasn't true chi or martial techniques, it was something purer, more direct, the oppressive aura of a peak core formation stage martial artist. Just the oppressive aura alone was as heavy as a mountain. Yin Zhuchuan's oppressive aura erupted violently. The peak core formation stage oppressive aura descended upon Yun Qinghai like a great mountain. Yun Qinghai's body sank heavily, and the soil beneath his feet was crushed into 2 deep pits. His knees bent, but he didn't kneel. His back arched, but it didn't break. His fingers tightened around the saber hilt, his knuckles white veins bulging on the back of his hand. Yi Lingshuang stood beside him extremely close and only received the residual waves of the oppressive aura, yet she was already breathless. Her face was pale, her body trembling slightly, but she didn't let go. She gripped Yun Qinghai's arm, her nails digging into his sleeve. Yun Qinghai felt that pressure. True qi surged wildly through his meridians like an enraged beast rampaging recklessly. The sea-overturning saber technique, driven by the impact of the true qi, circulated faster and faster, more and more urgently, like a river pushed to its limits, desperately scouring its banks. His body creaked. Bones, muscles, meridians. Every part was under immense pressure. The saber had fallen to the ground not because he had dropped it, but because his hand could no longer hold it. His fingers trembled, but he didn't kneel. His knees shook, but they didn't touch the ground. His back arched, but it didn't break. His teeth clenched, but he made no sound. The Crown Prince looked at Yun Qinghai, and the curve of his mouth widened slightly. It wasn't appreciation, it was amusement. Interesting. He said, his voice neither loud nor low, as if evaluating an interesting object. A true profound realm, and can actually withstand my oppressive aura. He took a step forward. Yun Qinghai's hand pressed on the saber hilt. His saber was still on the ground by his feet, but he didn't bend down to pick it up. He knew that the moment he picked up the saber, the Crown Prince's attack would come. If he didn't pick it up, Yin Zhuochuan wouldn't make a move instead, because he was watching how long this ant could hold out. Yi Lingshuang released Yun Qinghai's arm and stepped forward, placing herself in front of him. Your Highness, she said, her voice very calm, as if she were discussing matters in the Eastern Palace, not being hunted in the wilderness. Your target is me. Let him go, and I will go with you. Yin Zhuochuan looked at her and smiled. When did you become so naive? He raised his hand, and a dark red light flashed in his palm. Suddenly the Crown Prince's hand froze. Yun Qinghai's eyes were fixed on Crown Prince, Yin Zhuochuan devoid of fear, holding only a more stubborn and unyielding spirit. The true qi within his body finally breached the final barrier. The overwhelming sea blade art, a blade art he had practiced for years, broke through to its final layer in this moment. True qi surged through his meridians, no longer a rampaging beast, but a tamed river, steady, prolonged, and ceaseless. The essence of perfection emerged within the blade art, though only in its initial form it was there. His cultivation also broke through. The bottleneck that had trapped him for a year shattered in that instant. The late stage of true mystic realm. His blade still lay on the ground, but he sensed his swordsmanship had transformed. If he faced Jiang Qiqiu now, he wouldn't need 400 moves. If he faced the Howling Moon Silver Wolf now, he wouldn't be beaten so wretchedly. If he faced Yun Qingxian now, he could at least endure a few more moves under her hand. But before the Crown Prince, all this meant nothing. The gap between the late true mystic realm and the peak of core condensation was even greater than that between qi refining and true mystic. He had transformed from an ant into a slightly larger ant. Nothing more. Yin Zhuochuan watched Yun Qinghai, who had just broken through, and the amusement in his gaze shifted into something else. Not anger, not surprise, but a colder, deeper displeasure. This ant, instead of kneeling under his pressure, had broken through. Late true mystic realm perfection of the overwhelming sea blade art. Though it was still nothing in his eyes, this feeling of being uncrushable made him deeply uncomfortable. He lowered his hand. Do you think breaking through changes anything? Yin Zhuochuan looked at Yun Qinghai, his voice neither loud nor soft. An ant is still an ant. He raised his right hand, fingers spread, and pressed it faintly toward Yun Qinghai. An invisible force surged from Yin Zhuochuan's palm. Not pressure, but true qi. The true qi of a peak core condensation cultivator condensed into an invisible giant hand and slammed down toward Yun Qinghai. Yun Qinghai tried to dodge, but his body remained stiff under the Crown Prince's pressure, his movements delayed by more than a beat. He sidestepped, but didn't evade completely. The invisible giant hand struck his chest, sending him flying. Yun Qinghai's body crashed into a large tree, snapping the trunk, flew several more. Zhang hit the ground and rolled several times before stopping. Mud and gravel mingled, carving countless wounds across his body. His blade still stood where he had been, its body quivering faintly in the morning light. He tried to stand, but his body wouldn't obey. Several ribs in his chest were broken, and he could hear faint crackling in his chest as he breathed. More terrifyingly, the true qi within him was rapidly dissipating, not consumed, but shattered. That palm strike from Crown Prince, Yin Zhuochuan, had shattered his dantian. The cultivation of the late true mystic realm, just broken through, was now destroyed. Yi Lingshuang's face turned completely pale. She watched Yun Qinghai struggling on the ground, her fingers clenching her robe. She wasn't controlled, but she knew she could do nothing. Before a peak core condensation cultivator, she didn't even have the right to strike. Yin Zhuochuan didn't look at Yun Qinghai again. He walked to Yi Lingshuang, reached out, pinched her chin, and lifted her face. His movements were gentle, even with a hint of tenderness, but Yi Lingshuang felt the power concealed in his fingers. He could crush her jawbone at any moment if he wished. Your methods are indeed remarkable, Yin Zhuochuan said, looking at her, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. I left countless means on you, yet you neutralized them all. Do you know how much I admire you? Yi Lingshuang said nothing. Her gaze passed over Yin Zhuochuan's shoulder and landed on Yun Qinghai. Yun Qinghai lay prone on the ground, his fingers clawing deep furrows in the soil as he tried to rise. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, his face deathly pale, but light still shone in his eyes. Yin Jiuqian released her chin, turned, and walked to Yun Qinghai's side. He crouched down, looking into his eyes. Your insignificant life still has its uses, he said, his voice very soft, as if speaking of something trivial. Yun Qinghai didn't speak. His hands still moved, still trying to prop up his body. Yin Jiuqian glanced at him, then gently pressed on the back of his neck. Yun Qinghai's body stiffened suddenly, then went completely limp. He hadn't lost consciousness, but all the strength in his body seemed drained, leaving him unable to move even a finger. Yin Jiuqian stood, brushed the dust off his hands, and turned to face Yiling Shuang. His expression was relaxed, as if strolling in the Eastern Palace garden rather than speaking to two helpless people in the wilderness. You must have many questions, he said. I happen to have some time. I can answer a few. Ask away. Yiling Shuang looked at him and remained silent for a moment. Her fingers trembled, but her voice was steady. You cultivate a blood art. Yes, Yin Jiuqian didn't deny it. 4 years, the vital energy of over 100,000 people brought me from early core condensation to my current peak. Yiling Shuang's pupils contracted slightly. She had guessed, but hearing him say it aloud still weighed heavily on her heart. How did you find us? Not through you. Yin Jiuqian glanced at Yun Qinghai. I couldn't leave any means on you. You're too clever, too cautious. Every time I tried to do something on you, you'd discover it. So I changed my approach. He raised his hand and looked at his fingertip. On it was a dried drop of blood, not his, but Yun Zingshuan's. Though Yun Jinshuan escaped the blood he shed in his injury fell into my hands. The blood art I cultivate allows me to track those connected by blood. Yun Zingshuan's grandson Yun Fifan shares the closest blood with him. And this one, he glanced at Yun Qinghai, is also closely related to Yun Jinshuan. So as long as you're close enough, I can sense his location. Yiling Shuang's heart sank. She understood. She had thought Crown Prince Yin Jiuqian was tracking her, but he was actually tracking Yun Qinghai and Yun Fifan. And since she had been with Yun Qinghai all along, the Crown Prince could always find them. So from the very beginning, your target was the Yun family. Yiling Shuang said. The Crown Prince neither denied nor explained. He just looked at her, a faint smile on his lips. Why do you need Yun Qinghai? Yiling Shuang asked the most critical question. Given your status, there's no need for you to personally capture a true mystic realm blade master. What makes him worth your personal intervention? Yin Jiuqian looked at her, his smile unchanged, but he didn't answer. He paused for a moment, then shook his head. This question I cannot answer yet. Yiling Shuang's brow furrowed. She knew Yin Jiuqian wouldn't speak because she was too clever. Any hint of information, and she could deduce the whole picture. His silence meant this secret was too important, too risky to reveal. She asked no more. Any other questions? The Crown Prince inquired. Yiling Shuang paused for a moment. When you came, were you alone? Alone, Yin Jiuqian said. In the current Great Yin dynasty, unless the Heavenly One appears, no one can kill me. Bringing more people would only be a burden. He finished speaking and didn't wait for Yiling Shuang to ask further. He turned, walked to Yun Qinghai, bent down, and lifted him from the ground. Yun Qinghai's body hung limply, as if boneless. Yin Jiuqian hoisted him onto his shoulder, grabbed Yiling Shuang's arm with his other hand. Let's go. There's one more. I sensed him on the way here. Yiling Shuang's face changed. She knew exactly who he meant. Yun Fifan. She had hidden Yun Fifan along their escape route using a concealment array disc to mask his aura. But the Crown Prince's tracking wasn't based on aura, but on blood. The array could deceive perception, but not the blood art. Yin Jiuqian, carrying Yun Qinghai and gripping Yiling Shuang, walked back the way they came. His steps were still slow and steady, but each stride covered several zhang. Yiling Shuang dragged along, stumbled after him, barely keeping up with his pace. In less than half an hour, they reached the place where Yiling Shuang had hidden Yun Fifan. Yin Jiuqian stopped, staring at the seemingly empty shrubbery before him. He raised his hand, a dark red light flashing in his palm, and pressed it faintly toward the shrubbery. The concealment array disc shattered under the impact of the blood art. The light dissipated, and Yun Fifan was curled up in the grass, still asleep, a trace of drool at the corner of his mouth. Yin Jiuqian bent down, lifted Yun Fifan as well, and tucked him under his arm. Let's go, he said, turning and walking into the distance. Yiling Shuang dragged along, looked back. Yun Qinghai lay on his shoulder, the blood at the corner of his mouth already dry, his face ashen. His eyes were half open, gaze unfocused, but when he saw Yiling Shuang turn back, his lips moved slightly, as if trying to say something, but no sound came out. Yiling Shuang turned her head away, no longer looking at him. She didn't know what trials lay ahead, but she knew Yun Mo was still in that cave. When he woke, he would find the manual and map she had left. He would follow the map and continue toward Qingyun's sect. She could only hope that traveling alone would be safer for him than staying with them. That was all she could think. Yin Jiuqian's figure disappeared into the depths of the forest. Morning light fell upon the empty grassland where only Yun Qinghai's blade remained thrust into the ground, its body trembling faintly in the wind, emitting a subtle hum. When Yun Mo awoke, the day was already bright. Sunlight streamed into the cave, casting a patch of brilliant gold on the ground. He lay on a blanket, another one draped over him, placed there by Yi Lingshuang before she left. He stared at the rocky ceiling for a long while, his mind a blank slate, as if thinking of nothing, yet pondering everything. Then he sat up. The cave was utterly silent. Yun Qinghai was gone, Yi Lingshuang was gone, and Yun Fifan was gone too. He called out, "Uncle," but there was no response. He called out again, "Sister Yi," but still no answer. Only his own voice echoed within the cave, muffled and hollow like a stone dropped into a dry well. He noticed the small characters etched into the ground. Yi Lingshuang had carved them with her sword tip, deep strokes, each line neat and precise, as if she feared he might not read them clearly. "Little Yun Mo, the crown prince, has discovered us. Fifan and your uncle have been captured. You must journey to Qing Yun's sect alone. The secret manuals and map are left for you. Be careful on the road. Do not come looking for us." There were no extra words, no directions on where to go, no mention of whether they would meet again. Only these few lines coldly carved into the earth. Yun Mo sat on the blanket staring at those words for a very long time. His eyes reddened, but he did not cry. He folded the blanket neatly and stored it into his storage ring. He then carefully put away the 2 secret manuals and the map left by Yi Lingshuang. Rising to his feet, he walked to the cave entrance and gazed at the forest outside. Sunlight glistened on the leaves of vibrant green. In the distance, birds chirped intermittently. A breeze swept in, carrying the scent of earth and grass. Everything was calm and ordinary, as if nothing had happened. But Yun Mo knew that everything had changed. He returned inside the cave, sat cross-legged, and opened the first manual Yi Lingshuang had left behind. The cover bore 5 characters: Vajra, demon subduing fist. A mortal rank top-grade fist technique comprising 4 forms. Turning to the first page, he read an introduction to the art, supremely firm and yang, immensely powerful, yet demanding exceptional physical conditioning from the practitioner. An ordinary person would need at least the true profound realm to barely practice it, otherwise the backlash of the fist force would damage their own meridians. But he was no ordinary person. The 4th layer of the jade tempering body forging art granted him strength of 20,000 jin, surpassing most martial artists at the early true profound realm. This fist technique, he could master it. He opened the second manual, Crane Cloud Steps. A mortal rank top-grade movement art created by its founder after months of observing the White Cloud Crane, a formidable beast. The White Cloud Crane was a 6th-ranked demon beast, its combat power rivaling that of a latest-stage core formation expert. Its agility and speed far surpassed ordinary martial techniques. Cultivated to its peak, this movement art allowed one to leap 30 zhang in a single bound with a form as graceful as a crane, ethereal as an immortal. He perused both manuals from start to finish, committing the essentials of the fist and footwork to memory. Then he stood up, walked to the open ground outside the cave, and began to practice. The first form of Vajra, demon subduing fist. Vajra pushes the mountain. The fist thrust forward from the waist, power rising from the soles, flowing through the hips and shoulders, and converging at the knuckles. 20,000 jin of force surged within him. With one punch, the air exploded in a muffled roar, and a bowl-thick sapling, a head snapped cleanly in 2. Yun Mo withdrew his fist and examined his knuckles. There was no red mark. The faint jade-colored membrane on his skin trembled slightly, absorbing most of the recoil force. The chi blood membrane of the jade tempering body forging art not only protected the meridians, but also shielded the skin and muscles. Second form Vajra subdues the demon. The fist struck downward with immense force, as heavy as a mountain pressing down. He smashed his fist into the ground, sending dirt flying and leaving a half-foot-deep crater. Third form Vajra shatters the peak. The fist swept sideways with overwhelming momentum, carrying a destructive aura. He struck a large tree, causing its trunk to shake violently, bark shattering across a wide area to reveal the white wood beneath. Fourth form Vajra, indestructible. This was not an attack, but a defense. Crossing his arms before him, he channeled true chi, condensing his fist force into an invisible wall of energy. He tested it, feeling as if his body was wrapped in a thick layer of protective chi. Though not truly indestructible, most ordinary attacks would have much of their force dissipated upon contact. He practiced each form repeatedly over and over until his movements were no longer stiff and his fist force no longer scattered. The sun shifted from east to west, and his body was drenched in sweat, yet his eyes held no fatigue. Only something deeper, calmer. On the second day, he began practicing the crane cloud steps. The essence of the crane cloud steps lay not in speed, but in lightness. It was not about using brute force to push off the ground, but about borrowing force, borrowing the wind, the flow of air, and the shifting of one's own center of gravity. Following the method in the manual, Yun Mo first practiced his breathing. On inhalation, his body rose. On exhalation, it sank, merging his breath with the changes in his center of gravity. Then he began practicing the steps. First step, his left foot stepped forward, body leaning ahead, weight shifting to the left foot. With a light tap from his right foot, his body drifted forward like a leaf carried by the wind. He covered less than 3 zhang, stumbling upon landing and nearly falling. But he did not lose heart. He continued. Second step, third step, fourth step. Each step was farther and steadier than the last. By the 20th step, he could steadily glide over 3 zhang. On the third day, he had fully integrated his steps, with his breath leaping 10 zhang in a single bound. The wind roared past his ears as his body soared through the air like a white crane spreading its wings. He landed with light, almost silent footsteps. He paused to catch his breath and summoned his interface for a glance. Heaven rewards diligence, a once proven, forever proven. Cultivation Qi Refining Layer 7, 92,800. Lian Yuan Art 5th Cycle. Concealed Edge Art 3rd Layer. Jade Tempering Body Forging Art 4th Layer 231600. Vajra Demon Subduing Fist Minor Success 21400. Crane Cloud Steps Minor Success 11400. In 3 days he had reached minor success in 2 mortal rank top grade martial techniques. The physical foundation of the Jade Tempering Body Forging art allowed his cultivation speed to far surpass ordinary individuals. He could now seamlessly execute all 4 forms of Vajra Demon Subduing Fist with a fist force rivaling that of an early true profound realm martial artist. With the Crane Cloud Steps, he could leap 10 zhang in 1 bound. Though his spiritual energy could only sustain a few consecutive uses, it was sufficient for travel or escape. Yun Mo dismissed the interface and stored the manuals and map back into his storage ring. Then he stood at the cave entrance, taking one last look at the place he had called home for several days. The words on the ground remained. Deep strokes, each line neat and precise. Yun Mo stood before them for a moment, then turned and walked away. Yun Mo did not follow the direction Yun Qinghai and Yi Lingshuang had taken. He knew that was the path from which the Crown Prince had come. Instead, he chose a new route leading to the nearest town, White Mountain Town. The map was clearly marked. From the cave heading southeast, crossing 2 mountains and a stretch of hills, he would reach White Mountain Town. The journey was not far. With Yun Mo's pace, he could cover it in 2 days. This path was sparsely traveled with few traces of demon beasts, making it much safer than the route they had taken before. Alone now, Yun Mo dared not traverse the mountain ranges and forests teeming with beasts. Previously, Yun Qinghai and Yi Lingshuang had cleared the way and he only needed to follow. Now it was different. He had only himself. Yun Mo took a deep breath, stowed the map away, and stepped into the forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, scattering fragments of gold on the ground. Yun Mo's steps were light. The Crane Cloud Steps allowed him to move through the woods like the wind. Occasionally birds, startled by his footsteps, fluttered into the air, circled above him a few times, then settled back onto the branches. Even while traveling, Yun Mo did not slacken his cultivation. By day he walked, and by night he set up camp steadfastly, holding a spirit stone to guide spiritual energy into his meridians. After the 5th cycle of the Lian Yuan art, the flow of spiritual energy was noticeably faster. The high-purity spiritual power from the spirit stones, protected by the Qi blood membrane, surged continuously into his dantian. In a single day, his cultivation progress increased by about 30 points. At this rate, within less than a month, he would reach Qi Refining Layer 8. Yun Mo put away the spirit stone, stood up, and continued onward. He did not know what trials lay ahead on his journey, but he knew one thing: he could not afford to stop. The solitary journey went more smoothly than Yun Mo had anticipated. Fortune smiled upon him. When he crossed the first mountain, he encountered no one. As he traversed the first stretch of hills, there was no sign of any pursuers. The forest was tranquil, filled only with the whisper of the wind, the songs of birds, and the sound of his own footsteps. Occasionally, a few low-level demon beasts would peek out from the underbrush, only to retreat upon spotting Yun Mo. First-rank demon beasts lacked even the courage to approach him. The true trial began on the 2nd day. That morning, as Yun Mo walked along a dry creek bed, a pungent, rancid stench suddenly assailed him. He halted, his hand pressing down on the gauntlets stored within the ring Yi Lingshuang had left him. A pair of ordinary iron gauntlets, ungraded but better than nothing. A massive black bull charged down from the upper reaches of the creek bed. A bloodthirsty bull. A second-rank demon beast twice the size of an ordinary ox, its body covered in bristly black fur that stood erect like steel needles. Its 2 horns jutted forward, their tips gleaming with a dark red light. Its eyes were blood-red, filled with savagery and madness. It was one of the most ferocious of the second-rank demon beasts, its combat prowess rivaling that of a Qi Refining 10th layer martial artist. Yun Mo did not retreat. He clenched his fists, bent his knees slightly, and lowered his center of gravity. As the bloodthirsty bull charged before him, he sidestepped and unleashed a punch from his waist. The first form of the Vajra demon-subduing fist Vajra pushes the mountain. A force of 20,000 gene amplified by the explosive power of his fist smashed into the bull's head. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. The bloodthirsty bull's body stiffened then crashed to the ground as if struck by a mountain. Its skull was crushed, brain matter seeping from the fractured bone. Its body convulsed a few times before lying still. One punch. The bloodthirsty bull, a match for a chi-refining 10th-layer martial artist, was slain with a single blow. Unmo withdrew his fist and glanced at the blood on his gauntlets. His hand bore no injury. The protective chi membrane from the jade-tempering body-forging art had completely neutralized the recoil force. Unmo crouched down, used a dagger to cut off the bull's horns. These could be sold for money. He then kicked the carcass into the grass beside the creek bed and continued on his way. In the afternoon, Unmo encountered a pack of wind wolves. 5 of them. Second-rank demon beasts, exceptionally fast and skilled in group hunting. They silently surrounded him from the forest, trapping him in their midst. Unmo counted them. 5, 2 more than the pair he had faced in the mountains last time. He did not flee. Though the crane cloud step was swift, it could not outrun wind wolves in the dense woods. Unmo clenched his fists, waiting for the first one to pounce. The lead wind wolf lunged from the front, its speed akin to a gray blur. Unmo threw a punch. The second form of the Vajra demon-subduing fist Vajra subdues the demon. The fist struck the wolf's head, shattering its skull. The wolf's body flew backward, crashed into a large tree, and fell to the ground motionless. A second wolf attacked from the side. Unmo pivoted and delivered a sweeping punch. Vajra shatters the mountain. The fist's force shattered all the wolf's ribs, sending its body flying like a ragdoll. The third, fourth, and fifth wolves lunged simultaneously. Unmo couldn't get his fists up in time, and all 3 sank their fangs into his arm and shoulder. Their teeth scraped against his skin with a grating sound, but they couldn't penetrate it. The protective chi membrane of the 4th layer jade-tempering body-forging art could withstand attacks from true profound realm martial artists. The fangs of a second-rank demon beast were utterly incapable of breaking through. Unmo shook his arms, flinging off the 3 wolves. Then with a punch for each, he dispatched the remaining 3. He looked down at his clothes. His sleeves were torn in several places by the wolf's fangs, and there were a few white marks on his arms where they had bitten, not even breaking the skin. His clothes were tattered in many spots, making him look disheveled, but his body bore not a single wound. He tied knots in the torn sections and continued on his way. On the 3rd day, Unmo encountered a 3rd-rank demon beast, a black-spot leopard. Larger than a wind wolf, it had a coat of golden fur covered in black spots with long, lithe limbs and sleek muscles. It crouched on a rock, its amber eyes fixed coldly on Unmo, its tail swaying slowly behind it. A 3rd-rank demon beast, its combat prowess matching that of an early to mid-stage true profound realm martial artist. The black-spot leopard was renowned for its speed, possessing explosive bursts that could catch prey within a few breaths. Unmo's first instinct was to run. He activated the crane cloud step to its fullest, leaping 10 zhang in a single bound as he dashed deeper into the forest. The black-spot leopard sprang from the rock, chasing him like a bolt of golden lightning. Unmo ran swiftly, but the leopard was faster. Though the crane cloud step was agile, his chi-refining 7th-layer spiritual energy couldn't sustain it for long. After running for less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, his spiritual energy was mostly depleted, yet the black-spot leopard remained in hot pursuit, even closer than when they started. Unmo stopped. He knew he couldn't outrun it, he had to fight. He retrieved the Thunderfire explosive pearl from his storage ring, holding it in his left hand ready to throw at any moment. Then Unmo turned to face the black-spot leopard, his right fist clenched. Seeing him stop, the leopard also slowed, pacing back and forth before him, its amber eyes locked onto him. It was probing, searching for a gap in his defense. Unmo struck first. The first form of the Vajra demon-subduing fist Vajra pushes the mountain, a punch aimed directly at the leopard's face. The black-spot leopard dodged nimbly, swiping a claw at his arm. Unmo did not evade. He let the claw strike his arm, while simultaneously throwing an uppercut that connected squarely with the leopard's jaw. The leopard's head was knocked back, and its body stumbled a few steps. But it quickly regained its balance and pounced again. Man and leopard clashed in the forest for fewer than 10 exchanges. Unmo acquired several claw marks. His clothes were even more shredded, but his skin only showed faint white lines. The chi membrane had absorbed most of the damage. The black-spot leopard, having taken several of his punches, had several broken bones, and its movements had slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Unmo drove a punch into the top of its head, ending its life. Gasping for breath, Unmo looked at the leopard's corpse. A 3rd-rank demon beast, a match for a mid-stage true profound realm cultivator, and he had won in fewer than 10 exchanges. Though he had suffered some injuries, they were all superficial. The chi membrane had blocked most of the attacks. His actual combat ability was now on par with an average mid-stage true profound realm martial artist. Unmo skinned the leopard and collected its claws, storing them in his ring before continuing his journey. On the fourth day, Unmo encountered a diamond bear. The overlord of third-rank demon beasts, it was 3 to 4 times larger than the black spot leopard, its body covered in thick brown fur. Standing upright, it was over 2 zhang tall. Its front claws were as sharp as iron hooks, and the force of its palm strikes could shatter boulders. The diamond bear was renowned for its strength and defense, a creature even mid-stage true, profound realm martial artists preferred to avoid. When Unmo saw it, the diamond bear saw him too. There was no probing, no standoff. The diamond bear charged directly, its massive paw swiping down at him. Unmo dodged, and the bear's paw slammed into the ground, creating a crater half a chi deep. Mud and stones flew everywhere. Unmo punched the diamond bear in the abdomen. Vajra demon subduing fist. Vajra pushes the mountain. The force of 20,000 genes struck the bear's belly. The diamond bear's body swayed, but did not fall. Its fur was too thick, its layer of fat too deep. Most of the punch's force was dispersed. The diamond bear roared in fury and swiped at him with both paws. Unmo did not retreat. He used the third form of the Vajra demon subduing fist. Vajra shatters the mountain, a sweeping punch that met the bear's paws heated. Unmo was pushed back 3 steps, his arm numb. The diamond bear also stepped back, its massive body wobbling, a flicker of shock in its eyes. This tiny creature actually possessed strength that could match its own. Man and bear engaged in a brutal brawl in the clearing. Punch for palm, each blow landing squarely on flesh, each strike shaking the heavens. Unmo's fist techniques were fierce, every punch carrying a force of 20,000 gene. The diamond bear's palm strikes were heavy, each one capable of pulverizing boulders. Both landed their attacks on each other, neither yielding an inch. Unmo's body acquired several new claw marks, his clothes now in tatters. But the chi membrane withstood the bear's tearing claws, preventing serious injury. The diamond bear, having taken over a dozen punches, had blood seeping from the corner of its mouth, its movements growing sluggish. By the 30th exchange, Unmo felt a change in his fist's energy. It was not only stronger, but also smoother. The 4 forms of the Vajra demon subduing fist began to flow seamlessly in his hands, no longer disconnected, but like running water, each form following the next in an unbroken chain. The explosive power of his punches increased, his striking speed grew faster, and the transitions became more fluid, leaving the diamond bear with barely any time to catch its breath. The Vajra demon subduing fist had reached great completion. Unmo had no time to ponder what this meant. He drove a punch into the diamond bear's chest. The force of Vajra pushes the mountain, sent the bear staggering back 3 steps. He followed with a second punch. Vajra subdues the demon, smashing down onto the top of the bear's head. The bear's head jerked downward, its body wobbling. The third punch, Vajra shatters the mountain, swept across the bear's neck. The diamond bear's colossal body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its eyes were still open, but the light within them had faded. Unmo stood beside the bear's corpse, panting heavily. His fists trembled not from fear, but from the soreness of overexertion. He looked down at his hands. His gauntlets were covered in bear blood, but his skin bore no wounds. Unmo summoned his status panel for a glance. Heaven rewards diligence, a once proven, eternally proven. Cultivation Chi refining 7th layer, 210,800. Refining origin art 5th cycle. Concealed edge art 3rd layer. Jade tempering body forging art 4th layer, 291600. Vajra demon subduing fist great completion 1800. Crane cloud step minor completion 364400. The Vajra demon subduing fist had reached great completion. The crane cloud step was also close to great completion, needing only 36 points. His cultivation was steadily advancing, gaining over 100 points in 4 days. At this rate, he would reach the Chi refining 8th layer in about 20 more days. Unmo dismissed the panel, then cut off the bear's paws and gallbladder, storing them in his ring. He found a stream, washed the blood and grime from his body, and changed into a clean set of clothes. There were a few spare sets in the storage ring prepared for him by Yun Shaoqing. Unmo sat on a rock by the stream, gazing at his reflection in the water. There were a few faint white marks on his face left by the bear's swipes, but they were already fading. His new clothes were clean and neat, but his supply in the storage ring was running low. He would need to use them sparingly. He drank a few mouthfuls of water, stood up, and continued his journey. There was still a day's travel to Baishan town. Unmo didn't know what he would encounter upon arrival, but he was aware that his strength had grown considerably compared to 4 days ago. With the Vajra demon subduing fist at great completion, the crane cloud step nearing the same, and his cultivation steadily improving, he could now fight, even amidst a true profound realm martial artist. Unmo put away his map and strode into the forest. The closer he got to White Mountain Town, the denser the signs of human presence became. From the map, Unmo knew this forest was called the White Demon Forest, the largest habitat for demonic beasts around White Mountain Town. There were many low-level demonic beasts and quite a few spirit herbs and medicines. Martial artists came year-round to hunt beasts and gather herbs, earning silver to supplement their cultivation. But with more people came more conflicts. In a single day, Yun Mo saw 3 mutilated corpses. The first lay by a stream, half its body gnawed beyond recognition by beasts, yet the clothes bore clear marks of sword and blade cuts, not made by beasts, but by men. The storage pouch on the corpse was gone, the pockets turned inside out, completely empty. The second hung from a large tree, its chest pierced by a branch, as if thrown down from a height. The clothes on the corpse had been rifled through, every valuable item taken. The third was curled up in a bush, already half-rotten, emitting a strong stench. Yun Mo glanced at it from a distance and detoured around it. These people were not killed by beasts. Beasts don't turn out pockets when they kill. They were murdered by men, then dumped here for the beasts to destroy the evidence. Yun Mo stood not far from the third corpse, silent for a while. Yun Xinghai had said that in the wild men were more dangerous than beasts. Yun Mo lowered his head and checked his concealment formation disc. The disc was intact, its spiritual energy sufficient. He held the disc in his hand, ready to activate it at any moment. Then he lightened his steps and continued forward. Along the way, Yun Mo encountered several groups of people. There were lone blade wielders, small hunting parties of 3 to 5, and wealthy youths riding demonic beasts. Each time Yun Mo sensed their aura in advance, activated the concealment disc, and hid behind roadside bushes or rocks. When the disc was activated, a faint, nearly invisible halo enveloped Yun Mo's body, merging his form and aura completely into the environment. Not disappearing, but becoming a clump of bushes or a stone utterly indistinguishable to the naked eye. But Yun Xinghai had warned Yun Mo that this formation could only deceive sight and perception, not touch. If someone happened to reach out and touch his hiding spot, he would be exposed. So each time Yun Mo chose a spot that was hard to touch. Although Yun Mo's cultivation was only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, the tempered jade body art made his perception far keener than that of martial artists at the same level. No one discovered him. At dusk, Yun Mo found a suitable place to set up camp. It was a clearing in the woods backed by a massive rock with bushes on 3 sides for cover. Easy to defend, hard to attack. Yun Mo set up the concealment disc in the clearing, then took out a few small flags and planted them around to expand the formation's range. He then sat cross-legged, took a spirit stone from his storage ring, held it in his palm, and began to cultivate. The luster of the spirit stone dimmed bit by bit as spiritual energy surged into his meridians, flowing slowly into his dantian under the protection of the blood Qi membrane. A single low-grade spirit stone was enough for a martial artist at the early true profound realm to cultivate for 10 days. He was merely a Qi refinement stage martial artist who normally could not directly absorb the high-purity spiritual energy from a spirit stone. Forcible absorption would only damage his meridians. But the blood Qi membrane cultivated at the 4th layer of the tempered jade body art protected his meridians thoroughly, allowing Yun Mo to absorb the spirit stone even with his Qi refinement body. However, his absorption speed was far slower than that of a true profound realm martial artist. 1 spirit stone would last him a month. Yun Mo closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy circulating through his meridians. Just as he was about to finish his cultivation session, footsteps sounded from afar. Not one person, but several. Yun Mo opened his eyes, put away the spirit stone, and held his breath. His concealment formation could fool sight and perception, but if someone happened to walk right up to his hiding place and reached out to touch him, the formation disc could not stop it. Yun Mo shrank deeper into the bushes, trying his best to stay out of any spot where someone might reach him. The footsteps drew closer. Yun Mo peered through the gaps in the bushes and saw 4 people emerge from the woods. 2 men and 2 women, all young, around 15 or 16 years old. The one in the lead was a tall, thin boy dressed in a gray short tunic, a long sword hanging at his waist. His steps were light, but his vigilance was clearly lacking. He kept turning his head to talk to those behind him, his attention focused entirely on them. Following him was a round-faced girl with a ponytail, holding a short blade in her hand, a look of excited delight on her face, as if she were on an outing rather than in a dangerous forest. The third was a taciturn boy, stocky in build, gripping an iron staff in his hand, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, the most alert of the 4. At the rear was a long-haired girl with delicate features, dressed in a light blue gown. She carried no weapon, but the pouch at her waist was bulging as if it held quite a few pills. The 4 stopped in the clearing and looked around. The taciturn boy crouched down, examined the traces on the ground, then stood up and nodded. Someone's been here, but the traces are from a few days ago. Should be safe. The tall, thin boy let out a sigh of relief, thrust his sword into the ground, and plopped down onto a rock. Finally get a break. I'm exhausted. The round-faced girl laughed and sat down beside him, taking a piece of dried food from her pocket and handing it to him. Shui Yaohui, can't you be a bit more ambitious? We've only been walking for a day and you're already complaining. Du Qing, easy for you to say. Shui Yaohui took the dried food and took a big bite. You're carrying the lightest pack, I've got the heaviest. Want to switch? Du Qing stuck out her tongue and didn't reply. The taciturn boy leaned his iron staff against the rock and sat down at the edge of the clearing, his gaze still fixed on the depths of the woods. The long-haired girl took a small porcelain bottle from her pouch, poured out a few pills, and distributed them to the other three. Bailu, where did you get these pills? They work really well. Shui Yaoi took the pill, popped it into his mouth, and mumbled. Bailu smiled. My master gave them to me. She specifically told me before I left to only take them when injured, not to treat them like candy. The four chatted as they ate, their voices not loud, but Yun Mo's hearing was far superior to an ordinary person's. He caught every word clearly. From their conversation, Yun Mo learned quite a bit. These four were students from the Baiwang Martial Arts Academy in White Mountain Town who had come to the White Demon Forest on their day off to train, hunt demonic beasts, gather spirit herbs, and earn silver to support their cultivation. Shui Yaoi and Bailu were the highest ranked among this batch of students, both at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Du Qing was at the 5th layer, and the taciturn boy named Jin Zhan was also at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. They had spent 2 days in the forest and had a good haul. They killed a 2nd-tier demonic beast, an ironback wolf, found several spirit herbs of decent quality, and picked up an abandoned bundle that contained a few bottles of pills and several dozen taels of loose silver. When we get back, this will fetch a good amount of silver, Du Qing said cheerfully. I've been needing to replace that broken blade of mine for ages. Shui Yaoi snorted. You're always thinking about changing your blade. Focus on raising your cultivation first. It doesn't matter what blade you use at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Mind your own business. Bailu smiled and played peacemaker, while Jin Zhan said nothing, quietly chewing on his dried food. Yun Mo crouched behind the bushes, perfectly still. His concealment formation completely masked his form and aura, and the four people didn't notice him as they passed right before his eyes. Yun Mo listened to their conversation without any particular feeling. This was their life, none of his concern. Night gradually deepened. The campfire burned a bit brighter, casting flickering light and shadow across the faces of the four. Shui Yaoi was the first to give in, leaning against the rock and closing his eyes. Bailu also curled up in her blanket and soon fell asleep. Jin Zhan placed his iron staff beside him, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Only Du Qing was still on watch. She sat by the fire, short blade in hand, yawning from time to time, her eyes half open, half closed. After a full day of travel, and now on night watch, her stamina was at its limit. Her head drooped lower and lower, then snapped back up, then began to droop again. Yun Mo did not sleep. He sat cross-legged behind the bushes, spirit stone in hand, continuing to cultivate. With people nearby, he couldn't move or make a sound. But he wasn't sleepy. The tempered jade body art gave him far greater stamina than ordinary people. A night without sleep meant nothing to him. Just as Yun Mo was still deep in cultivation, a faint sound of something cutting through the air reached his ears, pulling his mind from his practice. It wasn't the wind, it was an arrow. Yun Mo's hand clenched tightly, but he didn't move. The arrow wasn't aimed at him, it was heading toward the campfire in the clearing. Du Qing was in the middle of a yawn when her body suddenly stiffened. A black arrow struck her shoulder, the arrowhead piercing through her shoulder blade and emerging from her back. Blood instantly soaked her sleeve. Ambush! Du Qing roared, swinging her short blade to deflect a second arrow aimed at her throat. Shui Yaoi, Bailu, and Jin Zhan all woke with a start, grabbed their weapons, and formed a circle back to back. Gritting her teeth, Du Qing pulled the arrow from her shoulder, the blood gushing more heavily, but her movements didn't stop. 3 dark figures charged out of the woods. All were big men around 30 years old, dressed in ragged clothes, wielding swords and blades. The leader was a bald man with a fierce, scarred face at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The other 2 were one tall and thin, one short and fat, both at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. The 3 worked in perfect coordination. The bald man launched a frontal assault, the tall, thin one struck from the side, and the short, fat one circled around for a flank attack. But the 4 from Baiwang Martial Arts Academy were no pushovers either. Shui Yaoi's longsword was sharp, Bailu's short blade was agile, Jin Zhan's iron staff was steady, and Du Qing, though injured, still fought fiercely, with her left hand wielding the blade. With Jin Zhan's iron staff as the core, the 4 formed a simple battle formation, deflecting every attack from the 3 big men. The bald man struck Shui Yaoi's sword with his blade, knocking him back 2 steps, but Bailu immediately filled the gap, thrusting her short blade at the bald man's ribs. The bald man withdrew his blade to block, only to have Jin Zhan sweep his staff across his leg, making him stumble. The tall, thin man tried to break through from the side, but was forced back by Du Qing's blade, taking a cut on his arm that bled profusely. After more than a dozen exchanges, not only had the 3 big men failed to overpower their opponents, but 2 of them were injured. The bald man had taken a hit to his leg and was limping. The tall, thin man's arm was slashed by Du Qing, blood dripping steadily. The short, fat man, though uninjured, was repeatedly driven back by Jin Zhan's iron staff. Retreat! The bald man gave the order, and all 3 fell back simultaneously, quickly vanishing into the darkness. Shui Yaohui wanted to give chase, but Bai Lu stopped him. Don't chase. They have an archer, and Du Qing's wound needs tending. Shui Yaohui stamped his foot in frustration, then turned to check on Du Qing's injury. Bai Lu took out some wound medicine from her pouch, sprinkled it on Du Qing's shoulder, and wrapped it tightly with strips of cloth. Du Qing's face was a bit pale, but her spirits were still high. She even cracked a joke. Can I claim this as a work injury when we get back? Claim my foot. Bai Lu shot back with a glare, but her hands didn't stop moving. Unmo crouched behind the bushes watching it all. His concealment formation was still active. Not one of them had discovered him. Unmo waited for a moment, confirming that the three big men wouldn't return, then rose silently from behind the bushes. Executing the crane cloud step, Yunmo's body drifted into the darkness like a falling leaf. The three big men had retreated over 100 zhang away, stopping beneath a cliff. The tall, thin man's arm was still bleeding. He crouched on the ground, gritting his teeth as he bandaged himself. The bald man sat on a rock, rubbing the leg that Jin Zhan had struck, cursing under his breath. Damn it, these little brats from the martial arts academy are tougher than I thought. Boss, their formation is hard to break. How about we pick another target? Said the short, fat man. The bald man shot him a glare. Pick another, my ass. Those two girls are good looking, and the guys have plenty of good stuff on them. I've been watching them all day. I'm not letting it go to waste. The short, fat man fell silent. The tall, thin man finished bandaging his wound, stood up, and whistled into the depths of the woods. A black-clad figure carrying a bow emerged from the trees. His face was hidden in the shadow of his hood, making his features hard to discern, but his frame was lean and his steps were extremely light. He walked up to the bald man without a word. You missed, the bald man said. I told you to aim for the throat, and you hit the shoulder. The black-clad man didn't explain. He simply stowed his bow and leaned against the rock face. Forget it. The bald man stood up, dusted off his pants. We'll rest here tonight and find another chance tomorrow. Those little brats are injured. They can't have gotten far. The four sat down beneath the cliff, beginning to tend to their wounds, drink water, and eat dried food. Their vigilance had clearly relaxed. They were several li away from the camp of the four from Baiwang Martial Arts Academy, with dense forest and scattered rocks in between. They didn't think anyone could have followed them. But they didn't know that a pair of eyes in the darkness was watching them. Unmo crouched behind the bushes less than 10 zhang from the four. His concealment formation completely masked his form and aura. The highest cultivation among the four, the bald man, was only at the 6th layer of chi refinement. He couldn't sense Yunmo's presence at all. Unmo observed for a while, confirming the positions and states of the four. The black-clad man, bow on his back, stood at the outermost edge, the most alert. The bald man sat in the middle, gnawing on a piece of dried food. The tall, thin man leaned against the rock face, eyes closed, resting. The short, fat man crouched on the ground, fiddling with his blade. Yun Xinghai had said that killing rogue cultivators who rob and kill was an act of justice, eradicating evil. These men had who knows how much blood on their hands. Killing them gave Unmo no moral qualms. Moreover, the silver they carried, though perhaps not much, could be considered returning it to its rightful owners. Though he didn't plan to give it back to the original owners, and it was highly unlikely, keeping it for himself was still better than leaving it with these rogue cultivators. Since childhood, Unmo had dreamed of becoming a martial artist to punish evil and promote good. But he wasn't naive. He wouldn't rush into action at every injustice he saw. The reason he decided to act today was twofold. First, these men were far weaker than him, giving him complete confidence. Second, he needed to practice and test the practical effectiveness of the diamond subduing demon fist and the crane cloud step. Unmo decided to make his move. Instead of charging straight in, he first picked up an arrow. One of the black-clad man's arrows that had missed its mark, lying by the bushes, the shaft intact, the tip still stained with Du Qing's blood. Unmo gripped the arrow in his hand, and as if throwing a javelin, hurled it with all his might. The 4th layer of the tempered J body art granted him 20,000 gene of strength, combined with the power techniques of the diamond subduing demon fist. The arrow's speed was even faster than if it had been shot from a bowstring. By the time the sound of the arrow cutting through the air arrived, it had already pierced the black-clad man's heart. The black-clad man didn't even have a chance to cry out. His body stiffened, then slowly slid down the rock face, a black arrow protruding from his chest, blood seeping from around the shaft, leaving a dark red trail on the gray stone. The bald man was the first to react. He shot to his feet, his hand on his sword hilt, but before he could even see where the enemy was, a dark shadow had already flashed before him. The crane cloud step. A leap of 10 zhang. Yunmo's fist slammed into the bald man's temple. The second form of the diamond subduing demon fist, diamond subdues demons. The bald man's skull shattered, his body flying sideways, crashing into the cliff face, bouncing back and landing on the ground motionless. The tall, thin man and the short, fat man only then reacted, grabbing their weapons simultaneously. But Unmo didn't give them a chance to strike. His form flickered, and with another crane cloud step, he flashed before the tall, thin man and drove his fist into his chest. The force of the punch from a foot away shattered the tall, thin man's heart. His body swayed, then fell straight back like a felled log. The short, fat man turned to flee, but Yun Mo's fist was already upon him. Diamond crushes the mountain. A sweeping punch struck the short, fat man's back. The sound of breaking bones was clear and distinct. The short, fat man's body flew forward, slammed into the ground, slid for over a zhang, and came to a stop against a large tree. From the moment the first arrow was loosed to the moment the last man fell, less than a single breath had passed. For men, all dead, Yun Mo stood among the 4 corpses, gasping for air. Not from exhaustion, but from tension. This was the first time he had actively killed someone. Yun Mo's hands trembled, but his gaze was calm. These men deserved to die. He was only doing what Yin Qinghai had taught him. Yun Mo crouched down and began searching the 4 corpses. The black-clad man had only a quiver and a money pouch containing several dozen taels of silver. The bald man had a cloth bag containing a few bottles of ordinary healing medicine and a yellowed manual. The blood shadow blade, art, a mid-grade mortal rank technique. There were also several silver notes and loose silver totaling about 300 taels. The tall, thin man and the short, fat man had nothing of value, only a few dozen taels of silver and 2 decent quality refined steel blades. Yun Mo stowed everything into his storage ring, stood up, looked at the 4 corpses, and shook his head. So poor. Yun Mo had no idea how many dirty looks his words would earn him if overheard by an ordinary chi refinement martial artist. Over 400 taels of silver plus a manual would be a tremendous haul for those students from Baiwang Martial Arts Academy. Back when Yun Mo's family lived in Ning County, his father Yun Xingping worked over 100 mu of land and could barely save a few dozen taels of silver in a year. But after spending a few months in the Yun clan with all his food, clothing, and expenses supplied by the family, and lacking nothing in spirit stones, pills, spirit rice, and demonic beast meat, plus a reward of several thousand taels of silver from the clan, his concept of money had long since become blurred. Yun Mo didn't know that 300 taels of silver was enough for an ordinary chi refinement martial artist to live frugally for 2 or 3 years. Yun Mo dragged the 4 corpses together, but didn't use corpse-dissolving powder. These men were just rogue cultivators with no background. Killing them required no cover-up. Whether the corpses were devoured by beasts by morning or discovered by passers-by, it made no difference. Yun Mo stood up, dusted the dirt off his hands, and disappeared back into the darkness. Returning to his own camp, Yun Mo reactivated the concealment disc and sat down cross-legged. He took out the blood shadow blade, art manual, flipped through it, and put it away again. Yun Mo didn't know any blade techniques. This manual was useless to him, but he could sell it. Though he wasn't short on money now, he might need it later. Yun Mo closed his eyes and resumed cultivation. The luster of the spirit stone dimmed bit by bit as spiritual energy flowed into his meridians. His hands had stopped trembling. At dawn, Yun Mo packed up the formation disc and continued on his way toward White Mountain Town. When he passed the camp of the 4 from Baiwang Martial Arts Academy, he saw they had already left. All that remained on the ground was a pile of campfire ash and a few bloodstained cloth strips. Yun Mo didn't linger, quickening his pace. The moment he stepped out of the White Demon Forest, Yun Mo became even more vigilant. Within the woods, trees, rocks, and shrubs offered cover, one could activate a concealment array and crouch in the undergrowth, remaining undetected. But beyond the forest lay an endless expanse of wilderness. The road was flanked by harvested fields with scattered villages in the distance. The view was open with nowhere to hide. A 10-year-old child walking alone on the road was actually more conspicuous than in the forest. What made matters worse was Yun Mo's attire. The clothes Yun Shaoqing had prepared for him were standard long robes for disciples of the Yun family martial hall. They were made of fine silk tailored to fit perfectly, with cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs. Clearly not something a child from an ordinary family could wear. In the forest, the robes had been torn in several places by branches. He had patched them with strips of cloth, but the contrast between the silk and the coarse patches only drew more attention. An endless stream of martial artists came from the direction of Baishan Town. There were burly men carrying hunting forks, elderly men with medicine baskets on their backs, and groups of young men and women. Most of them wore coarse, short robes and straw sandals with iron sabers or swords hanging at their waists. Their cultivation levels were all in the chi refining stage, ranging from the 1st to the 8th layer. A true profound realm martial artist was considered a major figure in this region and would rarely appear in such a small place. Yun Mo activated the concealed edge art, suppressing his cultivation to the 4th layer of chi refining. A child of 11 or 12, having trained in martial arts for about a year or 2 at the 4th layer of chi refining. Not a prodigy by any means, but not bad either. He looked like a disciple from a major family on a training expedition, but he didn't want to waste time here. Yun Mo did not use the crane cloud step. Although the crane cloud step was fast, allowing him to leap 10 zhang in a single bound, it consumed spiritual energy too quickly, and the 7th layer of chi refining could not sustain it for long. Instead, Unmo used the physical strength from the jade body tempering art to run. Channeling the power of 20,000 Jin into his legs, each step covered several zhang. His speed surpassed that of an ordinary chi refining martial artist going all out, yet it only consumed physical stamina with almost no depletion of spiritual energy. His stamina far exceeded that of ordinary people. He could run like this all day without feeling tired. A 10-year-old boy running at such speed on the road was even more eye-catching than wearing silk robes. Some stopped in their tracks to stare at Unmo, others gaped forgetting to close their mouths. A few murmured among themselves, speculating about which family this genius youth had come from. But no one dared to stop him. Unmo was too fast. Those chi-refining martial artists could only watch as he whizzed past them, stirring up a gust of wind, leaving behind nothing but a blurry silhouette. A few martial artists at the 7th or 8th layer of chi refining tried to give chase, only to find they weren't even worthy of eating his dust, and so they gave up. A saber wielder at the 9th layer of chi refining stood by the roadside, watching Unmo's retreating figure, his expression shifting several times. His saber technique incorporated movement enhancements, and he prided himself on his speed among those of the same rank. But that child's speed. The saber wielder shook his head, a wave of fear washing over him. Fortunately, he hadn't entertained any malicious thoughts earlier. Unmo paid no attention to those gazes. He only wanted to leave this area as quickly as possible, the farther the better. Baishan town was not large, consisting of just one main street, flanked by low shops and houses. Unmo slowed down upon entering the town, walked along the main street, and found a horse dealership. The owner of the dealership was a fat man in his 50s, his face wreathed in smiles, but his eyes were shrewd. He gave Unmo a once-over, his gaze pausing on the patched silk robe, and then on the storage ring hanging at Unmo's waist. His smile became even more ingratiating. "Young master looking to buy a horse. Do you have any with the bloodline of a demon beast?" Unmo asked. The owner's smile froze for a moment. "Well, Baishan town is a small place, we don't have such fine horses. The best horses in town are ordinary draft horses capable of covering 400 li a day with decent endurance." Unmo frowned. His destination was Panyin County, where there should be better horses. But it was still a 2-day journey from Baishan town to Panyin County, and he didn't want to run anymore. "An ordinary one will do. Pick the fastest." The owner led him to the backyard where a dozen horses were tethered in the stables. Unmo swept his gaze over them and pointed to a tall chestnut horse. "That one." The owner quoted a price, 80 taels of silver. Unmo reached into his chest, actually taking 100 taels silver note from his storage ring and handing it over. The owner gave him 20 taels of silver in change along with a saddle and reins. Unmo took the reins and mounted the horse. The horse was spirited, feeling a stranger on its back, it neighed, and reared up, trying to throw him off. Unmo clamped his legs together. The horse's body shook violently, as if squeezed by an iron hoop. It struggled a few times before calming down, a hint of fear in its eyes. The owner stood by, watching in stunned amazement. This was the most spirited horse in the stable, one that several experienced handlers had failed to tame, yet this 10-year-old child had subdued it with just a squeeze of his legs. Unmo ignored the owner's expression. He tugged the reins, adjusted the horse's head, and lightly nudged its flanks with his legs. The horse trotted out of the dealership. Once on the official road outside the town, Unmo squeezed his legs together, and the horse broke into a gallop. Unmo wasn't skilled at riding, but he was a quick learner. In Ning County, he had ridden oxen and donkeys, but never a horse. However, the principle of riding a horse was similar to riding an ox. You had to let the horse know you were its superior. The physical power of the jade body tempering art ensured that no horse dared to act up in his presence. Unmo quickly found the rhythm, his body moving with the horse's gait, the reins held loosely in his hands. The wind roared past his ears, and the trees lining the official road sped by. Panyin County lay to the northeast of Baishan town along a flat, unobstructed road. Unmo galloped without stopping. By evening, he found a patch of wilderness by the roadside, tied the horse to a tree, set up a concealment array, and sat down cross-legged to continue his cultivation. The luster of the spirit stones dimmed bit by bit as spiritual energy flowed into his meridians. The next evening, Unmo arrived at Panyin County. Panyin County was several times larger than Baishan town, with tall city walls, open gates, and a bustling stream of traffic. Unmo led his horse into the city and found an inn to stay at. He took a bath, changed into clean clothes, had a hot meal, and then inquired about where to find horses with the bloodline of a demon beast. A waiter at the inn told him there was a horse market in the southern part of the city, open on days ending in 3 or 8. Tomorrow was the 8th, so there would be plenty of good horses. The next morning, Unmo went to the southern horse market. The horse market was a sea of people, with the sounds of neighing, shouting, and haggling blending into a cacophony. Unmo led his horse past rows of stables. He saw many good horses, but none had the bloodline of a demon beast. At the far end of the market, he stopped. A horse stood in a separate stable, its body a uniform cyan with a long, thick mane, slender legs, and hooves the size of bowls. Its eyes were amber with a wild glint in its pupils. When Yun Mo approached, it snorted and pawed the ground, as if warning him not to come closer. What's the origin of this horse? Yun Mo asked. The horse trader was a tall, thin man in his 40s with a scar on his face and sharp eyes. He gave Yun Mo a once-over, and upon seeing he was just a child, spoke with a hint of indifference. A cyan mane horse with a trace of demon beast bloodline. It can travel 1,200 li a day. It's the only one in all of Panyun County. How much? The trader held up one finger. 1,000 taels. Yun Mo reached into his chest, took a 1,000-tael silver note from his storage ring, and handed it over. The trader took the note, examined it carefully, and confirmed it was genuine. His indifference turned to surprise. He looked at the note, then at Yun Mo's chest, wondering how such a small chest could hold so many notes, but he said nothing. Yun Mo entered the stable and grabbed the reins. The cyan mane horse neighed and reared up, trying to break free. Yun Mo clamped his legs around the horse's belly, his body unmoving. The horse struggled for a few moments before calming down. It lowered its head and nuzzled Yun Mo's hand. The trader watched dumbfounded. Yun Mo mounted the horse, lightly nudged its flanks, and the cyan mane horse shot forward like an arrow from a bow. The wind roared past his ears, and the trees lining the official road sped by. The cyan mane horse was 3 times faster than an ordinary horse, with incredible endurance, capable of running all day without rest. Yun Mo glanced down at the map. This place was still over 20,000 li from the Qingyan sect. At the cyan mane horse's speed of 1,200 li a day, he could reach it in about a month. He no longer needed to cross the mountain ranges teeming with demon beasts. The official road was a detour, but it was safe. Yun Mo put away the map and urged his horse into a gallop. What Yun Mo didn't know was that the moment he entered Baishan Town, someone had already set their sights on him. Baishan Town was a node in the Crown Prince's intelligence network. Several shops in the town, ostensibly selling groceries, herbs, and weapons, were secretly the Crown Prince's informants. When Yun Mo bought a horse in Baishan Town, the dealership owner, though he didn't recognize him, noted that a 10-year-old child in silk robes with a storage ring at his waist casually spending 100 tael note. Such a figure was unheard of in Baishan Town in a whole year. The owner reported the information to the head of the informants in Baishan Town, who then sent the message through an express channel. The message was simple: a boy around 10 years old at the 3rd layer of Qi refining, wearing cloud-patterned silk robes, riding a chestnut horse, heading in the direction of Panyun County. Suspected to be a disciple of the Yun family. After several days of travel, this secret letter reached Crown Prince Yin Jiuchuan on the 10th day. At that time, Crown Prince Yin Jiuchuan was resting at an inn in a small town with Yi Lingshuang, Yun Qinghai, and Yun Fifan. Yun Qinghai's dantian had been shattered and his cultivation was lost, but he could still walk, though his steps were not as steady as before. Yin Jiuchuan had not crippled his legs, nor had he healed him. He simply made him follow behind. Yun Fifan was held in Yi Lingshuang's arms, still unconscious. The Crown Prince had cast a spell on him to keep him asleep. Yi Lingshuang sat by the window, gazing at the street scene outside. A thin red line was tied around her wrist, a restriction placed by the Crown Prince. If she moved more than 10 zhang away from him, the line would tighten and sever her wrist. She did not resist because she knew resistance was futile. The Crown Prince leaned back in his chair, holding the newly arrived secret letter. He read it once, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. Yun Mo. He uttered the name, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. From the Ning County branch. I remember. Yi Lingshuang's fingers twitched slightly, but her face remained expressionless. 10 years old, 4th layer of Qi refining. Truly a gifted child. He took a fast horse and headed to Panyun County. Yin Jiuchuan folded the letter and tucked it into his sleeve. It seems you hid him well and gave him plenty of good things. Unfortunately, he's still too conspicuous. Yi Lingshuang said nothing. She looked out the window, her gaze fixed on the distance. Crown Prince Yin Jiuchuan stood up, walked to the window, and stood beside her, also looking outside. Don't worry. A child from a collateral branch is not my target and can't stir up any trouble. His voice was even, as if stating a mundane fact. Even if he goes to the Qingyan sect, so what? My plan will be nearly complete by then. And besides, I'm hoping he can lure out Yin Qinghua. Yin Jiuchuan turned and glanced at Yun Qinghai, who was sitting in the corner. Yun Qinghai kept his head down, his expression unreadable. Let's go, Crown Prince Yin Jiuchuan said. We have to travel again tomorrow. Yi Lingshuang stood up and followed him. Yun Qinghai also rose, his steps a little unsteady, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Yi Lingshuang bent down to pick up the still sleeping Yun Fifan and followed Yin Jiuchuan out of the inn. The setting sun cast long shadows of the 4 figures. Yin Jiuchuan walked in front, his steps light, like a traveler setting out on a long journey. Yi Lingshuang followed behind him, her white robes fluttering slightly in the evening breeze. Yun Qinghai walked at the very back. His saber was gone, his hands were empty, but his back was held very straight. The Azure Man horse could travel 1,200 li in a single day valued at 1,000 taels of silver, and no second such steed could be found in all of Panyun County. Unmo rode a youth who appeared 11 or 12 years old, though he was actually only 10. He was taller than his peers, and after martial training his demeanor was composed, causing others to perceive him as at least 12. No guards accompanied him. The concealed edge art suppressed his cultivation to the fourth layer of chi refining. In the eyes of others he was a walking piece of succulent meat, fragrant and tempting, a morsel everyone wished to bite. Yet few dared to actually take a bite. Martial artists at the true profound realm were considered experts in this region, and very few turned to banditry. Those strongholds boasting a true profound master were at least 1,000 strong, entrenched in larger mountain ranges, and would not haunt such insignificant places. Throughout his journey, Unmo encountered mostly bandits at the chi refining stage, roaming in small groups, lying in ambush behind the woods or rocks, flanking the official road, waiting for prey to take the bait. The Azure Man horse was simply too swift. Most bandits hadn't even charged from their hiding spots before the horse had already passed, leaving behind only a trail of hoofbeats and a cloud of dust. Some tried to give chase for a few steps, only to find they couldn't even touch the horse's tail and had to return cursing. Unmo didn't even bother to glance back. Occasionally there were those who had set up an ambush in advance, but Unmo had grown accustomed to it. Those bandits couldn't scrape together a few taels of silver. Rummaging through their belongings yielded only a few dozen copper coins, a few broken blades, and some dry rations. The first time he looted a corpse, he felt a sense of novelty. After the second and third times, he became numb to it. Unmo had even deduced a rule: the more fiercely a bandit roared, the poorer he was. On the third day, the official road entered a canyon. Sheer cliffs rose on both sides with only a narrow passage in the middle, a natural ambush point. Unmo slowed his pace, his hand resting on his gauntlet, his gaze sweeping across the cliff walls. An arrow shot down from the precipice. The arrow whistled through the air, aiming straight for his face. Unmo tilted his head aside. The arrow grazed his ear and flew past, embedding itself in the ground behind him. He did not stop. A second arrow followed immediately, this time aimed at his chest. Unmo activated the jade tempering body art, and a faint jade-like film emerged on the surface of his skin. The arrow struck his chest, piercing a small hole in his clothes, but the arrowhead was blocked by the chi and blood membrane sliding to the side and leaving only a shallow white mark on his skin. Unmo looked up towards the direction the arrow had come from. On the cliff wall, 4 figures emerged from behind the rocks, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman held a bow, she was the archer. The 3 men wielded blades and swords, preparing to leap down. Their target was the horse, not the rider. All arrows were shot at Unmo for fear of harming the Azure Man horse. Unmo did not give them a second chance. He soared into the air from the horse's back, pushing off the saddle with his legs, and executed the crane cloud steps with full force. With the crane cloud steps at grand mastery, a single leap covered 20 zhang. Unmo's body moved like a spreading white crane, traversing the air above the canyon, flying towards the 4 individuals. The 4 were stunned. They hadn't expected this youth who looked 11 or 12 to be able to fly. Not good. This one's tough. Scatter! The leading man shouted, and the 4 fled in different directions. Unmo first pursued the female archer. The crane cloud steps shifted direction in midair, his body like a leaf blown by the wind landed lightly behind her. The female archer turned, intending to say something, but the moment her lips parted, Unmo's fist had already arrived. The Vajra demon subduing fist. 1 punch blasted into her chest. 1 punch shattered her chest. The sound of breaking ribs was dull and muffled. The female archer's body flew back like a kite, with a broken string crashed into the rock, walls slid down, and lay still. Her chest was caved in with a fist-sized hollow. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were still open, but the light in them had faded. The remaining 3 men fled towards the 2 ends of the canyon. Unmo was not flustered. He first checked the female archer's corpse, confirming she had stopped breathing, then turned and chased after the nearest one. With the crane cloud steps, traversing the steep cliff was like walking on level ground. In a few strides, Unmo caught up with the tall, thin man. Hearing the sound of wind behind him, the man turned his head, his face turning deathly pale as he wildly swung his blade backward. Unmo sidestepped the strike and smashed his fist onto the back of the man's head. The skull shattered. The tall man's body lunged forward, violently tumbling down the cliff, crashing into several protruding rocks before finally landing at the bottom of the valley, completely motionless. The other 2 men had already run several dozen zhang away. Unmo took a deep breath, fully unleashed the crane cloud steps, and his form flickered a few times in the canyon, catching up to the 3rd one. This one was a short, stout man running the slowest and already panting breathlessly. Hearing the footsteps behind him, the man fell to his knees with a thud, covering his head with his hands. "Mercy! Young master, spare me. I have an old mother and young children to care for." Unmo didn't let him finish. A single punch smashed into the top of his head, which exploded instantly. The man's words were cut short, and his body collapsed limply. The last one had run the farthest, nearly reaching the canyon's exit. By the time Yun Imo caught up, he was frantically trying to crawl behind a large rock. Yun Imo landed before him. The man looked up, his face streaked with tears, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Yun Imo glanced at him, then drove his fist into his chest. The fist's force shattered his heart meridian. The man's body stiffened for a moment, then slowly collapsed. For bandits, all slain in less than 10 breaths. Yun Imo stood at the canyon's exit, catching his breath. His clothes were splattered with blood. The female archer's blood stained his chest, the tall man's blood was on his sleeves, and the stout man's blood was on his trouser legs. The original color of his clothes was no longer discernible. Yun Imo crouched down and began to search the 4 corpses. The female archer only had a few taels of broken silver and an ordinary iron bow. The 3 men collectively yielded only a dozen or so taels of broken silver and a few battered blades. Yun Imo collected the items into his storage ring, stood up, and looked at his own blood-stained garments, his expression blank. He was used to it. These bandits were so poor they weren't even worth the time it took him to change clothes. Yun Imo took a clean outer robe from his storage ring and put it on, then balled up the blood-soaked clothes and tossed them deep into the canyon. Then he mounted the azure-maned horse and continued his journey. On the evening of the 5th day, Yun Imo spotted a merchant caravan in the distance. A dozen or so wagons laden with goods were escorted by 7 or 8 riders with swords at their waists. The caravan's banner bore the character Lu flapping noisily in the evening breeze. Yun Imo slowed down and observed for a while. The highest cultivator among the guards was a middle-aged man at the 9th layer of chi refining. He was powerfully built with a rugged face and rode a black horse at the very front. There was also a young man at the 7th layer of chi refining following at the rear, who seemed to be the deputy. The rest of the guards were between the 4th and 6th layers of chi refining. But Yun Imo noticed one person, an old man sitting on the shaft of the 3rd wagon, his eyes closed, as if dozing off. His attire was very ordinary, a gray cloth robe, graying hair, and a deeply lined face that made him look like a common old farmer. Yet Yun Imo could not see through his cultivation. The concealed edge art could fool the perception of those below the divine travel realm, but his own perception could only distinguish those within one major realm above him. Someone he couldn't see through was at least at the true profound realm. The possibility of the core formation realm was extremely low. An expert of that level wouldn't appear in a small merchant caravan. The people in the caravan also spotted Yun Imo. The leading guard, the middle-aged man at the 9th layer of chi refining, rode up to meet him. He looked Yun Imo up and down, his gaze pausing for a moment on the azure-man horse beneath him, then sweeping over the cultivation base suppressed to the 4th layer by the concealed edge art. A smile spread across his face. Young brother traveling alone. His voice was booming, his tone enthusiastic. It's getting late, and there's nowhere to rest for dozens of li ahead. Why not travel with our caravan? We can look out for each other at night. Yun Imo thought for a moment, then nodded. Thank you. The middle-aged man introduced himself as Wang Gang, the captain of the caravan's guards. The deputy was named Zhou Tong at the 7th layer of chi refining, a talkative and enthusiastic young man in his early 20s. He rode beside Yun Imo, incessantly asking questions. Young brother, that's a fine horse you have. An azure-maned horse, right? 1,200 li a day, quite precious. Must have cost a pretty penny, didn't it? Yun Imo replied. Where are you coming from all alone? Where are you headed? From the White Mountain area, going to the Qingyun sect. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. The Qingyun sect, one of the 3 great sects. Is the young brother going to become a disciple? Impressive. Zhou Tong gave a thumbs up. When I was your age, I was still doing horse stances in a martial arts school. You can tell the young brother is from a big family. It's different with a background. Yun Imo did not respond. Wang Gang rode over and glared at Zhou Tong. Say less. The young brother has been traveling all day, I'll let him rest. Zhou Tong chuckled twice and fell silent. The caravan set up camp in a clearing by the roadside. The guards put up tents, lit fires, and prepared food, busy but orderly. Yun Imo tied the azure-maned horse to a tree at the edge of the camp, took a blanket from his storage ring, spread it on the ground, and sat down cross-legged. Wang Gang brought over a bowl of hot soup and 2 pieces of dry rations, placing them before Yun Imo. Young brother, have something to eat. You've been traveling all day, don't go hungry. Yun Imo glanced at the soup and rations, but did not reach out. Thank you, I'm not hungry. Wang Gang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled without insisting. All right, I'll leave it here. Help yourself if you feel like it. He placed the bowl and rations beside the blanket and turned away. Zhou Tong walked over, looked at the soup in the bowl, then at Yun Imo, seeming about to speak, but was pulled away by Wang Gang. Yun Imo looked at the steaming bowl of soup. A few scallion slices and drops of oil floated on the surface, steam rising from it. It had been days since Yun Imo had eaten anything hot. But he did not touch it. He didn't know these people or their background. When traveling, it was always safer to be cautious. Steward Lu emerged from behind the wagons. He was a plump man in his 50s with a round face and a perpetual smile, wearing a dark red robe and a pendant of decent quality at his waist. He walked up to Yun and cupped his hands. "Young brother, I am Lu Dimeo, the steward of this caravan. I heard from Wang Gang that you were heading to the Qingyun sect." His tone was polite, but not overly fawning. Yun nodded. "The Qingyun sect is still over 10,000 li from here. Traveling alone, young brother certainly has guts." Steward Lu smiled. "Our caravan is headed to Ming County, a different direction. We'll have to part ways tomorrow morning. Tonight you can rest here, young brother. If you need anything, just tell Wang Gang." "Thank you, Steward Lu," Yun said. Steward Lu waved his hand and turned to leave. After a few steps, he glanced back at the azure-manned horse beneath Yun, his gaze lingering on the steed for a moment before he withdrew it and continued on his way. Yun did not sleep. He sat cross-legged on his blanket, holding a spirit stone in his hand, guiding spiritual energy into his meridians. The stone's luster dimmed bit by bit as the spiritual energy protected by the qi and blood membrane flowed slowly into his dantian. Yunmo's cultivation was nearing the middle stage of the 7th layer of qi refining, progressing steadily at a rate of about 30 points per day. The progress of the jade tempering body art was slow, but it was also increasing little by little. The campfire gradually died down. The guards drifted off to sleep in 2s and 3s, their snores rising and falling. Wang Gang made a round of the camp, checked the night watch arrangements, then returned to the campfire, leaned against a wagon, and closed his eyes. The night passed without incident. Yun put away the spirit stone, stood up, and stretched his stiff body. The sky was already showing the pale light of dawn. The morning breeze carried the scent of earth and dew. He folded his blanket, walked over to the azure-manned horse, and untied its reins. Wang Gang woke up, rubbed his eyes, and stood. "Young brother, leaving so early. Have some breakfast before you go." "No need." Yun swung himself onto the horse. "Thank you for taking me in last night, brother Wang." Wang Gang waved his hand. "Don't mention it. Travel safe." Zhou Tong also crawled out from his blanket, rubbing his sleep-filled eyes, and waved at Yun. "Young brother, train hard when you get to the Qingyun sect. When you become famous, don't forget us." Yun nodded, gently nudged his legs, and the azure-manned horse trotted out of the camp. Once on the official road, he clamped his legs, and the horse broke into a full gallop. The morning wind rushed into his ears, roaring. Yun did not look back. In the caravan camp, the curtain of the 3rd wagon was pushed aside by a fair hand. A young girl poked her head out from the carriage, gazing at the receding figure on the official road. She was 15 or 16, 5 or 6 years older than the boy. Her features were delicate, with a hint of melancholy in her brow that belied her age. Her eyes were fixed on the azure-manned horse and the erect figure upon it, watching for a long time. "Xiuqin, the wind is strong. Don't catch a cold." The old man's voice came from the shaft, low and gentle. Jiang Xiuqin did not retreat. She watched the figure grow smaller and smaller until it finally vanished over the horizon. "Elder Xiong, that young man. He seems a few years younger than me, doesn't he?" Her voice was very soft, as if talking to herself. Elder Xiong did not answer. He merely looked in that direction, his gaze profound. "He is alone, riding a horse, able to go wherever he pleases." Jiang Xiuqin let the curtain fall back, leaning against the carriage wall, her fingers gently stroking the jade pendant at her waist. "Unlike me, going to a strange place to marry someone I don't know." Elder Xiong's voice came from outside the curtain, laced with a hint of helplessness. "Xiuqin, this is the clan's decision. Your father has no choice either." "I know." Jiang Xiuqin closed her eyes. "I know." The carriage began to move slowly. The wheels crunched over the gravel, emitting a creaking sound. The caravan continued forward, heading towards Ming County, towards Jiang Qiuqin's unknown fate. The morning light shone on the carriage roof, gilding the entire vehicle in a layer of gold. The young girl leaned against the carriage wall, her eyes closed, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Her fingers still clutched the jade pendant, her knuckles white. Mongshan Stronghold was the most infamous fortress, spanning thousands of li. Nestled in a valley encircled by 3 peaks, its natural defenses rendered it nearly impregnable. The walls stood tall, bristling with arrow towers, and the gate, crafted from solid ironwood a full foot thick, could withstand even the mightiest battering ram. Within the stronghold dwelled over 1,000 men, commanded by 4 chieftains of the true profound realm. The great chieftain himself was a mid-stage true profound cultivator, a force that could dominate even a modest county town. In the days when the Qingyun sect still thrived, Mongshan Stronghold dared not overstep its bounds. Every year, Qingyun disciples ventured forth to purge the surrounding bandits, and even a fortress as formidable as Mongshan dared not provoke their ire. But ever since the Qingyun sect sealed its mountain gates, none remained to rein them in. The bandits grew bolder by the day, plundering caravans, ravaging villages, and abducting women without restraint. Now the stronghold's assembly hall blazed with torchlight. Great Chieftain Lu Heihu lounged upon a tiger skin throne, one arm wrapped around a disheveled young woman, the other clutching a wine bowl as he guzzled freely. The second, third, and fourth chieftains sat on either side, each accompanied by a weeping woman. In the hall center, a few underlings danced to entertain, while nearby musicians scraped and blew their instruments. Laughter, sobs, and music melded into a cacophony. Big brother, these wenches we snatched from Ming County. Not half bad, eh? The second chieftain, a gaunt man with a saber scar across his face, lecherously pinched the cheek of the woman beside him. She flinched away, tears streaming uncontrollably. Of course, Lu Heihu declared, downing another gulp. I picked them myself. How could they be anything less? The third chieftain, a short, stout man, leaned in with a greasy grin. Big brother, I hear that Squire Wong's daughter from the next county is a celestial beauty. When shall we fetch her for the brothers to feast their eyes on? Lu Heihu shot him a glare. Damn it, women are all you think about. That Squire Wong is thick as thieves with the county magistrate. Touch his daughter, and the magistrate will send troops to wipe us out. The Qingyun sect may have sealed its mountains, but the government still stands. We can't afford to be too conspicuous. The fourth chieftain, a taciturn youth, sat in a corner, drinking in silence. His gaze kept drifting to the hall's entrance, as if awaiting tidings. Fourth brother, what are you gawking at the door for? Lu Heihu asked. Nothing, the fourth chieftain replied, withdrawing his stare. I've just had this uneasy feeling lately. You're overthinking it, Lu Heihu roared with laughter. The Qingyun sect sealed up. Who's left to bother us? The Shanshui Pavilion. The Feishua Mountain Villa. Those big sect disciples have their noses so high in the air, why would they come sniffing around this godforsaken backwater for trouble? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a lookout stumbled frantically into the hall. Gee, great chieftain. Bad news. Lu Heihu set down his wine bowl, frowning. What is it? Spit it out. Someone's coming. A youth riding a horse, heading straight for the stronghold. How many? The second chieftain demanded. Just one. Lu Heihu exhaled in relief, slapping the armrest. One. You scared the hell out of me for one man. What's there to panic about when some fool comes to die? But the clothes that youth is wearing. The lookout's voice quivered. They're from Feishua Mountain Villa. The assembly hall fell into dead silence. The musicians halted, the dancers froze, and even the weeping women choked back their sobs. Every eye fixed on Lu Heihu. His face flickered through several shades of unease. Feishua Mountain Villa, one of the three great sects of the Dian dynasty. Though Qingyun sect had sealed itself away, Feishua still stood. Every inner disciple of theirs was a true profound realm expert. No match for mere bandits like them. Are you sure? The second chieftain's voice tightened. Positive. White robes, Snowpeak embroidery on the cuffs, and the Feishua Mountain Villa token hanging from his belt. No mistake. The second chieftain turned to Lu Heihu. Big brother, maybe we should cut our losses and run. Lu Heihu sat in thought for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the hall before settling on the fourth chieftain in the corner. The fourth chieftain said nothing, merely shaking his head slightly. No retreat. What's so special about Feishua Mountain Villa? Just a greenhorn. Can he really turn the world upside down? The second and third chieftains exchanged glances, then stood as well. What's so special about Feishua Mountain Villa? Just a greenhorn. Can he really turn the world upside down? The second and third chieftains exchanged glances, then stood as well. The fourth chieftain silently gripped the hilt of his sword. Pass the order. Archers, ready your bows. The moment he's in range, loose a volley and turn him into a pincushion. Lu Heihu hefted his blade and strode out of the assembly hall. Let's see if this Feishua disciple really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Yi rode his horse slowly up the mountain path. 19 years old, an inner disciple of Feishua Mountain Villa at the late true profound stage, ranked among the top 3 in the sect. His white robe glimmered faintly in the sunlight, the silver thread Snowpeak embroidery on his cuffs rippling in the breeze. A jade token hung at his waist, engraved with Feishua on one side and his name on the other. He had been cultivating at the sect when months ago he returned home to find that his cousin Yi Lin had long been out of contact. Yi Lin, his uncle's son, had grown up alongside him, and their bond ran deep. Yi Lin had joined the Shanshui Pavilion as a mid-stage true profound inner disciple, less gifted than Yi, but no slouch. When Yi asked his uncle, he learned that Yi Lin had accepted a sect mission to purge Mongshan's stronghold and never returned. Yi then visited the Shanshui Pavilion to check the mission records. The entry read, Yi Lin mission, purge Mongshan stronghold, status missing. Missing. More than likely dead. Without hesitation, Yi set out alone for Mongshan stronghold. He had to confirm his cousin's fate. If the bandits had killed him, he would make the entire stronghold pay with their lives. The mountain trail grew steeper, the trees denser. Yi slowed his pace, scanning the woods on either side. His perception spread wide, every blade of grass and tree within 100 zhang laid bare to his senses. Ahead, the stronghold walls came into view. Tall wooden palisades, figures moving on the watchtowers. The gate was sealed shut, and above it hung a crooked plaque bearing the crudely scrawled characters Mongshan stronghold, as if written by a child. Yi reined his horse to a halt 100 zhang from the gate. On the watchtower, a bandit captain leaned out, brandishing a red flag, and swung it down sharply. Loose arrows. 100 arrows shot forth simultaneously from the wall's towers and flanking woods. A dense black cloud hurtling toward Yi. Yi did not move. A faint white protective aura materialized around his body. The arrows struck it like iron against stone, rebounding harmlessly, without even grazing his robe. After the first volley, Yi remained unscathed. He patted his horse's neck and continued forward. Again, the captain's voice trembled. A second volley yielded the same result. Yi's protective aura was far too thick. The arrows from ordinary bows could not breach it. During the third volley, a single distinctive arrow mingled with the rain of projectiles aimed at Yi. Its shaft was black, its arrowhead a dark crimson etched with intricate runes. Silent and swift as a viper, it slipped among the common arrows. Yi's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized that arrow. The Yi family's secret armor-piercing arrow designed specifically to break through a true profound cultivator's protective aura. Extremely precious, each worth dozens of spirit stones. Only core disciples of the Yi family were permitted to carry such arrows. His cousin Yi Lin had owned one. The arrow struck Yi's protective aura. The aura rippled violently, splitting open a fine crack. The arrowhead pierced through, sinking into Yi's shoulder. Shallow, only breaking the skin, but blood seeped out. Yi looked down at the arrow embedded in his shoulder and fell silent for a moment. Then he pulled it out, gripping it in his hand, and read the name carved on the shaft: Yi Lin. His fingers clenched the shaft until his knuckles turned white. Good. Very good. His voice was soft, but every word seemed ground between his teeth. Yi launched himself from his horse, unleashing the full power of the drifting snow sword art. A mortal-grade supreme sword technique at its peak. Its grand momentum unfurled like a blizzard descending upon the stronghold. The bandits were crushed under the overwhelming pressure. Some fell to their knees, others dropped their weapons and fled, while still more collapsed on the watchtowers, unable to rise. Yi moved through them like a ghost. With one strike, he cleaved the gate in two. With another, he shattered the roof of the assembly hall. Great Chieftain Lu Heihu charged out, his broadsword slashing at Yi. Yi sidestepped and ran him through the throat. The chieftain's eyes bulged in disbelief. He hadn't even lasted a single blow before he crashed to the ground. The second chieftain attempted a flanking ambush, but Yi's backhanded strike sheared off half his skull. The fourth chieftain fought desperately, parrying 3 of Yi's strikes before his sword was sent flying. A gash opened across his chest, and he collapsed. Yi stood in the clearing before the assembly hall, dozens of bodies strewn around him. The remaining bandits knelt in a terrified huddle, not daring to lift their heads. "Where is your third chieftain?" Yi's voice was quiet, but every word rang clear. No one answered. His gaze swept over the kneeling bandits and settled on a trembling minor captain. He strode over and pressed the tip of his sword under the captain's chin, forcing his face up. "I'll ask again. Where is the third chieftain?" The captain's lips quivered, his voice faltering. "The third chieftain fled through the back mountain." "Which direction?" "There's a trail in the back mountain. He took a horse, a bloodfire steed, heading downhill." Yi sheathed his sword and turned toward the back mountain. After a few steps, he paused and glanced back at the kneeling bandits. "Tie yourselves up and surrender to the county magistrate. When I return, if even one man is missing, I'll kill 10 of you." No one dared move. Yi had already vanished onto the narrow path of the back mountain. The trail was so tight it could barely accommodate a single horse. The third chieftain lashed his bloodfire steed, mercilessly driving it at breakneck speed. The bloodfire steed, a horse infused with beast bloodline, could cover 1,000 li in a day, more than twice as fast as an ordinary mount. Yet the third chieftain's heart still thundered in his throat. He dared not look back, afraid that if he did, he would see that white-robed figure. An inner disciple of Feishua Mountain Villa, utterly terrifying. The great chieftain, amidst its true profound cultivator, hadn't lasted a single move against him. The second and fourth chieftains, both early-stage true profound, had been cut down like weeds. Though he himself was also at the early true profound stage, he knew he would only be throwing his life away. So he ran. The bloodfire steed was fast, but the third chieftain wasn't sure it could outrun that Feishua disciple. That man's cultivation was at least late true profound, 2 minor realms above him. If he gave full chase, even the bloodfire steed might not escape. The mountain trail ended at the main road leading downhill. The third chieftain breathed a sigh of relief. Once on the open road, he could vanish into the crowd, and that man might never find him. He spurred his horse down the slope. On the main road, a cyan horse galloped toward him, carrying a youth who looked no older than 11 or 12, clad in a deep blue robe, with a mere chi refining layer for cultivation. The third chieftain's eyes lit up. He glanced behind him. The Feishua disciple hadn't caught up yet, but the hoofbeats echoed from the mountain trail, drawing closer and closer. He had to gamble. Gamble that the Feishua disciple still had a shred of conscience. Gamble that he wouldn't stand by and watch an innocent child taken hostage. The third chieftain launched himself from his saddle, lunging toward the youth on the cyan horse. His arms spread wide like the talons of a massive eagle swooping down on its prey. The third chieftain leaped from his horse and lunged toward Unmo. His hands were spread wide, 10 fingers hooked like talons, true mystic realm initial stage, true chi surging within his palms. This pounce was delivered with full force. The third chieftain had no intention of killing, at least not yet. This child was his only bargaining chip. He needed him alive. Dozens of zhang away, Yi's horse had just burst out of the mountain path. He witnessed the scene, his pupils contracting sharply, a silent cry of alarm rising in his heart. It was too far, dozens of zhang away. Even if Yi exerted his movement technique to the utmost, he wouldn't make it in time. Yi's sword was already in hand, true chi flooding the blade, a silvery white sword aura coalescing at the tip. But he knew that by the time this sword strike was unleashed, the child would likely have already fallen into the bandit's clutches. He couldn't make it in time. Unmo, seeing a burly scar-faced man charging at him, was also startled. But his reaction was far quicker than the third chieftain had anticipated. The azure mane horse was still galloping. Unmo kicked off from the stirrups, his body springing up from the saddle as he fully executed the crane cloud step. With the crane cloud step at the great completion stage, a single leap covered 20 zhang. Unmo's body drifted backward like a leaf swept up by the wind, effortlessly evading the third chieftain's initial pounce. The third chieftain's lunge met only empty air. Unable to gain leverage while airborne, he could only fall. The moment his feet touched the ground, Unmo had already retreated. But it was not a retreat, it was an advance. The crane cloud step changed direction midair, and his body swept toward the third chieftain like a homing bird. Before the third chieftain could even steady himself, Unmo's fist had already arrived. The first form of the Vajra, demon-subduing fist Vajra, pushes the mountain. With the force of 20,000 gene amplified by the explosive power of a great completion stage fist technique, the fist force pierced through the air and slammed into the third chieftain's chest. The third chieftain's protective true chi shattered like paper before the fist force, crumbling and dissipating. The fist force penetrated his chest cavity, shattering his heart, lungs, and ribs. His chest caved into a fist-sized pit, and a bulge swelled on his back. The shape of ribs snapped by the impact and pushed out from behind. The third chieftain lowered his head to stare at his own chest, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth agape. He tried to speak, but only managed to spit out a mouthful of blood. He lifted his head and looked at the youth before him, who appeared to be only 11 or 12 years old, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Chi refinement 4th layer. A child at Chi refinement 4th layer had shattered his protective true chi and crushed his internal organs with a single punch. The third chieftain couldn't believe it, but he had no chance to figure it out. His body stiffened for a moment, then toppled straight backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. His eyes remained open, staring sightlessly in death. Unmo landed on the ground and caught his breath. His fist was still trembling slightly, not from fear, but from the soreness of overexertion. This was Unmo's first time killing a true mystic realm martial artist. Previously, he had killed a third-grade demon beast, the black-spotted leopard, whose combat power rivaled the early to mid-true mystic realm. But that was a demon beast after all, with low intelligence and no ability to use protective true chi. A human was a first. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, then at his own fist, and fell silent for a moment. "It's fine," Unmo murmured softly. It was unclear whether he meant he was fine or something else entirely. Dozens of zhang away, Yi reined in his horse. Yi sat on his horse, staring at Unmo, his mouth slightly agape, the shock in his eyes yet to fade. What had he just witnessed? A child at Chi refinement 4th layer had killed a true mystic realm initial stage martial artist with a single punch. As one of the top 3 inner disciples of the snowy flying mountain villa, he had seen his share of prodigies, but he had never seen anything like this. Chi refinement 4th layer defeating true mystic realm initial stage, a one-punch kill. This wasn't a prodigy, this was a monster. Yi guided his horse to Unmo and stopped 10 zhang away. He didn't approach too closely, not out of wariness, but because he didn't know what to say. He was silent for a moment, then cupped his hands in salute. "I am Yi, an inner disciple of the snowy flying mountain villa." His voice was a little hoarse. "My thanks to you, young brother, for your assistance. That bandit was one I had been pursuing for half a day." Unmo kicked the third chieftain's corpse in front of Yi's horse. "Yours." Yi glanced at the corpse, then back at Unmo, the corner of his mouth twitching. "My thanks." Yi dismounted and walked over to Unmo, looking him up and down. His white inner disciple robe of the snowy flying mountain villa glistened in the sunlight, and a jade token hung from his waist engraved with the characters "Flying Snow" on the front. Yi appeared to be 18 or 19, with a handsome face and a spirited look between his brows. But at this moment his expression was filled more with curiosity and admiration. "Young brother, you are so young yet possess such astonishing strength. May I ask who your master is?" Yi inquired. Unmo thought for a moment, but did not mention the Yun family. "A rogue cultivator. Self-taught." Yi naturally didn't believe him. but he didn't press further. He glanced at the azure mane horse beneath Yun Mo, then at Yun Mo, his gaze pausing briefly on the deep blue robe he wore. The fabric of the garment was fine silk, well-tailored, and though it had a few patches, it was clearly not something a child from an ordinary family could wear. He had guessed something, but didn't call it out. "May I ask your esteemed surname, young brother?" Yun Mo said. Yi's brow twitched slightly. Yun. This surname was uncommon in the Great Yin dynasty. In recent years, one name bearing the surname Yun had spread across the entire dynasty, Yin Qinghua. First on the Hidden Dragon ranking at 17 years old in the late core formation stage, with combat power rivaling the Heavenly Unity realm. Yi's eyes lit up. "Miss Yin Qinghua she is." He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. Yun Mo didn't deny it. An elder of the clan. Yi's breath caught for a moment. He looked Yun Mo over once more, and the admiration in his gaze transformed into something else. Not reverence, but a more complex, more solemn expression. The Yun family. The very family that had produced Yin Qinghua. Though their foundation was not as deep as those established noble houses, their momentum was strong, and no one dared to underestimate them. And this child before him was a scion of the Yun family. At Qi refinement 4th layer, he could kill a true mystic realm initial stage martial artist. A talent that even among the 3 great sects would rank among the very best. Yi took a token from his bosom and presented it with both hands. The token was silvery white, the size of a palm, with the character Yi engraved on the front and a mountain peak pattern on the back. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, its edges smooth, clearly no ordinary item. "Young brother Yun, my thanks for your help today. I pursued this bandit for half a day. If not for you, he might have gotten far." His tone was sincere. "This is the honored guest token of my Yi family. With this token you may enjoy free room and board at any Yi family establishment and seek assistance from members of the Yi family should you encounter difficulties. If you do not disdain it, young brother, please accept it." Yun Mo took the token, glanced at it, and stored it in his spatial ring. "My thanks." Yi smiled and mounted his horse. He looked at the 3rd chieftain's corpse on the ground, then back at Yun Mo. "Where is young brother headed?" "Qingyun sect." Yi nodded, asking no further questions. "Then we shall meet again. I must return to deal with the matters of the stronghold." He paused. 3 chieftains died in that stronghold, and 1 escaped, the one you killed. "I told the remaining underlings to turn themselves in at the county office. I need to go back and make sure they don't run off. Until we meet again," Yun Mo said. Yi guided his horse back along the mountain path. After a few steps he stopped and turned to look at Yun Mo once more. The youth had already mounted his azure mane horse and continued onward. His silhouette grew smaller and smaller on the official road, fading into the distance until it vanished beyond the horizon. Yi withdrew his gaze, squeezed his horse's flanks, and galloped toward the stronghold. 10,000 li away at the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect was nestled deep within the Kangmang mountain range, surrounded by peaks and shrouded in clouds and mist. The sect had been sealed off for months, its grand protective formation operating at full capacity, preventing outsiders from entering and those inside from leaving. But the sealing of the mountain was only for outsiders. For those within, the sect life had to go on. Supreme Elder Qingfeng Taoist emerged from his seclusion cave. He was 180 years old at the early Heavenly Unity realm and was the sole pillar of the Qingyun sect. Throughout the entire Great Yin dynasty, Heavenly Unity realm martial artists could be counted on one hand, and Qingfeng Taoist was one of them. Months ago, when the mysterious late Heavenly Unity realm martial artist attacked the Qingyun sect, he had fought desperately, sustaining severe injuries and nearly perishing. Fortunately, a passing powerful expert intervened, saving the Qingyun sect and also saving his life. He had recuperated in the cave for months, and his injuries had finally healed by 70 or 80%. The first thing he did was go to see Yin Qinghua. Yin Qinghua was the hope of the Qingyun sect. 17 years old, late core formation stage, first on the Hidden Dragon, ranking combat power rivaling the Heavenly Unity realm. A genius like this appeared only once in several centuries in the entire Great Yin dynasty. As long as she remained in the Qingyun sect, the sect's future was assured. If anything happened to her, the Qingyun sect, even if not completely annihilated, would never recover. Qingfeng Taoist, leaning on his staff, walked step by step toward the sect leader's hall. His body was still weak, but he could wait no longer. He had to see Yin Qinghua with his own eyes and confirm she was safe. The sect leader's hall stood at the center of the sect, magnificent in scale. When Qingfeng Taoist pushed open the door, sect leader Han Xiaotian was seated at his desk reviewing documents. Han Xiaotian, in his 40s, was at the late core formation stage with a refined countenance and a steady demeanor. Seeing Qingfeng Taoist enter, he quickly rose and went to support him. "Uncle Master, why have you come out? Your injuries haven't fully healed, you should rest more." Qingfeng Taoist waved his hand, brushing off his assistance. "Where is Qinghua? I want to see her." Han Xiaotian's expression shifted. Qingfeng Taoist saw his face and furrowed his brow. "What's wrong?" Han Xiaodian was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, Uncle Master Supreme, Elder Yun, has left. Qingfeng Daoist's staff struck the ground heavily, producing a dull thud. Left? Where did she go? This disciple does not know. 3 days ago Supreme Elder Yun said she wanted to go out for some fresh air, and then she left. The elders could not stop her. Fresh air? Qingfeng Daoist's voice rose a few notes. Has her injury healed? It has. She woke up a month ago and has recuperated since then. She is now fully recovered. Han Xiaodian quickly added, her body healed very quickly, much faster than anticipated. I personally examined her before she left, and there were indeed no problems. Qingfeng Daoist stared at him for a long moment, and only after confirming he wasn't lying did he withdraw his gaze. He walked over to a chair and sat down, leaning his staff against the armrest, and let out a long sigh. 3 days. His voice was very soft, as if talking to himself. Where has she gone? This disciple does not know. She didn't say. Han Xiaodian paused. But this disciple surmises she may have returned to the Yun family. Qingfeng Daoist was silent for a long time. He recalled Yun Qingyu's appearance when she first came to the Qingyun sect. 14 years old at Qi refinement, 4th layer at the bottom of the main branches, direct line, taciturn, and unsociable. No one thought highly of her back then. But Qingfeng Daoist had watched her train, watched her practice alone in the training ground late into the night, watched her grit her teeth and get up again and again. He knew this child was extraordinary. Later she indeed soared to the heavens. Qi refinement 7th layer, Qi refinement 10th layer, true mystic realm, core formation realm. She broke through like a force of nature. First on the hidden dragon, ranking the greatest genius the great Yin dynasty had seen in centuries. Now at 17, she was at the late core formation stage with combat power rivaling the heavenly unity realm, even surpassing this old man who had just recovered from severe injuries. Qingfeng Daoist suddenly laughed. He shook his head, his laughter soft, tinged with a hint of self-mockery and a touch of gratification. Never mind. He stood up, picking up his staff. Let her go wherever she pleases. There are not many in this world who can stop her. Han Xiaodian was taken aback. Uncle Master, shouldn't we send someone to look for her? Look for what? Qingfeng Daoist shot him a glance. Can the people you send out defeat her? Han Xiaodian was left speechless. Then, what if she encounters that attacker? That attacker was after her. Following her would only expose her whereabouts. Qingfeng Daoist waved his hand. She knows what she's doing. The Qingyun sect is sealed off. Staying here would only suffocate her. It's good for her to get out and stretch her legs. Qingfeng Daoist, leaning on his staff, walked toward the door. After a few steps he stopped and turned back to look at Han Xiaodian. Xiaoyan Qingyue is the future of the Qingyun sect. She is stronger than any of us. Trust her. Han Xiaodian was silent for a moment, then nodded. This disciple understands. Qingfeng Daoist pushed open the door and walked out. Sunlight shone on his graying hair. His figure was somewhat stooped, but his back was held very straight. He walked very slowly, each step steady and firm. In Nanshan County, there is a branch office of Zhiliao. The branches of Zhiliao are spread across various counties in the Dine dynasty. Although Nanshan County is not as grand as the main office in the royal city, it is fairly substantial. The branch is located in a small alley in the eastern market of the county town with a modest storefront that is gray and nestled between a grocery store and a pawn shop. However, upon entering, the space inside is much larger than it appears from the outside. In the hall, several long tables are set up covered with thick ledgers, and a few clerks are busy behind the counters with some copying documents, some sorting letters, and others whispering to each other. A huge wooden board hangs on the wall, densely written with the prices of various messages, from demonic beasts appearing in a certain area to marriages of renowned families in a certain county, from sect recruitment to royal decrees. Everything can be found here. A handsome young man walked in. She wore a light moon-white robe with a silver-gray sash at her waist, and her hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, revealing a strikingly handsome face. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, a straight nose, and a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. The young man's steps were light, and her posture was elegant, exuding the noble air of a scion of a prestigious family. The only flaw was her height, about 5 feet, significantly shorter than most adult men. However, her aura compensated for this, and no one would underestimate her because of her stature. A clerk approached with a beaming smile. What news does this young master wish to purchase? The young man's voice was clear with a hint of languor. Big business. The clerk's eyes brightened, and he quickly led her to a private room in the VIP area on the 2nd floor. The room was small but elegantly decorated. A long table made of wangwali with 2 grandmaster chairs, a teapot, and 2 teacups were arranged on the table. A landscape painting hung on the wall depicting the scene of a vast mountain range. The young man glanced at it, but said nothing more. Please wait, the shopkeeper will be here shortly. The clerk retreated, gently closing the door. The young man sat down and poured herself a cup of tea. The tea was excellent, sweet to the taste with a lingering aftertaste. She took a sip, set the cup down, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes as if waiting for something. After a while the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man in his 50s walked in round-faced, smiling, wearing a dark red robe with an exquisite jade pendant hanging at his waist. He sat down opposite the young man and clasped his hands together. My surname is Zhou, and I am the shopkeeper of this branch. May I ask how to address you? Yin Qing, said the young man, named Yin Qing. What news does young master Yin wish to purchase? Let's take a look first. Yin Qing took out a list from her sleeve and pushed it in front of shopkeeper Zhou. The list contained a catalog of several messages from distribution of demonic beasts in various counties of the Dian dynasty to recent news from the three major sects from the Yun family of Nanhuang County to historical rankings of the Qianlong list. Shopkeeper Zhou glanced at it, his brows slightly furrowed, but he did not say anything. He stood up, walked to the wall, opened a drawer, and took out several ledgers. He also retrieved a stack of letters from a locked cabinet. These are the messages you require. Please have a look. Yin Qing opened the ledger and read through the messages quickly. She scanned 10 lines at a glance, but paid close attention to each entry. When she saw uninteresting messages, she flipped past them. When she found something of interest, she would pause and read it a few more times. One particular message caught her attention. A young boy traveling alone, calling himself Yun Mo, around 11 years old, with a cultivation level of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, riding a Qinyan horse, claims to be heading to the Qinyan sect. He has traveled over 10,000 miles, passing through Baishan Town, Panyan County, Ming County, and Qingshi Town, and is less than 10 days away from the Qinyan sect. At the end of the message there were notes on the time, location, descriptions from eyewitnesses, and even a simple sketch. The boy in the sketch had delicate features, a calm expression, dressed in a dark green robe, riding a tall blue horse. Yin Qing's finger paused on that message. Yun Mo. This name seemed somewhat familiar to her. A few months ago, a letter from home mentioned that the Yun family's Marshall Hall had produced a talented individual named Yun Mo from the Ning County branch with excellent potential. She hadn't paid much attention. The Yun family's Marshall Hall produced several promising talents every year, but very few truly became extraordinary. However, this message made her take a closer look. At 11 years old, at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, traveling alone over 10,000 miles to the Qinyan sect. Yin Qing set the ledger down, picked up her teacup, and took a sip, her gaze drifting outside the window. Zhiliao had intentionally placed this message where she could see it. She was well aware. Her disguise techniques and camouflage skills were unrecognizable to anyone within the Dian dynasty. But she was not facing people from the Dian dynasty, but Zhiliao, a network of information that spanned numerous domains and was backed by several formidable experts in the realm of life and death. In Zhiliao's eyes, Yin Qing's level of disguise was akin to being unclothed. They knew who she was. They also knew what she wanted to see. Thus they presented this message to her. The corners of Yin Qing's mouth curved slightly. She was not angry. Zhiliao were business people. Those in business would not offend significant clients. They showed her this message not out of malice, but because she could afford the spirit stones. Yin Qing's gaze fell on the note at the end of the message. Detailed information requires an additional purchase. Indeed, Zhiliao intended to raise the price. For this message, Yin Qing pushed the ledger towards shopkeeper Zhou, her finger pointing at that message. How much for the detailed information on Yun Mo, including his current location? Shopkeeper Zhou glanced at it, his smile unchanged, but his eyes grew somewhat serious. Young Master Yin, this message cannot be priced by our branch. It requires consulting the main office. He paused. However, please rest assured it won't take too long. Yin Qing nodded. Shopkeeper Zhou exited. Yin Qing leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and quietly waited. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, shopkeeper Zhou returned, holding a slip of paper with a place name and a number written on it. The price given by the main office for the news you requested is 1,000 spirit stones. For Yun Mo's current location, an additional 500. Yin Qing took out 1,500 spirit stones from her storage ring and stacked them on the table. The spirit stones emanated a faint glow, illuminating the entire private room a few shades brighter. Shopkeeper Zhou collected the spirit stones and slid the slip of paper in front of the young man. Yun Mo's current location is in this direction. With your speed, young master, you could arrive in a day if you exert yourself. Yin Qing glanced at the slip of paper, memorizing the place name, then folded it and tucked it into her sleeve. She did not inquire about any other news. She stood up and clasped her hands towards Shopkeeper Zhou. Thank you very much. Shopkeeper Zhou smiled and returned the gesture. Young Master Yin, take care. Zhiliao is always at your service. Yin Qing pushed open the door and stepped out. Her steps were swift yet steady, without a hint of panic. She descended the stairs, crossed the hall, and pushed open the grand doors of Zhiliao. Sunlight fell on her face, causing her to squint slightly, then she headed towards the city gate. Yin Qing did not linger in the city, heading directly out of Nanxian County towards the direction indicated on the slip of paper. Her speed was extremely fast, her figure flashing along the official road like a white streak of light, vanishing in an instant. Yin Mo was unaware that someone was searching for him. He simply wanted to reach the Qinyan sect as quickly as possible. The Qinyan horse galloped along the official road, the wind howling in his ears. Yun Mo had been traveling for over 10 consecutive days from Baishan Town to Panyun County, from Panyun County to Ming County, heading north. He was getting closer to the Qingyun sect, glancing at the map, estimating there were about 10 more days of travel. A relay station appeared ahead. The relay station was not large, consisting of a few simple houses, a stable, and a well. Several officials resembling guards were chatting at the entrance, with a few horses tied in the yard and travelers resting and sipping tea under the porch. Yun Mo did not stop. He did not want to waste time at the relay station. He squeezed his legs, and the Qingyun horse galloped past the entrance of the relay station. Under the porch, a woman named Wu Yi looked up, watching the blue steed that swept past. She was Wu Yi, 32 years old. Originally a side branch of the Wu family in Qin County, she was stunningly beautiful and sharp-minded. At 18, she was promised to the head of a medium family in Qin County as a concubine. That head was over 50 years old at the initial stage of the true profound realm and considered a significant figure in Qin County. After marrying Wu Yi, was reluctant to be merely a vase. Using her beauty and cunning, she seduced the elders and disciples of the family, tricking them out of martial resources, elixirs, spirit stones, and martial arts manuals without missing anything. Wu Yi was not lacking in talent, and with ample resources, her cultivation advanced rapidly. By the age of 28, she broke through to the true profound realm, becoming one of the few true profound warriors in that family. After her breakthrough, she poisoned the head of the family, absconding with the family's savings, and fled to another country. She arrived in Ling County, changed her name, and got involved with a latest-stage true profound loose cultivator. That loose cultivator was quite renowned in Ling County, and she had a peaceful life with him for a while. But her past was revealed. Someone traced her history in Qin County and transmitted the news to that loose cultivator. The loose cultivator was furious and wanted to kill her. Wu Yi struck first, taking advantage of his unpreparedness, using her hidden weapon, a silver needle, to ambush him, severely wounding the loose cultivator before escaping. This time she intended to flee to the Qin dynasty. She could no longer stay in the Dian dynasty, changing to another dynasty and another identity to start anew. Wu Yi had saved up quite a bit, enough to live comfortably in the Qin dynasty for over a decade. But her horse was too slow, unable to travel more than 400 miles a day, thus failing to outrun the government's pursuers. She needed a good horse. The Qinyan horse, capable of covering 1,200 miles a day, was the best choice. Her gaze fell on the Qinyan horse, a glint of greed flashing in her eyes. She stood up and walked out from the porch. "Miss, you haven't finished your tea yet," the clerk called from behind. Wu Yi did not look back, took out a piece of broken silver from her sleeve, and casually tossed it behind her. The silver clinked on the table. Wu Yi's steps were quick yet light, making almost no sound. She was quite talented in lightness skills, having mastered the human-grade snake walking technique to perfection. Using the snake walking technique at the mid-true profound realm is not something an ordinary martial artist can compare to. She did not ride a horse. Her horse was too slow to catch up with the Qinyan horse. Instead, she pursued on foot. Yun Mo was unaware that someone was after him. He rode swiftly, but Wu Yi's speed was even greater. Her figure weaved through the woods alongside the official road, like a moving snake, silent and unseen. After leaving the relay station for several miles, the official road entered an open area. On both sides were harvested farmland, providing an open view with no place to hide. Wu Yi recognized this as the best opportunity to strike. She pulled 3 silver needles from her sleeve. The needles were extremely thin and short, hardly thicker than a strand of hair, almost invisible in the sunlight. The tips were coated with her homemade poison, a concoction made from the venom of a third-level snake mixed with several herbs. Colorless and tasteless, it would seal the throat upon contact with blood. This was her secret weapon. Wu Yi relied on this skill to kill the head of her family and ambush the latest-stage true profound loose cultivator. No one could escape her needles. Wu Yi activated her lightness skill, leaping out from the woods, trailing closely behind the Qinyan horse, less than 10 zhang away. Then she struck. The 3 silver needles flew silently, aiming for Yun Mo's back. Wu Yi's technique was extremely fast and precise. The needles were almost invisible in the air. However, Yun Mo sensed it. It wasn't the sound of wind or killing intent, but a more subtle instinctual alertness. His body reacted faster than his mind. He suddenly leaned to the side from the horse, activating the jade refinement technique to its fullest, a faint jade-colored membrane appearing on his skin. The first silver needle grazed past Yun Mo's ear. The second silver needle struck his back, blocked by the blood membrane, sliding off to the side, leaving a pale mark on his skin. The third silver needle, aimed at the heart, grazed under Yun Mo's rib. The force of this needle was the heaviest, creating a shallow cut. The toxin seeped into his skin, but Yun Mo immediately circulated the jade refinement technique, the blood membrane, encapsulating the poison and forcing it out from the wound. A few drops of black blood slid down his skin, dripping onto the road with a faint sizzling sound. Yun Mo flipped off the horse, turned around, and faced Wu Yi. His hand tightened into a fist, the King Kong, subduing demon's fist, already primed for action. Yunmo's gaze was cold, but his heartbeat was fast. This was his first time facing an opponent in the mid-true profound realm, especially one skilled in hidden weapons. Wu Yi's brows furrowed slightly. She hadn't expected this boy to react so quickly, nor that he could force out her poison with his bare body. Wu Yi suppressed her underestimation, stepping out from the woods and standing less than 3 zhang away from Yunmo. "Little boy, leave the horse, and he'll let you go." Her voice was charming and laced with a hint of seduction. Yunmo did not respond. He punched out the first move of the King Kong, subduing demon's fist. King Kong pushes mountain. The fist energy broke through the air, smashing towards Wu Yi's face. Wu Yi's figure flashed, skillfully dodging the punch. Her movement was incredibly fast, like a gliding snake weaving through the shadows of Yunmo's punches. Yunmo's punches were fierce, each carrying a force of 20,000 pounds, but Wu Yi did not directly confront him. Instead, she slid away at the moment the punch approached, while simultaneously flicking out silver needles from her sleeves. The needles were as thin as hair, moving at lightning speed, targeting Yunmo's eyes, throat, and heart. Yunmo had to divide his attention to dodge. His crane cloud step was indeed fast, but Wu Yi's silver needles were even faster. He managed to evade most, but still ended up with several cuts on his body. The blood membrane from the jade refinement technique blocked most of the needle's force, but each needle left a trace of blood on his skin. Yunmo's clothing was torn in several places, stained with blood. Wu Yi was also suffering. Although Yunmo's fists could not hit her, the wind generated by his punches caused her blood to surge. She dared not let Yunmo get too close. If struck by those 20,000-pound fists, her bones would shatter. Wu Yi could only rely on her agile movements and hidden weapons to counter. The two fought for over a dozen exchanges. Yunmo was growing more anxious. His punches could not land on his opponent, and his crane cloud step was not suited for prolonged melee, while his opponent's silver needles were becoming increasingly dense. Yunmo's lack of experience made his fierce punches seem clumsy against such a nimble opponent. Yunmo tried several times to close the distance with his crane cloud step, but Wu Yi dodged each time while simultaneously shooting out silver needles to block his path. Wu Yi noticed his impatience. The corners of her mouth curled slightly as she deliberately showed a flaw, her movement momentarily stalling. Yunmo, as expected, took the bait and punched towards her chest. Just as his fist was about to hit Wu Yi, 4 silver needles suddenly shot out from her sleeve, 2 aiming for Yunmo's eyes and 2 for his heart. Yunmo's pupils constricted sharply. He forcibly twisted his body to avoid the 2 needles aimed at his eyes, but the 2 needles aimed at his heart. One was blocked by the blood membrane and slid off to the side. The other pierced through the blood membrane, stabbing into his chest, the tip grazing the exterior of his heart and embedding deep into the muscle. The poison surged into his bloodstream. Yunmo's body suddenly stiffened. He felt a chilling sensation spreading from his chest to his limbs. His true energy began to stagnate and his hands and feet became numb. Yunmo realized he had been poisoned again, and this time the dosage was far greater than the previous superficial injury. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. He executed the crane cloud step to its fullest, leaping 20 zhang towards the woods by the road. Wu Yi wanted to chase, but just as she took a step, she halted. Yunmo's crane cloud step was very fast, as she might not be able to catch up. Wu Yi glanced at the direction Yunmo ran, then at the Qinyan horse. The horse was still by the roadside, not having run far. Her target was the horse, not the boy's life. Moreover, Wu Yi was confident in her poison. That needle's dosage was enough to kill an ox. The boy wouldn't be able to run far before the poison took effect. Wu Yi approached the Qinyan horse, grabbed the reins, and mounted. The Qinyan horse struggled for a moment, but Wu Yi was strong. She squeezed her legs, and the horse calmed down. She urged the horse away, quickly disappearing at the end of the official road. Yunmo was racing through the forest. His consciousness began to blur. His legs felt heavier with each step, as if he were trudging through mud. Gritting his teeth, Yunmo ran several more miles and stopped behind a rock. He took out a porcelain bottle from his storage ring. It was the antidote pill that Yi Lingxiang had left for him, which he had not used until now. Yunmo poured out 2 pills, stuffed them into his mouth, then sat cross-legged, activating the jade refinement technique to envelop the poison, gradually separating it from his bloodstream. The medicinal power of the antidote pill unfolded within, entangling with the poison. The blood membrane from the jade refinement technique encapsulated the toxin, preventing it from spreading further. Yunmo closed his eyes, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His complexion turned pale, lips purple, breathing rapid, yet his will remained strong. He could not die. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. The poison was gradually forced out, with drops of black blood seeping from Yunmo's fingertips and soles. The medicinal power of the antidote pill was also slowly depleting, continuously neutralizing the poison. Yunmo's complexion shifted from pale to gray, his lips from purple to blue, but his breathing gradually steadied. When the last drop of black blood fell from his fingertips, Yun Mo's body finally could not hold out any longer. The poison had been mostly eradicated, and the remaining trace was no longer life-threatening. However, Yun Mo's stamina was exhausted, and his spirit reached its limit. Leaning against the rock, he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. The sun moved from overhead to the west, then sank below the mountains. Dusk enveloped the woods, and the sound of insects chirped back and forth. Yun Mo lay motionless behind the rock like a stone abandoned in the wilderness. In the distance, a white figure raced down the official road at an astonishing speed. The person, about 5 feet tall, wore a moon-white robe and had a handsome face. It was Yanqing, who had hurried from Nanxin County. Yanqing's perception was fully open, sensing everything within several miles. He detected Yun Mo's presence, weak but still there. He changed direction and swept into the woods. When Yun Mo awoke, he was greeted by an unfamiliar sight. He lay inside a carriage, not spacious but neatly arranged for comfort. Beneath him was a thick cotton cushion. His head rested on a soft pillow, and a thin blanket covered him. The wooden panels of the carriage were polished smooth, exuding a faint, pleasant scent of timber. Bamboo blinds hung over the windows, and sunlight streamed through the gaps, casting long, slender beams of light on the floor. The carriage moved steadily, barely any jolts, only the rhythmic sound of wheels on the road and the clatter of hooves. He shifted his body. The wound on his lower back no longer ached. The poison was completely neutralized, and his strength had returned. He propped himself up on his arms, sat upright, leaned against the carriage wall, and surveyed his surroundings. A young man sat on the opposite side of the carriage, leaning back with his head slightly tilted and eyes closed, appearing to be in deep slumber. He wore a moon-white robe cinched at the waist with a silver-gray sash, and his hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, revealing a handsome face. With sword-like brows, starry eyes, a straight nose, and delicate features, as if painted, his only flaw was his height, about 5 feet shorter than the average adult male. Yet even seated, he exuded an extraordinary aura. A faint pressure emanated from him, not intense, but distinct, the pressure of the core condensation realm. With this presence, any beasts or ill-intentioned individuals within miles would instinctively steer clear, more effective than any concealment array. Yun Mo remained silent, watching the young man, quietly waiting. Awake, the young man spoke, his voice clear and tinged with laziness. His eyes stayed shut, his head motionless, as if talking in his sleep, yet every word was crisp. Thank you, Yun Mo said. He was never one for many words, and facing a stranger left him uncertain what to say. But those 2 words were necessary. The young man opened his eyes, glanced at him, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. No need for thanks. He sat up straight, stretched lazily, and took a water pouch and a food box from his storage ring, placing them before Yun Mo. Eat something first. You were unconscious for less than 3 hours. The poison is gone, and your body is fine. Yun Mo opened the food box, revealing steaming spiritual rice porridge and several steamed cakes. He picked it up and ate slowly, thinking as he did. Less than 3 hours to neutralize the residual poison and restore him, nearly fully, a testament to the man's remarkable skill. Where are you headed? The young man asked. Qingyun sect, Yun Mo said. The young man showed no surprise and pulled out a token from his robe, flashing it before Yun Mo. The token was cyan palm-sized with the characters Qingyun engraved on the front and a mountain peak pattern on the back. This was an inner elder's token of the Qingyun sect, impossible to forge. I am an inner elder of the Qingyun sect, the young man said, putting the token away and leaning back, his tone casual. Saving you wasn't accidental. I was out on sect business when I heard of your feat. An 11-year-old boy at the 4th layer of Qi refining, traveling over 10,000 li alone, killing even a true profound realm bandit and several groups of petty thieves. Quite daring. He looked at Yun Mo, a hint of a wry smile on his lips. Elder Yun Qingwei is a member of our Qingyun sect. You're from the Yun family. Saving you to curry favor with the Supreme Elder. It's a good deal. Yun Mo was silent for a moment, then a thought struck him. Isn't the Qingyun sect sealed off? How can you seniors still come out? The young man glanced at him with a smile. Being sealed off doesn't mean total isolation. Ordinary disciples and common elders can't leave, but inner elders have more authority. Just a word with the sect leader suffices. He paused. Besides, I'm out on business, not for leisure. Yun Mo nodded, not pressing further. I can't take you back to the Qingyun sect just yet, the young man said. I have matters to attend to first. You'll follow me and serve as my attendant for a while. Once I'm done, I'll bring you to the sect. Yun Mo thought it over and nodded. Where are we going? The young man's lips curled. The royal city. Yun Mo's hand froze. The royal city, the heart of the great Yin dynasty, the crown prince's stronghold. All the hardships had endured, the pursuers, bandits, beasts, poison darts, every last bit traced back to the crown prince. The crown prince aimed to destroy the Yun family, had captured Yun Qinghai and Yun Fifan and forced Yi Lingshuang to go with him. Now this inner elder of the Qingyun sect was taking him into the lion's den. Afraid? The young man asked, watching him. Yun Mo shook his head. Not that he wasn't afraid. It was that fear served no purpose. The young man chuckled. Relax. Keeping you safe isn't hard. He leaned back, closed his eyes again. The carriage rolled on wheels, crunching over gravel with a rhythmic creak. Unmo leaned against the carriage wall, gazing at the dusk outside the window when a question came to mind. Senior traveling by carriage to the royal city. How long will it take? 3 months, the young man said without opening his eyes. A slow pace, no rush. Unmo asked no more. 3 months. He had 3 months to cultivate. Over the next 2 days, Unmo spent his time in the carriage. Days were for travel, nights for camping by the roadside. The young man, who told Unmo to call him Yanqing, barely spoke, spending most of his time with eyes closed, leaning in the carriage as if asleep. But Unmo later realized he wasn't sleeping. He was cultivating. A peculiar technique that required no cross-legged meditation or guiding of spiritual energy, just closing his eyes and maintaining a half-asleep state, letting the technique run on its own. What technique is this? Unmo asked. Yanqing opened his eyes and looked at him. When you reach the core condensation realm, I'll tell you. He paused, a smile playing on his lips. If you still want to learn, then I'll teach you. Unmo nodded and didn't press. He sat cross-legged in the carriage holding a spirit stone and resumed cultivation. After the 5th rotation of the refining origin art, the flow of spiritual energy had quickened, but his progress in cultivation was still too slow. About 30 points per day, from the 7th to the 8th layer of chi refining required 800 points, taking him nearly a month. On the 2nd evening, the carriage stopped beneath a cliff. Yanqing jumped down, leaned against the shaft, closed his eyes, and began cultivating again. He needed no arrays or hiding. The faint pressure of the core condensation realm was the best shield, keeping beasts and troublemakers for miles at bay. Unmo sat cross-legged in the carriage, spirit stone in hand, guiding spiritual energy into his dantian. The stone's luster dimmed gradually as the energy flowed through the protective membrane of his chi and blood into his dantian. His cultivation neared the peak of the 7th layer of chi refining, just a hair's breadth from breakthrough. He swapped the spirit stone and continued. Spiritual energy surged into his dantian, filling it like a pool, slowly reaching the brim, the surface, just a finger's width from the edge. He didn't rush, maintaining a steady rhythm, cycling the refining origin art over and over, letting the energy circulate, settle, and condense. The dantian finally overflowed with spiritual energy. He opened his eyes and glanced at the panel. Heaven rewards diligence, once proven, forever proven. Cultivation chi refining 8th layer, 31,600. Refining origin art 5th rotation. Concealing edge art 3rd layer. Jade tempering body art 4th layer, 451600. Diamond subduing demon fist mastery 14801600. Crane cloud step mastery 15401600. 8th layer of chi refining. From the 7th to the 8th layer of chi refining, it took nearly a month. He dismissed the panel, leaned against the carriage wall, closed his eyes, and did the math in his head. From the 8th to the 9th layer required 1600 points. At his current pace, nearly 2 months. From the 9th to the 10th might need 3200 points, 4 months. All told, over half a year to reach the 10th layer. He opened his eyes, staring at the carriage ceiling. Half a year. He didn't fear the time, but he feared not having enough. The crown prince wouldn't give him half a year. Yin Qinghai and Yi Lingshuang couldn't wait that long. He needed to be faster. Yanqing's voice came from the shaft, neither loud nor low, as if reading his thoughts. The refining origin art can't keep up. Unmo was taken aback. Had never mentioned cultivating the refining origin art to this young man. The concealing edge art suppressed his cultivation to the 4th layer of chi refining, hiding his true foundation. Yet this young man saw through his technique at a glance, an insight that commanded respect. Impressive perception, senior, Unmo said. Yanqing chuckled softly. The energy signature of the refining origin art is unique, pure, restrained, without elemental bias. Few in the great Yin dynasty practice it. I've happened to meet a few. He paused. You've reached the 5th rotation of the refining origin art, its pinnacle. Mastering this difficult mid-grade mortal technique to its peak at the chi refining stage is no small feat. He jumped off the shaft, pulled back the carriage curtain, and took 2 books from his storage ring, placing them beside Unmo with a gentle motion, as if offering an ordinary gift. Take them. The top-grade mortal technique, Heavenly Profound Art, and the top-grade mortal sword art, Aurora Sword Art. Look them over when you have time. Practice if they suit you, no rush. Unmo took them and looked down. The first cover bore 3 characters, Heavenly Profound Art. The second had 4, Aurora Sword Art. The Heavenly Profound Art has 7 layers, Yanqing said, leaning against the shaft in a casual tone, as if discussing something trivial. The first 4 layers condense spiritual energy similar to the refining origin art. Starting from the 5th layer, you can use a celestial material to condense a spiritual flower, a second at the 6th layer, and a third at the 7th. Three flowers gathered atop the head, connecting to heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Even among top-grade mortal techniques, it's exceptional. He glanced at Unmo. The Aurora sword art has three forms. It's a sword art renowned for speed, concentrating spiritual energy into a single burst. With your physical strength, few in the true profound realm can withstand your blade. Unmo opened the first page of the heavenly profound art and skimmed through it quickly. The technique shared principles with the refining origin art, but was deeper and more exquisite. The pathways for spiritual energy were more complex, demanding more from the meridians. But his meridians, tempered by the jade tempering body art, were resilient enough to handle it. Thank you, Senior Yin, Unmo said. Yanqing waved a hand, jumped back onto the shaft, and closed his eyes again. No urging, no demands, not even a word on when to finish. He simply left the books there like handing out a casual candy. Unmo stared at the two books in his hands, silent for a moment. Then he sat cross-legged, opened the heavenly profound art, and read it from start to finish, committing the principles, pathways, and precautions to memory. He didn't rush to practice, but first closed his eyes to regulate his breath, calming his mind. The next 3 days he spent entirely in the carriage. On the first day, he began converting the spiritual energy of the refining origin art in his dantian into that of the heavenly profound art bit by bit. The conversion went smoother than expected. The foundation of the 5th rotation of the refining origin art was solid. Though the energy grade was low, its purity and control were excellent. He spent the morning breaking through the first layer, completing the first layer of the heavenly profound art. A small portion of the energy was converted, and 2 types of energy coexisted in his dantian without interference. By evening, he broke through to the 2nd layer, converting more energy. On the 2nd day, he continued. The flow of spiritual energy grew faster, and he completed the 3rd layer of the heavenly profound art. Most of the refining origin art's energy was converted. The new energy in his dantian was denser, flowing with a smoothness that lacked the earlier roughness. He tested it. The same diamond subduing demon fist was now 20% more powerful. On the 3rd day, he converted the last trace of the refining origin art's energy and completed the 4th layer of the heavenly profound art. The spiritual energy had completely transformed, purer, denser, more obedient, and slightly greater in volume. Examining his dantian internally, he felt the energy like a widened river with stronger flow and faster current. The purity and power of the energy were over 30% greater than the 5th rotation of the refining origin art. During these 3 days, he also frequently perused the Aurora sword art. He had no sword, but he could practice in his mind. Closing his eyes, he imagined holding a long sword, executing each form. The first form, the sword strikes like lightning, energy concentrated at the tip, the blade still, while the point quivers. The second form, the sword veers a fangle, striking from the side, with a tricky trajectory, impossible to defend against. The third form, sword light, cascades like a waterfall. One sword becomes 3-3, become 9-9, become 27, dazzling the eye, and blurring the line between real and illusory. He rehearsed over and over in his mind, from awkward to smooth, from smooth to proficient. In 3 days, he never touched a sword, but he had mastered the essentials of all 3 forms, even simulating the trajectory and burst points of the sword energy in his mind. The panel showed progress for the Aurora sword art, beginner. He stopped and glanced at the panel. Heaven rewards diligence, once proven, forever proven. Cultivation Chi refining 8th layer, 175-1600. Heavenly profound art 4th layer, 381600. Concealing edge art 3rd layer. Jade tempering body art 4th layer, 521600. Diamond subduing demon fist mastery 1521600. Crane cloud step perfection. Aurora sword art beginner 32200. Crane cloud step had reached perfection. The diamond subduing demon fist was also close to perfection. Though he hadn't actually practiced the Aurora sword art, the numbers on the panel proved that his mental rehearsal was effective. He dismissed the panel, leaned against the carriage wall, closed his eyes, and felt the new spiritual energy within him. Yanqing's voice came from the shaft, neither loud nor low, carrying a warm smile. 4th layer of the heavenly profound art. It seems you know what you're doing. Unmo opened his eyes, gazing at the dusk beyond the curtain. Senior Yin, how much longer until we reach the royal city? Only a few days have passed. 3 months are still long, Yanqing said softly. Take it slow, no rush. Use this time to solidify your foundation. Unmo nodded and said no more. The carriage continued forward, wheels crunching over gravel with a rhythmic creak. He leaned against the wall, spirit stone in hand, and resumed cultivation. The energy flow of the 4th layer of the heavenly profound art was much faster than the refining origin art, steadily advancing his cultivation. He knew haste was futile, but he couldn't help wondering. How were Yun Qinghai and Yiling Shuang now? Was Yun Fifan all right? What did the crown prince want with them? He suppressed these thoughts, closed his eyes, and continued cultivating. Yanqing never concealed her cultivation level, or rather being at the early stage of core formation was already the result of her best efforts to appear weaker. The faint pressure emanating from her was not intense, but it was distinct, causing all beasts and ill-intentioned individuals within several miles to instinctively steer clear. Unlike when Yun Mo traveled alone, not a single bandit dared to block their path this time. Those petty thieves lurking on either side of the official road, sensing this pressure from afar, shrank back into their hiding places, not daring to show their faces. Occasionally, a few reckless ones seeing the carriage approach would think of making a move, but upon drawing closer, they would realize their mistake, their faces turning pale as they turned and fled. Yun Mo relished the peace and quiet. Every day he sat cross-legged inside the carriage, holding a spirit stone, guiding the spiritual energy into his meridians. The circulation speed of spiritual energy at the fourth layer of the Heaven's Mystery art was significantly faster than the refining Yuan art, greatly enhancing his cultivation efficiency. He could completely absorb a low-grade spirit stone in 10 days, a rate already comparable to an ordinary true profound realm martial artist. The high-purity spiritual energy within the stone, protected by his blood and chi membrane, flowed continuously into his dantian, steadily advancing his cultivation progress. Another 5 days passed. That evening the carriage stopped by a stream. Yanqing went to the stream to wash her face, while Yun Mo sat in the carriage taking out a spirit stone he had been using for 9 days from his storage ring and holding it in his palm. The luster of the spirit stone dimmed bit by bit. Spiritual energy surged into his meridians, flowing slowly into his dantian under the protection of the blood and chi membrane. After absorbing the last wisp of energy, he opened his eyes and glanced at the panel. Heaven rewards diligence, a once proven, eternally proven. Cultivation Chi Refining Layer 8, 425, 1600. Heaven's Mystery Art Layer 4, 543, 1600. Concealed Blade Art Layer 3. Jade Tempering Body Art Layer 472, 1600. Diamond Subduing Demon Fist Perfected. Crane Cloud Step Perfected. Polar Light Sword Art Beginner 62,200. Diamond Subduing Demon Fist was now perfected. Crane Cloud Step had long been perfected. Although Polar Light Sword Art was still at the beginner level, its progress was slowly increasing. He dismissed the panel, tossed the depleted stone out of the carriage, and stretched his somewhat stiff body. Yanqing's voice came from outside the carriage. Ahead is Nanming Prefecture City. Well, enter to take care of some business. Yun Mo lifted the carriage curtain and gazed at the distant city walls. Nanming Prefecture City was much larger than the county towns they had passed before. Its walls were towering, its gates wide open, bustling with traffic. The carriage slowly entered the city, where shops lined both sides of the streets amidst the clamor of voices. Yanqing did not linger on the streets, but drove directly to a branch of the Cicada. The branch in Nanming Prefecture City was even larger than the one in Nanshan Prefecture, with an imposing facade and numerous carriages parked at its entrance. Yanqing stopped the carriage at the entrance and led Yun Mo inside. The hall was crowded. Some people were inquiring about the price of information at the counter, others were conversing in low voices in corners, and some were sitting on benches flipping through booklets. A waiter approached them with a beaming smile. "Esteemed young master, what information would you like to purchase?" "The VIP area," Yanqing said, her voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. The waiter's eyes lit up, and he quickly gestured for them to follow. "This way, please, young master." Yun Mo followed behind, Yanqing crossing the hall and heading towards the second floor. Just as they reached the foot of the stairs, he heard someone call out from behind. "Young brother Yun." Yun Mo stopped and turned to look. A young man around 18 or 19 stood up from a corner of the hall. He wore a white robe with snow-capped mountain patterns embroidered on the cuffs, and a jade token hung from his waist. His features were delicate, with a heroic air between his brows. It was Yi, whom he had encountered near Mongshan Stockade. "Brother Yi," Yun Mo acknowledged with a nod. Yi quickly walked over, his gaze pausing on Yun Mo before shifting to Yanqing beside him. His brow furrowed slightly, but he said nothing. "Young brother Yun, what are you doing here? Weren't you headed to the Qingyun sect?" Yi's voice carried a hint of concern. "This is Senior Yanqing, an inner sect elder of the Qingyun sect." Yun Mo stepped aside slightly. "Senior Yin saved my life and is taking me to the royal city on some business." Yi's gaze fell upon Yanqing, sizing him up. Yanqing wore a moon-white robe cinched with a silver-gray sash. Her hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, and her handsome features exuded an extraordinary bearing. The faint pressure of the core formation realm emanating from him made Yi cautious not to stare too long. This junior Yi, an inner sect disciple of the Flying Snow Mountain Villa, pays respects to Senior Yin. Yi respectfully performed a bow. Yanqing glanced at him and nodded slightly, but did not speak. The waiter stood at the top of the stairs, looking somewhat troubled by this scene. Yanqing waved his hand, signaling him to wait. Yi, understanding, stepped back to clear the path. Brother Yi, until we meet again, Yun Mo said. Until we meet again, Yi replied. Yin Qing led Yun Mo up to the second floor, disappearing behind the door to the VIP area. Yi stood still, staring at the closed door, his frown deepening. Although he hadn't met all the inner sect elders of the Qingyun sect, he generally knew their names. Yin Qing. This name he had never heard before. There was no one by that name among the inner sect elders of the Qingyun sect. A wave of unease surged in Yi's heart. An unknown core formation martial artist taking Yun Mo, claiming to be going to the royal city on business. Yun Mo was a member of the Yun family, which had been through so much turmoil lately. Yun Qingwei was a supreme elder of the Qingyun sect. If this person claiming to be an inner sect elder was an imposter, then Yun Mo was in danger. He walked to a corner of the hall, took out paper and a brush from his storage ring, and hastily wrote a letter. Its gist was that Yun Mo had been taken by a core formation martial artist claiming to be an inner sect elder of the Qingyun sect, heading to the royal city. The person's identity was suspicious, and he urged the Yun family to investigate. He folded the letter, walked to the counter, and handed it to the manager. Express delivery to the Yun family in Nanhuang Prefecture. The manager took the letter and nodded. Rest assured, young master. It will arrive within 3 days. Yi paid the spirit stones, turned, and walked out of the cicada. He didn't go far, but stood at the entrance of a tea house across the street, watching the cicada's main door. He didn't know what he could do, but he wanted to see Yun Mo come out safely. Inside the VIP area, the private room was much quieter than the common hall downstairs. Yin Qing sat in an armchair with a pot of tea and several booklets on the table before him. The steward was a man in his 40s with a gaunt face, a long wispy beard, and wearing a deep blue robe. His demeanor was respectful, but not servile. What information would you like to purchase, young master Yin? Yin Qing took a list from her sleeve and pushed it across the table to the steward. The steward glanced at it, nodded, and turned to retrieve the information. Yun Mo sat quietly in the corner waiting. When the steward returned, he held a stack of letters and a single separate envelope. He placed the stack on the table and respectfully handed the single envelope to Yin Qing. Young master, this letter was just sent by a guest. The recipient is the Yun family in Nanhuang Prefecture. According to regulations, we cannot disclose the sender's information, but the recipient. The steward paused. This humble one dared not act on my own authority. Please, young master, take a look. Yin Qing took the letter, but did not open it. Instead, she closed her eyes and probed a thread of her divine sense into the envelope. After a moment, she opened her eyes and the corner of her mouth curled slightly. She already knew the letter's contents. The gist was to alert the Yun family to be wary of her identity. This he was quite thoughtful. Send it out as usual. Yin Qing handed the letter back to the steward. Do not delay. She took an extremely fine brush from her sleeve and gently touched it to the corner of the envelope. As the brush tip landed, a faint, almost imperceptible wisp of spiritual energy seeped into the paper, leaving a tiny mark on the envelope. An ordinary person wouldn't notice that mark, but the head of the Yun family, Yun Jintian, would surely recognize it. It was a secret cipher she often used in her youth when corresponding with her father. When this letter reaches the Yun family, someone will naturally know who sent it. Yin Qing pushed the envelope back to the steward. The steward quickly took it and respectfully bowed. This humble one understands. Yin Qing said no more and opened the pile of information on the table. She read them one by one quickly, but examining each one meticulously. Yun Mo waited quietly in the corner without making a sound. Yi stood across the street for half an hour, watching as Yun Mo and Yin Qing emerged from the cicada. Yun Mo's expression was calm, and Yin Qing's was equally calm, revealing nothing unusual. The two boarded the carriage, the driver shouted, and the carriage slowly drove away. Yi stood at the entrance of the tea house, watching the carriage disappear into the distance, his heart still unsettled. He thought for a moment, but finally sighed. After all, he had his own matters to attend to. He turned and walked towards the southern part of the city. The Yi family had a villa in the southern district, a property his uncle had acquired. He stayed here every time he visited Nanming Prefecture City. The villa was not large, with 2 courtyards, one behind the other. The flowers and trees were neatly arranged, and the place was kept very clean. Yi pushed open the door across the front courtyard, and as he reached the central courtyard, a young girl walked out from a side room. She was around 15 or 16, with delicate features and an unshakable melancholy in her eyes. She wore a light green dress, her hair pinned up with a silver hairpin, revealing a stretch of fair neck. She held a tray with several small dishes and a bowl of soup, clearly just coming from the kitchen. Seeing Yi return, a flicker of joy appeared on the girl's face, but it was like a ripple on the water's surface, quickly fading, leaving the heavy sorrow in her eyes unchanged. Brother Yi, you're back. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of shyness. I made dinner. Eat it while it's hot. Yi smiled and walked over to take the tray. Qiuqin, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Qiuqin shook her head and followed him into the room. She was not a martial artist. She couldn't practice martial arts. She was just an ordinary person. She once had an old protector whom people called Old Xiong. Old Xiong had always been by her side, protecting her, taking care of her like family. But Old Xiong was no longer there. He had died protecting her. Her sorrow had begun from that moment like a thick layer of dark clouds obscuring all the light from her eyes. She lowered her head and placed the dishes on the table. Yi sat down, picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and nodded. Delicious. Jiang Qiuqin sat opposite him, watching him eat. The corner of her mouth curved slightly, but the smile was very faint, so faint it seemed as if a breeze could blow it away. Her gaze drifted out the window towards the distant horizon, as if she was looking at a place far, far away. Yi did not ask her what was wrong. He knew what she was thinking about. Some things cannot be asked, one can only wait for time to slowly dilute them. He lowered his head and continued eating, saying no more. After leaving Zhiliao, Yanqing boarded the carriage but did not rush to leave the city. She instructed the driver to stop in front of a shop near the eastern gate, ordered a pot of tea and 2 baskets of steamed dumplings, and ate slowly. Yuan Imo sat across from her, puzzled by her intentions, yet he refrained from asking. Through their days together, he had grown accustomed to Yanqing's demeanor. Calm and unhurried, every step deliberate, though she never explained herself. Senior Yan, aren't we in a hurry? Yuan Imo finally couldn't help but ask. Yanqing picked up a dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, chewed slowly, and then spoke. We are, but a moment's delay won't matter. She glanced toward the city gate, a faint curve touching her lips. It was through Yuan Imo that she had learned of Crown Prince Yin Juchuan's practice of blood cultivation. Thus her visit to Zhiliao today was originally to investigate clues about the bloodthirsty fiend. Though it was not yet time to strike at the heart of the matter, probing into the bloodthirsty fiend's case would at least help map out the Crown Prince's influence. The most recent bloodthirsty massacre had occurred in Lin County, not far from Nanming Prefecture City. 3 days ago, the centuries-old foundation of the Lin family was destroyed, with over 1,000 lives lost. Among the intelligence from Zhiliao, she discovered that an inner disciple of Feishua Mountain Villa had been present and had rescued a woman. That person was Yi. Yanqing had originally not planned to linger in Nanming Prefecture City, but since he was also there, she decided to wait. Yi had encountered the bloodthirsty fiend and might provide information that Zhiliao could not uncover. Moreover, she sensed vaguely that Yi's current situation was precarious. Following her gaze, Yuan Imo looked toward the city gate, where a bustling stream of merchants, pedestrians, and carriages flowed in and out. After watching for a while, without noticing anything unusual, he withdrew his gaze and resumed eating his dumplings. Just then a man and a woman emerged from the gate's archway. The man was Yi, clad in a white robe with a jade pendant at his waist, leading a horse. Beside him walked a young girl of 15 or 16 with delicate features, dressed in a pale green gown and carrying a bundle. The girl's brows were knit with an unshakable melancholy, her gaze darting around as if searching for something. Yuan Imo recognized Yi but remained silent. His eyes paused briefly on the girl, but since he did not know her, he looked away. Indeed, Yuan Imo had never seen the girl's face. That day at the caravan camp, she had remained inside the carriage, only lifting the curtain for a glance, while Yuan Imo had already ridden far away on his horse, unable to see her clearly. Yi also spotted Yuan Imo. When he saw Yanqing beside him, he froze for a moment, then, as if making a decision, he led his horse over. Yi's expression was complicated. He recognized Yanqing as the one who claimed to be an inner sect elder of Qingyun sect. He had even written to the Yun family, warning them that her identity was suspicious. But now Yi was being targeted. The Yi family had no foundation establishment realm expert stationed in Lin County, and as a mere late-stage true profound cultivator himself, escorting a girl with no martial skills made a safe escape impossible. And this suspicious person before him was the only foundation establishment realm martial artist he could rely on. Yi did not wish to be entangled with Yanqing, yet he had no choice but to depend on her for survival. This predicament chafed at him, but he had no alternative. Brother Yin, you haven't left yet. Yi's tone carried a hint of surprise mingled with relief. We're having breakfast before heading out, Yuan Imo replied, glancing at the girl beside Yi. And this is a Jiang Qiuqin, Yi introduced. A friend of mine. Jiang Qiuqin gave Yuan Imo a slight nod, but said nothing. Her gaze lingered on his face for a moment before shifting away. Jiang Qiuqin recognized this youth. He was the one who had galloped past on a cyan horse along the official road that day. She remembered his silhouette, his tall cyan steed, and the dashing figure he caught against the morning light. Yuan Imo did not press further. He had his suspicions and simply stepped aside. Brother Yi heading out of the city. Shall we go together? Yi glanced at Yanqing. Yanqing leaned back in her seat, teacup in hand, her expression indifferent, revealing neither approval nor objection. She took a sip, set down the cup, and stood up. Let's go. Yuan Imo knew his guess was correct. Though questions lingered, he said nothing more. Yi exhaled in relief, led his horse, and followed. Jiang Qiuqin walked beside him, head bowed, her steps heavy. The four left the city and headed north along the official road. The carriage led the way. Yi rode alongside, and Jiang Qiuqin sat inside the carriage facing Yuan Imo. The carriage was silent, broken only by the rhythmic creak of wheels and the clatter of hooves. Jiang Qiuqin leaned against the wall, her gaze fixed out the window. Her fingers clutched the bundle strap, knuckles white. Her mind replayed the scenes from 3 days ago. 3 days ago. Lin County, the Lin family estate. The Lin family was the most powerful clan in Lin County with centuries of heritage and deep roots. Patriarch Lin Zhaoyang, an early foundation establishment cultivator, was an unchallenged authority in the county. That day was his concubine-taking ceremony. The entire county was festooned with lanterns and banners, the Lin mansion bustling with carriages and guests. Every notable figure in the county attended, and even neighboring counties sent representatives with gifts. Yi had been passing through Lin County and, hearing of the Lin family celebration, decided to drop in for a drink. By the unwritten rules of the Jianghu, joining a wedding feast was common and the host would not refuse. He offered a modest gift and was led by a steward to a side hall. Lin Zhaoyang sat in the main hall seat of honor, clad in a dark red robe, his hair gray, but his spirit vigorous, his gaze piercing. He raised his cup to toast the assembled guests, his voice booming and resonant, carrying clearly throughout the hall. Everyone rose, cups in hand, offering congratulations in unison. At that moment, Lin Zhaoyang's authority was at its zenith, and none could have guessed it was his final glory. After 3 rounds of wine, a chilling wind swept in through the door, causing the candles to flicker dangerously. Lin Zhaoyang set down his cup, frowning. Which friend has arrived? Why not show yourself? Before his words faded, a dark figure darted in from outside. The man was burly, dressed in black, close-fitting clothes, a swift blade at his waist, and a bronze mask covering his face, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. A thick, bloody aura emanated from him, as if he were not a wedding guest, but a demon crawling out of a sea of corpses. Lin Zhaoyang's pupils contracted sharply. Fang Yuanba. He did not finish. Fang Yuanba had already drawn his blade. A swift blade. Fang Yuanba of Nanming, famed for his swift blade. The moment his saber left its sheath, a silver flash of light was already hurtling toward Lin Zhaoyang. But Lin Zhaoyang, an early foundation establishment expert, reacted swiftly. He slammed his palm on the table, his body floating backward several feet, while drawing a short sword from his sleeve to meet the attack. Blade and sword clashed, sparks flying. Their true chi collided, shattering tables and chairs in the hall, sending dishes and bowls flying. Guests screamed and scattered in panic. Some were struck by debris, bleeding profusely, while others were knocked down by the shock waves and trampled by the fleeing crowd. Fang Yuanba blade grew faster. Strike after strike, each one lethal, his saber technique like a tempest, forcing Lin Zhaoyang into a constant retreat. Though Lin Zhaoyang's swordplay was exquisite, Fang Yuanba blade was too swift. His sword could not keep up. After a dozen exchanges, Fang Yuanba cleaved through Lin Zhaoyang's short sword and struck him across the chest. Lin Zhaoyang's body flew sideways, crashing into the wall and leaving a large crater. A massive wound was torn open on his chest by the blade's chi, blood gushing forth, staining his robe crimson. Lin Zhaoyang struggled to rise, but Fang Yuanba was already before him, severing his head with a single stroke. The head rolled several times on the floor, eyes still open, staring in death's unyielding gaze. The hall descended into utter chaos. Some wept and fled, others collapsed trembling on the ground, and some knelt kowtowing for mercy. But Fang Yuanba did not relent. His blade swept through the crowd, each swing claiming a life. Blood-splattered limbs flew, and the cries, screams, and pleas for mercy merged into a cacophony of hell on earth. Yi in the side hall heard the commotion and rushed in with his sword drawn. He saw Fang Yuanba slaughtering guest Lin Zhaoyang's corpse and the sea of blood. Rage surged within him. As an inner disciple of Feishua Mountain Villa, he had been raised on the principles of chivalry and justice. He could not stand by while a bloodthirsty fiend butchered the innocent. He thrust his sword forward, unleashing the full power of the drifting snow sword, art, a layer of frost forming at the sword's tip as he aimed for Fang Yuanba back. Fang Yuanba did not even turn, he struck back with his blade. Blade met sword, and Yi felt an overwhelming force transmitted through his weapon. His tiger's mouth split open, and his long sword flew from his grasp. Fang Yuanba's second strike followed immediately. Yi had no time to dodge, only to twist aside from the vital point. The blade grazed his shoulders, slicing open flesh and drawing blood. Yi staggered back several steps, nearly falling. In a single exchange, he knew he was no match. The gap between foundation establishment and true profound could not be bridged by courage alone. Without hesitation, Yi turned and fled toward the rear courtyard. The front yard was packed with panicked guests, and Fang Yuanba was wreaking havoc there. The rear courtyard was less crowded, making it easier to scale the wall and escape. He had to survive, he could not die here. Fang Yuanba glanced in Yi's direction, his blade pausing for a moment. A finishing blow would have been easy, and catching up to the junior would take only a few breaths. But his eyes swept over the dense crowd in the front yard. Hundreds of guests fleeing in terror, each one a source of blood and chi nourishment. Killing one true profound junior was far less efficient than slaying dozens of ordinary people. His mission was to gather enough blood and chi not to chase down an insignificant disciple of Feishua Mountain Villa. He sheathed his blade and turned back toward the crowd. A flash of steel and another chorus of screams. Yi scaled the wall and fled into the night. Blood still seeped from the wound on his shoulder, his steps faltering, but he dared not stop. After running for an unknown distance, he heard faint moans from the roadside. Yi halted and followed the sound. An old man lay in a pool of blood, his body torn open by blade, chi his entrails nearly spilling out. The old man's hand clutched tightly to a young girl's wrist. The girl was drenched in blood, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror, as if traumatized. With his last ounce of strength, the old man pushed the girl's hand toward Yi. "Young hero, I beg you, take her away." Yi crouched down and saw that the old man's eyes were still open, but the light had faded. His hand fell limp, his body stiff. The girl threw herself onto the old man, crying out, "Uncle Xiong, Uncle Xiong, don't die," her voice piercing and heart-wrenching. Yi scooped up the girl and ran into the darkness. She clung to him, sobbing uncontrollably, her whole body trembling. Yi did not know her name or where she came from. He only knew that the old man called Uncle Xiong was her protector. Now Uncle Xiong was dead, and she had no one. He could not leave her to die. They hid outside the city for the night. At dawn, Yi took her to the nearest county, bought a horse, and headed toward Nanming Prefecture City. The girl's emotions remained unstable, and it took several days for her to gradually calm down. Her name was Jiang Qiuqin, sent by her family for a political marriage, to be Lin Zhaoyang's concubine. Uncle Xiong was her bodyguard who had protected her since childhood and was the closest person to her in the world. Now that he was gone, she had nowhere to go. Yi brought her to the Yi family's villa in Nanming Prefecture City and let her stay there. He went to Zhiliao to investigate Fang Yuanba's background, wanting to know the origins of this bloodthirsty fiend. There he encountered Yunmo. Fang Yuanba was well known in Nanming Prefecture, and many had escaped the massacre. Yet strangely, no news had leaked that the bloodthirsty fiend was Fang Yuanba. The information Yi obtained from Zhiliao was merely Fang Yuanba public record, a native blade master of Nanming who broke through to Foundation establishment at 30, operated in Nanming for 20 years, and had intricate ties with major families and the government. There was no record of him being a bloodthirsty fiend. Yi understood that it was not that Zhiliao couldn't find the information, but that the entire Nanming Prefecture City was covering for Fang Yuanba. Those who had escaped were either silenced or no longer among the living. To obtain more secretive information would require more money, but he could not afford it. Yi's guess was correct. Nanming Prefecture was one of Crown Prince Yin Zhuchuan's most deeply entrenched strongholds. Fang Yuanba was the Crown Prince's man. He cultivated blood arts requiring vast amounts of blood and qi, and the Lin family massacre was carried out on the Crown Prince's orders. The prefect of Nanming and the major families were either the Crown Prince's confidants bought off or intimidated into silence by Fang Yuanba blade. As an outsider, Yi was watched the moment he entered the city to investigate Fang Yuanba at Zhiliao. When Yi met Yin Qing at Zhiliao, the surveillance had already identified him. Seeing him in the company of a Foundation establishment expert, they dared not act within the city and immediately reported to their superiors. Jiang Qiuqin opened her eyes, pulling herself from her memories. Her eyes reddened again, but she bit her lip, refusing to let the tears fall. She glanced at Yunmo across from her. The youth sat with his eyes closed, holding a spirit stone, cultivating. His expression was calm, his breathing steady, as if all the world's suffering had nothing to do with him. She lowered her head, burying her face in her bundle. Yi rode on horseback, his gaze sweeping over the woods flanking the official road. The bandage on his shoulder was still wrapped, the wound not fully healed, but no longer troublesome. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Fang Yuanba. That demon still roamed Nanming Prefecture free and continuing to kill. He hated his own weakness, his inability to avenge the dead. But Yi knew he could not act rashly. He needed to live to take Jiang Qiuqin to safety. He glanced at the carriage. That Foundation establishment martial artist who called herself Yin Qing had an unknown origin and a suspicious identity. He had even written to warn the Yun family. But now she was the only one who could protect him and Jiang Qiuqin. This predicament weighed heavily on Yi, leaving him only to pray that his gamble was not mistaken. Inside the carriage, Yin Qing leaned back with her eyes closed as if asleep. But her perception extended for miles around. She sensed pursuers behind them, more than one, all of modest cultivation. The highest only at latest stage, true profound. The true experts had yet to appear, or perhaps had not had time to. A faint smile curved her lips. She had deliberately delayed at the city gate to wait for Yi. She knew he was being watched, and that those people would make a move outside the city. But Yin Qing was unconcerned. A mere early Foundation establishment, Fang Yuanba, was beneath her notice. She simply did not want Yi and the girl to die in Nanming Prefecture. Yin Qing opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Qiuqin. The girl leaned against the carriage wall, eyes closed, her lashes trembling, slightly traces of tears still on her face. She clutched her bundle tightly, fingers gripping the strap, knuckles white. Yanqing withdrew her gaze and closed her eyes again. The carriage continued northward along the official road. The pursuers trailed far behind, not daring to draw too close. In the city of Nanming, the Zheng clan stood as the most formidable family, unrivaled in influence. With 3 ancestors at the late stage of the Cauldron Core realm guarding them, over 20 martial artists at that same realm, thousands of disciples at the true profound stage, and estates spanning several prefectures, their power was absolute. Such strength would mark them as a first-class noble house even within the entire Great Yin dynasty. The Zheng clan operated with discretion, avoiding contention and keeping a low profile in the martial world. Yet those in the know understood clearly the Zheng clan was the greatest pillar of support for Crown Prince Yin Zhuchuan. The Crown Prince's blood arts, the expansion of his influence, and his very foundation in Nanming Prefecture all relied on the Zheng clan's backing. At this moment, the clan's grand elder Zheng Dongping sat in the main hall seat of honor, a cup of tea in hand, his expression calm. He appeared to be in his early 60s with graying hair and a gaunt face, but his eyes blazed like torches, exuding an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger. Before him stood 3 men, 2 elders, and a middle-aged man. The elders were the 6th elder Zheng Dongyue and the 13th elder Zheng Donglin. Zheng Dongyue, a martial artist at the mid-stage of the Cauldron Core realm, was burly and rugged, his arms noticeably thicker than an ordinary man's, marking him as a master of close-quarters combat. Zheng Donglin, at the early stage of the Cauldron Core realm, was lean and sinewy, with a sinister countenance and darting eyes like a venomous snake poised to strike. The middle-aged man stood behind them, his face pale and beaded with sweat on his forehead. His fingers unconsciously clenched the saber at his waist until his knuckles turned white. This was Fang Yuanba, known as the Nanming Swift Saber, a martial artist at the early Cauldron Core realm and a standout even among his peers. In Nanming Prefecture, he was a notorious figure, his blades swift as lightning and stained with countless lives. But now, standing before Zheng Dongping, he was like a child who had erred, not daring to breathe loudly. Fang Yuanba. Zheng Dongping set down his teacup, his voice measured. Here. Fang Yuanba's voice was tight. Your work in Lin County was well done. The blood energy of over 1,000 people pleased the Crown Prince greatly. Zheng Dongping's tone was flat, impossible to discern as praise or reprimand. But you left loose ends. Fang Yuanba's body trembled slightly. That disciple from Flying Snow Mountain Villa. I never expected him to flee so swiftly. I thought, having been struck by my blade, he wouldn't last long. He naturally wouldn't admit that he had refrained from immediate pursuit out of sheer laziness, instead using the excuse of failing to deliver a finishing blow to mitigate his responsibility. He not only survived, but went to the cicada. Zheng Dongping glanced at him. Although the cicada's rules ensure absolute confidentiality, no one knows what anyone buys or does except the parties involved. His very entry into the cicada is a signal in itself. He's investigating something, and likely it's you. Fang Yuanba's face grew even paler. This subordinate failed in his duty. Failed? A faint curl touched Zheng Dongping's lips, not a smile, but something colder. Do you know that when he left the city, he was accompanied by a Cauldron Core realm martial artist? Fang Yuanba's pupils constricted sharply. What? A young man at the Cauldron Core realm, calling himself Yanqing, of unknown origin. Zheng Dongping rose and walked to the window, gazing at the sky beyond. Our scouts report they left through the east gate together, heading north. Fang Yuanba, do you understand what this means? Beads of sweat as large as beans dripped from Fang Yuanba's forehead. He understood. It meant that disciple of Flying Snow Mountain Villa had found a patron. It meant his identity might have been exposed to more people. It meant the Crown Prince's grand scheme could be compromised by his momentary negligence. Grand Elder, this subordinate wishes to atone for his mistake. Please grant me this chance. I swear I will bring back the head of that Flying Snow Mountain Villa disciple. Zheng Dongping turned, glanced at him, then at Zheng Dongyue and Zheng Donglin. Dongyue Donglin accompany him on this journey. His voice was calm. Kill that young man at the Cauldron Core realm, whatever his origin. Kill Yi and that woman as well. Leave no survivors. Zheng Dongyue clasped his hands. Rest assured, elder brother. Zheng Donglin said nothing, merely nodding. Fang Yuanba exhaled in relief and quickly bowed. Thank you, Grand Elder. The 3 turned and left the main hall. Zheng Dongping stood by the window, watching their figures vanish through the courtyard gate, a faint frown creasing his brow. He felt something was amiss but couldn't pinpoint it. A young Cauldron Core realm martial artist of unknown origin appearing in Nanming at this precise moment and happening to cross paths with Yi. Coincidence? Or was someone orchestrating this? He shook his head, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. The tea had gone cold, its astringency lingering on his tongue. Zheng Dongyue, Zheng Donglin, and Fang Yuanba left Nanming City, speeding north along the main road. Their pace was swift, their Cauldron Core realm lightness skills fully unleashed, each step carrying them dozens of yards. The scouts' markers were clear, an inconspicuous sign every few li guiding their way. Sixth brother, what do you make of that Cauldron Core realm fellow's background? Zheng Donglin asked as they traveled. Zheng Dongyue didn't look back. Whatever his origin, we kill him and be done. Fang Yuanba followed behind in silence. His hand remained on his saber, hilt, his mind churning over the events in Lin County. Though the cicada's confidentiality was ironclad, his mere act of entering their establishment spoke volumes. He should have pursued and finished the job. A mere true profound realm junior would have been effortless to kill. But he hadn't. Fang Yuanba had chosen to slaughter the commoners instead because killing them was faster and yielded more blood energy. Now he realized it might have been the greatest mistake of his life. They covered another several dozen li. Ahead lay an open wilderness, the road flanked by harvested fields, the view unobstructed. Zheng Dongyue suddenly halted, raising his hand. Wait! Zheng Donglin and Fang Yuanba stopped as well. Zheng Dongyue's brow furrowed as he scanned the area ahead. His senses detected an aura moving toward them. The pace was unhurried but steady, carrying a faint pressure, the mark of the Cauldron Core realm. He's coming, Zheng Dongyue said in a low voice. Zheng Donglin also sensed it. Alone. Just him. Just him. A faint curve touched Zheng Dongyue's lips, not a smile, but the cold grin of a hunter seeing prey walk into a trap. Early Cauldron Core realm. Quite bold. Fang Yuanba also sensed the aura and felt a wave of relief. An early Cauldron Core realm opponent. Compared to their side, they had Zheng Dongyue's superior level on their side. 3 against 1. No contest. On the road ahead, a figure in white approached slowly. He wore a moon-white robe cinched with a silver-gray sash, his hair tied up with a jade hairpin. His features were handsome, his bearing extraordinary. His steps were slow and leisurely, as if he were out for a stroll rather than facing enemies. The faint pressure of an early Cauldron Core realm emanated from him, precisely matching what they had sensed. Zheng Donglin watched the approaching figure and couldn't help but laugh. This is it. I thought we were dealing with some formidable expert. Early Cauldron Core alone, and he comes to die. Zheng Dongyue said nothing, but his expression relaxed as well. An early Cauldron Core youth, even with some tricks, couldn't cause them any trouble. He glanced at Fang Yuanba, who had straightened his back and loosened his grip on his saber. The young man stopped about 100 yards from them. He looked at the 3 sneering figures before him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, but he said nothing. Boy, which sect are you from? Zheng Donglin's voice dripped with mockery. Coming out alone to die? Does your master know? Zheng Dongyue also spoke, his tone steadier, but equally condescending. Young man, we have no wish to kill innocents. Hand over that flying snow mountain villa disciple, and you may leave. The young man did not answer. He looked up at the sky. The vast expanse was cloudless, the sunlight bright, not even a whisper of wind. Then he raised his right hand, pointing a finger toward the heavens. Zheng Dongyue frowned. Playing tricks. Before he finished speaking, a thunderclap exploded in the sky. Not thunder. The sound was heavier, more muffled, as if something had split open in the heavens. Zheng Dongyue jerked his head up, his pupils contracting violently. In the sky, a dark cloud condensed from nothing, roiling and swelling, growing larger and larger. Lightning flickered within the cloud, purple arcs weaving through it with a crackling hiss. What technique is this? Fang Yuanba's voice trembled. Zheng Dongyue's face changed. He had seen such a technique before, know something similar. Over a decade ago, he had witnessed a Heaven Unity realm martial artist who cultivated a lightning-based art in action. That martial artist had summoned heavenly thunder with a single gesture, cleaving a small hill in 2. The power he had used was the same, the lightning intent. Lightning intent. Zheng Dongyue's voice came out as if squeezed from his throat. Run! He turned and fled with Zheng Donglin and Fang Yuanba close behind. The mocking smile had vanished from Zheng Donglin's face, replaced by sheer terror. Fang Yuanba's legs were shaking as he stumbled, nearly falling. But it was too late. The young man swept his finger downward. From the dark cloud, an immensely thick bolt of purple lightning descended, coalescing into a colossal sword of lightning, tens of yards long, wreathed in electric light and radiating an aura of utter annihilation. The lightning sword fell with breathtaking speed, so fast that Zheng Dongyue only had time to glance back before being engulfed. A thunderous roar shook the earth as the ground quaked violently. The lightning sword struck the ground, blasting a crater several li in diameter. Mud, rubble, and trees were hurled in all directions, the air thick with the smell of scorched earth and lingering electric charge. At the bottom of the crater there was nothing. No bodies, no bloodstains, no shreds of clothing. Zheng Dongyue, Zheng Donglin, and Fang Yuanba had been instantly vaporized by the lightning sword, not even ash remaining. The young man lowered his hand and looked at his fingertip. A faint purple spark still danced there before quickly fading. He let out a soft breath, a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth. The lightning intent at minor mastery. Not bad, he murmured to himself. He had just acted without using any true qi, relying solely on the power of intent. If he had used true qi, the force would have been dozens of times greater. But he didn't want to cause too much of a stir. This single strike was already dramatic enough. The tremors must have been felt for hundreds of li around. With a gesture, he drew 3 low-grade storage rings into his hand, then turned and walked back toward the carriage. His pace was still slow and leisurely, as if he had just done something utterly trivial. Inside the carriage, Mo lifted the curtain, staring at the lightning that had shot into the sky and the deafening roar, his mouth hanging open for a long time. He didn't know what had happened, but he had felt that earth-shattering power. It was a force beyond his comprehension, something he had never experienced before. Senior, Yin said he found some treasures and went to retrieve them. He muttered to himself, shaking his head. But this is quite the commotion for treasure hunting. Yi sat on his horse, watching the dissipating thunderclouds in the distance, his face pale. His hands gripped the reins until his knuckles were white. He knew that the disturbance was no treasure emerging. It was the aura of a battle far beyond ordinary Cauldron Core realm fighters. No, not a battle, but a massacre. That lightning-based power was so overwhelming it filled him with a primal terror. He dared not imagine what would have happened to him if that lightning sword had been aimed his way. Senior Yen. He murmured the name again, a complex emotion churning within him. He had written to the Yun family, warning them to be wary of this mysterious Cauldron Core realm martial artist. But now this mysterious figure had just saved his life. Without Yanqing, he and Jiang Qiuqin would likely have fallen to the Zheng clan's pursuers. Yiming took a deep breath, pushing aside those distracting thoughts. Whoever Yanqing was, and whether or not he was an inner elder of the Qingyun sect, at least for now, he was on their side. Yanqing walked back, hopped onto the carriage shaft, and brushed the dust from his clothes. His expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. "Let's go," he said. The carriage resumed its journey north along the main road. The driver called out, and the wheels creaked over the gravel. Yanqing leaned back against the carriage shaft, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate again. Yun Mo sat inside the carriage, staring at the still-smoking crater in the distance, silent for a long time. He didn't know how that crater had formed, but he knew it was connected to Yanqing. He didn't ask, because he knew that even if he did, he might not get an answer. Yi rode beside the carriage, his gaze frequently drifting to Yanqing on the shaft. His mind was full of questions, but he too dared not ask. He simply followed in silence, traveling without a word. Jiang Qiuqin leaned against the carriage wall, her eyes closed. She didn't know what had just happened, or that the danger had passed. She just sat quietly like a blade of grass, bent by the wind, waiting for the storm to pass. Yanqing did not strike unless it was necessary, but when he did, his actions shook heaven and earth. Within a radius of several hundred li, the ground trembled violently. The city walls of Nanming Prefecture quaked, thrice roof tiles clattered noisily, and the common folk rushed out of their homes, gazing in panic toward the northern horizon. There a bolt of purple lightning soared into the sky. Even from hundreds of li away, its radiance flickered at the edge of the heavens. Zheng Dongping, the grand elder of the Zheng clan, was sipping tea in his study when a teacup suddenly slid off the table and shattered. He sprang to his feet, dashed to the window, and stared at the dissipating lightning in the northern sky. Zheng Dongping's complexion shifted gradually, not in surprise, but in terror. That direction, he knew it all too well. It was the path taken by the 3 men he had dispatched, Zheng Gedongyueng Donglin and Fang Yuanba. And now from that direction came a devastating surge of power, shaking the entire city of Nanming. Dongyue and the others. Zheng Dongping's voice turned hoarse. Without hesitation, he flickered and shot out of the study. Zheng Dongnan, the clan head, also emerged from his courtyard. Their eyes met midair, and without a word they both flew northward. Their speed was immense, their lightfoot techniques at the late core formation stage pushed to the limit, each stride covering dozens of zhang. Along the way they encountered several other core formation martial artists heading north. Patriarchs of major families and a few renowned rogue cultivators in the prefecture. These people would normally bow respectfully to Zheng Dongpeng. But now Zheng Dongpeng and Zheng Dongnan swept past them without even a glance. They left only after images, leaving the other core formation martial artists far behind. A gray-robed elder halted, watching the receding figures of the Zheng duo, his brow furrowed. The Zheng clan. They sensed it too.